Chapter 2. The Awakening of Illusions. The brilliant sunlight cast its glaring rays upon the earth. As Huanyu sat quietly alone in the courtyard at the tender age of 5, he had once been a plump infant. But now, in comparison to his peers, he appeared somewhat frail. After the initial excitement of traversing into this new realm, he gradually acclimatized to the life of this world. After all, in his previous existence, he had been an orphan, residing in a dilapidated shack with a decrepit computer. This had constituted the entirety of his life. Now, blessed with a warm family and parents who lavished him with affection, he no longer found himself enviously observing others from the shadows. This feeling was, to him, more precious than anything else in this world. Given the divine opportunity he had been granted, he secretly vowed to cherish it wholeheartedly. However, his physical condition posed significant challenges. He frequently experienced bouts of chill and warmth, a mystery that even the village's most skilled physician could not unravel. Moreover, he had been plagued by recurring bizarre dreams over the years. Yet upon waking, he could never recall their content. This matter remained concealed within his heart, never shared with anyone, not even his parents. Over the course of 5 years, he had developed a rudimentary understanding of this world, known as the Huanyu Continent, where the most revered profession was that of an illusionist, a term he had gleaned from the discussions of the villagers. To this day, however, he remained oblivious to the true nature of an illusionist. With a dismissive wave of his slender arms, he sighed in self-deprecation. Is the heavens toying with me? At this rate, I might just perish one day. Truly a cruel fate. It's time for dinner. Mother, what delightful dishes await today? Huanyu inquired eagerly. Linwan gazed at him with a fond smile. You little glutton, always yearning for delectable treats. Huanyu made a playful face, climbing atop the stove to peer into the pot. The aroma of braised wild rabbit wafted through the air, an exquisite scent that captivated his senses. Ever since he had tasted his mother's cooking for the first time, he had been utterly enchanted. No matter the ingredients, her culinary magic transformed them into true gastronomic delights, far superior to the takeout of his past life. A robust male voice resonated from the entrance as a middle-aged man with a hint of stubble strode in, carrying 2 wild rabbits. Father, Huanyu exclaimed, leaping down from the stove upon seeing the newcomer. Careful now, Linwan chided gently, casting him a playful glance that he stuck out his tongue and dashed towards the door. Executing a light leap, the man promptly set down his burden and caught him in his arms. You little rascal, it seems you've put on some weight these past few days. Perhaps owing to his frequent hunting. Huanyu perceived his father's arms as particularly strong and sturdy. In response to Linwan's words, both father and son simultaneously made a gesture of compliance, just as the family was joyfully gathered around to indulge in their meal. 2 unexpected guests made their appearance. Well, it seems everyone is at home, a middle-aged man in his 40s declared, as the family turned to see him standing in the courtyard, accompanied by a somewhat unfamiliar young man in his 20s. The middle-aged man was Huan Feng, the village chief, and it was he who had spoken first, while the youth beside him bore an appearance that did not quite align with that of a villager. The village chief has arrived. Please, do come in. My father and mother hastily rose to greet him, while Huanyu set down his chopsticks and called out, Grandfather village chief, there's no need for such formality. I am merely here to guide, the chief replied, stepping aside as he introduced the young man. This is Master Sutao, who has come specifically to assist Yuer with her testing. The couple quickly bowed. Recognizing that anyone treated with such courtesy by the village chief must hold a significant status, the young man waved his hand dismissively, displaying a hint of arrogance. Were it not for the task at hand, he would have little interest in visiting such a remote locale. After all, having traversed most of the village without any fruitful discoveries, he was indifferent to making one more trip. I asked this the child. The youth, known as Sutao, inquired as he turned his gaze towards Huanyu. Indeed, master, Yuer has just turned 5 this year, came the response. As for Huanyu and his wife, they refrained from speaking, understanding that even the village chief was treating this occasion with utmost caution. It was prudent to say less and avoid any potential missteps that might offend. Sutao furrowed his brow slightly, for the child before him was undeniably the smallest he had ever encountered. Huanyu felt the weight of the young man's gaze, which made him somewhat anxious. Ahem, child, there's no need to be nervous. I am not a bad person. I am merely here to conduct a test. Please, come closer to me. Sutao managed to force a smile. Huanyu glanced at his parents, and upon seeing them nod, he approached Sutao cautiously. Once he was near, Sutao slowly produced an object resembling a compass from his pocket. Embedded with 9 small beads, all of which appeared dull at that moment. He then extended it towards Huanyu and began to speak gently. This is the octagonal illusion plate. Its specific function well. Just do as I instruct. Place your hand upon it and concentrate. With a puzzled expression, Huanyu complied, placing his small hand on the compass and gradually closing his eyes. Time ticked by, and everyone's gaze remained fixed on the compass. Just as Su Tao was on the verge of disappointment, the first bead on the compass illuminated, followed by the second, and then the third. However, after the third bead glowed, no further illumination followed. The glimmer of hope in Su Tao's eyes faded almost instantly. He muttered quietly, "The child's illusion root is of a high grade. It should suffice." "That will be enough, child," Su Tao said slowly as he tucked the compass away. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment Huanyu withdrew his hand, the remaining 6 beads emitted a faint glimmer of black light simultaneously. Once the compass was secured, Su Tao turned his attention to the couple. "You must be the parents of this child. I neglected to introduce myself. I am a grand illusionist from the Illusion Pavilion. Through the awakening ceremony we just conducted, your child has successfully awakened their illusion root and is now qualified to become an illusionist. I trust you understand the significance of being an illusionist." The couple was instantly struck dumb, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. They had never imagined their son could become an illusionist. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." After regaining their composure, the couple expressed their gratitude, their excitement palpable. Su Tao waved his hand dismissively and continued speaking. 3 days hence, I shall return to escort this child to the Illusion Pavilion for his studies. I trust you will prepare accordingly, said Su Tao, before departing alongside the village head. As they left, the village head wore a radiant expression, never having anticipated that his village would also boast a conjurer. The thought filled him with pride. Chapter 3. Journey to the Illusion Pavilion. The 3 days passed swiftly, with the father refraining from hunting in the mountains, choosing instead to remain at home with his wife, accompanying Huanyu. After all, no one could predict how long this journey would take, and Master Su Tao had not mentioned it before his departure. The couple harbored some anxiety, for the child was still so young. Although becoming a conjurer was undoubtedly a good fortune, every parent cherishes their offspring as their most treasured possession. Nonetheless, Huanyu felt predominantly exhilarated. At long last, he could venture beyond the village and witness the world. For someone who had previously led a reclusive life, this promised to be an exhilarating experience. Yet, observing his parents' demeanor over the past few days, he could not help but feel a twinge of sadness. Having fully accepted his current identity, the family of 3 sat together, and it was Huanyu who first pierced the heavy silence. Indeed, Yuer speaks rightly. One cannot remain like me, lacking ambition, forever, now that an opportunity has finally arisen. Huanyu forced a smile, yet with each passing moment, his heart grew heavier. The mother understood the unspoken sentiments, gently wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She embraced Huanyu tightly, wordlessly conveying her love. At that moment, 2 figures slowly entered the courtyard through the main gate, Master Su Tao and the village head, Huan Feng. The village was fortunate to have produced a conjurer, and Huan Feng had hardly slept well these past few nights, so excited was he. Huanyu promptly rose, ushering his wife and child to greet them, bowing respectfully. Master, village head, you have arrived. Su Tao nodded subtly, a rare smile gracing his lips as he turned to Huanyu. Are you prepared, child? Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Huanyu's face uncontrollably. In that moment, he perhaps truly experienced the familial affection he had never known in his past life. A bond so deeply cherished and hard to part with. Huanyu pulled him up with a firm grip. Good child, study diligently with the master. Do not worry about your parents. Lin Wan, suppressing her tears, managed a faint smile as she gently approached, and the family embraced one another. Witnessing this poignant scene, Huan Feng felt a stirring in his heart and solemnly remarked, You 2 need not make this farewell akin to a life and death parting. You shall become an accomplished individual in the future. Upon hearing these words, the couple swiftly wiped away their tears, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is a moment of great joy. Look at how we are behaving. At that moment, Huanyu slowly extricated himself from his parents' embrace. Having resolved to take the next step, he approached Su Tao and softly declared, Uncle, I am ready. Su Tao nodded, and with a swift motion, produced a gourd from his hand. Performing a gesture, the gourd swelled to an impressive 3 in size, and in an instant, he leapt onto it with Huanyu. Before anyone could react, the gourd soared into the sky, retreating further and further away, leaving them to wave their hands in farewell. At this moment, Huanyu was filled with exhilaration, soaring through the air atop a gourd. Despite sitting on the gourd, it was traveling at a remarkable speed. Roughly equivalent to 60 miles per hour in AC, Su Tao stood upright upon it with unwavering poise. This scene ignited a newfound admiration within Huanyu for the profession of an illusionist. Unable to restrain his youthful curiosity, despite the fierce winds, Huanyu struggled to speak. "Uncle, this gourd is truly marvelous." Su Tao cast a glance at him. Although the child's aptitude could only be deemed mediocre, his character was commendable, unlike many others he had previously guided, who often trembled in fear the first time they rode this gourd. "Hence," he replied, "this is called a flying illusion device, intended solely for travel. Once you enter the illusion pavilion, there will be dedicated instructors to impart this knowledge to you." Huanyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries as speaking had become quite arduous as time ticked by. Silence enveloped them, perhaps due to his frail constitution, as Huanyu shivered slightly from the chill of high-altitude winds. After approximately half a day, Su Tao stowed away the gourd and began walking forward on foot with Huanyu. "Ah, isn't that Su Tao, the junior brother? Is this the person you brought? Doesn't he look like much? Are you sure he is not just a filler? Ha ha ha." Laughter and mockery erupted from the crowd. Huanyu turned to see a youth, similarly attired to Su Tao, wearing a disdainful expression, accompanied by a chubby child who was quite endearing. Su Tao remained silent, but the youth clearly intended to provoke further. He approached with the chubby boy in tow. "Junior brother, I heard you scoured over 10 villages. How did you end up with just this one? Seems your luck has run thin. Are you destined to be at the bottom again this year? Perhaps you should stick to the outer gate." Ha ha ha. The youth's taunts continued unabated, and Su Tao's face began to show signs of irritation. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper. "Senior brother, don't celebrate too soon. You can only mock me. If you're so capable, why not seek out senior brother Su Ming instead? Su Ming. I will inevitably trample him beneath my feet," the youth declared, though a flicker of fear danced across his features. "Well, allow me to congratulate you in advance," Su Tao replied with a sardonic smile, the implication of his words unmistakable. It was then that Huanyu noticed the chubby boy, stout and lively, who in turn looked back at him. "Hello, I am Huanyu," he introduced himself, extending his hand. Their hands clasped, marking the beginning of a lifelong friendship. Su Tao, upon hearing this name, exhibited a sudden intensity in his gaze, as if grasping a deeper understanding. At this moment, Huanyu found himself perplexed, scrutinizing the chubby boy, as the name truly befuddled him. Sensing his confusion, the chubby boy promptly offered an explanation. "I am aware of what you were thinking. Many who hear my name for the first time mistakenly believe I am associated with the word disabled, when in fact, my name references the broad being. This misunderstanding is my father's fault, were it not for him." Humphed at as she concluded her statement, her expression turned indignant. Huanyu felt a twinge of awkwardness and ruffled his hair. "Thought it's about time. Let us depart," Su Tao interjected, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Huanyu offered an apologetic smile and followed suit. Chapter 4. The calamity approaches. Not long after Huanyu and Su Tao had left, a group of strangers was making their way toward this unremarkable little mountain village, clad in complete armor and mounted on magnificent steeds. Each individual bore a gleaming longsword at their waist, stirring up clouds of dust as they advanced. As they neared the village entrance, the foremost rider abruptly pulled on the reins, bringing his mount to a gradual halt. Despite being atop a horse, it was evident that this figure was exceptionally tall, adorned in resplendent dark golden armor. In unison, the rest of the group came to a standstill, the only sound being the heavy breathing of the horses, which rendered the scene eerily silent. He then raised a hand, prompting all his companions to dismount with impeccable precision and assume a vigilant stance, drawing their long swords in readiness. "You, go scout the area nearby," he commanded casually to one of his subordinates. The addressed individual immediately bowed and dashed off with remarkable agility. Given the prowess displayed by even a single member of this group, it was clear that they were no ordinary band. At that moment, the leader retrieved a crimson stone from his waist, forming an unusual gesture while murmuring incantations. After a brief spell, his brow gradually furrowed. The national master indicated this direction, yet the blood phantom stone shows no response. Could it be a mistake? A look of perplexity crossed his face as he sank into contemplation. "General, I report that this individual claims to be the village chief, and I have brought him here," announced one of his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes brightened, casting an appreciative glance at his subordinate before gesturing for them to step aside. Raising his head, He directly addressed the village chief, who was trembling in fear upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing the voice, the chief slowly lifted his gaze. The speaker, perched atop his steed, regarded him with keen eyes. Reacting swiftly, the chief dropped to his knees. "Esteemed sirs, I am uncertain of your purpose in this humble village, but I assure you of my utmost cooperation, and I implore you to spare my life," he stammered, filled with trepidation. Seeing his demeanor, the leader furrowed his brow slightly. For such a form of address was typically reserved for those of considerable status. "The more I think about it, the more it seems, yes, indeed, I have grown up in this village and am familiar with most matters pertaining to it. I am at your service. Please, inquire as you wish. I shall ask you this. 5 years ago, on a day when the skies were overcast and lightning raged, was there a child born in your village on that day?" The general posed his question, then awaited the response in silence. The village chief began to ponder, as all infants born in the village were duly registered with him, gradually arriving at a conclusion. "All right, let us begin. I shall summon all the children born on this day to this place within the span of an hour, or else." Humph, an hour passes swiftly. At this moment, pairs of farmers have lined up orderly. Both adults and children displaying expressions of panic, trembling in fear, none daring to utter a sound. Some have never ventured beyond their village, and thus are unaccustomed to such a scene. The glinting blades before them have rendered them utterly terrified. Just as Huanyu was about to speak, the general waved his hand, compelling him to silence. Dismounting, the general still clutched the blood-red stone in his hand, performing peculiar gestures as he passed by each household. Most families, gripped by terror, shed tears, desperately clutching their children. "It appears they are truly not here," he murmured with a sigh, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He abruptly turned and mounted his horse, issuing a command to set forth. Galloping ahead, the remaining individuals promptly sheathed their weapons and mounted their steeds. Dust billowed in their wake, and nearly everyone, including Huanyu, collapsed onto the ground. They waited until the figures vanished from sight. Huanyu, mustering his spirits, addressed the crowd, who collectively nodded in fear before hastily gathering their children and fleeing to their homes. Little did they know, the regiment had not ventured far but had established camp nearby. Inside the grand tent, the general, seated at the head, raised a hand to halt further discourse. Why has the divination of the national master never faltered? Yet this time, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "But general, before we departed, the national master instructed us that if this matter is not resolved, that perhaps," he gestured emphatically. "Nonsense. They are merely a throng of powerless commoners. How could you entertain such thoughts? Do you not have a wife and children at home?" The general rebuked fiercely. Those below attempted to speak further, but were restrained by others who shook their heads in disapproval. "Everyone, depart. I need time to contemplate. Should anyone act recklessly behind my back, do not blame me for enforcing military law." The general wearily gestured. One by one, they exited the tent, leaving only a heavy sigh lingering within. Could it be, he recalled a person, one he had overlooked. Hastily, he sprang to his feet, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed the ledger recording the birth dates of every villager. He slowly turned the pages, his breath caught when he reached one particular page. Determination flashing across his face as if he had made a momentous decision. With conviction, he tore the page from the book. Simultaneously, a flickering glow began to rise throughout the village. Chapter 5. The Plight of the Chubby One-Half. A breath of exasperation escaped as a frail youth slowly rose to his feet. He was Huanyu, who had now spent a full decade in Huanyu, aside from his slight frame. He stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, with long, raven-black hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding a certain elegance. 10 years, Huanyu murmured softly. Having been in this world for a full 15 years, he had gradually come to grasp some fundamental knowledge of this continent. The continent of illusory feathers is a truly enchanting realm, devoid of dazzling magic and ostentatious martial energy. Here, the energy cultivated by its inhabitants is referred to as illusory power. And he is no exception. The practice of illusory power bears resemblance to the art of cultivation, wherein one absorbs the omnipresent energies of the universe through meditation and contemplation. Additionally, there exists another method involving illusory stones. Illusory stones serve as the universal currency of the continent, and apart from the mundane riches of gold and silver, all practitioners engage in transactions using these stones. The quality of illusory stones is categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, with the exceedingly rare supreme illusory stones. Furthermore, there are illusory artifacts, techniques, and illusory skills. Illusory artifacts are the weapons wielded by illusionists, which also fall into upper, middle, and lower grades, while techniques are divided into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with illusory skills similarly classified. The illusory pavilion resembles a sect, housing countless disciples. Currently, illusory rain is merely a low-ranking outer disciple, practicing the most rudimentary entry-level technique, the yellow-grade cloud heart formula. Through years of observation, he has come to understand this world. All practitioners are collectively known as illusionists, and their ranks are categorized as illusionist, grand illusionist, illusion spirit, illusion king, illusion emperor, illusion venerable, illusion ancestor, illusion sovereign, and the legendary illusion deity, an ultimate aspiration for all. Each rank is further subdivided into 9 tiers. It is said that upon reaching the illusion king level and beyond, one gains an additional century of lifespan with each tier ascended, and achieving the status of illusion deity grants one the longevity of the universe itself. Although illusory rain harbors some skepticism, he diligently practices day and night. Yet, constrained by limited talent, he has only attained the 3rd tier of illusionist. In his previous life, illusory rain was characterized by a laid-back demeanor, embodying the quintessential New Age recluse, and little has changed since, leaving him largely indifferent as his thoughts drifted into the distance. He was abruptly roused by the sight of a plump figure rushing towards him. "Hey, little Rain." Instantly jolted back to reality, he looked up and swiftly sidestepped. Stop, stop, stop. He raised a hand to halt the advancing figure. I say, chubby one, last time you nearly broke several of my ribs, and here you come again. Illusory Rain felt somewhat speechless. Since their initial encounter, they had gradually forged a close friendship over the years, marking the first genuine companionship he had found in this world. The plump one bashfully ruffled his hair, grinning foolishly. "Come on, what mischief have you been up to this time?" As illusory Rain settled onto the grass nearby, he picked up a blade of dogtail grass to chew on, relishing the moment. The discovery that this world also had dogtail grass had astonished him for quite some time. "Hee, what are you talking about? You know who I am, right? The chubby one." As he spoke, he hurriedly joined Illusory Rain on the grass. Illusory Rain shot him an exasperated glance. Indeed, chubby one. You are quite the good fellow. You remember our last excursion to the lakeside in the back mountains? That." Just as he was speaking, the plump one quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "Why, you mustn't speak such nonsense." Seeing the plump one's anxious demeanor, Illusory Rain promptly raised his hand in a gesture of oath, after which the plump one finally released him. "Look at your lack of ambition." "It's merely as he was about to continue, the stout man shot him a fierce glare. Huanyu promptly surrendered. All right, I won't say any more. Go on. What is it?" Huanyu began to feel displeased. Today, the stout man appeared somewhat peculiar. Normally, he could eloquently discuss anything under the sun. It's nothing. If that's the case, I shall retire to rest, he said, attempting to rise. No. Noted. I was hoping you could offer me some advice. The stout man quickly pulled him back. Huanyu had no choice but to sit down again. "What is the matter? Why are you being so indecisive?" Sighing deeply, the stout man began to speak slowly. Hearing this, Huanyu's interest was piqued. This is a positive development. Why the long face? Although Huanyu said this, he secretly chuckled, recognizing that at such a young age, one would be eager to get engaged for only a few reasons. You simply don't understand. If it were someone else, that would be one thing, but she is truly. The stout man's expression instantly fell. Well, that's rather good. After all, she is an only daughter. Who knows, maybe in the future, the entire Wang family will belong to you. Huanyu's thoughts clearly reflected a modern perspective. In large families, there are legitimate and collateral branches. If the legitimate line lacks male heirs in this generation, an outstanding boy from the collateral line would be adopted into the legitimate branch. Once a woman is married, she is no longer counted as part of her natal family, but belongs to her husband's family, thus forfeiting any rights to inheritance if they were to take in a son-in-law. It would be an entirely different matter if it were that simple. Ever since my father sent word, I've had someone inquire about Wang Yan. Relying on her family's favor, she is nothing short of a tigress. Well known throughout Tianyong City. If I were to marry her, what good days would await this body of mine? As the stout man spoke, shaking his head and sighing, he appeared utterly despondent at that moment. Huanyu's interest was rekindled, and he began to devise a scheme. Ahem, my friend, let me impart a few tricks to you, considering your lack of prospects. He pulled the stout man closer and whispered into his ear. After a while, the stout man looked at him with a puzzled expression. This won't cause any trouble, will it? He asked, somewhat skeptical. Rest assured, it won't if you doubt it, then I can't help you. Huanyu replied, spreading his hands. Chapter 6. Bad news. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks echoed through the room, and the occupants slowly opened their eyes. What is it? Elder Tong, disciple Huanyu seeks an audience. As an outer disciple. Each person receives a monthly allocation of 3 low-grade illusion stones. After 10 years, Huanyu's accumulation should be quite substantial. However, due to his frail constitution and the frequent chills he experienced at night, sleep often eluded him. Fortunately, the pavilion housed a physician of remarkable skill, and over the years, Huanyu had become a regular visitor. After some haggling, Huanyu paid the price of 10 low-grade illusion stones and successfully obtained an exit token from Elder Tong. All the while muttering curses under his breath. Life is indeed arduous. After a moment of exclamation, she lifted her feet and made her way toward the location of the doctor, the only physician within the illusion pavilion. Surnamed Mo, treated all manner of ailments afflicting the residents within. Although she had never witnessed him showcase his skills, in Huanyu's heart, she had always known that this seemingly hunchbacked old man was likely far more complex than he appeared. Grandfather Mo, are you there? As she stepped into the courtyard, Huanyu called out. The entire courtyard was adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants, having spent most of her years there. Huanyu had become somewhat acquainted with various herbs. Just then, she passed by a blood-crowned flower, its petals of vivid crimson, strikingly beautiful at first glance, yet it harbored deadly toxins. However, when administered in the right dosage, it could serve medicinal purposes. Is that you? Rain boy, come in quickly. Your medicine is ready. If you had arrived a moment later, the old man might have been gone, came a low, hoarse voice from within the house. Upon hearing this, Huanyu hurried over. Grandfather Mo, are you heading out? She asked, gazing at the kindly old man before her. Dr. Mo smiled and nodded. Huanyu felt a profound sense of gratitude. This old man, aside from her parents, was the kindest soul she had encountered in this world. She promptly accepted the medicine he handed to her. Hearing her words, Dr. Mo stroked his beard and, looking at Huanyu, made a decision. Then let us travel together. It would be good to have someone to look after me, though I wonder if you are willing to care for this old fool, he said. Chuckling heartily, Huanyu was overjoyed. Having spent her entire life within the illusion pavilion, the prospect of venturing outside was somewhat daunting. Now, with Dr. Mo accompanying her, it felt like a splendid opportunity. Grandfather Mo, you flatter me. If it weren't for you all these years, I shudder to think what I would have become. Dr. Mo waved his hand dismissively, stating that as a healer, he was merely fulfilling his duty. Then let us set off immediately. Do you need to prepare anything? Huanyu shook her head. The two of them exited the illusion pavilion together, and soon a horse-drawn carriage was brought forth. While not particularly ornate, it was certainly better than walking. The old and the young settled into the carriage, and Huanyu appeared somewhat exhilarated, eager to finally see her parents. Throughout the journey, she regaled Dr. Mo with tales of her childhood mischiefs. While he listened quietly, smiling, they passed through a small town named Zhuamajian, where they disembarked to partake in a meal, and Dr. Mo took the opportunity to procure some herbs. Thus, they continued their journey, stopping intermittently, and after approximately 2 days, a small village came into view in the distance. Grandfather Mo, just ahead lies my village. Oh, you see that large tree? That is, Huanyu spoke animatedly, while Dr. Mo, though wearing a smile, felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart. From a distance, the village appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that only a single living soul remained within its confines. Just as they were about to approach the village, a sharp sword sliced through the air, whistling towards them. Quick-witted and agile, Dr. Mo scooped Huanyu into his arms and soared into the sky as the cart erupted into splinters. Hide, Dr. Mo instructed urgently, his figure darting forward in a flash. Huanyu, bewildered, was aware that the village was filled with defenseless common folk, yet that very sword had indeed come from within the village, sparking a foreboding sense of dread within him. Father, mother, unable to hesitate any longer, Huanyu rushed into the village, his heart sinking further as he beheld the devastation, a landscape littered with ruins. Aunt Wang's home. Aunt Chio's. Every house lay in shambles, leaving him increasingly despondent. As he approached his own home, his feet felt heavier with the weight of fear, each step growing more laborious. Finally, he entered the courtyard where he had grown up. Save for the stone pillar in the center, everything else had vanished, not a single intact tile remaining, the place overrun with wild grass. Huanyu let out a furious howl towards the heavens. a mouthful of crimson blood spewing forth before he collapsed, unconscious. In the deep of night, Huanyu hazily opened his eyes. You're awake, Dr. Mo said, his gaze filled with concern. Huanyu struggled to sit up, then noticed, aside from Dr. Mo, another figure lay on the ground nearby, bloodied and unmoving, the state of which was uncertain, his voice raspy. Huanyu staggered towards the fallen individual. The person was gravely injured. Coldly gazing at Huanyu without uttering a word. What has happened to the villagers? Speak. Huanyu's eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood, while Dr. Mo remained silent, observing quietly. They have long since become wandering souls. Ha ha ha. Chapter 7. The young doctor in the Huan Pavilion. Dr. Mo gazed at the figure lying on the bed, sighing repeatedly. Father, mother. Just then, lost in thought, the person on the bed murmured softly, the urgency of their voice growing, before suddenly springing upright. Startling Dr. Mo, Huanyu felt as though he had been trapped in an interminably long dream, a dream where his parents were present, and the family was filled with joy and laughter. Are you trying to scare this old man to death? A voice chimed in, and Huanyu awoke, immediately spotting Dr. Mo beside him. Where am I? Perhaps due to the long silence, Huanyu's voice was gravelly and dry. You can still be here. Rest assured, you are not dead yet. Upon hearing these words, a wave of desolation surged within Huanyu, prompting him to clasp his head tightly and stifle his sobs. For a moment, Dr. Mo was at a loss for words, ultimately turning away with a heavy sigh. Half a year later, Doctor, my stomach hurts. Please extend your hand. A young physician quietly took the pulse of the individual before him. This young man possessed a striking mane of hair, half black and half white. Indeed, he was Huanyu. Ever since that fateful awakening, he had transformed entirely, becoming taciturn and choosing to apprentice under Dr. Mo now. He had emerged as a promising young doctor within the Huan Pavilion. This was merely the fade others perceived. In truth, his cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of Huan Shi. Remarkably, he had advanced 5 levels in just half a year, a feat that was not without its struggles, and certainly, there were other extraordinary factors at play. He handed a packet of medicine to the person in front of him, who expressed gratitude before hastily departing. Huanyu then stretched lazily at that moment. Dr. Mo entered the room. Here, are you busy? Huanyu quickly rose, performed a bow, and assisted Dr. Mo in taking a seat. In just 6 months, Dr. Mo appeared significantly aged, his hair now a stark silver, as if the passage of time had accelerated its toll on him. Master, why aren't you resting inside? Your health, he spoke. Huanyu's eyes glistened with tears. The transformation of Dr. Mo was a direct consequence of him. Half a year ago, Huanyu's long-standing ailment had suddenly flared up violently, manifesting 2 opposing forces of intense heat and chilling cold that clashed within him. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Mo had lost its efficacy. To alleviate his suffering, Dr. Mo had to expend his pure Huan energy daily, leading to the depletion that resulted in his current state. Perhaps fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Huanyu's cultivation had thus progressed rapidly. Foolish child, why do you weep? Your master has merely aged. Henceforth, this pharmacy will require your stewardship, Dr. Mo said kindly, clearly satisfied with his disciple. Fear not, master. I shall never bring shame upon your name. Huanyu promptly reassured him. Then I am not worried. I have something to discuss with you. And whether you choose to partake is entirely up to you, Dr. Mo stated, revealing his purpose. Please, master, instruct me. Dr. Mo stood and began to elaborate. In 7 days, the Huan Pavilion's secret realm will open for the first time in 300 years. In 3 days hence, a selection competition will be held. All below the rank of Grand Huan Master may participate, with the top 50 gaining entry. You are certainly within that range, and I hope you will compete. For there exists an item within the secret realm that is of paramount importance to you and an item of paramount importance to me. Huanyu pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Indeed, this object is known as the Crimson Dark Calamus. Utilizing it for medicinal purposes may help to suppress the fiery and chilling energies within you, even if it cannot entirely quell them. It will at least provide some relief. After finishing his words, Dr. Mo produced 2 additional items, a sword and a tome of illusionary techniques. The flame sword is a top-tier inferior grade artifact, and this tome of flame illusion techniques is part of the same set. With your current level of cultivation, you are now capable of practicing it. Dedicate the next 3 days to focused training, and I shall temporarily close the medicinal academy. Having spoken, Dr. Mo departed, while Huanyu picked up his very first tome of illusionary techniques and began to study it earnestly. the flame illusion techniques. Classified as high-level yellow grade, consists of 3 forms: flame reversal, flame shield, and flame descent. After thoroughly studying it, Huanyu seized the flame sword. Measuring 7 feet in length, the sword gleamed brightly, subtly emanating flickers of firelight. Its name, indeed, befits its nature. Huanyu couldn't help but marvel at it. Thus began the arduous days of sword training. Huanyu immersed himself in the secluded chamber of the medicinal academy, engaging in relentless practice day and night. During this time, the chubby fellow sought him out once, lamenting like a jilted lover that he vividly recalled that day. Having meticulously plotted, the chubby one had orchestrated a scene at the table shared by both families. When suddenly a woman burst forth, heavily pregnant, vociferously accusing him of being a heartless scoundrel, delivering a tirade of grievances that, of course, this was all part of his hired act, but both families were incensed. And the chubby one received a sound beating from his father on the spot. The only calm presence amidst the chaos was his fiancée, E, who had yet to formally enter the family. With just a few casual remarks, she unveiled the truth. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exhibited remarkable grace, declaring on the spot that it mattered not, she would play the role of the larger figure, while the other woman would assume the lesser, and when the time came, they would all enter together, with her caring for the child. Just look at her. She is worlds apart from the rumored fierce tigress. So understanding and reasonable that the agreement was made. Both prepared themselves with eager anticipation. Chapter 8. The novice just emerging. Xiaoyu. Wait for me. On a narrow path, 2 young boys dashed forward, one trailing just behind the other, surrounded by a throng of hurried passers-by, all heading in the same direction. Chubby, could you hasten a bit? Huanyu glanced back at the panting chubby one, his expression filled with exasperation that he hadn't noticed before. But in just half a year, the chubby one's weight had surged dramatically. If he originally weighed around 200 pounds, he was now nearing 300. Huanyu couldn't help but silently break into a cold sweat, utterly perplexed as to how this fellow had managed to gain so much. That can't you eat a little less? You look like you're 8 months along. How did I call this being broad-minded and well-rounded? Light-hearted and carefree. The chubby one attempted to justify himself vehemently. All right, you have a point there, Huanyu replied, playfully slapping the chubby one's belly before bursting into laughter and quickly dodging the ensuing playful swat. With their banner echoing behind them, the two finally arrived at a vast training ground, already teeming with people, akin to a football stadium from a past life. Above, a row of neatly arranged seats housed numerous elderly individuals, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. These individuals are largely unfamiliar to Huanyu, likely some of the elders from the outer sect. Many people. This is the first time I've seen such a gathering. The chubby one exclaimed in a sect like Huan Pavilion. The outer disciples number at least in the thousands. Typically, everyone engages in their own cultivation, and unless it is a significant event like this, it is indeed rare to see such a multitude gathered. Hey, do you see the 5 seats beneath the elder? It is said that those individuals are the most formidable senior brothers of the outer sect, and they will soon ascend to become inner disciples. A voice filled with envy suddenly chimed in nearby. Huanyu turned to follow the sound. The 5 individuals sat quietly, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around them. Observing this, Huanyu nodded inwardly, thinking to himself, indeed, they are remarkable. Puffed. What a show, the chubby one scoffed dismissively. Hey, do you know them? Huanyu couldn't help but inquired out of course. Unlike you, a novice who only fiddles with your precious potions. The chubby one rolled his eyes. These 5 were indeed the strongest among the outer sect, each standing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the illusionist realm. Once they successfully condensed their illusion crystals, they would step into the ranks of great illusionists. Huanyu understood this was the most challenging hurdle to overcome. Choosing not to interrupt, and patiently awaited the chubby one's further elaboration. Seated in the foremost position was the eldest senior brother, Yi Chun, a person of great composure and integrity, earning the respect of many disciples. Next was the second senior brother, Meng Chong, a martial arts enthusiast who preferred solitude and dedicated himself solely to cultivation. The third senior brother, Zhao Feng, was known for his cunning nature, often referred to as the smiling tiger, and one should tread carefully in his presence, for he excelled in concealing daggers beneath a veneer of smiles. As for the last 2, one was named by Qianjun, whose personality was rather peculiar. He appeared timid in ordinary circumstances, yet transformed into a ruthless figure in combat, instilling fear in many disciples. The final one, Chen Pai, ranked 5th, was the grandson of an elder from the outer sect. Though his temperament was generally unremarkable, he certainly exhibited arrogance and overbearing behavior. As one might expect, the chubby one succinctly relayed the profiles of these 5 individuals, leaving Huanyu somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this chubby fellow possessed such knowledge, and in comparison, he felt rather naive. Following this, the two engaged in casual banter while awaiting the commencement of the competition. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, resonating in the ears of everyone present, causing the atmosphere to become so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the center of the arena, an elderly man with snow-white hair had appeared. Clad in a coarse robe, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger. 300 years have passed, the old man sighed, suggesting he had lived for quite some time. Huanyu could not help but think of him as an ancient monster. All eyes were drawn to him. I am Shi Qian, the Grand Elder presiding over the outer sect, and I shall oversee today's competition, he announced. The elders on the high platform promptly rose to their feet in salute. Shi Qian waved his hand and continued speaking. The secret realm of the illusory pavilion opens once every 300 years, and today marks the selection of those who will enter this mystical domain. This realm was meticulously crafted by the predecessors of the illusory pavilion, designed to test the disciples within. It is fraught with peril, yet teeming with opportunities. Many have met their demise within its confines over the years, but conversely, those who seize the chance can soar to extraordinary heights. The path of cultivation is inherently tumultuous, and whether one aspires to become a formidable force or languish as a mere waste, the choice lies solely with you. Many have already displayed eager anticipation, while the 5 strongest among them remain indifferent. Shi Qian nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall announce the rules of the competition. Only the top 50 contestants will be selected. Given the ancient nature of the secret realm, a maximum of 50 individuals may enter simultaneously. As for the method of the competition, here, Shi Qian waved his hand, and a profound illusionary force emanated outward, causing 50 stone platforms to rise instantaneously from the smooth ground. Each platform measured 7 or 8 zhang in size, captivating the onlookers, with Huanyu's eyes sparkling with excitement. Each of these 50 platforms will yield 1 victor, and the competition will proceed in the form of duels. For each successful defense of a platform, one may rest for half an hour before accepting another challenge. The last person standing upon a platform will be declared the winner, and each contestant is afforded only a single opportunity for challenge. Is this understood? I, along with the esteemed elders, shall act as judges, and based on the circumstances, we will directly determine the outcome of the battles. Once a result is declared, all combat must cease immediately. All present are disciples of the illusory pavilion, and I hope for no casualties during this competition. Undoubtedly, the method of competition is exceedingly straightforward, albeit rather brutal. Each individual possesses but 1 chance, rendering the choice of target and timing of utmost importance. Huanyu discreetly nodded in agreement. With Shi Qian's final assurance, most participants have begun to stir with anticipation. Overall, the competition structure is remarkably fair, preventing any from being besieged, though one must still contend with the potential for relentless challenges. The first 5 platforms are designated for you. Shi Qian's gaze turned towards the 5 strongest individuals, who have finally begun to open their eyes. The air gradually thickened with a sense of gravity, as the impending clash loomed closer. Chapter 9. The blossoming heart of spring. The competition unfolded in an orderly manner, while Huanyu and the stout fellow had yet to step forward. Those who had initially been restless and eager to make their mark now found themselves seated below, shaking their heads in regret. Though many platforms had changed hands multiple times, several still bore the original champions, with the most prominent among them being the Central 5. Since the competition commenced, challengers to them have been few and far between. Each participant appeared to be intentionally holding back, and the glances exchanged among the 5 carried an unspoken tension of battle. Huanyu paid little heed to them. He was not foolish enough to provoke those 5, however. The stout fellow seemed eager to engage, prompting Huanyu to swiftly restrain him. Being robust may afford some resilience, but seeking unnecessary conflict is the mark of a fool. Aside from this, the most formidable presence at the center platform was a woman who commanded significant attention. The young woman, of a similar age to Huanyu, donned a delicate white gauzy gown, cinched at the waist with a pale pink ribbon. Her long, slender legs were partially concealed, and her face was veiled in a white mask, obscuring her features. Most intriguingly, she possessed a cascade of long, white hair that nearly reached her waist. Despite the considerable distance, an aura of icy detachment emanated from her. Yet upon achieving victory, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Seemingly more enthusiastic than that of the 5 others, Des Huanyu, a former recluse in his past life, unconsciously compared her to various others. He found himself recalling a particular saying, "When my hair reaches my waist, will you marry me?" The more he pondered, the more entranced he became. Noticing Huanyu's silence, the portly friend followed his gaze, a look of realization dawning upon his face, quickly replaced by a mischievous grin. "Isn't she beautiful?" Huanyu nodded ever so slightly. "Isn't she stunning?" Again, Huanyu nodded. "Are you smitten?" "No way. I'm just a bit shy," he chuckled. "I haven't seen you blush in years. This is quite amusing." The loudness of his voice drew the attention of those around them, leaving Huanyu momentarily embarrassed. All right. I shan't tease you further, but if you have your sights set on her, I can guarantee you it's a lost cause." Why? Though Huanyu had never experienced romance in his past life, he had certainly watched a fair share of romantic dramas and learned various techniques for wooing, though he had yet to find an opportunity to apply them. The next moment, the portly friend commenced his lesson. "Her name is Qinqiwei, and she possesses the cultivation of a 9th-stage illusionist. She currently holds the top rank on the Outer Sex 100 Flowers list, a goddess long sought after by many. Just look at those around you. Their mouths are practically watering." Had the friend not pointed it out, Huanyu would have hardly noticed, casting a glance at the crowd with a look of utter disbelief, secretly disdainful of those who seemed to have never encountered a woman before. Unbeknownst to him, he himself had almost a cough. He quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "That I've heard of the 100 Flowers list and met a few of its members. They were merely common beauties," Huanyu stated honestly. After all, sickness can befall anyone, and he had indeed encountered a handful of women from the so-called 100 Flowers list if they were of average appearance. They might as well be considered mundane compared to his own fierce tigress at home. However, the top 3 ranked on the 100 Flowers list were undeniably stunning, a fact that was not an exaggeration. It was no wonder that Qinqiwei claimed the first position. This was universally acknowledged, though. What does that have to do with your assertion of a lost cause? Huanyu's interest grew with each passing moment. "By the way, do you know what her nickname is?" Shaking his head, Huanyu thought to himself that it was his first encounter with her, so knowing was hardly likely. The friend scrutinized him closely, incredulous that a grown man lived like a sheltered lady, never stepping beyond his front door. "Her nickname is the Ice Mountain Beauty, though some also refer to her as the Ice Mountain Witch." "Why is that?" Upon hearing this, Huanyu felt somewhat bewildered. Ice Mountain Beauty was understandable, but what could possibly warrant the title of witch? In recent years, there have been numerous suitors who have expressed their affections towards her. However, most have suffered grievous injuries, either losing a hand or a foot. It is worth mentioning that it was you who ultimately healed those individuals, which leads me to conclude that there is no hope for you. Better to save your breath," the rotund fellow remarked, his face betraying a look of sympathy. After listening for a considerable time, I finally gleaned a general understanding of this individual. By a curious twist of fate, an idea emerged in my mind. If they are missing limbs, does that not make me a physician? Bah! I promptly chastised myself with a slap to my own face, cursing inwardly for my lack of ambition. I am, after all, a fine youth of the new century. I cannot forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Yes, indeed, that is the way of it. While the two engaged in their banter, the time for the competition was rapidly dwindling. They exchanged a glance, each discerning the thoughts that lingered in the other's mind. It was time. After observing for so long, both had identified their respective opponents. The rotund fellow made the first move, swiftly darting forward, his toes barely grazing the ground as he ascended to a platform. The individual on the platform matched his cultivation level and, upon noticing him, wasted no time exchanging a salute before engaging in combat. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, he confidently approached another platform. As he stepped onto the stage, the platform's occupant opened his eyes, having just endured a grueling battle that could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. Though still recuperating, he had sufficiently regained his strength to face a challenger. "You have yet to recover fully, yet I have waited for you for half an hour," he stated, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "Thank you," the other man replied before promptly settling into a meditative posture to continue his recovery. Coincidentally, 2 elders present took note of the situation, whispering to one another before nodding in agreement. Half an hour is neither long nor short, and it soon passed in the blink of an eye. "Let the contest commence," The individual known to Huanyu as Chui Song was also at the 9th tier of cultivation, eliminating the need for any further introductions. Then I humbly request your guidance. Esteemed Dr. Yu, he said, wary not to let his guard down, for the true extent of the only young physician in this hall remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 10. A glimpse of brilliance until this moment. No one had witnessed Huanyu's prowess. Those familiar with him only knew of his identity as a physician, with no knowledge of his actual cultivation level, let alone its depth, among all present. Only the rotund fellow was aware of Huanyu's capabilities, and he was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with his own opponent. Both were unleashing torrents of ethereal energy, locked in a struggle that yielded no clear victor. Each combatant on the platform stood as a formidable opponent, making it a daunting task to determine the outcome at this juncture. Huanyu's eyes glimmered with the fire of battle. This was to be his inaugural fight in this foreign realm. And he was resolute in his desire not to lose, especially as he had compelling reasons to secure victory. There was no retreat, even though his adversary held a slight advantage in cultivation. Huanyu's resolve remained unshaken, and on his back rested the flame sword bestowed upon him by Dr. Mo, while his opponent, Chui Song, had already sustained damage to his weapon in a previous encounter. Thus, Huanyu did not draw his sword, choosing instead to charge forward unarmed, unwilling to take unfair advantage. The descendants of Yin and Huang, born with integrity, believe in winning not only with triumph but with grace, which is a source of pride for him. Huanyu unleashed a powerful punch, but his opponent deftly evaded it. Following up with a kick in midair, the adversary raised his hand to block, seizing the opportunity to sweep Huanyu's legs while he was still regaining his balance. However, Huanyu was not one to be easily bested. He executed a swift roll, using one hand to support himself, and landed firmly on the ground. To his astonishment, Dr. Yu not only possessed remarkable medical skills, but also demonstrated formidable martial prowess. Impressive, indeed, he remarked. You are not lacking either. After a brief exchange of blows, they gained a mutual understanding of each other's capabilities. It was time to get serious, as if in unison, both gathered their full strength. And an explosive surge of energy erupted forth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Huanyu's aura was subtly more potent, causing Chui Song's eyes to narrow. Within this overwhelming force, he sensed an unusual blend of both intense heat and chilling coldness, two starkly contrasting energies emanating from a single individual. What kind of cultivation technique had he mastered? Chui Song's expression grew grave. In that moment of unleashed power, a figure took keen notice of the arena. It was Shi Qian. His gaze scrutinized the two combatants on stage. And within his perception, he detected an aura that was both domineering and sinister. Yet, upon further examination, that sensation seemed to dissipate, leaving him with a hint of perplexity. Strange, could it be a misperception? The feeling I just had was distinctly similar to my own. He muttered to himself, deciding to observe the unfolding events with patience. Meanwhile, Huanyu felt as though he had been laid bare before an unseen observer, a sudden jolt of anxiety gripping his heart. Time was of the essence. Chui Song's assault was already upon him, but a massive, pitch-black claw mark, conjured from the essence of illusionary power, surged toward him, and upon closer observation, one would discern that it was accompanied by numerous shadows, akin to multiple claw marks attacking simultaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Huanyu unleashed the second form of his blazing illusion technique. The torrent of energy flowed from his palm, gradually forming a colossal flame shield before him, albeit somewhat indistinct. Just as he completed the formation, the dark claw mark struck with tremendous force. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, followed by the shattering of the flame shield, which disintegrated under the impact. While the claw mark itself was obliterated inch by inch, Huanyu was thrust back 3 steps, a surge of blood surging within him. Chui Song, on the other hand, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. For he had sustained significant injuries prior, and complete recovery was not achievable in an instant. Time was not on their side. Huanyu sprang forward, launching a hand formed purely from illusionary power. Chui Song countered by manifesting a fist and striking back. Thus, they exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, each landing strikes for over a dozen exchanges. Ultimately, after a fierce clash, Chui Song coughed up blood, unwillingly tumbling off the stage, while Huanyu, panting heavily and feeling the toll of exhaustion, remained otherwise unscathed. The first battle of this otherworldly realm concluded. Through the recent battle, the prowess of Huanyu was thoroughly laid bare before all spectators, prompting a flurry of whispers among the crowd below. To triumph over a 9th-tier opponent with an 8th-tier cultivation is indeed remarkable. This Dr. Yu is no ordinary figure. A portion of those present nodded in agreement. However, there were always a few dissenters stirring the pot. Humph, are you all blind? Senior brother Chui clearly overexerted himself in the last match, which allowed that young lad to seize the opportunity. Had he been at his peak, he would have undoubtedly been defeated. Upon hearing this, others nearby found merit in the argument. Yet, they soon recalled that Dr. Yu had not wielded any weapon during the match. The crowd quickly realized that the difference between a combatant with a weapon and one without is immense. Further debate became futile. Only the truth could serve as evidence. At that moment, the arena was entirely populated by 9th-tier disciples and many 8th-tier disciples. Witnessing Huanyu successfully standing atop the stage, began to rekindle their previously abandoned hopes. A new storm of challenges commenced as fresh contenders emerged across the various platforms, intensifying the battles. Casting a glance towards the rotund figure, I noted that he had already vanquished his previous opponent. Securing his position as the new champion, numerous challengers subsequently fell one after another to him, and it seemed inevitable that his place was nearly assured. Meanwhile, Huanyu grew increasingly formidable with each fight. He effortlessly sent his current opponent flying with a single palm strike, executing a nimble turn to stand at the center of the arena. Within his gaze lingered an unsettling hint of malevolence, one that he himself had yet to recognize. This was already the 5th challenger, all of whom were at the same level as Huanyu, as if everyone regarded him as an easy target. Many who had hesitated to ascend the stage shook their heads in dismay, yet the reality was enough to leave them dumbfounded. None of the 5 challengers had compelled Huanyu to wield the blazing sword upon his back. Each time his aura surged forth, his opponents were immediately struck by 2 opposing forces, causing their combat effectiveness to plummet. Ultimately, they were all effortlessly cast down from the stage by Huanyu. This spectacle caught the attention of several elders, as Huanyu demonstrated an alarming ease in overcoming his equals, inevitably drawing the gaze of those with ulterior motives, just as Huanyu believed that all should be settled. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 11. A harrowing encounter. Gazing intently forward, a youth in white attire wielding a white fan observed Huanyu with an air of casual interest. This individual exuded strength. Without any concrete rationale, Huanyu's first impression of the young man was one of instinctive caution. The sky gradually dimmed, heralding the impending conclusion of the matches. The other 49 platforms had already declared their champions, leaving Huanyu's fate yet to be determined. The collective gaze of the arena converged upon these 2 figures. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and many who recognized Huanyu displayed expressions of regret, including the rotund figure, who understood the gravity of the situation. That he knew this white-clad youth well and recalled the terror he had previously witnessed. This individual was known as Bai Wuya, possessing the pinnacle of 9th-tier cultivation. Much like the strongest 5.as for why he did not become one of them, it is because this individual possesses numerous peculiarities. For instance, he suffers from a severe obsession with cleanliness, always donning white attire. Moreover, his thoughts are exceptionally meticulous, and he possesses profound depth of character. Most importantly, he harbors a strong aversion to trouble. That a person adept at calculations yet disdainful of complications seems paradoxical. Yet, he embodies such a contradiction. Much like today, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to secure a position, yet he chooses to make his entrance at the last moment, drawing everyone's attention while effortlessly achieving his goals. What could be more delightful? This junior brother, I, having not rested well last night, arrived a bit late today. I trust you do not mind. Bai Wuya wore a warm smile upon his face. However, Huanyu felt a deep disdain within. Having encountered many shameless individuals, he found it rare to come across someone with such audacity. Any person with a modicum of intelligence could discern the underlying implications. Such pretentiousness is truly nauseating. Huanyu suddenly transformed his expression into a smile. This exchange was akin to thunderclaps on a clear day, prompting many in attendance to respond with knowing, silent laughter. Well then, I must express my gratitude to my junior brother, he declared. I dare not. Following a verbal duel filled with sharp retorts, just when everyone anticipated a confrontation between the 2, Huanyu unexpectedly performed an astonishing act that left everyone astonished. He turned his gaze towards a particular direction and slowly spoke. If I emerge victorious, may I have the honor of glimpsing the fair maiden's visage? The crowd followed his gaze, astonished. Amid such turmoil, this fellow still harbored thoughts of wooing a lady. Truly remarkable. Huanyu's words were directed at Qian Shui. Initially taken aback, She locked eyes with the boy of dual-hued hair for the first time. Her immediate thought was of his untainted clarity. Gradually, she nodded in response, leading to a collective gasp from the onlookers. As countless admirers bowed in reverence, he was nothing short of a legend in the realm of romance. Even the elders could not suppress their smiles, some exchanging hushed jests, seemingly reminiscing about old tales. Upon receiving her reply, Huanyu felt invigorated, almost bursting into a triumphant shout. With the beauty's endorsement, he was ready to conquer all. Yet unbeknownst to him, one individual cast a gaze upon Huanyu that simmered with the intent to kill. Make your move. Huanyu finally unsheathed the sword from his back, feeling the weight of pressure from his opponent. Grasping the flame sword, an overwhelming aura erupted, instantly enveloping Bai Waya. Intriguing, Bai Waya finally donned a serious expression. Sensing a hint of danger, the force of Huanyu's spirit surged forth. The flame sword blazed as if ignited, and Huanyu dove through the air, executing a downward strike that a mere parlor trick. Bai Waya waved his folding fan, effortlessly deflecting the attack. He then transformed his hand into a blade, unleashing a massive arc of light that swept toward Huanyu. The latter swiftly raised his sword in defense. Although he managed to block the strike, Huanyu was sent staggering back several meters, his hands tingling with numbness. Everything unfolded as anticipated. This adversary was certainly not one to be trifled with. Attack is indeed the best form of defense, a truth that Huanyu comprehended in a previous life. With a firm step forward, he propelled himself upward in a counterattack. The air was filled with the sounds of ping ping pong pong. And at that moment, everyone realized that the folding fan in by Wuyo's hand was not an ordinary fan, but rather a mystical artifact. The battle raged on for approximately half an hour, and after exchanging a powerful blow, the two retreated. Huanyu appeared somewhat disheveled, half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his body marred by numerous wounds, crimson liquid dripping steadily to the floor. In stark contrast stood Bai Wuyo, who, aside from a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, bore no injuries whatsoever, still exuding an air of elegance, creating a vivid juxtaposition between the two. You still wish to resist? You are no match for me. I can grant you the opportunity to concede, Bai Wuyo proclaimed with an air of magnanimity. Huanyu wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly rose to respond. Even if I were to perish here today, I shall never yield, stubborn and unyielding. Without further ado, Bai Wuyo unleashed a surge of mystical energy and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Huanyu's abdomen. Pooed out a mouthful of blood was expelled, and his body crashed onto the icy arena. Xiaoyu, the chubby figure, cried out from a distance, tears streaming down his face. The onlookers, too, displayed expressions of sympathy, while Qian Shui's eyes reflected a deeper emotion. They had persevered until the very end, only to alas, that moment. Huanyu seemed to be ensnared in a dreamlike state, his consciousness hazily perceiving a middle-aged couple, the woman cradling an infant in her arms. Weeping softly, for reasons unknown, his heart ached painfully. Alas, the will of heaven, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Just as the elder, acting as the referee, was about to announce the outcome, he froze, his mouth agape in shock. Not only he, but everyone present was taken aback, for Huanyu abruptly stood upright, bathed in a radiant glow, his hair seemingly turning golden, and his wounds healing almost instantaneously, the moment his eyes opened. An overwhelming impulse to worship surged within all who beheld him. What a gaze it was, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. You shall pay, a voice, cold and detached, emanated from Huanyu's lips. With a mere flick of his hand, the flames that had fallen to the ground surged toward Bai Wuyo, piercing through him. Then Huanyu collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Chapter 12. Shi Qian's confusion. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in place. Bai Wuyo's body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes remaining in a dazed state, likely unable to fathom that the conclusion would unfold in such a manner, though his breath was exceedingly faint. He still clung to life. Picking up Huanyu, he surveyed his surroundings, authoritative words issuing from his lips. Since the quota has been established, everyone is dismissed. Those advancing shall gather before the Grand Hall in 3 days. Today's events must not be disclosed, or else. His gaze swept across the assembly. All heads bowed in submission, the implicit threat within his words unmistakable. Soon as his figure vanished from sight, the elders methodically began to disperse the crowd gathered at the venue. The elders exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads, knowing that this incident would likely lead to numerous complications in the future. "Let us go." The voice of the eldest disciple, Yi Chun, resonated in a deep tone as he turned to leave, 3 of the 4 accompanying him. Only the 5th disciple, Chen Pai, lingered behind, for there remained one individual who had not yet departed, Qian Shui. "Junior sister Qian Shui, I have recently acquired a peculiar illusion technique. Might you be interested in studying it together?" he inquired with a cheerful demeanor as he approached her, casting a brief glance at him. Qian Shui chose not to respond and turned away, departing on her own. After experiencing an awkward moment, Chun Pai's expression darkened. He cast one last look at the cold corpse on the arena before snorting disdainfully and sweeping away in frustration. 2 days had passed since the grand competition, yet it still stirred quite a commotion among the disciples. Although the elders had issued a strict prohibition against discussing the event, many continued to engage in hushed conversations. Meanwhile, Huanyu lay peacefully on a bed, his injuries appearing to have healed significantly, and his breathing remained steady. After Shi Qian had taken him away, he had reluctantly taken out a precious pill he had cherished for years and administered it to Huanyu. In Huanyu Continent, medicinal pills were exceedingly rare, as alchemy was an endeavor that demanded immense effort, and few could endure the arduous path. Coupled with stringent conditions, the number of alchemists across the continent was alarmingly scarce. As many believed it to be a thankless pursuit, the quality of pills was categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, each further divided into high, medium, and low tiers. The pill Shi Qian had given Huanyu was called the recovery pill, a low-grade advanced variety that he had obtained during his travels years ago and had been reluctant to use. This particular pill was effective for both internal and external injuries, explaining Huanyu's rapid recovery and illustrating the pill's extraordinary properties, which made Shi Qian's reluctance to part with it comprehensible. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Huanyu, who had been breathing steadily, suddenly began to tremble violently, his expression contorted in agony. Shi Qian, who had been lost in thought nearby, rushed forward in an instant. Upon checking Huanyu's pulse, he was taken aback. At that moment, half of Huanyu's body was burning with intense heat, his entire arm glowing a vivid red, while the other half was frigidly cold, with that arm appearing almost ink black. "What manner of creature is this boy? And what is happening?" Shi Qian murmured in shock. He could no longer afford to delve deeper into the matter, if he did not act swiftly to suppress this anomaly. It seemed Huanyu might soon meet his demise. Supporting Huanyu into a seated position, he channeled 2 deep streams of pure illusionary power into Huanyu's body. After approximately half an hour, Huanyu's body gradually returned to its normal temperature, and Shi Qian was now beaded with perspiration on his forehead. Coughing lightly, Huanyu finally opened his eyes, blurrily surveying his surroundings. He found them somewhat unfamiliar. While Shi Qian had already risen to stand before him, upon seeing the elderly man, Huanyu appeared momentarily stunned. "What are you dawdling for? You nearly went to meet the king of the underworld." Huanyu thought, taken aback by the old man's bluntness. What on earth is this king of the underworld? As if struck by a sudden realization, he immediately rose to pay his respects. However, his body still felt somewhat frail, and he stumbled back down midway. "Enough of such clichés, I must say, young man. You have certainly stirred up quite a bit of trouble," Shi Qian remarked with a serious gaze. "Trouble?" He felt a twinge of confusion, as he recalled being gravely injured, and under normal circumstances, he should have been on his way to meet Jesus. Yet now, upon inspecting himself, he found no wounds aside from a lingering weakness. I observed his puzzled expression, and Shi Qian shared his bewilderment. Could it be that this young man remembers nothing at all? Well, if he has forgotten, then so be it. Perhaps it is not entirely a bad thing. However, that by family. Sigh, they truly are a nuisance. Watching Shi Qian mutter to himself, Huanyu dared not interrupt. Fortunately, he did not have to wait too long before Shi Qian turned his attention back to him. "Your name is Huanyu, is it not?" "Indeed, Grand Elder." Shi Qian nearly blurted out a different title, but thought better of it, and quickly substituted another term. Huanyu then recounted his circumstances in detail. Throughout the entire narration, Shi Qian remained silent, though his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. According to Huanyu, it hardly sounded fabricated. The more it seemed so, the more perplexed Shi Qian became. Clearly, a personal investigation was warranted. After casually posing a few more questions, Shi Qian permitted Huanyu to depart. It was only then that Huanyu realized he was in the residence of the Grand Elder. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a large, rotund figure rushing towards him. Stop! Stop! A tremendous screech of brakes echoed, leaving a long, conspicuous mark on the ground. Who else could it be but the chubby one? The weight of this individual was certainly no trifling matter, as evidenced by the ground beneath them. Huanyu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Xiaoyu, you're still alive. That is truly wonderful. The chubby one embraced Huanyu tightly, his eyes glistening with moisture, possibly overwhelmed with emotion, his speech slightly stammering. Although the embrace was somewhat uncomfortable, Huanyu felt genuinely touched, despite his usual carefree demeanor and lack of seriousness. The depth of his feelings for Huanyu was palpable. Even a biological brother could hardly rival it. All right, chubby one, if you squeeze me any harder, I might just be crushed to death. Heh. My bad. I was just so excited. He quickly released Huanyu, revealing a sheepish grin. Huanyu rolled his eyes at him and set off towards the apothecary, wondering how his master had fared in recent days. Chapter 13. The strange space before the Grand Hall. 50 individuals stood in perfect formation, none daring to utter a word, all silently awaiting something. Yet, the gazes directed at Huanyu were laden with inscrutable significance, some filled with reverence, others tinged with hostility, but he chose to ignore them all. Huanyu could only offer a silly grin, his heart brimming with warmth. He and the chubby one subsequently made their way to the kitchen. Eager to indulge in a hearty meal, Huanyu felt ravenous, as if he hadn't eaten in a past life, and the chubby one was no different. He was perpetually hungry, and together they resembled two starving souls returned from the grave. Subsequently, he rested peacefully for an entire day. During this time, the stout fellow recounted the events of the arena, and upon hearing that he had taken a life, a twinge of fear crept into his heart. Had this been his previous life, he would have surely faced execution. Perhaps the memories were too hazy, as he felt little more than an echo of concern. Not long after, a gentle breeze swept through, and before the Grand Hall, a new figure emerged, none other than Shi Qian, accompanied by several elders. Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon him. With everyone gathered, the elder declared, "Before we proceed, allow me to elucidate the general circumstances surrounding the secret realm." All present listened intently, awaiting further details. Ahem, the secret realm has existed for an exceedingly long time. Tracing back to the inception of the illusion pavilion, that it is an independent space, inaccessible to those whose cultivation exceeds that of a grand illusionist, thus rendering it a trial ground for outer disciples. The air within is saturated with an overwhelming amount of illusionary power, vastly surpassing that of the outside world. Consequently, it has birthed numerous rare and exotic creatures. Once you enter, seek a safe haven to cultivate diligently. Do not recklessly court danger. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding ignited within the hearts of the assembly, and several individuals began to display expressions of excitement. Furthermore, the flow of time within the secret realm differs from that of the outside. 1 year inside equates to merely 1/10 of a year outside. Each activation of the realm lasts a year, meaning you must remain within for 10 years on this occasion. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. 10 years was a considerable span for many, despite being equivalent to just 1 year in the outside world. Yet, some appeared unconcerned, likely relatives of the elders' disciples who had already grasped the fundamental details. Upon the conclusion of a year, when you emerge, it will coincide with the inner disciples' assessment, permitting any who ascend to the grand illusionist realm to participate. Many clenched their fists tightly. Although the distinction between inner and outer disciples was merely a word apart, the disparity in treatment was monumental. To become a disciple of a certain elder or the fabled pavilion master, one must first attain the status of an inner disciple. The benefits were well understood by all. Even the stout fellow felt a surge of anticipation, while Huanyu viewed the situation differently. For him, the illusion pavilion was not the terminus, and more pressing matters awaited his attention. His singular purpose for entering the secret realm was clear. Observing the reactions below, Shi Qian nodded in satisfaction. With a flourish of his sleeve, everyone felt a momentary disorientation. The light dimmed, and in an instant, the sky brightened once more, revealing that they stood before a lush forest, with a swirling black hole directly ahead. The ability to transport 50 individuals instantaneously was the hallmark of a true powerhouse. Huanyu was equally astounded. This elder was even more formidable than he had anticipated, and a new seed of ambition began to sprout within him. Without further ado, Shi Qian retrieved a token from his waist, channeling a surge of illusionary power into it. The token emitted a radiant beam that shot towards the black hole. "Open," with a commanding shout. The black hole gradually resembled a door being drawn ajar, unveiling a passageway. Now is the moment. Remember, you must reach the exit in 10 years, or else that a chill ran through everyone's hearts, for they understood the grave implications of his words. As the esteemed senior brother, Yichun unhesitatingly took the lead, clasping his fists respectfully towards Shurqiani before plunging into the passageway. One by one, the others followed suit, each performing a similar gesture. Huanyu exchanged a glance with the plump companion, and together they stepped forward. Once all had entered, the passage gradually sealed shut, prompting Shurqian to stow away the token. He whispered a quiet hope that this time there would be no unforeseen mishaps. Subsequently, he instructed, "For the coming year, I shall rely on all of you to guard this place." The accompanying elders nodded in agreement, and with a swift movement, Shurqian vanished from sight. After a brief moment of disorientation, Huanyu and the plump fellow found themselves firmly on solid ground. Is this the secret realm? Huanyu mused, noting the intriguing atmosphere. The plump man inhaled deeply, realizing that the mystical energy here was indeed several times denser than that of the outside world, almost materializing in the air, with visible streams of energy swirling around it. It truly is a wonderful place, he declared. Huanyu surveyed the surroundings. The sky was dim, with wisps of fog lingering in the distance, and towering ancient trees dominated the landscape. The grass underfoot was unusually lush, yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of desolation. The absence of any human presence suggested that everyone had been randomly teleported to different locations. Let's be cautious, Huanyu advised the plump man. Where shall we go now? We need to regroup with the main force. After all, there's strength in numbers, the plump man replied, shedding his initial excitement in favor of a growing unease, for they were in unfamiliar territory, fraught with unknown dangers. Meanwhile, Huanyu contemplated the situation. While merging with the main group would undoubtedly provide safety, it also harbored numerous uncertainties. The age-old adage of man dies for wealth, birds perish for food rang true, and trust among individuals was a precarious matter. Many would abandon one another in times of crisis, and the fear of being used as a scapegoat loomed large. The more he pondered, the more he felt that acting independently might be the wiser course of action, that if he were to place his trust in anyone among this group, it would be the plump man beside him, and perhaps her, despite the fact that they had yet to exchange a single genuine word. Resolute in his decision, he felt no need for further delay. "Plump man, I've decided to act alone. That if you are frightened, I can escort you to rejoin the main group before I depart on my own. Are you out of your mind? The dangers here are not to be underestimated. And your condition is still fragile," the plump man protested, eager to voice more concerns, but was momentarily taken aback by the determination in Huanyu's eyes, unsure of why he was so insistent. "I have my reasons. Regardless of your choice, you will always be my good brother," Huanyu stated, his expression earnest. Recognizing the futility of further argument, the plump man sighed deeply. "Well then, it seems I must entrust my ample bulk to your care." "What a calamity this is!" Huanyu stepped forward to embrace the plump man. "Thank you, my friend. If danger arises, I shall undoubtedly face it before you." "Bah, bah, bah," the plump man retorted, displeased. "What nonsense about dying? I still have a world of flavors to savor." Seeing the plump man nearly unable to contain his frustration, Huanyu merely smiled and shook his head before leading the way forward. "Wait a moment. I have not finished speaking yet." Chapter 14. The Fisherman's Dilemma. The two of them walked cautiously yet aimlessly. Gurgle, Guh. The plump man clutched his belly, a look of discomfort etched upon his face, as he realized a crucial detail. Throughout their journey, Huanyu seemed to be preoccupied with some thoughts, rarely uttering a word, only occasionally surveying their surroundings, while most of the time lost in contemplation. Fortunately, they had yet to encounter any danger. "Did I say, shall you? We have been walking for quite some time, yet we have not seen a single hare. Why don't we find a place to rest for a bit? I am starting to feel quite hungry." Huanyu was jolted from his reverie by the plump man's remarks, and upon witnessing his woeful expression, he was momentarily speechless. "Do you think this is a zoo for sightseeing? I recall that your last meal was equivalent to several people's portions. What on earth is your belly made of?" After speaking, he even patted his forehead in disbelief. The plump man was momentarily at a loss for words, puzzled himself. It hadn't been long since they started, yet how could his belly? They both overlooked one crucial point. Within the secret realm, the passage of time flowed at an astonishing rate, 10 times faster than outside. "Let us endure a bit longer and see if we can find some wild fruit or something. Although practitioners tend to possess a diminished appetite, and those of higher cultivation can draw energy from the heavens and earth to sustain themselves, they had not yet reached such a level. Most importantly, neither had brought any provisions before entering, rendering their situation rather awkward. Upon hearing Huanyu's suggestion, the plump man could only reluctantly acquiesce. Peaceful days are seldom prolonged. Suddenly, the resounding roars of cattle and howls of wolves reached their ears. The two exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively lowered their steps, quietly advancing towards the source of the sounds. Before long, they crouched in the grass, holding their breath, for before them, in an open space, two uniquely shaped phantom beasts were locked in a standoff. The plump man's eyes widened in astonishment. If I am not mistaken, those two are the Earth Wasteland Bull and the Mountain Wolf Hound. Huanyu gently uttered the names of the phantom beasts. How do you know that? In every realm, where there are humans, there surely exist animals, and in this world, aside from ordinary poultry, there are phantom beasts. Phantom beasts, ranging from low to high, are classified into 10 tiers. Like humans, they can absorb the phantom energy from the heavens and earth for cultivation. However, their potential varies, akin to human talent. The two phantom beasts before them were relatively low tier. Both at the pinnacle of the first tier, yet they equated to human phantom warriors of the 9th tier. Moreover, due to the superior physical constitution of phantom beasts compared to humans, their advantages in battles of the same tier were pronounced. And challenging higher tiers was not out of the question. It is merely that their cultivation progresses much slower than that of humans, and advancing to a higher tier is exceedingly arduous. A flash of inspiration struck Huanyu. As if he recalled something of significance, he immediately raised his head to scan the surroundings and finally spotted a peculiar herb in the distance, which instantly filled him with excitement. This is the upper half of the plant blazed with a fiery crimson hue, while the lower half was as dark as ink, measuring approximately 10 inches in length. This object was none other than the purpose of Huanyu's journey, the Qi and Changpu. This herb grows merely an inch every decade, and the specimen before him had already reached a century in age. Its efficacy lies in its ability to balance the dual forces of yin and yang within the body, fortify the meridians, and enhance one's cultivation. Due to its harsh growing conditions, it is quite rare and one of the few spiritual herbs that can be consumed directly. At that moment, the reason for the standoff between the two phantom beasts became clear. This century-old spiritual herb was sufficient for both creatures to successfully advance. Currently, they were both at the pinnacle of the first tier. And if they were to ascend to the second tier, it would be equivalent to achieving the realm of a grand sorcerer among humans. Huanyu clenched his fist tightly, determined to acquire this herb. He began to deliberate, realizing that if he were to charge out impulsively, neither he nor the fat man would stand a chance against the two phantom beasts. Thus, he restrained his impulses, deciding that patience was the best course of action, waiting for the clam and the heron to contend, allowing the fisherman to profit. Not long after, both phantom beasts could no longer contain themselves, each intent on tearing the other apart to consume the herb, and advanced, if in perfect synchrony. They lunged towards one another, while two pairs of eyes concealed in the grass watched intently. Boom! A wave of energy erupted as the two beasts collided violently, engaging in a primal battle of raw strength. Both parties excelled in power and possessed comparable cultivation, making it difficult to determine an immediate victor. Dust began to swirl around them, and the two observers in the grass watched with bated breath. At the same time, Huanyu patted his chest, inwardly relieved that he had refrained from acting rashly. Who do you think will win? The fat man inquired, turning his head towards Huanyu, shaking his head. Huanyu found himself unable to draw a conclusion, as this was indeed his first encounter with a battle between phantom beasts. The raw, savage brutality was vividly apparent. It's coming. The two quickly focused their attention as both beasts bore wounds. With blood pooling on the ground. It seemed they were unwilling to remain at a stalemate. Their inner phantom energy surged simultaneously, indicating that things were about to become serious. Both beasts began to undergo transformations, appearing to swell slightly, thus looking even more majestic. It seems akin to a metamorphosis, Huanyu speculated. With a roar, they crashed into each other once more. The scene escalated to a fever pitch as they fought tooth and nail for their lives. Suddenly, the Huanyu sidestepped and thrust its formidable horns viciously into the abdomen of the Shanlang Quan, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. Boom! The Shanlang Quan crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a mournful cry as it struggled to rise. Alas, the severity of its injuries prevented it from standing again, and it slowly succumbed, unwillingly exhaling its last breath. Thus, the victor emerged at this moment. The Huanyu appeared to be in a precarious state as well. Its large nostrils flaring with hot breath. Its time. Fatty this is rather precarious. Although that cow appears to be on the verge of death, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. If it were to launch a desperate counterattack at the last moment. The rotund man harbored a twinge of apprehension. There was no time for hesitation. The precious herb was the objective of my journey. If that cow regained even a modicum of strength, our only recourse would be to stuff it into its crevices. However, he gestured to silence the rotund man, for time was of the essence. Every fleeting second heightened the peril. With a swift leap, he seized the flames, which erupted forth, aimed directly at the eyes of the earth-shattering cow, for the eyes are often the Achilles heel of many phantasmal beasts. And the goal was to deliver a fatal blow. The earth-shattering cow had now perceived this audacious human provocateur. With a roar, it stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave akin to a protective barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The sword was unable to advance an inch. In that brief moment, the earth-shattering cow had already lunged towards Huanyu. A flame shield materialized instantaneously, and the cow collided headlong into it. Thud. Huanyu was sent flying, spewing forth a copious amount of blood mid-air. This beast, barely clinging to life, proved to be exceedingly troublesome at that moment. The earth-shattering cow had also caught sight of the rotund man's silhouette, roaring as it charged forth. Huanyu could not allow it to have its way. Raising his sword aloft, he soared and twirled, and after approximately a quarter of an hour of relentless assault, he seized an opportunity to thrust a sword into the cow's eye. The earth-shattering cow emitted a painful roar, a surge of phantasmal energy erupting from its mouth, crashing heavily against Huanyu's chest. The two figures fell simultaneously to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, this time it has escalated considerably, was Huanyu's final thought as he gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 15. An enchanting encounter. Alas, such delectable meat, and you, scoundrel, have not even savored its essence. The rotund man sighed as he gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, lamenting while devouring roasted meat, before taking a hefty bite. Just then, the air quivered, and pure phantasmal energy surged into the cave, causing the rotund man to stumble and fall. Ouch! Who dares to ambush your grandfather? Come out! He leapt to his feet, bellowing in fury, then dashed out of the cave, looking left and right, but found nothing. Dio, not let me catch you. Dare to mock me, humphed out as he stepped into the cave. He stood transfixed. Huanyu had awakened, unbeknownst to him, and was voraciously devouring a sizable chunk of meat, which soon vanished down his throat. Huanyu, spotting the rotund man, did not pause to greet him. Continuing his fervent feast, utterly famished and oblivious to how long it had been since he last ate, compounded by his injuries, his insides felt nearly empty. Blast it! Leave some for me. The rotund man snapped back to reality and dashed forward, his expression akin to that of a husband whose wife had been stolen away. That moment, the two individuals within the cave engaged in a fierce battle over the meat. Burp, blissful. It was none other than Huanyu who uttered these words, punctuated by several more burps. The rotund fellow found himself in quite a predicament, his entire body soiled and bearing the marks of bruises, his expression a portrait of utter grievance. Well, you see, my friend, he began. It turned out that in a bid to seize some meat, this character had resorted to employing his miraculous powers, while the rotund one, mindful of his injuries, had refrained from putting up much resistance, resulting in his current state. You scoundrel. At that moment, the rotund one realized something was amiss. Previously, Huanyu's cultivation had been beneath his own, although Huanyu had been holding back. There was an unmistakable sense of incongruity. Hey, Xiao Yu, have you advanced in rank? The rotund one inquired tentatively. Have I? I don't feel any different, Huanyu replied, perplexed. Stop dawdling. Just assess your own state. Huanyu nodded and sat cross-legged, commencing an introspective examination. Before long, a cacophony of laughter erupted uncontrollably. Stop, stop, stop. You truly have advanced, he exclaimed. Damn it, this is absurd. Even in a state of unconsciousness, one can ascend. A look of indignation took over the rotund one's face as he reflected on the arduous efforts he had expended for a single promotion. The comparison with others was utterly infuriating. Heh, what can I say? I'm just exceptionally handsome, Huanyu continued boasting, prompting the rotund one to turn away in feigned ignorance. By the way, if recalling something. He suddenly rummaged through his pocket and tossed an item over. Be gentle. Huanyu swiftly caught it with care. The rotund one, filled with exasperation, launched into a lengthy exposition on principles, uncertain how much Huanyu absorbed. "Thank you, my friend," Huanyu said earnestly. Observing his expression, the rotund one sighed and refrained from further discourse, only to be left dumbfounded. To be honest, I wasn't primarily concerned about this item. I mean, weren't you starving back then? You are my brother, after all. How could I turn a blind eye? I was merely thinking of dispatching those two to secure some meat for you. It was all for you. The rotund one was now genuinely taken aback. Bewildered by the illogical reasoning, and the audacity of this person was outrageous, spewing nonsense without a hint of hesitation. He raised his hands in surrender and bowed deeply. I yield. Huanyu chose not to prolong the banter. As he was now acutely aware of his discomfort, a certain odor lingered. After inquiring with the rotund one, he learned of a nearby water source and hurriedly dashed out in a rather disheveled manner. After a brisk jog of approximately 15 minutes, he heard a rumbling ahead and quickened his pace, soon coming upon a magnificent waterfall. Cautiously surveying the area around the waterfall, not out of caution, but because water sources often attract fantastical beasts. He certainly did not wish to be pursued by such creatures while exposed. The mere thought was too harrowing to contemplate. Once he confirmed that no danger lurked nearby, he launched himself into the water with a splash. Emerging from the water, Huanyu exhaled deeply, humming a cheerful tune as he cleansed himself, his demeanor one of relaxed contentment. Just then, from a short distance away, a large splash erupted in the water, causing Huanyu to react instantly, springing into action. The ensuing scene was somewhat surreal. Water droplets cascaded down, and the first thing that caught the eye was a cascade of long, white hair, disheveled and draped over her shoulders. Following this was a breathtakingly beautiful visage, flawless save for a hint of pallor. Her modest bosom resembled a delicate bud, while a sheer, translucent veil enveloped her exquisite form. Her abdomen bore no trace of excess. Leading down to a pair of elegantly elongated calves, words failed to encapsulate the moment as Huanyu stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly entranced. She was. The figure emerging from the water mirrored her stillness, suspended atop the surface. The atmosphere abruptly faltered. A sudden, ear-piercing scream, akin to a cataclysm, shattered the silence. The person across the way buried their face in the water. Huanyu, jolted awake, became acutely aware of her own predicament. Completely unclothed, her face flushed a deep crimson. Hastily, she draped her clothes over her form. How could it be her? What now? She murmured anxiously. Though merely 15 in this life, Huanyu's mind was fully mature. Her physique, while slightly frail, was notably tall, and her somewhat mature features rendered her a veritable young gentleman. If one could say so, coughed, in the realm of Huanyu. Individuals partake in a coming-of-age ceremony at 16, with numerous engagements already established. As he stood there, flustered, the figure in the water was equally perturbed. For such an occurrence was truly. Just then, in the midst of the tense atmosphere, Huanyu slapped himself across the face, realizing that as a man, he ought to step forward in such a situation. Furthermore, a flurry of thoughts invaded his mind. I am ready now. You may come up. Lingering in the water for too long is not good for your health. Perhaps too anxious, he stammered, then turned away. The person in the water, of course, heard the resounding slap and let out a sigh of relief, gradually surfacing, contemplating the frail silhouette on the shore, lost in her thoughts. Cover your eyes, and do not turn around. Came a cool voice. Huanyu quickly nodded and covered his eyes with his hands. A rustling sound prompted his imagination to conjure various images. I am ready. Whether from nerves or something else, her voice trembled slightly. Huanyu slowly turned around, having already guessed nearly the entirety of the situation, despite never having seen her true appearance. Who else could it be but her, the one with the white hair? Qianxue stood before him, adorned as she had been on the arena stage, yet at this moment, without her veil, her hair, somewhat damp, framed a face that made Huanyu understand the reason behind her previous concealment. Once again, he found himself rendered speechless. Chapter 16. Companions. After a prolonged silence, it was Huanyu who first dared to break the stillness. Ahem, I apologize. Somehow, my words became ensnared at the tip of my tongue. My thoughts are quite disordered at the moment. And despite my lengthy attempts, I have yet to articulate a complete sentence. To make matters worse, my face has betrayed me by turning a shade of crimson. How utterly embarrassing to be precise, whether in this life or the last. Huanyu remains an uninitiated fledgling. A soft chuckle escaped Qianxue, and this was the first time Huanyu witnessed her smile. A truly enchanting sight. In that moment, Huanyu found himself entranced once again. The term damsel in distress was vividly illustrated before him. Hey, how long do you intend to remain in this daze? The person before him, whom he first encountered on the arena stage, exuded an air of tenacity. Despite being an opponent he could not hope to defeat, he faced her without a trace of fear, even when death loomed perilously close. That moment left an indelible mark on her heart. Moreover, the men who had previously surrounded her gazed at her with unabashed possessiveness. No matter how hard she tried to mask it, she could always sense that uncomfortable feeling. Yet, this individual felt somewhat different. How is it that you are here? Huanyu, realizing his own lapse in composure, hastily attempted to divert the conversation. Qian Shui reverted to her usual frosty demeanor, recounting her thoughts in a detached manner. Though a hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she spoke, the sequence of events began to crystallize in Huanyu's mind. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired tentatively. Qian Shui simply shook her head, revealing that she harbored no particular intentions. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would likely seek a secure place to quietly cultivate her skills, for wandering recklessly in an unfamiliar setting posed certain dangers. Perhaps you should accompany us. Safety in numbers is always preferable. Besides, it is rather perilous for a young lady to travel alone. Huanyu contemplated aloud, aware that only he knew whether there were ulterior motives behind his suggestion. Seeing her uncertainty, Huanyu quickly clarified, "You have nothing to fear." After a moment's hesitation, Qian Shui nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed. There is a cave not far from here that is relatively safe. A temporary refuge for me and my companion," he stated, taking the lead in a particular direction, with Qian Shui gracefully following suit. With a buoyant spirit, Huanyu animatedly recounted his prior encounters, though he omitted much of the perilous details, such as nearly meeting his demise, embellishing it instead with tales of his grand exploits. The individual beside him did not debunk his fabrications, allowing him to indulge in his storytelling. "That we have arrived. Just ahead," he announced. "Let us pretend that the previous events never transpired. It is for the best for both of us." A sudden remark reached his ears. Huanyu turned to look at her, and she had once again donned her veil, assuming an air of impenetrability reminiscent of that fateful day. For reasons unknown, Huanyu felt a deep sense of despondency, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. He had initially contemplated notions of responsibility. Sigh. Perhaps he had been too simplistic in his thinking. "That I understand," he replied, choosing to temporarily suppress his thoughts, deciding to address future matters when the time was right. "Why have you been gone for so long? I thought you had become a meal for some mythical beast." With a glance of disdain, he remarked. Handed over, the rotund fellow extended his hand. Huanyu, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Water. Why are you in a daze? Drink mine." Just then, a voice resonated behind Huanyu, and a water pouch arced gracefully through the air towards him. Swiftly catching it, he turned to see another person behind him. "Oh, lung furong," he exclaimed, a term he had coined in private, with Huanyu also contributing to the suggestion. "What is lung furong?" Qian Shui inquired, her face a picture of confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. Are you hungry? We have some food here. Let us eat something first." Huanyu quickly diverted the topic. With deftness, he pulled the rotund fellow towards the cave. Qian Shui did not linger on the matter and followed them inside. Within the cave, Qian Shui casually found a spot to sit, slowly savoring a piece of roasted meat. Meanwhile, the rotund fellow was pulled aside by Huanyu, who made a shushing gesture. "What are you doing? How did you end up with her?" Huanyu wore an expression of exasperation. This rotund fellow was quite amiable, but had no filter with his words. "What do you mean by end up with her? I encountered her alone on the road. It was quite perilous, so I invited her to join us," he thought to himself, wishing he could indeed be closer to someone. But regrettably, that was not the case. Such dreams fade without a trace. At that moment, the rotund fellow noticed the handprint on Huanyu's face, instantly wearing a suggestive grin. "You didn't hey. Huanyu quickly covered his face, retorting fiercely, "Enough. I want to say anything more. What are we planning to do next? Are we really taking her along?" The rotund fellow quickly sought to placate him. Huanyu glanced at the rotund fellow before turning towards Qian Shui, who was entirely oblivious to their hushed conversation, focused solely on her meal. "It's indeed quite dangerous for a girl like her to be here alone. Traveling together allows for mutual protection. Besides, we have a mythical beast with us, so food shouldn't be a concern." "Fine, you're the leader. Your word is law. Who knows what ulterior motives lie beneath your seemingly virtuous exterior," he chuckled. Huanyu deemed it pointless to engage further, knowing that prolonging the discussion would lead to an uncertain conclusion. During their deliberation, a minor incident transpired, as both were troubled by the sight of a mythical beast. Qian Shui showcased her prowess. She stepped forward, extending her hand, revealing a stunning ring that caught everyone's attention. With a flash of light, the entire mythical beast vanished from sight, leaving the two in stunned silence as they turned to exit. Both stood frozen in place, their minds simultaneously conjuring a singular term. Spatial ring. It seemed her identity was far from ordinary. Chapter 17. The mysterious crisis. The days spent in the company of a beautiful woman were exceptionally pleasant. Even if she spoke very little, the atmosphere among the group was lighthearted, especially for Huanyu, who went to great lengths to please her, gathering wild fruits, preparing roasted meat, taking care of everything, which drew a disdainful glance from the rotund fellow, who thought to himself how utterly unambitious Huanyu was. However, today felt distinctly unusual. Have you noticed how, along this journey, an increasing silence has enveloped us? It was Huanyu who first shattered the stillness. Upon hearing his words, the other two nodded in tacit understanding. Although we had not encountered many dangers along the way, there were moments when we crossed paths with some phantasmal beasts, allowing us to hone our skills. Yet, the further we ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, exuding a chilling aura that rendered us exceedingly uncomfortable. That it felt as though we were trespassing into another's territory, as if an immense gaze were fixed upon us. Let us tread carefully, Huanyu cautioned the others, prompting everyone to heighten their vigilance. Help! Help! The three of them halted, straining their ears to listen intently. Helped audits from that direction. After discerning the source, Huanyu took the lead and dashed forward, with the other two hastily following, unable to utter a word in protest. After racing for nearly a quarter of an hour, they came upon a large tree, beneath which lay a figure, drenched in blood. And upon closer inspection, missing an arm, Huanyu quickened his pace, and as he approached, he found the person somewhat familiar. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed, quickly applying pressure to the wounds while inquiring. The individual could barely utter a coherent sentence before his eyes widened in fury, losing the last flicker of life. At that moment, the stout companion and Qian Shui arrived, their gazes falling upon the gruesome scene. Qian Shui appeared largely unaffected, though her already pale visage had grown even more pallid. The stout one, on the other hand, was profoundly shaken. Despite his usual bravado, he dashed aside and retched violently. Huanyu's countenance, however, bore a grave expression. That night, the three gathered together, each lost in their own thoughts. The stout one seemed somewhat disoriented, his face still ashen. Meanwhile, Huanyu's mind churned with tumultuous waves. During the day, as he handled the body, he meticulously examined the wounds. Beyond the evident injuries, the individual bore numerous claw marks, and his arms seemed to have been wrenched off with brute force. That a straightforward analysis suggested an encounter with an exceptionally powerful phantasmal beast, resulting in a frontal assault. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that this person's essence had been entirely drained, leaving behind a residual power that shocked and perplexed Huanyu, for this power was intimately familiar to him, having accompanied him since childhood. Thus, the tranquility of their days was irrevocably shattered. In the ensuing days, they encountered several more individuals, nearly all sharing similar fates. During this time, one person uttered two words: "There are ghosts," casting a shroud of dread over the trio. For Huanyu, he held no belief in such supernatural entities. Even in this foreign realm, he remained skeptical. What is a blessing may not be a curse, and what is a curse cannot be avoided. The dark hand lurking in the shadows had finally extended its malevolent grasp upon them. That night, as the three sat together as usual, an unexpected turn of events ensued. A sudden chill swept through the air, prompting an immediate reaction from the trio. That a colossal shadow darted towards them, emitting a grotesque, discordant sound. Jia jia jia. The shadow lashed out, and three ominous claw-like shadows lunged toward them. Flame shield, snowbind, iron wall. Three individuals simultaneously unleashed their illusory techniques in a futile attempt to resist. Alas, it was to no avail. With a series of thuds, they were violently propelled away, each marked by a brutal claw print across their chests. Blood and flesh in disarray. The shadow, having disregarded the other two, charged directly at Qian Shui, seizing her with a swift grasp before vanishing into the depths of the night. No Huanyu emitted a thunderous roar, intent on pursuing, but found himself incapacitated by grievous injuries, struggling even to remain upright. He could only watch helplessly as Qian Shui was taken, while the portly companion had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Gasping, he slowly propped himself up and retrieved some medicinal supplies he carried for emergencies. Fortunate that Huanyu himself was a physician, adept at tending to such external wounds. After binding his injuries, he dragged his weary body to his comrade's side, applying the same care to his wounds. Consumed by urgency, Huanyu yearned to chase after them. Yet upon seeing his friend still lost to oblivion, he was compelled to endure the agony, settling into a meditative posture, striving to regulate his breathing and restore his condition. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, propelling him to his feet as he recalled a crucial detail regarding that formidable power. With newfound determination etched upon his face, he embarked on a daring endeavor. Resuming his seated position, he produced a crimson dark calamus and swallowed it whole. The potent medicinal force surged through his body, sending a quiver through his frame, initially intended to balance the two powers within him. He now pursued a different objective. As the drug's effects fully activated, he enveloped it with his internal illusionary energy, channeling it entirely to a singular point. At that moment, his once white hair began to shift towards black. His complexion darkened by an ominous aura, as he sought to unleash the frigid power residing within him. A strategy to trace Qianshui emerged in his thoughts, to follow the energy traces left by the shadow in the air. A power strikingly similar to his own, albeit seemingly purer in essence. Indeed, he soon felt the direction of this force within the atmosphere. However, he became increasingly aware of a burgeoning bloodlust within him, intensifying with each passing moment, threatening to engulf his consciousness. "Stop it, you fool! You will bring about your own demise." A furious voice reverberated in his mind. In an instant, a searing force erupted within him. Clashing violently with the chilling power, the voice echoed once more. Chapter 18. The peculiar illusory beast. Are we not there yet? A figure sped through the air, worry etched across their features. Almost there. This phrase had echoed in his mind over a dozen times, and he could not suppress a mutter of discontent. The one racing forward was none other than Huanyu, who had gone 3 days without rest. Just as he felt himself on the brink of losing consciousness that night, a voice had roused him. Subsequently, a golden sword silhouette emerged from his being, assisting him in subduing the two powers within. Now, his illusionary energy had significantly thickened. Although he had yet to break through to the next stage, he was merely a step away from doing so. Afterward, he awaited the imminent awakening of the rotund figure, choosing to depart alone, for he did not desire the company of the portly man on this perilous venture. Almost an hour passed before a colossal entrance, shrouded in swirling dark mist, materialized before him. At that moment, Huanyu stood at the threshold, posing a question from within. "However, I must remind you that once you enter, you shall rely solely on yourself. My current state offers little assistance." The voice of Tian Nu resonated faintly. Ignoring the utterance, Huanyu strode forward into the depths, his mind consumed by thoughts of Qianshui, ready to plunge headlong into the depths of Avici hell. Inside the cavern, a pungent scent of blood pervaded the air, and he stumbled upon numerous skeletal remains, each bearing the marks of time's decay, leaving him to ponder how long this place had existed, given that the secret realm had persisted for countless ages. Yet the outside world remained oblivious to its existence. 2 possibilities emerged. Either no one had ever discovered this place, or those who were aware had met their demise here. Alternatively, there lingered a faint glimmer of another possibility. Gradually, a flicker of light appeared, prompting Huanyu to quicken his pace. Before him loomed a pitch-black grand hall, adorned with flickering flames. The deeper he ventured, the heavier his breaths became. Towering black stone pillars stood erect, each marred with dark crimson stains, most of which had long since dried, while a few bore the bindings of youths approximately his age. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the companions who had entered alongside him, such as Yuqin and Zhao Feng, all grievously injured and barely clinging to life. From Huanyu's perspective as a healer, it was evident that these individuals were in dire straits. He forced himself to remain composed, as an unsettling notion crept into his mind, hinting at a sinister plot, though the reasons eluded him for the moment. "This is bad, Qianshui." He began to search anxiously, eventually spotting her bound to a nearby pillar. Rushing over, he examined her closely and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, though she lay unconscious and gravely injured, she was not beyond saving. Only a chilling force had invaded her body, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Hastily, he untied her from the pillar and scooped her up in his arms. The immediate priority was to find a tranquil place to tend to her wounds. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the hall. As Huanyu braced himself for a desperate confrontation, an unseen hand reached out from behind him, grasping him tightly. In the instant of his disappearance, 2 figures clad in dark robes materialized within the grand hall. The foremost waved a hand, and an invisible ripple spread outwards, yielding nothing. Strange, One murmured in hushed confusion before turning away. Well done this time. The next batch must include additional personnel. The figure behind responded promptly. Gradually lifting his head, had Huanyu still been present, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that this individual stood there. Meanwhile, Huanyu was locked in a peculiar gaze with an enigmatic phantom beast. Who are you? They both queried in unison, upon careful scrutiny of the enigmatic creature before him, which he shall refer to as a phantom beast, for Huanyu could not discern its true nature. He observed its horned head resembling that of a dragon, yet it possessed 4 legs, not claws, and its entire form was nearly transparent. In the compendium of phantom beasts he had perused, none bore such a likeness. The creature, in turn, assessed the diminutive human before it, noting the frail physique and lamentable talents of this being. The only peculiarity that piqued its interest was the presence of 2 familiar scents emanating from the human's body, accompanied by an exceptionally sharp aura of danger. Ahem, I am Huanyu. And you are, he almost blurted out, feeling somewhat awkward about declaring himself human. I am Long Ao, the phantom beast replied, although initially taken aback by the creature's ability to speak. Huanyu felt little fear. After all, it was unlikely to be one of those mindless, ferocious beings. Still, uncertainty lingered in his heart. So, you were the one who brought me here? Huanyu inquired, to which the beast nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to find Qianshui peacefully lying nearby. Rushing over, he gently helped her to sit up, preparing to tend to her wounds, only to be confronted with a dilemma. Certain injuries were located in particularly sensitive areas, making treatment challenging. Just as he was at an impasse, the person in his arms struggled to open her eyes and, upon seeing him, attempted to utter something, yet no sound emerged. It's all right. It's all right. We are safe now. I must tend to your wounds immediately. But, before he could finish, Qianshui's eyes fluttered shut once more. What could this possibly mean? Huanyu nearly pulled at his hair in frustration. Resolutely, he decided to prioritize her rescue over his concerns. After all, he had witnessed such situations before. The subsequent moments were indescribable as he gazed upon Qianshui's wounds, a pang of sorrow striking him as he carefully attended to her injuries. Long Ao, standing by, remained undisturbed, lost in his own thoughts. After what felt like an eternity of toil, he had finally addressed nearly all of her external injuries. Huanyu endured intense inner turmoil during this time. Nearly losing his composure, especially with a spectator present, he gently laid Qianshui down, cautiously wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Although external wounds were manageable, the chilling malevolence still wreaking havoc within her body left him at a loss, and he could only ponder possible remedies. Gradually, he rose and approached Long Ao. Thank you, he said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Long Ao turned to face him. Would you care to hear a story? Huanyu nodded. Reminiscing about the countless times he had begged his father for tales in his childhood, the thought of his parents tugged at his heart, igniting a vow within him. One day, he would uncover the truth behind it all. Long Ao gathered his thoughts and began to recount his tale, and Huanyu listened intently. Once, there existed a wondrous and beautiful realm, inhabited by a unique race known as the Wild Tribe, where the entire community thrived in harmony and freedom. One day, the queen of the Wild Tribe gave birth to a young prince, whom the king named Ao, signifying the tribe's everlasting resilience. This prince exhibited extraordinary talents, reaching the pinnacle of his father's prowess in merely a millennium. Just as his father contemplated passing the throne to him, a horde of unwelcome guests descended upon them, monsters, indeed, for there is no other term that could aptly describe them. Countless in number, they unleashed a massacre upon the entire Wild Tribe without any provocation. The battle darkened the skies and shook the earth. These beasts, undaunted by death or pain, resembled nothing less than relentless killing machines. Despite their desperate resistance, the overwhelming odds proved insurmountable, resulting in the demise of the entire tribe. In their final moments, the prince's parents summoned their utmost strength to send him into the cosmos, hoping to preserve the last vestiges of their bloodline. As this tale unfolded, tears, as clear and crystalline as glass, began to flow from the prince's eyes, which were as large as copper bells. After listening intently, Huanyu surmised that the prince, Long Ao, was indeed the fabled heir of the Wild Tribe, bearing a tragic lineage. In that moment, he could deeply empathize with the prince's anguish. However, he found himself perplexed by Long Ao's current state, for it evoked the notion of a soul. You are correct. I presently exist in a state of pure consciousness, while my physical form resides within this realm. Long Ao revealed that a chill coursed through Huanyu, as the implication dawned upon him that he was now inhabiting another's body. The images from the grand hall replayed in his mind, instilling a sense of dread within him, contemplating his next course of action. He appeared lost in thought. Seemingly perceiving Huanyu's unease, Long Ao continued, "Due to the severity of my injuries, I have been in a slumber for several millennia. Upon awakening, I discovered a foreign consciousness entwined within me. One that has assumed dominance, thus resulting in my current state. Could it be a foreign consciousness?" Huanyu pondered, grappling with the implications. He surmised that the events in the Grand Hall were orchestrated by this new consciousness. "So, your body has been usurped by another will, correct?" he tentatively inquired. "Rather than usurpation, it would be more accurate to describe it as assimilation. Do you know how this consciousness came to be?" Long Ao turned to him, shaking his head in response. "It was a force that invaded me during the battle against those monsters, coalescing over the millennia. I suspect you have felt it too. The frigid, malevolent aura that I have dubbed it the demon. Thus, we find ourselves akin to prisoners in another's cage, awaiting a fate of slaughter," Huanyu mused, unconvinced that this demon would grant them any mercy. However, it is not entirely devoid of hope for victory over it. "And that is precisely why I have brought you here," Long Ao remarked. I say, brother, you cannot possibly think that my frail limbs could vanquish such a foe. That would be an overestimation of my capabilities. "I doubt I could even serve as a mere distraction," Huanyu replied with a hint of self-deprecation, recalling how he had been incapacitated by a mere flick of the shadow's wrist moments prior. "In the present moment, your worth is so meager that it scarcely suffices to fill the gaps between his teeth." Dragon Ao nodded in agreement. In terms of pure cultivation, Huanyu appeared to him no different from an ant. However, the power residing within you, combined with it, may indeed provide a glimmer of hope to vanquish my inherent strength. Could it be? Huanyu found this notion difficult to fathom. As Dragon Ao spoke, he expelled from his mouth a diamond-shaped stone, roughly the size of an egg. The stone radiated an inky black hue, with tendrils of dark energy swirling around it, an aura that felt strangely familiar to Huanyu. "This is a demon seed, and it serves as the very core of that creature outside. Strictly speaking, it is its essence," Dragon Ao elucidated patiently. Huanyu felt his mind begin to spiral. Long ago, a human intruded here, intent on thoroughly absorbing the energy of my essence. And in that moment, a consciousness seized the opportunity to invade that human's body, thus igniting an inevitable battle. Ultimately, my soul escaped with this demon seed, forging a new space, which is precisely where we find ourselves now, Huanyu queried. At this juncture, Dragon Ao's expression turned grave. "Indeed," Huanyu began to form a tentative hypothesis. Dragon Ao continued, "It manipulated that human, bringing countless others over the millennia, siphoning their lifeblood to augment its own cultivation while corrupting my form, ultimately aiming for complete control. Now, its objective is nearly realized, leaving me with little time remaining." Upon this grim realization, Huanyu's heart surged with fury, intertwining with a cascade of thoughts that sent chills down his spine. Everything began to make sense. This so-called secret realm was likely a meticulous conspiracy. "The crux of the matter now rests upon your shoulders." Dragon Ao's gaze bore into him. "You possess a similar power within, one that feels even more pure in its essence, albeit still feeble. Therefore, before we proceed, tell me, who exactly are you?" A formidable aura erupted from him, surging forward, causing Huanyu to collapse onto the ground. In an instant, Huanyu grasped the underlying reason. Dragon Ao likely suspected him to be allied with that external demon. Though he had long since arrived at an answer, disbelief lingered in his heart, as he realized that one of the two powers within him, which had accompanied him since childhood, was, in fact, demonic in nature. Huanyu met Dragon Ao's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Then let your fate be sealed," Dragon Ao roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted from his massive jaws, expanding before Huanyu's eyes. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. Just as this assault was poised to reach Huanyu, he shut his eyes, knowing full well that he could not withstand such an onslaught, leaving him no time to ponder why this phantom beast had suddenly turned aggressive. Yet, as the seconds slipped away, the anticipated attack never arrived. Tentatively, Huanyu opened his eyes. Before him stood a golden sword silhouette, shielding him from harm. "I have long since detected your presence." Dragon Ao's voice resonated with a hint of gravity. The golden silhouette of the sword seemed to reveal a gaze, casting a glance at both Long Ao and Huanyu, before addressing Huanyu. "Your parents merely wish for you to live an ordinary life. I possess the right to make my own choices, and I shall not regret them." "Then it is up to you," Tiannu responded, letting out a soft sigh, before transforming into a streak of flowing light that merged into Huanyu's being. "Wait, hold on," Huanyu exclaimed, feeling somewhat perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. Long Ao, equally bewildered, looked at Huanyu with curiosity. Don't look at me. Aside from knowing its name, I am utterly clueless. Huanyu shrugged, his hands raised in surrender. After the earlier probing, Long Ao had lowered his guard. Besides, the golden sword shadow had exerted immense pressure on him, leaving him with no chance of victory in his current state. All right, let's discuss how we can defeat that entity outside. We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. With Long Ao still in a daze, Huanyu took the initiative to break the silence that Oh, right, my apologies for earlier. Long Ao expressed regret for his previous rashness, while Huanyu dismissed it, fully understanding the situation. Currently, there is but one path forward. You must refine this demonic seed, and only then shall we have a sliver of hope. However, Long Ao hesitated, his words trailing off. However what? Huanyu inquired. There may be unforeseen complications, though I cannot say for certain. Long Ao replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. What could possibly be worse than our current predicament? We are both mere morsels waiting to be devoured. Huanyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Very well. But before anything else, you must first break through to the great illusionist rank. Only then can you hope to refine this demonic seed, Long Ao stated. No longer dilly-dallying and getting straight to the point. Once a person transcends to the great illusionist realm, their illusion soul will awaken, granting them consciousness and soul-fired at that juncture. They can separate their soul from their body. Though it is exceedingly perilous, should the soul sustain injury, the repercussions would be dire. If it shatters, that would be the end of you. I would like to break through, but such endeavors are seldom as simple as they seem. Huanyu lamented, isn't that why I'm here? Long Ao interjected promptly. How could I forget? You are an ancient being with millennia of experience. Surely, that means. Huanyu began to flatter. You think it's that easy to achieve a breakthrough to Illusion King? With your frail physique, you could hardly withstand it. That a mere influx of energy could cause your body to explode into a million pieces. Long Ao responded, somewhat exasperated. The capacity of one's body to contain energy directly correlates to the strength of their meridians and physique. If your meridians and constitution are too weak, infusing a large amount of energy will only lead to one outcome, self-destruction. From his perspective, Huanyu's foundation and physique were exceedingly poor, with minuscule meridians and only a slight improvement in bodily strength. Reaching the great illusionist rank was already stretching the limits. Huanyu was taken aback. He had no desire to be blown to smithereens. The thought was too horrifying to entertain. The path of cultivation required steady, incremental progress. Aspiring to achieve greatness in one fell swoop was an unrealistic ambition. Thus, preparations for the impending breakthrough were to commence. Time passed quietly, and approximately an hour slipped away unnoticed. With a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of impure air. All right, Long Ao voiced his doubt, to which Huanyu merely nodded. As of now, I am but a soul in corporeal form, possessing only the essence of my spirit. Next, I shall create a fissure, drawing forth a stream of pure illusionary energy to forcefully infuse it into your being. The process may be somewhat excruciating, but you must endure. Ultimately, you will need to circulate this energy throughout your entire body, converging at the dantian to crystallize the illusionary essence. Do you understand? Long Ao offered his final admonition. Let us proceed. Came Huanyu's commanding tone, devoid of superfluous words. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Long Ao ceased his discourse. Open, he intoned, and a narrow gap gradually materialized, releasing an aura that was unmistakably familiar to Huanyu. With a swift inhalation, Long Ao drew in the pure illusionary force, which began to flow incessantly through the opening. In an instant, it coalesced into a force that surged towards Huanyu, who was seated in meditation. A thunderous impact reverberated as Huanyu's body trembled, nearly toppling him to the ground, compelling him to enter a state of cultivation. The scene remained static as time progressed. Huanyu's aura grew increasingly profound, yet his expression contorted with agony. His sole focus became the pain. His form began to swell, as the meridians within his body became saturated with illusionary energy, exhibiting signs of expansion akin to a balloon being inflated. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, and his body began to tremble. It was an arduous task to mobilize the illusionary energy through his entire network of meridians. A resonant hum echoed within him. And at that moment, all the illusionary energy finally converged at the dantian, rotating slowly as if something were on the brink of formation. Observing this, Long Ao exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly, but the final step remained. The wait was an agonizing ordeal, and Huanyu maintained this state for an extended period. Long Ao's eyes gradually filled with confusion. Logically, success should have already been achieved by now. Yet, meanwhile, Huanyu was equally vexed, despite the fact that all the illusionary energy had gathered at the Dantian, forming a crystalline embryo. The cursed illusion crystals stubbornly refused to fully coalesce, as if it were merely a hair's breadth away. Not enough. A frustrated cry escaped Huanyu's lips. That moment, Qian Shui, who had been slumbering nearby, stirred awake. Her gaze sharpened, immediately landing on the trembling Huanyu and the distant Long Ao. Yet, Long Ao found himself at a crossroads. He understood the implications of the phrase not enough, but was apprehensive that increasing the infusion of illusionary energy might overwhelm Huanyu, leaving him in a quandary. Trust him. A resonant voice suddenly interjected from the side. Long Ao turned to see the woman Huanyu had brought, now awake. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, prompting Long Ao to cast aside his hesitation. Without delay, he intensified the output, unleashing a torrent of even greater illusionary energy towards Huanyu. With a sharp gasp, a mouthful of blood erupted from Huanyu's lips. Witnessing that unyielding figure, Qian Shui's gaze flickered momentarily, her heart silently offering a prayer. Yet, in the next instant, their mouths fell agape. Utterly astonished, as the ethereal you stood beneath the heavens, two striking beams of light, one black and one white, unexpectedly surged forth above his head. Chapter 21. The Grand Gamble. This is. The simultaneous exclamations of astonishment echoed in the air. Qian Shui, with her delicate hands pressed against her cherry blossom lips, was startled by a voice that resonated within her mind. Likewise, Long Ao experienced the same phenomenon, as a sound akin to an infant's wail reverberated in his consciousness. Meanwhile, on the continent of Huanyu, an unprecedented wave of panic swept across the land. The sky transformed in alternating hues under the gaze of all, displaying a total of 9 distinct colors. Subsequently, a baby's cry echoed in the minds of each individual present. The celestial 9 transformations, the cries of infants resounding through the world, the dual illusions of sun and moon, and the nightmares haunting the heavens. The first 2 lines of prophecy were fulfilled. All had arrived with startling abruptness, vanishing even more swiftly, returning to normalcy in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that moment, Huanyu found himself in a dire predicament. It felt as though his head were being violently cleaved in twain. The intense tugging driving him to the brink of madness. Still with his eyes shut, he emitted a profoundly anguished roar, his body trembling violently. Meanwhile, the still dazed Qian Shui and Long Ao were jolted awake, exchanging glances that communicated their unspoken thoughts, both suppressing their concerns as they turned their attention to Huanyu at this juncture. The most pressing matter was to await Huanyu's successful breakthrough, for they could offer no assistance. Any forceful intervention would likely result in severe injury, ruptured meridians, rendering him a cripple. At worst, it could lead to his immediate demise. Fortunately, the situation did not deteriorate further, under the watchful eyes of one man and one beast. Huanyu's breath gradually stabilized. The 2 luminous orbs above his head slowly began to take on human forms, and upon closer inspection, they bore an uncanny resemblance to Huanyu himself. In a fleeting moment, they vanished, merging seamlessly with Huanyu's crown, leaving behind an aura that belonged to a grand illusionist, enveloping the space. It worked. Qian Shui murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unbeknownst to her, that frail youth had begun to influence her emotions, as if he were gradually encroaching upon her heart. They asked for Long Ao. A flicker of admiration danced in his large eyes. Though he had encountered myriad humans, few had ever inspired such respect within him. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging power within, a sensation that was truly invigorating, allowing him to forget the agony he had just endured. A faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. All right, kid, merely breaking through to become a grand illusionist. No need to smile so creepily, Long Ao quipped, dousing Huanyu with a metaphorical bucket of cold water, nearly causing him to stagger. He thought to himself, this is a charming smile, an enigmatic smile. What do you mean by creepy? Such ignorance. Ignoring Long Ao, Huanyu hurriedly approached Qian Shui. Are you all right? Long Ao muttered under his breath. Prioritizing beauty over friendship, Huanyu chose to feign deafness. Qian Shui shook her head, her expression soon furrowing in concern as she detected an overpowering stench emanating from Huanyu. Noticing her demeanor, Huanyu realized something amiss. He had been drenched in foul sweat during his breakthrough, mixed with some dark substance, and only now did he become aware of his mortifying state. I beg your pardon. would like to keep my distance from you." As he spoke, he quickly retreated, his demeanor appearing somewhat comical. Qianxue couldn't help but stifle a giggle at his antics. Huanyu, with a silly grin, ruffled his hair. Subsequently, at Huanyu's persistent pleas, Long Ao went outside to fetch some water for him to bathe. As this space lacked any, Huanyu cast a disdainful glance at Long Ao, wondering if he had never bathed at all. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. If it were him, it would be quite intolerable. "What splendid weather," Long Ao mused. "You are still within my belly. How could you possibly perceive the weather?" Eventually, he simply closed his eyes, too indolent to bother with this fellow. Thus, they continued their antics for the better part of the day. Originally intending to tend to Qianxue's injuries first, Huanyu discovered that the chilling force that had previously resided within her, which could accurately be termed demonic energy, had mysteriously vanished. Eluding Huanyu's attempts to locate it, he found himself perplexed. After confirming its absence multiple times, he decided not to pursue the matter further, thinking it might have dissipated on its own. In any case, its disappearance was a blessing. The most pressing matter at hand was to commence the refinement of the demon seed. Huanyu settled into a meditative posture, the demon seed quietly floating before him. This seed contained pure demonic energy, the very essence of the demon outside. Once refined, it would render him a vessel, meaning, if the demon were to consume him, it would not only regain its peak power, but his body would also belong to it. Conversely, should he consume it, he would reap immense benefits, albeit with potential side effects. Long Ao explained slowly. "Wait, are you intending to use me as bait?" No. Even though I've surpassed the Grand Magus level, that demon outside could likely squash me with a mere swipe." Huanyu exclaimed, preparing to stand and flee. "Can't you let me finish my explanation?" Long Ao urged hastily. "What more is there to say? I would rather perish here than become a pawn for others." "Are you attempting to deceive me?" Huanyu retorted, displaying a resolute expression of defiance. Frustrated, Long Ao nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him down. Exhaling slowly, his eyes narrowing as he reached a crucial decision. "If I were to send you to your doom, why would I exert so much effort? You cannot defeat that demon on your own. So before that, we must forge a contract." "A contract?" Huanyu inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he was not particularly familiar with the concept. "Indeed, a contract, specifically a soul contract," Long Ao declared, delivering a heavy revelation. Qianxue, observing from the side, looked at Long Ao with surprise. She understood the implications of a soul contract, for it was, what benefits could I gain? Huanyu, still a novice in such matters, found tangible benefits to be far more enticing. Before Long Ao could respond, Qianxue began to elucidate the matter to him. "The soul contract is the most ruthless of all agreements. It is deemed cruel because once a mythical beast enters into such a pact, it shall perish alongside its master. Conversely, if the mythical beast meets its demise, the master shall remain unaffected." After articulating this, she cast a glance at Long Ao, uncertain of the origins of the mythical beast before her. Any mythical creature endowed with intelligence would never willingly forge a soul contract unless coerced, for their lifespan far exceeds that of humans. Suddenly, she recalled a particular matter and surmised the probable reasons behind Long Ao's actions. It appeared to be akin to a high-stakes gamble. Upon hearing this, Huanyu was also taken aback. This was hardly a benefit. It was a veritable bloodletting if one day he were to escape. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his deceased kin. "And you, Huanyu of the human race, would you be willing to become my companion?" Long Ao posed his final inquiry. The answer was, of course, self-evident. The one man and one beast, bound by a similar fate, would remain the most loyal of comrades for millennia to come. Chapter 22, Demon Slaughter. After the soul contract was established, a rune mark appeared on Huanyu's forehead, and he learned that Long Ao was a mythical beast known as the Emperor Dragon Desolation, or more aptly, a desolate beast. Huanyu was now to commence the refinement of the demon seed. It was only when he truly began the process that he realized the arduous nature of the task. The demon seed was no ordinary substance and could not be refined through conventional means. Only the soul fire could suffice for its forging. At this juncture, Huanyu stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. He possessed two soul essences. This revelation left him perplexed, for convention dictated that an individual could only harbor a single soul essence. Fortunately, neither of the two appeared abnormal, and their presence considerably expedited the refinement of the demon seed. With two soul fires at his disposal, the process became remarkably efficient. When he inquired of Long Ao, the latter donned a serious demeanor and informed him, "You are no ordinary individual. You are a reincarnated deity. not to be compared with common folk. This left Huanyu momentarily dazed, contemplating that if he were to reveal his true identity, it would surely terrify Long Ao. Furthermore, there was his soul awareness, a wondrous capability that, when expanded, could extend a full 10 zhang, allowing him to perceive everything within that range at will, akin to the function of his eyes. Amused by this novelty, he played with it for a while, leaving Long Ao speechless. After half a month of relentless effort, the demon seed was completely refined and now quietly hovered beside the crystal. While the previously uncontrollable demonic energy within him had seamlessly merged into the seed, strangely, these demonic energies seemed to have found their home, inadvertently alleviating some of the turmoil within him. This could be considered an unexpected stroke of fortune. Huanyu stretched his neck. It was time to confront the so-called demon. Currently, there were 3 humans and 1 mythical beast in this space, the additional individual being the rotund one. During the refinement of the demon seed, Huanyu had requested Long Ao to bring the plump fellow along, and thankfully, no mishaps had occurred. Otherwise, he would have been utterly despondent. Xiaoyu, do you have confidence? The plump man gazed at Huanyu with concern. Having gathered some understanding of the entity outside over the past few days, my dear friend, in this world, many matters are not dictated by certainty, but by the distinction between what ought to be done and what ought not. Huanyu replied earnestly to this. The plump man could only nod gently, embracing Huanyu tightly for a moment before stepping aside. Qian Shui, whose nature was inherently reticent, uttered but a simple phrase. Huanyu, with steadfast determination, met her gaze, recognizing that sometimes a mere glance suffices to convey everything. With graceful steps, she retreated to a corner. Are you ready? Long Ao inquired. Let us commence if we cannot overcome this challenge. How shall we stand shoulder to shoulder in the battles to come? Huanyu's eyes glimmered with confidence. Initiate, Long Ao declared, refraining from further words, a fierce command escaping his lips as a passageway slowly materialized ahead. Both man and beast stepped forward simultaneously. In an instant, they found solid ground, emerging before the cavern from before. Without hesitation, they plunged inside, although this was their second visit. The sight of scattered bones along the path ignited a deeper fury within Huanyu. He finally grasped the origin of these remains, accompanied by troubling speculations that he fervently hoped would not materialize. Long Ao, in contrast, remained unusually silent. Before long, they entered the grand hall, where a chilling voice echoed forth. I did not anticipate finding a stray survivor. The figure cloaked in black stood before them. Indeed, it is you. Huanyu glared at the figure in the black robe. Despite prior suspicions, seeing the person before him was still hard to believe. As the robe was gradually pulled back, the figure revealed his visage. It was none other than the so-called outer sect elder, Shiqian. It is you. Do you not even bow to the elder? At that moment, Shiqian appeared entirely different from his external visage, his complexion unnaturally pale, radiating an aura of chilling malevolence. Bah! I once harbored gratitude towards you, yet you have committed such heinous acts. What face do you have to claim the role of a mentor? No. You are unworthy of being called human. Huanyu was engulfed in a profound rage, finally comprehending that this so-called secret realm was merely a fade, rather than a trial. It served as a means to deliver sus in that case. Long Ao spoke once more. After finishing his words, he stepped forward, unleashing a surge of invisible energy that shot directly toward Shiqian. The menacing aura suggested that should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Master, save me, Shiqian cried out in alarm. GGG. I didn't expect you to come knocking at my door. A shadowy figure slowly emerged in the grand hall, enveloped in a swirling mass of demonic aura, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. That I know you've been longing for me. So here I am to pay you a visit. Long Ao mocked with a cold smile. The shadow cast a glance at Shiqian and spoke. Waste, since my awaited guest has finally arrived, you might as well serve your purpose. With a flick of his hand, a large mass of demonic energy surged forth from Shiqian's body, which was then absorbed by the shadow. Stripped of his demonic essence, Shiqian fell silent in an instant. Perhaps this is what they call the consequences of wrongdoing. He might not have even anticipated that this would be his ultimate fate. To think you would resort to slaying your own subordinates, I must commend you, Long Ao remarked slowly. GGG, now that you have arrived, I shall finally be free from this place after today, the shadow declared, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. That will depend on your abilities, Long Ao retorted before charging forward, engaging in battle with the shadow. Dragon roar of the 9 heavens. Long Ao opened his mouth wide and let out a roar, releasing a colossal beam of energy that surged forward. The shadow remained unmoving, raising its hands to conjure a long whip of black mist, striking fiercely in retaliation. The two attacks collided in an instant, with Long Ao's beam exploding into a myriad of fragments, and the shadow, seizing the upper hand, continued to lash out with the whip toward Long Ao. Imperial shield. Long Ao hastily erected a barrier before him. Bang! Although the shield absorbed the brunt of the blow, Long Ao was still forced several steps back. With no time to catch his breath, the shadow pressed the attack, closing in rapidly. Long Ao swiftly propelled himself backward. "You are no match for me now," the shadow remarked coolly. Boom! Long Ao was struck once more by a wave of dark energy, crashing heavily before Huanyu. Concern etched on Huanyu's face. He rushed forward. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Long Ao's spirit appeared significantly more ethereal. "Rest for a moment," Huanyu urged, as he laid Long Ao down and gradually stood up, flames igniting in his grasp. Only then did the shadow take notice of him. "You are the ant that escaped from here. If memory serves, you took a woman with you, did you not?" Huanyu, uninterested in banter, unleashed his most powerful move without hesitation. Falling flame, a massive pillar of fiery light coalesced from his sword, hurtling toward the shadow like a meteor shower. Merely a trivial skill, the shadow waved dismissively, enveloping Huanyu's attack in a surge of demonic energy that gradually extinguished it. Seizing the moment, Huanyu soared upward, slashing at the shadow with relentless fervor. Clang, clang, clang. This exchange of blows persisted for a considerable duration, yet he could inflict no harm upon the shadow, while his own wounds multiplied. "Down you go, annoying fly." The shadow launched a decisive strike that hit Huanyu squarely in the chest, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and fly backward in response. Then the shadow took deliberate steps towards Long Ao. Cough cough. Huanyu struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, forcing him to kneel halfway. Just as he attempted to speak, blood began to flow incessantly from the corners of his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" The shadow gazed with keen interest at Huanyu, who was barely clinging to life. "Cough that I laugh at you, for you do not even know where your true self lies." "Ha ha ha ha." Huanyu emitted a piercing laugh. The shadow flickered and appeared before him, probing slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "You dare to refine my true form. It seems you are weary of living. It is merely a broken stone, and yet you treat it as a treasure," Huanyu forced out, maintaining his composure. "Da-da." The shadow seemed to have discovered something, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, a beautiful figure crashed to the ground, and Huanyu's face contorted in despair, for the person who had fallen was Qian Shui. "Could it be that another gift delivered to my doorstep, sparing me the trouble of seeking them out one by one?" Soon after, another figure tumbled to the ground, revealing the rotund man. Huanyu was on the brink of collapse. Why were they here? Why? Last time I allowed you to escape, yet here you are, willingly presenting yourself. "The blood of a maiden possesses a remarkable flavor. I shall savor it slowly," the shadow remarked as he grasped Qian Shui, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, failing to perceive how the shadow had made his move. A slender wound appeared on her neck, and with a breath, the shadow inhaled the trickling blood. Witnessing this scene, Huanyu descended into madness. His eyes instantaneously turned blood red, and a thunderous roar erupted from his lips. The dragon has its reverse scales, and without a doubt, Qian Shui was his reverse scale. Roar. The sudden turn of events instantly attracted the shadow's attention. Huanyu's body straightened, his clothes bursting apart, and his entire form rapidly expanded. Covered in dense black patterns, his hands transformed into two pitch-black claws, and two enormous horns sprouted from his head. His lower body remained largely unchanged apart from slight swelling, but most notably, his eyes had turned entirely blood red. Cold, bloodthirsty, devoid of any emotion. The shadow screamed as if it had seen a ghost. "No, impossible. You are clearly human. It cannot be. This is all a lie. Ha, a fabrication." His screams immediately. Chapter 23. Return. Boom, boom, boom. What is that sound? The several elderly men sitting cross-legged on the ground were simultaneously roused, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they glanced around. One of them soon discerned the source of the noise, prompting the others to follow his gaze, their eyes widening in alarm. Could there be an unforeseen calamity? As they continued to observe, the rumbling grew louder, and their expression shifted to one of dread. "Run." In an instant, they all sprang into action. Leaping away. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, sending debris flying and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the dust began to settle, gradually revealing several figures. It was none other than Huanyu, the chubby man, and Qian Shui. Meanwhile, Long Ao had transformed into the form of a small wolf, trailing closely beside Huanyu. After Huanyu vanquished the demon that day, he fell into a coma. And soon after, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Once they confirmed that the fiend was no more, the trio along with the beast took comfort in recuperating for several days. During this time, Huanyu exhibited signs of madness, which Long Ao ultimately managed to suppress. Qian Shui bore the most severe injuries, having had her essence drained by the shadow that day, leaving her significantly weakened. At this moment, Huanyu held her in his arms. Initially, she resisted, but ultimately succumbed to his insistence, both feeling an unusual warmth between them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of slicing air resonated, and the elderly men appeared before them in succession. Huanyu vaguely recognized them as the elders from before. Why are only the three of you here? Where are the others? The foremost elder surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of anyone else, before inquiring. Throughout this exchange, Huanyu and the chubby man feigned ignorance, while Qian Shui kept her eyes closed. The narrative they had just recounted was prearranged, as no one else was privy to the events that had transpired. Now, the two were just exiting the Elders' Hall, walking along a narrow path. The air outside is quite refreshing, the chubby man remarked, stretching lazily and basking in the warm sunlight. As it was midday, and the weather was splendid. Though, chubby, from your tone, it seems you have something else on your mind. A voice chimed in, causing the chubby man's heart to skip a beat as he suddenly remembered the presence of this formidable figure. Heh, I thought I'm just a bit hungry. I'll find something to eat first, shall you? I'll come to find you later, he chuckled awkwardly, hastily making his exit. Huanyu couldn't help but smile at the antics of this lively character. After gathering his thoughts, he set off in the direction of the pharmacy that a small wolf quietly followed behind. Perhaps due to longing, Huanyu's pace quickened, and before long, the entrance to the pharmacy came into view. There stood a figure eagerly awaiting his arrival. Huanyu hastened his steps, and upon reaching the figure, he knelt down, his eyes moistening. This figure was none other than Dr. Mo, who, after just a month, appeared even more aged, with glistening tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Master, please eat. It's quite good. You should eat as well. Looking at you these days, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Dr. Mo gazed kindly at Huanyu. Perhaps due to his childless life, he had poured nearly all his affection into this child. Although they bore the title of master and disciple, their bond resembled that of father and son. Huanyu, with a somewhat simple-minded gesture, ruffled his hair. In truth, he had grown considerably stronger, yet to the elder's eyes, the child who had not been seen for a long time always appeared emaciated. At the dining table sat another individual, Qian Shui, who had recovered significantly and could barely manage to move about. Observing the interaction between the elder and the youth, she could not help but smile. After enduring so much, she no longer appeared as cold as before. The meal lasted nearly an hour, with Huanyu recounting his experiences in the so-called secret realm, deliberately omitting the perilous parts, while the other two listened with beaming smiles. After the meal, Huanyu first escorted Qian Shui to rest, as she still required treatment and had temporarily taken up residence there. Fortunately, the accommodations were ample, ensuring convenience. Subsequently, Dr. Mo called Huanyu over. Master, I have arrived. Please, sit. Dr. Mo beckoned Huanyu to take a seat. Have you ever contemplated leaving this place? Huanyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Dr. Mo had suddenly posed such a question. However, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed entertained thoughts of departure, primarily because of his parents. Yet, given Dr. Mo's current condition, it seemed that he found himself in a difficult predicament. Observing Huanyu lost in thought, Dr. Mo continued, Good child, I understand your concerns. A fledgling eagle must ultimately soar. You are still young and should not remain confined here. Tomorrow, you shall depart and explore this world. Chapter 24. Heartbroken. Berserk. The following morning, Huanyu rose early and entered the courtyard to meditate. As the saying goes, the morning determines the day. In previous years, he would engage in such practice daily. However, today, his heart could not find complete tranquility. Although a night had passed and he had made his decision, it remained a challenge to let go. Dr. Mo, unbeknownst to him, had quietly approached and stood at a distance, observing without interrupting. Huanyu exhaled slowly, opening his eyes. Are you prepared? Seeing that he had finished his meditation, Dr. Mo gradually approached and spoke. Huanyu quickly rose and was about to respond when Dr. Mo raised a hand to stop him and then presented him with an object. It was an ancient ring, appearing to have aged and lacking luster. This is a spatial ring, containing approximately 10 zhong of space. I have prepared clothing and essential items for you inside. This is the last thing I can do for you. From now on, you must rely on yourself, Dr. Mo said softly. Huanyu's heart trembled as he carefully accepted the ring. Although a Tinjong space was not particularly vast, it was precisely what he needed at this moment. The value of such a gift, in his current context, was immeasurable, underscoring the immense sacrifice this old man had made for him. Master, your disciple truly has no means to repay you. Please allow me to pay my respects with a bow. With utmost reverence, he knelt and bowed his head, tears streaming down Fantasial Rain's cheeks uncontrollably. Dr. Mo hurriedly helped him to his feet, his own eyes brimming with tears of sorrow. Fantasial Rain pondered that given the circumstances, any further delay would only deepen his reluctance. He had initially intended to bid farewell to Qianque and the Fat One, but ultimately decided to depart quietly, unaware of the deep bonds he had formed in this world. At this moment, his only thought was to uncover the fate of his parents and the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of his village. It had nearly been 11 years since their disappearance. And as their son, how could he live in peace? As for Qianque and the Fat One, if fate allowed, they would surely meet again in the future. Just then, Dr. Mo's expression changed dramatically, followed by a fierce shout. Hurry, go. He pushed Fantasial Rain aside, as a torrent of energy struck the very spot where Fantasial Rain had just stood. Another voice echoed from afar. Do you think you can escape after killing my son? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door was shattered, and a throng of people surged into the courtyard. Surrounding it completely. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe. His gaze fixed intently on Fantasial Rain. He was the one who had spoken earlier. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, creating a whirlwind that stung Fantasial Rain's face and left him slightly dizzy. By Wuxin, at your age, to lay hands on a child, do you not feel any shame? Moreover, in the arena, where blades are blind, do you not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? Dr. Mo swiftly positioned himself in front of Fantasial Rain. Glaring at the middle-aged man he referred to as Bai Wuxin, and quickly instructed Fantasial Rain, I will hold him off. You must leave at once. In that moment, Fantasial Rain realized that this person was indeed Bai Wuxin. Bai Wuyo's father, No wonder Master was so eager for him to leave. In that instant, Fantasial Rain finally grasped the underlying reason. Bai Wuxin paid no heed to Dr. Mo's words, growing even more arrogant. Mo Xian, you are merely a first-tier illusory spirit now. You are no match for me. Out of respect for our past, step aside, and I may spare your life. You shall not. If you wish to harm my disciple, you must first ask if this old bone of mine agrees. Furthermore, do you not fear the repercussions of your brazen act of slaughter within the illusion pavilion? Mo Xian, which is Dr. Mo's name, bore a grave expression. As Bai Wuxin stated, his cultivation had indeed declined significantly, and he was not a match for him. The repercussions of the illusion pavilion. I have come this far. Do you still not comprehend what that signifies? It is utterly laughable. Bai Wuxin's words plunged Dr. Mo's heart into despair. The illusion pavilion. Well, let us not waste any more time. You little beast, I shall send you on your way. Before Bai Wuxin's words could fully resonate, he struck out with a palm, a massive imprint hurtling directly towards Fantasial Rain. Its force so great that should it connect, he would likely be reduced to mere pulp. With a daring flourish, Dr. Mo unleashed a swift strike, conjuring a colossal flame shield before Huanyu. Though Huanyu possessed the same technique, Dr. Mo's execution was far more potent, rendering the shield remarkably solid. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resonated as the flame shield shattered into a myriad of sparks, the residual force crashing heavily against Dr. Mo's chest. With a gasp, he was propelled backward, spewing blood into the air, his already frail body teetering precariously. Bai Wuxin shook his head slowly. I have warned you. You are no match for me now. Huanyu rushed forward, supporting Dr. Mo. Master, how are you? Dr. Mo, with urgency, instructed, cough. Wait a moment, I will hold him off. You must leave at once with utmost speed. Tears streaming down Huanyu's face. He shook his head. Listen to your master. Bai Wuxin has already reached the 9th level of illusions, mere moments from ascending to Illusion King. Not throw your life away here. It is enough to have you as my disciple in this lifetime. Upon finishing, Dr. Mo pushed Huanyu towards an opening and charged forth without hesitation. Bai Wuxin's expression darkened. If you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The group behind him received their orders and drew their swords, advancing menacingly towards Dr. Mo. Meanwhile, Huanyu felt a surge of anxiety, desperately attempting to contact Long Ao, yet to no avail. Would he truly abandon them in this moment? The answer was painfully obvious. Unbeknownst to him, Long Ao was equally beset by his own struggles. The moment Bai Wuxin appeared, he had prepared to intervene, But in that instant, he was locked down by a formidable presence. Given his current state, he lacked the confidence to confront its master, rendering him immobile. Dr. Mo found himself besieged, numerous wounds marring his body. It was evident he could not endure much longer. Time was of the essence. With a surge of fiery determination, he unleashed the aura of a grand illusionist, prompting Huanyu to leap into the fray. Among the assailants, the weakest was a grand illusionist, plunging Huanyu into a fierce battle. The clamor of clashing weapons echoed incessantly. Before long, Huanyu felt a piercing pain in his back and thigh as he was struck by a sword, blood gushing forth. In retaliation, he drove his blade into the chest of one attacker, extinguishing their life, while severing the arm of another. Strictly speaking, this marked Huanyu's first experience of taking a life while fully conscious. The sight of blood did not faze him in the slightest, and a tempestuous fury began to brew in his eyes. Bai Wuxin, perhaps growing impatient, snatched a sword that had fallen to the ground, now without a master, and aimed it directly at Huanyu. Stop. Dr. Mo noticed this in the nick of time. Positioning himself behind Huanyu, with a sickening thud, the sword plunged deep into Dr. Mo's chest, only to be kicked away by Bai Wuxin. No. Witnessing this, Huanyu was consumed by rage, sweeping his sword to push back the attackers beside him. Racing to Dr. Mo's side, he cast his sword aside with a clang and lifted Dr. Mo, his eyes now brimming with bloodied tears. Master, hold on. With urgency, he summoned all of his illusionary power, striving to channel it into Dr. Mo's body to stabilize his injuries. Alas, Dr. Mo's breath grew fainter by the moment, and his own illusionary force could no longer impart even a fraction. Hurry and go. Gripping his hand tightly, fragmented words escaped Dr. Mo's lips, though his voice had diminished to a barely audible whisper. Ultimately, those already murky eyes gradually lost their last glimmer of vitality. Huanyu stood frozen, feeling as though his heart had shattered into countless pieces. The elderly man, who had risked everything for him, lay before him, devoid of any breath. At that moment, the scene fell into a brief silence, before an overwhelming wave of violent energy began to brew within Huanyu. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees, and those surrounding him instinctively took a step back. While Bai Wuxin's expression shifted slightly, for he sensed a hint of peril emanating from this seemingly feeble youth, the thunderous roar erupted from Huanyu, reverberating through the heavens. In that instant, he completely lost control. The demonic seed within him spinning rapidly, his eyes turned a blood-red hue, his body swelling at an alarming rate, his garments bursting as dense black patterns spread across his form. Two horns sprouted from his head. His hands transformed into enormous claws, and his legs became exceedingly robust, sharp black nails emerging from his feet. Compared to his previous transformation in the Grand Hall, this alteration was far more thorough, resembling a true beast. Upon hearing that roar, Long Ao realized that Huanyu had completely succumbed to madness. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear at the sight. Good heavens, it's a monster! Run, someone shouted abruptly, and most rushed to flee. Yet, they quickly regretted their hasty decision. The transformed Huanyu moved with astonishing speed, the commotion drawing his attention. Lifting his blood-red gaze, he appeared before them in the blink of an eye, claws slashing through the air, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood and flesh, as if a wolf had descended upon a flock of sheep. Those who fell victim to his assault were instantly reduced to mere remnants of meat. Now, the only one left standing was Bai Wuxin, a chill coursing through him as he coldly demanded, "What manner of monster are you?" His response was merely another earth-shattering roar. In an instant at this moment, the phantom rain felt no pain. It flickered and charged forward with even greater ferocity, relentlessly attacking. As time passed, Bai Wuxin found it increasingly arduous to fend off the assaults. One of his wounds, inflicted by the phantom rain's sharp claws, was now a bloody mess. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, "Elder Du, if you continue to merely spectate, our agreement shall be rendered void." As Bai Wuxin's words echoed, an elderly man suddenly appeared before him. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of illusionary power that sent the phantom rain sprawling far away. He then spoke slowly. "Who is this young man? How should I know what sort of creature this is? Regardless of its nature, it must die today." Bai Wuxin, feeling exasperated, replied, "Fine, let us first eliminate it, and then conduct a thorough investigation." The newly arrived Elder Du exhibited an air of nonchalance as he spoke. Ha. Two old codgers bullying a mere child. One would think it a jest. That moment, Long Ao finally made his presence known, having been previously fixated upon by the newly appeared Elder Du. "He is not quite human, and you are even less so," Elder Du retorted, unperturbed by being called an old codger. Long Ao, however, ignored him, and turned his gaze towards the phantom rain, concern etched in his eyes. The phantom rain's aura was rapidly diminishing, its eyes spinning wildly. But a plan began to form. Two old codgers. We shall meet again in the future, Long Ao declared, unleashing two attacks that struck towards the two elders before swiftly enveloping the phantom rain and the fallen Dr. Amo. Vanishing into the horizon. Stop him, Bai Wuxing shouted, defending against the onslaught. That little wolf-like phantom beast possesses strength comparable to mine. Your offerings do not warrant my risking my life. Elder Du effortlessly deflected the attack aimed at him, leisurely uttering a remark before turning to leave, leaving Bai Wuxing standing alone, his expression dark and brooding. Chapter 25. Betraying Long Ao, bearing the phantom rain and Dr. Mo's lifeless body, sped through the wilderness for quite some time. Finally plunging into a deep mountain range, once he confirmed that no one was pursuing them, he sought refuge in a wild beast's cave, temporarily laying the two down. The cave, being a lair of beasts, was far from pleasant. However, at this moment, he could not afford to be picky. The phantom rain's condition was dire, having fallen into a complete unconsciousness, although its body had reverted to its original form. Numerous cracks marred its surface, seeping blood, and its entire body convulsed violently. Long Ao, witnessing this, felt immense sorrow, imagining the agony the phantom rain must be enduring. Alas, you wretched lad, if you were to perish like this, I would be left in ruin, he lamented, shaking his head, as he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, a golden sword shadow slowly drifted out from the phantom rain's body, silently hovering in the air without uttering a word. Long Ao, seizing this glimmer of hope, urged, you must save him quickly. If this drags on, he will truly lose his life. The voice of Tian Nu, calm and unhurried, responded, do not worry, saving him is not difficult. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? Speak, Long Ao replied, puzzled, as he was uncertain of the identity of this being he had only encountered once before. I had sustained grave injuries and remained in a deep slumber for an extended period. Presently, my strength has not fully returned, and should I expend more energy, I may fall into a prolonged sleep once again. Therefore, I earnestly hope that you can protect him on my behalf. I believe you are capable of such a feat. As Tian Nu spoke, it seemed as though two piercing gazes were fixated upon Long Ao. He immediately nodded in response, and said, though I am unaware of your identity, my fate is now intertwined with that of this young man. Even without your urging, I would undertake this task. The current circumstances are rather extraordinary, hence as he trailed off. Long Ao felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had harbored some selfish motives. Nevertheless, dwelling on it now would serve no purpose. Tian Nu scrutinized him closely, as if sensing something, then turned to the unconscious Huanyu and uttered a few words, though Huanyu remained oblivious to them. Subsequently, Tian Nu transformed into a golden light and entered Huanyu's body. Instantly, Huanyu was enveloped in radiance. The cracks upon his surface began to mend, and his trembling gradually subsided. After a full quarter of an hour, the light dissipated entirely, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet to awaken. Long Ao hurried forward to examine him, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, he exhaled in relief. He then glanced at the now silent Dr. Amo. Recognizing from Huanyu's actions how significant this person was to him, pondering how Huanyu would confront the situation upon regaining consciousness. A long sigh echoed throughout the cave. 2 days later, Huanyu awakened and promptly sent Long Ao away, choosing to spend 3 days alone with Dr. Amo. When he reappeared before Long Ao, the latter perceived a change in him. At least, he seemed to possess something more than before. The two, a man and a beast, subsequently ventured forth from the depths of the mountains and found a small town, hiring a cart, for Huanyu had resolved to lay Dr. Amo to rest in his homeland, granting the elderly man a peaceful final repose. Upon reaching the village, despite having witnessed its current state once before, the sight still tugged at Long Ao's heart, rendering him silent as it conjured memories of his own hometown, prompting tears to well in his eyes. After ensuring a proper burial for Dr. Amo, Huanyu knelt by the grave for 3 days, during which a letter appeared in his hands, an epistle left by Dr. Amo. The letter contained mostly admonitions, but also bore an important revelation regarding his parents. He delved into the spatial ring. A golden token materialized in his grasp, according to Dr. Mo's letter. This token belonged to the individual whom Huanyu had encountered upon his first visit to the village, likely linked to his parents. For why this information was revealed only now. Huanyu understood in his heart that it was time to depart, and he silently vowed to uncover the truth about his parents. Upon his return, He would ensure that those responsible for his master's demise would pay in kind for their transgressions. With that resolve, he turned away from the past without a backward glance. The setting sun casting elongated shadows of the two figures. The culinary delights of humanity are indeed wondrous, truly an endless feast. A small wolf-like phantom beast stands atop the table, indulging in a lavish banquet, while a nearby young man gazes at him with an expression of exasperation, for the table is already littered with a mountain of empty dishes. This curious pairing of man and beast has drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. Known as Huanyu in Long Ao. After days of travel, they have arrived at a quaint little town named Crow Town. A name that piqued Huanyu's interest. Of course, they have other intentions for their visit. But first, they decided to find a place to satiate their hunger, resulting in this rather amusing scene. I say. You must have been a pig in your past life, given your prodigious appetite, Huanyu lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow as the meal consumed nearly 10 lower-grade phantom stones. After all, his finances were hardly abundant. Were it not for Dr. Mo's generous contributions in the spatial ring, his meager wealth would barely suffice for 2 or 3 meals. Long Ao, however, paid him no mind, continuing his own endeavors, aptly embodying the phrase "to wolf down." What an adorable little wolf. Brother Chun, do take a look. To avoid attracting attention, Huanyu and Long Ao had sought out a secluded spot, yet fate had other plans, as they soon found themselves observed. Huanyu turned his gaze, only to see a pair of individuals approaching. "Esteemed sir, may I have a moment? I am Yang, and I wish to discuss a matter with you," said the man in a purple robe, clasping his fists in greeting. Though Huanyu donned only a plain long robe, his instincts warned him that this man was not as simple as he appeared. But a sharp intake of breath echoed around them as Yang spoke, followed by hushed whispers. Could it be that he is the young master of Tianyang City, Yang, and that lady is Fair of the Yi family? Indeed, it seems so. It was said that young Master Chun favored the color purple, hence his perpetual attire. Huanyu overheard snippets of the surrounding conversations and finally raised his head to regard the man before him. His appearance was rather pleasant, though not as handsome as his own, a thought he kept to himself. "What is it that you desire?" Unfazed, the man stated his intent directly. "Might I acquire your phantom beast? As for the price, name your figure." The lady beside him beamed at this proposition. "Not for sale." Huanyu replied. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the absurdity of the request, he would gladly part with the creature, as its insatiable appetite threatened to bankrupt him. But the thought of actually selling it was ludicrous. He could envision it swallowing him whole. Yang expression shifted slightly in surprise, and then, with a discreet flick of his finger, a wave of energy surged towards Huanyu. Sensing the threat, Huanyu's countenance darkened as he casually waved his hand, dissipating the energy in an instant. Yang's eyes gleamed momentarily, yet he maintained his habitual smile as he spoke. "Since you are unwilling to part with your companion, I shall not press the matter further. Farewell." With that, he began to lead the lady away, but she, displeased, voiced her discontent at such treatment. "Hey, how can you be like this? Just tell me how many illusion stones you want. It's not like we can't afford it." The woman named Fair was about to continue her protest when Yang abruptly interrupted her. "Apologies, my friend. Fair simply possesses this naive and carefree disposition." With that, he swiftly tugged at the woman and left. Huanyu squinted slightly, then shook his head. She was merely a spoiled child raised in a wealthy family. Chapter 26. Second-grade illusion beast. "Brother Chin, why did you stop me?" The persistent woman named Fair questioned the man. Yang looked at the indignant woman with a sense of helplessness and discreetly signaled behind him. The woman, clearly still in a huff, stomped out with small, quick steps, prompting Yang to hastily follow her. Shortly after they departed, Huanyu and Long Ao also left in succession, continuing their journey. At this moment, Huanyu was preoccupied with two matters: investigating the origins of this token and enhancing his strength. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt the urge to grow stronger. The law of survival here was one of the fittest, yet by the time he truly comprehended this, he had already paid a painfully steep price. He had inquired about the token's origins from several individuals, but found himself at a dead end, leaving him no choice but to temporarily set it aside. Realizing that the matter was likely not as straightforward as he had hoped, thus, the most pressing priority was to bolster his power, which required a substantial amount of resources. Unfortunately, Huanyu found himself devoid of any. He felt like a complete pauper, and as for Long Ao, one could expect even less from him. He lacked elixirs and illusion stones, though he did possess cultivation techniques. However, as a human, Huanyu was entirely unable to practice them. Therefore, What Huanyu needed to focus on above all else was earning money. The man and his beast once again embarked on a lengthy journey, arriving at a place known as the Falling Abyss Forest. Indeed, hunting illusion beasts was the method Huanyu had devised to make money. For instance, the furs of these beasts and, more importantly, the potential for a beast core to crystallize within second grade and above beasts. All of which could fetch a handsome price in illusion stones. With a powerful strike, Huanyu sent a first-grade illusion beast flying. He exhaled slowly as the creature crashed to the ground. Gradually losing its breath. It had been over a month since he arrived here, and this marked the 17th illusion beast he had hunted that morning. Although they were all first grade, posing no threat to him now. He still felt exhausted and promptly sat down to recuperate. Huanyu had now reached the 5th level of the Great Illusion Master rank. He was uncertain how he had attained this level so swiftly. After some investigation by Long Ao, it was speculated that it was due to the influence of the demon seed. However, this rapid growth had left Huanyu's illusion power rather unstable. Thus, aside from earning money, he needed to refine his illusion power. Combat was always the quickest way to achieve this, leading to the current scene. I say, kid you, why don't we just resort to robbery with your current method? The illusion stones you earn wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps in your teeth, Long Ao lazily remarked from a distance. Huanyu rolled his eyes. This was not the first time this fellow had urged him. While robbery was indeed a quick way to wealth, he had no desire to be pursued relentlessly by others. Disregarding the creature, the soul consciousness extended outward, continuing the search for the next target. Presently, they found themselves at the forest periphery, encountering primarily first-tier phantom beasts, along with a few ordinary wild animals. Suddenly, a vague shadow materialized within the realm of his soul consciousness. In an instant, Huanyu darted forward. Meanwhile, Long Ao leisurely rose, ambled over to the phantom beast that had just been vanquished by Huanyu, and with a flick of his foreleg, an entire piece of hide was effortlessly stripped away. All the while muttering curses under his breath. How dare this little rascal make a prince of the wild tribe undertake such menial labor? Indeed, Huanyu was tasked with the killing, while Long Ao was responsible for the skinning. Failure to do so would mean no more lavish feasting for him, leaving Long Ao with no choice but to comply. This Huanyu meticulously confirmed that the phantom beast standing before him bore a resemblance to a rhinoceros, albeit adorned with numerous sharp spines on its back, resembling mountain peaks. Yes, that was its name, Ridgeback. A second-tier phantom beast. No wonder he was so exhilarated. A first-tier phantom beast hide was worth merely 10 low-grade phantom stones, while a second-tier hide commanded 100. Most importantly, should a beast core exist, the second tier would fetch 500. After the initial excitement subsided, he quickly recalibrated his state of mind, determined not to let this juicy target escape. Given his current strength, he had a considerable chance against a second-tier phantom beast. At that moment, the Ridgeback had already detected the nearby human and immediately prepared to launch an attack. After a slight adjustment, its momentum gradually reached its zenith, and Huanyu charged forward, his fists enveloped in phantom energy, striking down with great force. Moo. The Ridgeback emitted a sound akin to a bull's roar, its spines erecting in readiness as it charged directly at him. Bang! This creature possessed an extraordinarily tough hide. After exclaiming this, it continued its offensive, leaping and delivering a series of heavy blows. The Ridgeback's defensive capabilities were astonishing. However, every advantage has its corresponding disadvantage, which rendered its speed exceedingly sluggish. Moreover, its attacks were rather singular, relying solely on ramming. Yet, a phantom beast was far from an ordinary wild animal. As when you relentlessly bombarded it, the creature became thoroughly enraged. With a gaping maw, it conjured a luminous sphere of condensed phantom energy, directing it straight toward Huanyu. Flame shield. Huanyu swiftly initiated his defense. The fiery shield coalesced in an instant. After days of honing this technique, he had become increasingly adept, and the shield had solidified considerably. Boom! Upon contact with the flame shield, the luminous sphere erupted spectacularly. Stumbling back 3 steps, Huanyu was relieved that the shield had not shattered. He had successfully defended against the attack. Following this strike, the Ridgeback's breath noticeably faltered. Its weakness lay in its eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Long Ao had already arrived beside him, and upon witnessing Huanyu's fruitless assault, he timely interjected a warning. Heeding Long Ao's words and sensing the dwindling phantom energy within him, Huanyu soared into the air. Flame meteor, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards the Ridgeback. This was Huanyu's most potent strike thus far. Sensing the formidable force of the impending attack, the Ridgeback caught a whiff of danger. With a bellowing roar, the creature curled its entire body, revealing the white glow of the spines on its back, indicating that it had summoned its most formidable defense. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery column struck the ridge with ferocity, a succession of explosive sounds erupting, sending dust swirling into the air. As the smoke cleared, the ridge lay battered and bruised, its back nearly scorched and on the brink of collapse. Huanyu fared little better. Having exhausted his illusionary power, he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Realizing the outcome was all but sealed, he gestured towards Long Ao and promptly seated himself, grasping 2 illusion stones. Immediately beginning to recuperate, it took a full 2 hours for Huanyu to regain his strength, urgency burning within him as he turned to Long Ao. Long Ao spoke directly. Unfortunately, there are no beast cores. Huanyu's heart sank with disappointment. Noticing his demeanor, Long Ao continued, though lacking a beast core, it is evident that this recent trial has solidified the illusionary power within you. Huanyu had indeed sensed this earlier. The strength within him had grown considerably richer. Chapter 27. Out of the wolf pack and into the tiger's den in the deep of night, the forest was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Interrupted only by the distant roars of beasts, Long Ao, subtly emanating a faint aura, deterred any illusionary beasts from approaching. However, this night, a group of mysterious figures shattered the calm. Huanyu, seated in meditation, had long since detected their presence. He had grown accustomed to releasing his soul awareness during his training, maintaining a vigilant stance. According to his senses, nearly 20 individuals clad in black and masked had surrounded his location. With a sudden awakening, Huanyu sprang into action, yet Long Ao remained unfazed, merely rolling over to continue his slumber. They had an agreement. Unless Huanyu faced a life-threatening situation, Long Ao would not intervene, serving as a trial for Huanyu. Moreover, Huanyu did not wish to be a fledgling nurtured under another's protection. As the adage goes, one must forge oneself to be strong. The group of masked individuals, realizing Huanyu had discovered them, ceased their concealment and formed a circle around him. "Who are you?" Huanyu inquired coldly. After a brief exchange, the leader of the black-clad figures spoke slowly. "Who we are is of no concern to you. Surrender quietly, and you may avoid unnecessary suffering." In their eyes, with their numbers and the absence of allies nearby, capturing Huanyu seemed a foregone conclusion. Huanyu felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. These individuals hardly appeared to be mere bandits. The forest hosted many hunters of illusionary beasts, yet it was clear these figures were targeting him specifically. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 7th to 9th tiers of illusionists. Which one you had already assessed. Am I truly being intimidated by a band of insignificant minions? Huanyu muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Without further ado, he launched himself into action. Charging into the midst of the black-clad figures, the assailants were momentarily taken aback, astonished that their target had the audacity to strike first. The leader was the first to react, swiftly raising a hand and barking a command. In an instant, all present drew their weapons and closed in. Bang, bang, bang. Every individual that charged toward Huanyu was sent flying by a single punch, and within the span of a mere tea time. The ground was littered with a multitude of groaning bodies. This was merely a demonstration of Huanyu's restraint. Otherwise, these individuals would have met a far graver fate by now. The only other person still standing, aside from Huanyu, was the cloaked figure at the forefront. He appeared visibly shaken, his grip on his weapon trembling slightly, astonished that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such formidable strength. "Stay back," he stammered, raising his weapon in a futile attempt at intimidation as Huanyu fixed his gaze upon him. Huanyu clapped his hands and began to advance slowly, speaking in a calm tone. "Do not be afraid. If I wished to kill you, you wouldn't even have the chance to flee." He accompanied his words with a disarmingly innocent smile. What do you want? The man quaked, retreating in fright. Huanyu pressed on, his eyes piercing into the man's. "Tell me who sent you, and I shall spare you." That moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a soft squelch, a strange blood hole appeared in the man's chest, his eyes bulging in shock before he collapsed to the ground. Huanyu's gaze sharpened. That was In the instant prior, a shadow had zipped through the man's chest with such speed that even Huanyu had been unable to react. Suddenly, he stumbled as the ground erupted with violent tremors. Boom, boom, boom. Huanyu quickly extended his soul sense, his mouth agape in shock. Within his perception, a multitude of phantom beasts were frantically fleeing, many of which he could name: bamboo snakes, mist wolves, fierce tigers, ridge runners, and azure-backed bears. Beasts of various ranks were present, with the highest approaching the 4th tier, equivalent to the level of a phantom king among humans, now dashing as if pursued by some terrifying force. Run. Just as Huanyu was lost in thought, Long Ao appeared before him, his face gravely serious, issuing a fierce shout. Huanyu was instantly jolted awake, hastily matching Long Ao's pace as they sped away. Over here. Following Long Ao's guidance, The pair swiftly changed direction once again. After racing for more than an hour, the distance they covered was uncertain, but they finally distanced themselves from the massive horde of phantom beasts. Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted. Did those creatures take some sort of crazy medication to be out running at this hour? Huanyu flopped onto the ground, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow. How would I know? Perhaps you should go ask them, Long Ao replied, but Huanyu, disinterested, was more focused on ascertaining their current situation. Hey, what is our location now? I can't shake this chilling sensation. Upon hearing this, Long Ao swiftly surveyed their surroundings, his expression stiffening before he turned on his heel and bolted away, disappearing in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Huanyu in a daze. What was happening? A tremendous roar erupted, unleashing a fierce wind that sent Huanyu tumbling across the ground, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The colossal creature before him, known as the Earth Golden Lin Lion, was a fifth-tier phantom beast, equivalent to a human phantom emperor. It was no wonder that Long Ao had retreated swiftly. With its current prowess, it could likely crush him with a mere swipe of its paw. Humans.death. The massive phantom beast opened its mouth, producing a deep, resonant voice that articulated a few words that it was not surprising that a fifth-tier phantom beast had begun to awaken its intelligence and could speak. My goodness, Xiao Long, you scoundrel. Huanyu cursed vehemently and hastily took off running, only to find himself fleeing from a wolf pack into the jaws of a tiger. Truly, he must have exhausted his luck. Despite Huanyu exerting every ounce of strength he had, it proved futile. It seemed that fate had turned its back on him. After fleeing for an eternity, he found himself at the edge of a cliff, where Long Ao happened to be as well. Huanyu was infuriated, launching into a tirade. This is all your fault for leading me down this treacherous path. Now look where I am, on the brink of being devoured. Long Ao felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed a momentary lapse on his part. However, now that the situation had escalated, further words would serve no purpose. Enough with the futile complaints. We must devise a plan to escape, he said, hurriedly masking his awkwardness. Huanyu took a step back and gestured invitingly, indicating that Long Ao should take the lead, as he felt utterly incapable of handling the situation. Long Ao, bewildered, thought to himself, how ungracious of you. If I could defeat it, would I need to run? Nevertheless, he had no choice but to muster his courage and confront the beast. With a fierce roar, Long Ao expanded to an impressive 30 yards in size. Yet he still paled in comparison to the towering phantom beast before him. The Earth Golden Lin Lion regarded the diminutive figure with growing anger. Feeling provoked, a thunderous roar erupted from its mouth, and an overwhelming aura emanated from its body as it lifted its massive front paw, preparing to crush anything that dared to challenge it. In an instant, a protective shield materialized around Long Ao. Just as he completed the barrier, the colossal leg came crashing down. The shield shattered upon impact. Unable to withstand the force, Long Ao swiftly dodged aside, while the giant limb struck the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled violently, fissures appearing in the terrain. Caught precariously at the edge of the cliff, Huanyu lost his footing as the ground shook violently, his expression shifting to one of horror as he plummeted toward the abyss. Seeing Huanyu fall, Long Ao acted on instinct. He rapidly shrank in size and leapt after him. As Huanyu spiraled downward, a fleeting thought of despair crossed his mind, but the fierce wind soon whisked away his consciousness. Chapter 28. A Windfall. The Earth Golden Lin Lion, having seen the two audacious creatures vanish from sight, let out a series of frustrated roars before lumbering deeper into the forest, gradually disappearing from view. As the sun and moon alternated, an indeterminate amount of time seemed to have passed before Huanyu languidly opened his eyes. He tentatively attempted to move his body, only to be met with an excruciating pain that caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He felt as though he was on the brink of disintegration, his body burdened with countless injuries. It felt as if several of his ribs were fractured, and one leg had completely lost sensation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the clarity of his pain became overwhelmingly apparent. I am not dead. Ha ha ha. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, but just moments later, he was howling in agony. The pain is unbearable. His face fell in despair. Even if he had survived, it felt as though he had already lost half of his life. It was only at this juncture that he managed to lift his gaze and observe his surroundings. The light was dim, reminiscent of a cavern, and as his soul consciousness spread out, he gradually felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, no immediate danger lurked in the vicinity. He was genuinely terrified, as if trouble had been relentlessly pursuing him. Oh, Xiaolong. His memories were still anchored in the moment he plummeted from the cliff. Unaware of Long Ao's subsequent circumstances, he quickly reached out with his senses and, through the bond of their contract, discovered that Long Ao's presence had not dissipated, which alleviated his worries considerably. The bond between the man and the beast transcended mere contractual obligations. Their time spent together had profoundly deepened their emotional connection. After confirming everything, the pressing matter at hand was to attend to his myriad wounds. Fortunately, he was a healer himself, and his spatial ring was stocked with numerous medicinal supplies for treating injuries. One by one, he retrieved the items from the ring, creating a scattered array around him. Before commencing his self-bandaging, the cave echoed with his pained cries, leaving anyone oblivious to his plight to wonder what calamity had befallen him. After approximately an hour of tending to his wounds, he had managed to address most external injuries, though the severed leg would likely take much longer to heal. For now, he would have to endure life as a cripple. At that moment, Huanyu struggled to sit cross-legged, preparing for the final step. He intended to utilize his illusionary power to mend his fractured ribs. Crackling sounds emanated from within his body as he toiled. And after expending nearly half an hour, he finally succeeded. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he wore a look of dejection. Thus, he rested for about 3 days. During this time, Long Ao located Huanyu through their bond. Having sustained some minor injuries of his own, when the two reunited, their faces reflected the relief of having survived a catastrophe. They were now exploring the cavern, with Huanyu limping along. Yuzi, do you not sense that this cavern appears to bear signs of human craftsmanship? Long Ao remarked after examining the structure of the cave closely. The cavern itself was not particularly expansive, with a large opening at the top, obscured by a tangle of weeds. This was the very spot where Huanyu had fallen. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary, yet an almost imperceptible hint of decay lingered in the air. Step back a bit, Long Ao instructed, as a surge of illusionary power coalesced around him. Directed towards a particular point. He controlled his strength carefully, fearing to collapse the cave. To their surprise, when the attack struck the wall, it did not stir even a ripple. It quietly dissipated without a sound. Exchanging a glance, both the man and the beast simultaneously displayed expressions of profound understanding. At that moment, the entire cavern began to tremble slightly, and from the spot previously struck by Long Ao, intricate, translucent patterns gradually illuminated, resembling a vague silhouette of a door. It appeared to be a soul seal, albeit one that had clearly aged, revealing itself only when stimulated by external forces. Long Ao instantly discerned the origins of this phantasm. A soul seal, he declared. Huanyu exhibited a look of confusion, as this term was unfamiliar to him. Noticing his bewilderment, Long Ao proceeded to elucidate. A soul seal is crafted using the power of the soul through a special technique. Its secrecy is paramount, making it difficult for others to perceive that. As far as I know, only those possessing an exceptionally potent soul can execute this art. Otherwise, a weak soul attempting to impose a seal risks backlash, a consequence you would rather not fathom. Typically, only alchemists favor this method. At this juncture, his breath grew slightly labored. If this truly were the domain of an alchemist, it could lead to significant fortune. And how might one break this so-called soul seal? Long Ao pondered before continuing. The method of dismantling it is not overly complex. One approach is to directly overpower it, provided your cultivation surpasses that of the individual who cast the seal. However, this carries considerable risk and may damage the sealed object. The second method involves utilizing soul power to unravel the seal, ensuring no harm comes to the object in question. What about that? Huanyu gestured towards the transparent silhouette. This seal is ancient, and its energy has largely dissipated, making it relatively simple to breach. Long Ao, in the midst of his explanation, gathered a more potent manifestation of illusionary power and unleashed it forth. With a crackling sound, as the illusionary force made contact with the silhouette, sparks erupted, illuminating the space before rapidly flickering away, ultimately vanishing without a trace to reveal a stone door, which began to creak open slowly. As the door fully swung ajar, a chilling, decayed aura wafted forth, mingled with an unmistakable medicinal scent. Huanyu quickly covered his mouth and nose, as the odor was quite foul. In contrast, Long Ao wore an expression of exhilaration and stepped boldly through the threshold, with Huanyu hastily following suit. Once both man and beast had completely crossed the stone portal, it began to close imperceptibly, leaving no trace from the outside. The interior was shrouded in utter darkness, prompting Huanyu to retrieve a luminous stone from his spatial ring, a precautionary item he had previously prepared, now proving invaluable. The space within was not expansive. It contained a massive stone platform and an enormous alchemical furnace, upon which lay a skeleton, alongside a few rudimentary stone tables and chairs. Aside from their current location, 2 additional stone doors flanked them. Huanyu approached the stone platform, which was laden with various herbs. Yet, as he reached out to touch them, They crumbled to ashes, victims of time's inexorable decay. Not lingering, he noticed a book at the edge of the platform, covered in a thick layer of dust. With a gentle puff, he blew away the dust that had settled atop the tome, causing Huanyu to cough slightly as he carefully turned the pages to examine its contents. This book chronicled the exploits of a certain Yiming, who had established this very cave dwelling, which likely explained the heap of white bones nearby. It detailed the practices of an alchemist, along with a method known as the 9 transformations of illusory elixirs. However, Huanyu held little interest in the art of alchemy. Yuzi, come here. Upon hearing Long Ao's voice, Huanyu casually tossed the book into his spatial ring and strode over briskly. Beneath the skeletal remains, he discovered an object that resembled a piece of hide, which he promptly picked up. As he read the first 2 lines, his eyes sparkled with excitement. 0.9 heart source pill, grade, superior low tier. He continued until he reached the end, where a line of blood-red script caught his attention. The handwriting appeared somewhat distorted, suggesting that the author had been on the brink of death when it was inscribed. After 3 decades of toil, I have finally succeeded. Senior brother, you are no match for me. The text abruptly ceased, prompting Huanyu to murmur softly to himself. Successful, successful, could it be? Both he and the beast turned their gazes toward the immense alchemical furnace before them. Anxiety etched upon their faces. After such a passage of time, if there truly were elixirs within, they wondered if their potency had diminished. Exchanging a cautious glance, they gingerly lifted the lid. Inside the furnace, 2 snow-white pills lay quietly, emanating a faint glow and releasing a fragrance that was both refreshing and invigorating. Huanyu's breath hitched in his throat. This was a tremendous windfall. Chapter 29. Tianyang City, a carriage ambled along the road, within which Huanyu and Long Ao found themselves at that moment. I say, Yuzi, why not learn the art of alchemy? Long Ao gazed at Huanyu with eager anticipation. Huanyu rolled his eyes and playfully smacked the top of its head. Did this creature think alchemy was merely a matter of desire? He could see right through its whimsical notions. After acquiring the 2 pills in the cave, both Huanyu and the beast had consumed their share. And the effects of the superior elixirs were indeed remarkable. Although they were merely low tier, they had propelled Huanyu nearly 5 ranks higher, bringing him to the pinnacle of the 9th stage Great Illusionist. He was but a step away from transcending into the realm of illusory spirits. Yet, this seemingly singular step was shrouded in uncertainty regarding when he might achieve it. Meanwhile, Long Ao had also regained strength approaching that of a 5th stage illusory beast. And thus its thoughts began to stir. If only they could procure a few more such elixirs, its recovery would be expedited. Thus commenced another round of coaxing. After refining the elixirs, the duo sought the exit from the illusory beast forest. Along the way, they encountered several individuals to gather information, eventually arriving at a nearby small town. They initially intended to sell their recent acquisitions, but the town's merchants proved lacking in resources, resulting in only a meager sum. Reluctantly, they resolved to travel to a larger locale, prompting Huanyu to hire a carriage. As he consoled himself with this decision, he relished his time within the carriage. Long Ao, however, was far from tranquil. Chattering incessantly throughout the journey, Huanyu simply turned his head aside, feigning deafness. The carriage journeyed steadily for nearly 3 days before the outline of a city finally came into view on the horizon. As he drew near, Huanyu pulled open the carriage window and gazed ahead, unable to suppress his admiration. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this world that he beheld a true city. The towering and robust city walls exuded an impressive grandeur. Etched atop the main gate were 3 prominent characters, Tianyang Cheng. Just as he was caught in his reverie, a sentinel stationed at the gate halted the carriage and inquired. Huanyu swiftly dismounted, clarifying his intentions. I am but a merchant passing through, seeking a brief respite. I hope you will exercise your discernment, kind guard. The soldier regarded him momentarily, then proceeded to inspect the perimeter of the carriage. Upon noticing a small wolf within, he paid it little mind, for many households kept pets or low-tier magical beasts, and no anomalies were detected. To enter the city, a fee of 2 low-grade illusion stones is required. If you submit the amount, you may pass, the soldier stated. Upon hearing this, Huanyu obediently retrieved and handed over 2 illusion stones. With a wave of the soldier's hand, the carriage slowly rolled into the city. Upon entry, a cacophony of varied sounds engulfed him, predominantly from street vendors and shops. The thoroughfare bustled with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Huanyu then descended the carriage with Long Ao and rewarded the driver with 2 low-grade illusion stones as payment. The pair wandered along the street. Indeed, stalls were abundant with wares such as magical apparatuses and elixirs. Yet, through Huanyu's discerning eye, these were merely inferior, low-grade products that failed to pique his interest, serving only to provide a semblance of excitement. Subsequently, he sought information on the street, heading directly toward his destination, by Huanyu, reputed to be the largest establishment in the city, dealing not only in the sale of various goods but also in acquisitions. Upon arriving at this so-called by Huanyu, he indeed observed that the structure's expanse far surpassed that of others, with attendants at the entrance exhibiting the cultivation of sixth-tier illusionists. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? One attendant greeted with a beaming smile, indicating the establishment's commendable service. Huanyu composed himself and inquired, "Do you accept the purchase of magical beast hides here?" "Rest assured, our by Huanyu encompasses a vast array of business dealings, and this is certainly within our purview," the attendant replied with an air of confidence. "Lead the way," Huanyu commanded succinctly. "Very well. Esteemed guest, please follow me," the attendant obliged, guiding him through the establishment. Along the way, the attendant enthusiastically introduced the dazzling assortment of merchandise, providing Huanyu with a visual feast. The variety of offerings at the counters not only surpassed those found outside, but also boasted superior quality. Alas, constrained by his modest means, he could only indulge his eyes. "Qin Guanshi, this esteemed guest wishes to sell some magical beast hides. I must trouble you." The attendant addressed an elderly gentleman at the counter with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, the elder slowly lifted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. The attendant bowed once more before gradually retreating. As he departed, Huanyu tossed a piece of illusion stone to him. Eliciting a radiant smile, the elder set aside his tome and turned his attention to Huanyu. The young man appeared quite unfamiliar. Could it be that this is his first visit to our Baihuan Tower? To be honest, I am indeed here for the first time, and this is also my inaugural arrival in Tianyang City, the old man continued, inquiring about the young man's origins and his manner. "I am afraid I cannot disclose that information, and furthermore, if your Baihuan Tower wishes to engage in business, it would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation beforehand. Thus, I must take my leave." Huanyu felt a sense of discomfort. Such inquiries were not particularly pleasant for him, and being brought up in conversation was somewhat disheartening. After a farewell gesture, he prepared to turn away. "Please, young sir, do not go. I apologize for my rudeness," the old man exclaimed as Huanyu took a step. The elder quickly donned a smile. "Might I inquire how many you wish to sell?" Without further ado, Huanyu produced an enormous pile from his spatial ring, instantly covering the ground. This action startled the old man, who gazed at the small mountain with astonishment. Did this youth perhaps slay an entire forest? Typically, those who came to sell such items had but a few hundred, yet this quantity, at the very least, amounted to several thousand. It seemed this young man possessed some noteworthy background. There are a total of 6,000 first-tier, along with a few dozen second-tier ones, Huanyu stated without waiting for the old man's inquiry. The second-tier skins were not so plentiful. They were acquired after he emerged from the cave to test his strength. Casually dispatching a few more creatures, the elder promptly approached to inspect the skins, nodding frequently in approval. These were remarkably intact, indeed a rarity, and then he proceeded to announce the price. "The price for first tier is 10 low grade each, while second tier ones are 100. I trust you are aware of this, young sir." Huanyu nodded. He was indeed knowledgeable about these matters. 6,000 first tier skins, combined with the second tier ones, totaled 61,300 low grade. Considering the impeccable condition of these skins, I shall offer an additional 2,000, bringing the total to 63,300. With that, the elder waved his hand, and all the vanished, replaced by a substantial pile-off. Huanyu glanced at it, and, with a wave of his own hand, stored it all in his spatial ring. At last, he had accumulated some assets, making his efforts worthwhile. "Thank you," he expressed with a respectful gesture towards the old man before turning to exit. As the young man walked away, the elder stroked his beard and made a discreet gesture. Just as one man and one beast stepped out the door, Long Ao became restless. It had been hungry for some time, incessantly pestering Huanyu for a delectable meal. In a buoyant mood, Huanyu resolved to celebrate this occasion and proceeded in a determined direction. Just as they departed, a man clad in purple arrived at Baihuan Tower. Turning to catch a glimpse of the retreating figures of the man and beast, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Chapter 30. The Fist is the principal. Huanyu and Long Ao arrived at the largest tavern in the city. Wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, they opted for a private room. The food was served in abundance, and the consumption level here was notably high. Even at the outset, the duo had already consumed nearly 100 low-grade phantom stones worth of meals. It is worth noting that back in the small town, one could enjoy a considerable feast for merely 10 low-grade phantom stones, which underscores the reality of a major city. Moreover, The culinary delights were indeed exquisite. Prompting Huanyu to momentarily cast aside his reservations and indulge himself in a lavish feast. Delicious.as he savored the delectable dishes. Huanyu found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the path that lay ahead. It had been nearly half a year since his departure, and while his cultivation had seen considerable growth, it remained insufficient. He could still be deemed as dwelling in the lower echelons of power. It was high time to strategize his next steps, for some burdens had lingered in his heart for far too long, inevitably driving one to madness. That moment, faint sounds drifted in from the adjoining room. Have you heard? That place is about to start recruiting disciples. Which place? Speak clearly. Where else? It's the Xianyang ancient sect on Xianyang Mountain. You didn't know about this. The conversation trailed off, becoming increasingly hushed. Xianyang ancient sect, Huanyu murmured softly. This place was somewhat familiar to him, having occasionally overheard others mention it. It was said to be an exceedingly ancient sect, boasting a lineage spanning over 1,000 years with formidable strength. However, the conditions for joining were notoriously stringent, resulting in a limited number of disciples within the sect, who rarely made appearances in public. Huanyu comprehended this aspect well. Quality was prized over quantity, ensuring the longevity of a sect. In comparison, the Huan Pavilion seemed merely a minor player in the presence of such a colossal entity, at least on the surface. Nevertheless, Huanyu's understanding of the Huan Pavilion was rather limited. Yet it did not diminish his disdain for it. One day, he would seek retribution. After indulging in a feast, the duo decided to find an inn to temporarily rest. However, trouble soon followed them as they exited the tavern. Just moments ago, Huanyu sensed subtle, secretive fluctuations within his soul perception. He realized he was being followed, and not by just one group. He discreetly signaled Long Ao, and then swaggered away with confidence. They located a place to stay and settled in. The stalkers, it seemed, were in no rush, continuing to conceal themselves in the vicinity. During this time, Huanyu thoroughly confirmed that two groups were tailing him. He speculated that one group likely belonged to the Bai Huan Lu, while he had no inkling regarding the other. After pondering, he concluded that he had not wronged anyone. Thus, he decided to dismiss the thought. After all, these individuals could not remain hidden indefinitely. They would eventually reveal themselves, merely awaiting the right opportunity, and Huanyu would personally create that moment for them. In the following days, Huanyu sought information far and wide and then boldly exited the city gates. It was time to rid himself of the tail that had been following him. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers beyond the city, a dense thicket of trees emerged, into which Huanyu plunged headlong. Without hesitation, those who were tracking him followed suit. Once they entered, Huanyu seemed to be conversing with himself. Since you've come, there is no need for further concealment. You've been tailing me for so long. It surely cannot be solely due to my handsome appearance, he remarked, nonchalantly tossing his hair, leaving Long Ao beside him utterly dumbfounded by this sudden display of flamboyance. Clap, clap, clap. Having been discovered, both factions ceased their stealthy approach and boldly revealed themselves. One group donned black cloaks and masks, while the other showed no signs of disguise whatsoever. 1, 2, 3 a total of 43 individuals. You truly hold me in high regard, Huanyu said with a wry smile as he counted the number of adversaries. Hee, young brother, you are indeed impressive. To remain so composed at this moment. If it weren't for the task at hand, I would genuinely wish to befriend you, remarked a middle-aged man leading one of the groups. His demeanor suggesting victory was already in his grasp. Huanyu replied with poise, friendship is unnecessary. I have already surmised your intentions for being here, and indeed, one's reputation is often regarded as a mere trifle. The middle-aged man wore an expression of undeniable acknowledgement. As for you, I am less informed. Pray tell, where have I offended you? Huanyu turned to the masked figures in black, genuinely perplexed. These individuals seemed to belong to the same group he had encountered in the forest. Yet their reasons for pursuing him remained a mystery. The black-clad figures paid Huanyu no mind. One among them turned to the middle-aged man and spoke. Our objectives appear to diverge. Perhaps we can mutually benefit from this encounter? It seemed the black-clad figures were aware of the identities of the other group and wished to avoid conflict. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered before he slowly nodded in agreement. Both then turned their attention to Huanyu. It seemed there would be no opportunity for reconciliation. Indeed, it appeared that in this world, strength was the only means to resolve all troubles, and Huanyu had been thoroughly reduced to mere prey on a chopping board. I wish to engage in goodwill, yet fate does not favor my desires. Let us settle this together, he lamented with a shake of his head. No sooner had he finished speaking than he ceased to suppress his aura, a formidable energy surging forth as his magic coursed through him. exuding the presence of an unparalleled master. Sensing this formidable aura, the previously speaking black-clad figure and the middle-aged man both wore grave expressions. Taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this seemingly unremarkable youth, however, there was no time for further contemplation. Exchanging a glance, the two simultaneously gestured, and, apart from the two who had spoken, both groups launched their assault on Huanyu. The battle ignited in an instant. Huanyu, unarmed, surged into the fray, his magic erupting as his fists cut through the air with ferocity. Thud, thud, thud among them. The most skilled combatant was merely a third-tier great mage. Hardly a match for Huanyu's might. Every adversary struck by his fists was sent reeling, blood spewing forth. The conflict commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, within the span of mere moments. Huanyu stood alone, hands behind his back, while his foes lay scattered, groaning upon the ground. The expressions of the remaining two individuals darkened, and the middle-aged man slowly spoke. "It seems I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to possess some capability." "Well said. It appears that you too must take matters into your own hands," replied Huanyu leisurely. In an instant, the middle-aged man wielded a sword, while the cloaked figure brandished a knife, both charging towards Huanyu simultaneously. Huanyu casually lifted a sword from the ground, choosing not to summon the flame. Ever since his master passed away, the flame had been preserved within his spatial ring, and he was reluctant to wield it again, perhaps fearing the emotional weight it carried. Clang, clang. The three of them were soon entangled in a fierce battle. The sound of clashing weapons resounding in the air. Both the cloaked figure and the middle-aged man were around the 8th rank of the Grand Illusionist, and their cooperation was commendable, one attacking from above while the other struck from below, making it not easy for Huanyu to fend them off. They unleashed their illusion techniques simultaneously, a fiery blade of crimson light and a transparent sword gleaming as they sliced toward Huanyu. In response, Huanyu unleashed his most powerful strike, sensing another formidable presence rapidly approaching. He soared into the air, conjuring a massive pillar of fire that hurtled towards his adversaries. Boom. Their attacks were instantly obliterated, sending them hurtling backward. With a simultaneous cough of blood, they were thrown off balance. Seizing the moment, Huanyu and Long Ao swiftly flickered away into the distance, disappearing within a few breaths. Just as their figures vanished, an elderly man appeared abruptly on the scene. The middle-aged man hastily attempted to rise and pay his respects, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. His gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. After 2 full days of relentless travel, a man and a beast finally arrived at the base of a towering mountain known as Huanyu Mountain. The area was bustling with life, with even street vendors setting up stalls, for today marked the day the ancient sect atop Huanyu Mountain would recruit disciples. Some individuals had arrived several days in advance. As for why Huanyu had come here, it was a decision made after careful discussion with Long Ao. Every prominent family or major sect undoubtedly possessed abundant resources, otherwise, they could not have endured for hundreds or even thousands of years. This was precisely what Huanyu lacked the most. Although joining a sect would impose certain restrictions, the benefits far outweighed them. For instance, the techniques and illusion arts were essentially priceless to Huanyu, and such treasures would certainly not be in short supply within these grand sects. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, he would have the opportunity to acquire them. Of course, one must first pass the assessment and successfully enter the mountain gate. Otherwise, all would be mere talk. Not long after, approximately half an hour had passed when a group of disciples clad in white robes appeared in an orderly fashion at the foot of the mountain. At the forefront were 2 elderly men dressed in gray robes. From Long Ao, Huanyu learned that both possessed cultivation at the level of the Illusion King, perhaps due to the noise surrounding them. The 2 elders' brows furrowed slightly. Silence. One elder spoke lightly. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, and the scene fell instantly silent as all gazes turned towards him. The elder nodded in slight satisfaction before continuing to speak. Today marks the once-in-a-decade occasion for the recruitment of disciples by the Huanyu ancient sect. I am known as Su, and this gentleman beside me bears the surname Ma. Together, we are entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing the assessments. The examination is divided into 3 stages, though I shall refrain from elaborating further at this moment. Only those who successfully navigate the first stage shall be deemed worthy of knowledge regarding the subsequent challenges. The crowd erupted in murmurs, a testament to the formidable reputation of the great sect, as the stringent nature of the disciple selection process became evident. In essence, this methodology ensures a degree of confidentiality, thwarting any attempts at preparation or deceit. With a subtle gesture, the elder silenced the gathering, allowing him to continue. The initial assessment entails a journey up the mountain from this point, with a time limit of 3 days. Successfully reaching the mountainside will signify passage, with results determined by the order of arrival. All individuals under the age of 20 who have attained the realm of a grand illusionist are eligible to participate. I must caution you, however, you may encounter various perils along the way, and it is imperative that you navigate these challenges independently. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of life, and neither I nor my associates shall extend any assistance. Upon hearing the stipulations of the first stage, most individuals appeared relatively at ease. With a modicum of caution, they believed it would not be overly difficult to succeed. Huanyu felt similarly. He was confident in his ability to surmount this initial hurdle. After granting the assembly a moment to digest the information, the elder waved his hand, prompting his disciples to part ways and reveal several paths leading up the mountain. You may choose your route as you wish. I shall await your arrival at the mountainside. With that, the two elders turned and ventured into the depths of the mountain, swiftly vanishing from sight. In an instant, a few quick-witted individuals selected a path and charged forward. The crowd ignited with fervor as countless figures surged into the wilderness. Only when nearly half of the participants had disappeared did Huanyu make his choice, accompanied by Long Ao, as they entered a path together. Thus, the assessment officially commenced. Throughout the journey, Huanyu extended his spiritual awareness, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Remarkably, the day passed without incident. Any encounters with illusionary beasts were of the first tier, easily frightened away by a mere hint of Huanyu's presence. As night swiftly enveloped the landscape, Huanyu sought a suitable spot to kindle a fire and rest temporarily. After all, the darkness of night was ill-suited for travel, and time was still ample. At this moment, Huanyu held a wild rabbit over the flames, roasting it to perfection, while Long Ao drooled in anticipation. Before long, the rabbit's flesh turned a glorious golden hue, releasing an enticing aroma. Amused by Long Ao's eagerness, Huanyu tossed him a piece, then resumed roasting another rabbit as the meat slowly cooked. Huanyu found himself lost in nostalgia, recalling his mother and the savory braised rabbit dish she used to prepare. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, "Father, Mother, where are you?" His soft lamentation filled the air with a palpable sadness, prompting Long Ao, who was relishing his meal, to exhale a sigh of empathy. After a night of rest, Huanyu awoke rejuvenated. As dawn broke, he set forth once more. With each step upward, the atmosphere grew increasingly dense and laden. At the mountainside, two figures stood silently. They were none other than the Elder Su and Elder Ma. "How many individuals do you believe will surpass this first challenge?" inquired the elder surnamed Su, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this question, the elder surnamed Ma remained reticent, as if he were inherently disinclined to engage in conversation, merely shaking his head slowly. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, triggering a chain reaction. The anguished cries erupted simultaneously from over a dozen locations. Not far from Huanyu, one such sight drew his immediate attention, prompting him to dart forth. Upon arrival, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. There lay 4 individuals, more accurately, 4 lifeless corpses, each with eyes wide open, reflecting disbelief. Most alarmingly, all 4 had succumbed to the same fate, a gaping wound in their chests, as if their hearts had been brutally extracted and vanished without a trace. Huanyu's expression grew grave. He recognized this scenario all too well, having witnessed a similar occurrence in the past. They appeared to have died moments ago, without a hint of struggle, and simultaneously at that, Long Ao approached to conduct an examination, arriving at a conclusion. Huanyu remained silent, lost in contemplation, pondering the nature of the entity responsible. What could possess the ability to silently and swiftly extract hearts without eliciting any reaction? Suddenly, a particular phantom beast came to mind, coinciding with the imminent threat. Be cautious, Long Ao urgently warned, as a surge of phantom energy erupted from his being. Huanyu reacted just in time, sensing a sharp presence approaching his chest in an instant. Alas, he was a fraction too late. As he shifted slightly, the lethal force had already darted past him. A searing pain radiated from his chest, causing Huanyu to collapse to the ground. His chest was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have ended up like the others. In that fleeting moment, his soul sense had caught a glimpse of a shadow, confirming the nature of the menacing presence. "Miss Shadow Beast," he uttered gravely. "Damn it, are you all right?" Long Ao cursed, chastising himself for his negligence. Rushing to Huanyu's side and unleashing a wave of phantom energy to staunch the bleeding. Huanyu's complexion paled. That had been perilously close, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart within his chest. He exhaled softly in relief. "I am fine. Though the wound is deep, it is not life-threatening." he managed to reassure Long Ao, mustering his spirits. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in sweat. What kind of creature was that? Had it not revealed a hint of murderous intent at the moment of attack, even I would not have detected it. Long Ao pondered, perplexed. Given his strength of soul sense, it was rare for such an entity to approach without being noticed. He held some confidence in this regard. Huanyu forced a wry smile, explaining that this creature's elusive nature rendered it exceedingly difficult to detect, irrespective of one's soul sense prowess. If I am not mistaken, it should be a third-tier phantom beast, the mist shadow beast that I am surprised to find that such a creature exists here as well. Long Ao evidently had no knowledge of this beast, and his expression was one of increasing perplexity. Moreover, it seemed as though he might have encountered it previously, yet he had no recollection of it. Observing the confusion on his face, Huanyu continued to elaborate. I came across this creature in a book. Although it is merely a third-tier phantom beast, even those who possess significantly greater strength are often reluctant to provoke it. As you can see, this beast's defining characteristic is its ability to conceal itself, blending almost seamlessly with the air. If it does not choose to reveal itself, you would be unable to detect it, even if it were right before you. Furthermore, this beast has a particular affinity for blood. Upon hearing this, Long Ao promptly adopted a vigilant stance, leaving Huanyu momentarily speechless. Before continuing, this creature also possesses another trait, akin to an assassin. If it fails to strike, it will swiftly retreat. Therefore, it is likely that it has already fled. Hearing this, Long Ao felt somewhat reassured, yet he remained cautious, continuously scanning his surroundings with his soul sense. Huanyu allowed him to proceed, hastily bandaging his wounds, and then took the time to bury the bodies of those who had perished. Though they were strangers, he could not bear the thought of leaving them to rot in the wilderness. After this tumultuous episode, both the man and the beast heightened their vigilance, becoming exceedingly wary at the slightest rustle of the wind or movement in the grass. As they continued onward, they gradually encountered numerous others. Although they were not particularly familiar with one another, they exchanged nods and continued on their separate paths. As they ascended, Long Ao's soul sense began to detect several other third-tier phantom beasts, but he found no evidence of fourth-tier beasts, suggesting that the highest tier present in this area was indeed only third tier. Cautiously alerting Huanyu, he guided them to circumvent potential threats, though others were not so fortunate, as anguished cries occasionally echoed through the air, leaving Huanyu to silently mourn for them. Thus, on the third day, Huanyu finally reached the mountainside without incident, arriving at what appeared to be a vast plaza. By this point, there were already quite a few people present, most bearing some injuries, while a few remained unscathed, either due to their formidable strength or sheer luck, as Huanyu surmised. Among them, a particular pair of individuals caught Huanyu's attention, for he had encountered them before. The man seemed to sense Huanyu's gaze, turning to glance at him, and a look of inexplicable significance flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the time for the first trial had completely elapsed, and two elderly figures slowly emerged before the crowd. The elder, surnamed Su, surveyed the gathering with a content nod, then spoke. This year has proven quite commendable. First, I must congratulate you all on passing the first trial. Those present broke into smiles at this announcement. Now, we shall proceed to the second trial. As the elder gestured, the second trial materialized before the onlookers, yet they were left in a state of bewilderment. For the elder pointed toward a group of disciples, continuing his discourse. The rules of this trial dictate that each participant must endure within the formation for the duration of a tea's brewing. Those who successfully pass the second stage will be congratulated, for they will have essentially become disciples of my esteemed Xinyang ancient sect. Following this, the successful candidates shall stand to the left, while those who fail will take position on the right, at which point arrangements will be made to escort you down the mountain. The assessment commences without any superfluous chatter, nor is there time allotted for healing the injured. At the command of the elder, the disciples immediately began to shift and align, gradually forming an intricate array. For a moment, none of the participants moved. A full quarter of an hour elapsed before one individual boldly stepped forward. With a respectful clasp of the fist towards the two elders, he charged into the so-called formation. All eyes were fixed upon him. The instant he entered, the disciples within the array sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. The individual hastily drew his weapon to counter the onslaught. Yet, after merely half a tea's time, he was sent hurtling backwards by the force of the assault. The elder shook his head, declaring his failure. Through careful observation, the onlookers discerned a subtlety. Throughout the encounter, the disciples remained steadfast in their positions, continuously unleashing illusory force. When they coordinated their efforts, the resultant convergence of illusory energy significantly amplified their power. The collective strength of these disciples ranged approximately from the 5th to 6th tiers of illusory masters. While the earlier challenger was merely at the 3rd tier, his ability to withstand such an onslaught for that duration was commendable. Now that the secret was unveiled, several others stepped forth, though the number of those who sucky Huanyu spent the entire night immersed in cultivation. A small portion of the illusory stones within his spatial ring had been consumed. However, the sensation of breaking through to the realm of illusory spirits eluded him, leaving him with no choice but to abandon his efforts. As dawn gradually approached, he rose slowly, preparing to partake in the 3rd assessment of the day. Rather than a true evaluation, this gathering served more as a means of faction allocation. Upon arriving at the venue, Huanyu realized that this so-called 3rd round was merely an opportunity for the elders to select disciples. Over 30 individuals demonstrated their respective skills and techniques, only to be critiqued by a group of elderly men. Those deemed satisfactory were accepted as disciples, while the rest were relegated to the status of ordinary disciples. Unfortunately for Huanyu, he found himself among the latter, though he was not particularly concerned, as his objective remained simple: to diligently enhance his strength. In the realm of cultivation, haste begets stagnation. Success is achieved when the time is right. An elder spoke eloquently in a vast training hall, addressing numerous disciples who listened attentively, Huanyu among them. Having spent precisely 3 months at the Xianyang ancient sect, he had engaged in daily cultivation. Yet as an ordinary disciple, he was also tasked with menial assignments allocated by the sect, chores that only elder disciples or elite students were exempt from. Such matters did not weigh heavily on his mind. What truly troubled him was his stagnated progress, having remained at the 9th level of the Great Illusionist for 3 full months. With his illusory stones nearly depleted, he could distinctly sense that his internal illusory energy had reached saturation. Yet he was unable to break through to the next level, even with Long Ao's inability to provide answers. Today marked another day of instruction from the elders, prompting him to seek methods for advancement. Perhaps due to his unstable mindset, he gleaned little from the lesson. Sighing softly, he rose as the elder concluded the lecture and began to walk outside. Although the treatment of ordinary disciples was rather mundane, they did possess their own independent quarters. An elder surnamed Su had approached him once, expressing a desire to take him as a disciple, but he had politely declined. With his head bowed, he wandered back to his residence. Somewhat lost in thought, suddenly, Huanyu felt himself collide with something. Having remained lost in his musings, he had failed to notice that a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Before him stood a young woman clad in a flowing pink gown. Her height comparable to his own, with a slightly flushed complexion. Huanyu found himself momentarily entranced, for he discerned a hint of Qian Shui's visage in her features. Perhaps it was the longing from not having seen his beloved for an extended period. Though in truth, they bore little resemblance. The young woman, thoroughly incensed, had just turned around when this stranger inexplicably appeared behind her and collided with her, only to stand there in silence, staring vacantly. "What sort of person are you?" she exclaimed loudly. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before?" Huanyu remained dazed. "Do you dare?" The young woman, now visibly agitated, approached and tugged at Huanyu's ear. If this scene were to be witnessed by others, one could only imagine the speculations it might provoke. Alas, the pain is excruciating. In that instant, Huanyu found herself thoroughly awakened, her hand instinctively reaching out, only to inadvertently grasp an exceedingly sensitive area. The young girl instantly froze, feeling as though she had been jolted by an electric shock. "So soft," was Huanyu's initial impression. However, the next moment, slap, a distinct handprint appeared on her face. You, sobbed the girl, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence, her hands covering her face as she wept, then turned and fled, leaving a trail of aggrieved tears in her wake. As for Huanyu, she wore a wry smile, pondering the absurdity of the situation. What a peculiar occurrence. Yet, she mused, it had indeed felt quite soft just a moment ago. Now that the girl had vanished, all she could do was apologize the next time they met. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she shook her head and continued on her way. Just as she lifted her foot, she noticed an object on the ground, resembling a tome or a manual of sorts, which she picked up casually. Upon inspecting it, she saw the characters for Dan Jian inscribed upon it. Could it be that the young woman from earlier was affiliated with Dan Jian? She pondered quietly, her resolve forming within her. "Oh dear, at your age, still crying like a little kitten. Aren't you ashamed?" The covers were pulled back to reveal the very girl in the pink attire from earlier, who was now choking on her words, tears streaming down her cheeks in large droplets. All right. What has transpired? Tell your sister, and I shall advocate for you." the girl in white said tenderly, carefully wiping away the tears. Is anyone there? Just as the girl in pink was about to speak, a voice called out from beyond. The girl in white, initially reluctant to respond as she had yet to resolve the matter at hand, ultimately stood up and made her way outside, instructing the girl in pink, rest for a moment. I shall see what is amiss. The owner of that voice was none other than Huanyu, who had increasingly felt the need to apologize. After seeking information, she had located this Dandian, though she now found it perplexing that such a vast place was devoid of any presence, appearing rather lifeless. Thus, she resorted to calling out loudly. Just as Huanyu was about to turn and leave, believing no one was present, a figure in white materialized before her. May I inquire who you are? The girl in white regarded the newcomer with curiosity, as she had never encountered him before. Turning around, Huanyu nearly mistook the girl in white for the earlier pink-clad maiden, as they bore a striking resemblance. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned subtle differences, noting that this one appeared slightly more mature. I am Huanyu. Earlier, I found a book on the road, inscribed with the words Dandian, so I brought it here, she said, hastily offering the object in her hand. Upon receiving it, the girl in white regarded the young man before her, her thoughts racing. Could it be? But before she could ponder further, a beam of sword light erupted from behind her. Huanyu's expression darkened. In her kind gesture of returning the item, she had been ambushed. Without hesitation, she summoned her magical energy and retaliated with a swift strike. As the filming progressed, he suddenly widened his mouth in astonishment. For the assailant was none other than. Within the Dan Hall at that moment, 3 individuals were seated. The gaze of the woman in white flitted back and forth between her younger sister and Huanyu. Meanwhile, the woman in pink fixed an almost predatory stare upon Huanyu, causing a chill to run down his spine. However, given her level of cultivation, she posed no threat to Huanyu, had he not withdrawn in the nick of time. She would likely have suffered severe injuries by now. Ahem, young master, my sister has a rather impulsive temperament, and I hope you won't take offense. The woman in white spoke first, her tone tinged with mild regret. Oh, no, it's no trouble at all. It was I who inadvertently offended your sister. I truly apologize. I was momentarily distracted. So, Huanyu stammered, feeling somewhat awkward as he ruffled his hair. To his surprise, the woman in pink showed no appreciation for his words. Merely snorting disdainfully and turning her head away, the woman in white appeared somewhat helpless, as neither sister was willing to clarify the situation, leaving her at a loss. Unbeknownst to them, the truth was indeed difficult to articulate. If revealed, it would likely lead her to draw her sword against Huanyu. An unexpected break through the awkward atmosphere lingered for nearly half an hour, leaving Huanyu increasingly uncomfortable, with a shift of his eyes. He summoned the courage to speak. I have a few questions that I hope the young lady can elucidate. I can probably guess what young master you wishes to inquire about. You are curious as to why there are only my sister and I in the entire Dan Hall. Am I correct? The woman in white, clearly not lacking in intelligence, responded. Huanyu nodded slowly, as this was indeed his primary concern. That moment, both sisters displayed expressions of sorrow, indicating that the matter was likely far from simple. The woman in white took a moment to gather her thoughts before beginning her tale. Once, the Dan Hall was bustling with life, holding a prominent position within the Xianyang ancient sect. However, ever since the demise of our father, the Hall's master, it has descended into its current state. As she reminisced, both sisters bore sorrowful visages, their eyes tinged with red. I sincerely apologize for my intrusion, Huanyu said, uncertain how to proceed, and he rose to clasp his fist in apology. The woman in white waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, and continued, My name is Yunshi, and my sister is Yuntong. Our father, the previous master of the Dan Hall, was named Yun Xiaotian. Approximately 10 years ago, one day, a senior elder's grandson returned from an outing severely injured and sought our father to concoct a medicinal pill for him. It was this very pill that led to the current state of the Dan Hall. As she spoke, both Yunshi and Yuntong revealed expressions of deep-seated hatred. What kind of pill was it? Huanyu inquired, curiosity piqued despite his lack of interest in alchemy. Yunshi continued, Upon hearing this, Huanyu felt a flicker of indignation. It seemed that even within the grand sect, darkness was inescapable. His heart brimmed with sympathy for the sisters, who, at such a tender age 10 years prior, had already borne so much. Have you two never considered leaving this place? Huanyu asked, only to realize his error as soon as the words left his lips. Only then did Yunshi speak with a hint of self-mockery. Leaving? We have grown up here since childhood. Where else could we possibly go? This is the only legacy our parents have left us. Moreover, we later came to understand why our father forced himself to concoct medicine despite his severe injuries. It was because that esteemed elder used us sisters to threaten him. As she reached this point, the tears of both sisters became uncontrollable, and they began to sob softly that moment. However, a peculiar change occurred in Huanyu. A layer of crimson light gradually enveloped his eyes, and an ominous aura erupted from him in an instant. His robe billowed dramatically, making a rustling sound as the illusory crystal within him spun rapidly. A faint cracking sound resonated within him, signaling the fracture of his illusory crystal, which began to expand gradually. With a final crack, it shattered completely, transforming into pure illusory power that coursed through his meridians, perpetually circulating. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the two sisters nearby. Sister, Yun Tong was about to speak, but Yunqi immediately gestured for silence. At that moment, the illusory power in the heavens stirred, creating a whirlwind within the entire alchemy hall, all of which surged towards Huanyu, pouring down upon him from above. He had broken through, taking this monumental step unexpectedly, as his aura began to swell dramatically. Another entity within him, the demonic seed, also stirred restlessly, releasing uncontrollable waves of demonic energy that surged through his meridians. A pained expression crossed Huanyu's face as a layer of dark mist began to envelop him. His mind was instantly flooded with a bloodthirsty impulse, his crimson gaze fixating directly on the sisters beside him. The sisters felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, encountering a gaze brimming with boundless feeling increasingly awkward. Huanyu decided to bid farewell to her two sisters, who made no attempt to retain her. As their interactions had been rather limited, little did she know that shortly after her departure, trouble would find her friends. A group of over 10 individuals surrounded the two sisters, their faces twisted with rage. The foremost among them, a lecherous-looking man, brazenly declared, "Today, I shall take you two to the bridal chamber. I am quite the tender-hearted gentleman. As long as you behave, everything will go smoothly." He chuckled sinisterly, his eyes leering over the sisters without restraint. "Absolutely not. Luo Xiu, do not push your luck." Yunqi spat defiantly, though a sense of despair gnawed at her insides. Over the years, they had often faced harassment, but the audacity of these individuals had grown increasingly brazen. Could it be that the two sisters were truly? She dared not contemplate further, attributing her plight to her own lack of talent. Despite her relentless efforts and cultivation, progress had been painfully slow. With a wave of his hand, the boy named Luo Xiu commanded his companions to charge forward. The sisters exchanged a resolute glance, determination etched on their faces. Even if it meant death, they would not allow him to succeed. Just as they prepared to fight for their lives, the assailants suddenly collapsed, spewing blood and wailing in agony. Amidst the sisters' astonishment, a figure slowly emerged. "Begone, or perish," echoed a voice devoid of emotion, accompanying the appearance of this mysterious presence. Although Luo Xiu was a notorious libertine, he was no fool. He swiftly retreated, his expression turning grave as he scrutinized the newcomer, demanding, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The figure turned slowly, remaining silent, yet an invisible pressure seemed to coalesce around him, constricting Luo Xiu's breath. Realizing he was outmatched, Luo Xiu concluded that he could not contend with this individual. As the flow of his own magical energy faltered, he decisively waved his hand, casting a deep glance at the newcomer before retreating in disarray with his followers. Once the figures of their adversaries vanished, the sisters exhaled in relief, turning their gaze toward the newcomer in surprise. It was none other than Huanyu, who had departed not long before. Yunqi began, but noticed that Huanyu seemed lost in contemplation. This was his first display of power since his breakthrough, and he was enveloped in a unique sensation. Upon hearing Yunqi's voice, he turned, revealing a gentle, spring-like smile as he softly inquired, "Are you both unharmed?" The warmth of his smile enveloped the sisters, evoking a new impression within them. They pondered the nature of this man, who had previously appeared terrifying, like a demon from the depths of hell, yet now radiated the essence of an angel. The juxtaposition of such contrasting personas within a single individual was utterly confounding, leaving them at a loss. On the other side, Luo Xiu, having just departed, walked along the path with a sullen expression. What he had deemed a certain success had unexpectedly taken an unforeseen turn. He had long coveted those two sisters, and many within the sect shared his sentiments. The more he pondered, the more his heart simmered with rage, prompting him to inquire of those beside him, "Have you seen the person from earlier?" His subordinates each contemplated briefly before shaking their heads in unison. With countless disciples in the sect, unless one frequently encountered them or they were exceptionally renowned, it was rare to remember their appearances. Moreover, a portion of individuals remained secluded in their cultivation, seldom venturing into public, leaving them at a loss this moment. One subordinate stepped forth, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning as he whispered, "Young master, I believe I have thought of a method, but Luoziu's eyes brightened. Oh, do enlighten me." The individual leaned in close to Luoziu's ear, murmuring for some time. Luoziu occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately revealing a sinister smile, as if he were plotting something devious. Within the alchemy hall, as the sky gradually dimmed, and with Yunzi's insistence, Huanyu decided to remain here for the night. Initially, Huanyu found this arrangement rather inappropriate. After all, a solitary man and two women alone could lead to unwarranted speculation. While he himself was indifferent to such gossip, he felt it could cast a shadow over the two sisters. However, Yunzi insisted on expressing her gratitude for his life-saving intervention, asserting that had he not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Thus, she personally prepared a meal, which Huanyu found difficult to decline. Although the dishes were simple, the three of them dined joyously, and witnessing the radiant smiles on the sisters' faces stirred something within Huanyu. It seemed they had not experienced such happiness in quite some time. After the meal, Yunzi arranged a room for Huanyu to stay in. Fortunately, the place boasted numerous chambers, and although they had not been occupied for a long time, they were only slightly worn and showed little dust. Suggesting regular maintenance that was his custom, Huanyu sat cross-legged on the bed, needing to consolidate his recent breakthrough thoroughly. He delved into his soul perception, feeling the abundant, illusionary energy coursing through his meridians. Finally resting upon the demonic seed nestled in his dantian, exhaling a soft sigh. Initially, he had no choice but to refine this object, yet now he found himself in a quandary, since the demonic seed had taken root in his dantian. It had become inseparable, impervious to even Long Ao's attempts to dislodge it, as if it had fused entirely with his being. While it did not significantly hinder his cultivation, indeed, it even accelerated his progress. It accompanied an ever-looming risk of being demonized. Fortunately, he could still maintain control, leaving him to devise a solution in due course. Just as Huanyu settled into meditation, a graceful figure stealthily entered his room, and he remained completely unaware. The figure gazed at the man on the bed with a complex expression, a faint blush creeping onto her face, warming her cheeks. She had summoned considerable courage to arrive at this momentous decision. Taking a deep breath, her delicate hand trembled slightly as she gradually removed her thin garments. Slowly leaning forward, just as she was about to reach the edge of the bed, Huanyu's eyes slowly fluttered open. He was suddenly enveloped by a faint, enchanting fragrance, leading him to self-deprecatingly ponder whether he had entered the throes of adolescence. What followed was a vivid scene that left him momentarily stupefied, his mouth agape in astonishment. He stammered, rendered incapable of articulating a coherent sentence. The instant Huanyu opened his eyes, the graceful figure before him froze for a fleeting moment, then inhaled deeply and continued to step forward with deliberate ease. Huanyu hastily covered his eyes, feeling an overwhelming heat wash over him, his breath growing noticeably heavier. He never anticipated such an occurrence. Internally, he fervently exclaimed, "What should I do? What should I do?" Having been a recluse in his past life, he was now brimming with youthful vigor, and he found himself utterly unprepared for such a sight. Hearing the soft padding of footsteps, he sensed the person drawing ever closer. He thought to himself, "I cannot let this go on. Something truly disastrous will happen," and he shouted, "Don't come any closer." In a rush, he groped around the bed, seizing a blanket with one hand and flinging it toward her. A startled gasp echoed through the room. Huanyu cautiously peeked, only to find her sprawled on the floor, the blanket perfectly draped over her. He hurriedly approached her. "Are you all right?" His voice trembled slightly. "Am I beautiful?" Just then, the door creaked open, and both individuals inside the room tensed, turning their anxious gazes toward the entrance. Yet another enchanting figure stepped gracefully into the room. Huanyu's nose began to bleed profusely, and his heart cried out in despair, "Heaven, must you toy with me so?" Huanyu was now quite irate, or at least he projected such an appearance, his face contorted with fury. Beside him, the two young women buried their heads in shame, their faces flushed like ripe apples, akin to two children caught in wrongdoing, their delicate hands nervously fidgeting with the hems of their garments. Observing their demeanor, Huanyu felt a blend of exasperation and amusement. Who could have foreseen this? These two were none other than the sisters Yun Shi and Yun Tong, the very figures who had previously graced his room. "Now, tell me, what were you both thinking?" Huanyu asserted as he boldly seated himself, launching into his inquiry. Yun Shi and Yun Tong exchanged glances. Yun Shi slowly lifted her gaze, admitting that she too had been taken aback upon seeing her sister appear. Taking a deep breath, she began, "Young master, please do not misconstrue our intentions that as you witnessed earlier. We have been persistently harassed by various individuals over the years. While they used to exercise some restraint, their audacity has only escalated of late. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before we face a tragic fate." At this juncture, both sisters' faces were etched with desolation and sorrow. Huanyu sighed inwardly. He could hardly be oblivious to their plight, and thus he began to piece together the underlying reasons. "If I am not mistaken, your intent in this matter is for me to help you escape from here. Am I correct?" Yunshi nodded, then shook her head, leaving Huanyu somewhat perplexed, prompting her to elaborate. The Rain Prince spoke only half the truth. "All I desire is for you to take my sister away, while I shall remain behind. I am aware that you have no kinship with us, and at present, I possess nothing of tangible value. Thus, I contemplated conveying this notion to Huanyu, with the simple implication of offering my body as recompense. He shook his head in exasperation, then turned his gaze towards Yuntong. Is this also your intention?" Yuntong nodded slightly in agreement. Huanyu, in a moment of disbelief, slapped his forehead. Indeed, they were true sisters, both considering one another, even resorting to the same means. But what position would that leave him in? Such a method was unbearable for him to accept. Moreover, he himself bore numerous burdens. Yet to abandon these two was a thought he could not entertain. One could imagine the fate that awaited the sisters should he choose to leave at this very moment. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. However, the subsequent events ignited Huanyu's fury completely. 3 figures suddenly descended into the Dan Hall. "Where is the Hall Master, Yunshi, since the passing of the previous Hall Master?" Yun Xiaotian. All disciples of the Dan Hall had departed, leaving Yunshi, as the eldest daughter, to inherit the title of Hall Master. Merely a nominal position, as no one truly regarded her, including the higher echelons of the sect who hardly recognized her. Yet today was an exception. Yunshi cast a glance at Huanyu and Yuntong before swiftly rising and exiting. "Sister," Yuntong hurriedly rushed to support her, her expression filled with confusion. As she slowly opened the door, a powerful aura erupted from Huanyu, causing the fabric of his robe to rustle violently. "This is too much." A roar of indignation erupted from Huanyu's lips. Incensed by the contents of the jade slip, the message was clear. The grand competition among the 100 sects was imminent, and the sect would select participants for the event at one of the many halls. The Dan Hall was expected to contribute to the sect's honor, thus necessitating the dispatch of a representative. Should the Dan Hall fail to send anyone, it would face immediate expulsion from the sect, resulting in its utter dissolution. What does this signify? The implications are evident, a blatant scheme. No wonder Yunshi appeared so distressed. It seemed she could no longer escape. Calm down, Huanyu urged himself. Endeavoring to regain his composure, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he arrived at a decision that left the two sisters on the ground in shock. "I shall join the Dan Hall." A voice floated softly from his lips. Indeed, this was the most prudent course of action he could devise in this short span of time. By joining the Dan Hall and participating in the competition, he could thwart the ulterior motives of those orchestrating this scheme. Upon hearing his words, Yunshi gazed at Huanyu in disbelief, fully aware that it was a perilous path. Yet he unflinchingly leaped into the abyss. The man before her profoundly shook her heart. This individual, so intricately scheming, must have anticipated other possibilities, and it was evident that if Huanyu truly joined the Dan Hall, he would undoubtedly encounter myriad troubles and obstacles, risking even his life. Yet, he chose this path regardless. Yunshi shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out her words. "The kind intentions of young master you have been duly acknowledged by the two sisters. Perhaps this is our destiny, and thus we are disinclined to burden others." Upon saying this, the sisters embraced each other and wept bitterly. Huanyu approached slowly, lifting them up gently and tenderly wiping away their tears. In this moment, his heart swelled with tenderness. Foolish women, what destiny exists in this world? Every individual should possess the right to determine the course of their own life. My actions are not solely for your sake. Did it not state above that great rewards await those who triumph in the competition? That is my true objective. Therefore, promise me, save your tears for moments of joy, and do not allow them to be tainted with bitterness. All right. Yunshi and Yutong gazed at the man before them, who was tenderly wiping their tears and speaking with gentle conviction, and their hearts began to solidify with resolve. This was the first time they had felt warmth since the passing of their parents. The two exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing something profound in each other's eyes, and they nodded in unison. Thus, Huanyu officially became a member of the Dan Hall, and this news swiftly reached Luoziu. who erupted in fury, his eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. Having joined the Dan Hall, Huanyu moved in to reside there. With several days remaining until the selection competition, he devoted his time to both cultivation and observing the sisters, Yunxi and Yuntong. As they practiced alchemy. It must be said, these two young ladies appeared to have inherited a talent. Although they were yet unable to concoct mid-grade pills, their success rate for high-grade low-tier pills was quite impressive. Days passed pleasantly and simply, while the selection competition loomed closer. Currently, Huanyu's place of cultivation was atop the tall building in front of the Dan Hall. As he gradually concluded his daily practice, he rose to gaze into the distance, oblivious to the tempest that lay ahead. On the continent of Huanyu, there existed an empire known as the Divine Feather Dynasty, which hosted the prestigious 100-sect tournament. Although many prominent sects and powerful families looked down upon this so-called dynasty, they nonetheless participated in each tournament without fail. This served to hone the skills of the youth and provided an opportunity to gauge the strengths of various factions. Almost all the participants were representatives of the younger generation, and with the promise of rewards, who could resist such an opportunity? Today marked the day of selection for candidates from the Xianyang ancient sect to participate in the 100-sect tournament. Each sect was allotted only 2 slots. Some sects directly appointed their representatives, while others held selections to compete for these coveted positions, stepping onto that grand stage under the watchful eyes of the continent. And emerging victorious would undoubtedly bring glory. After all, everyone harbors a desire for recognition, albeit to varying degrees. As for our Huanyu, he had never intended to participate in the 100-sect tournament. In his heart, there were far more important matters at hand. Yet now, having made his decision, he could only forge ahead. Huanyu was currently leading the sisters, Yunxi and Yuntong, towards the competition arena within the sect. Given that participants could not exceed the age of 20, the gathering was not overly large, yet it still approached 1,000 attendees, as the number of disciples from a sect was quite considerable. Prior to the competition, Huanyu had already gathered some information. This selection process attracted a total of only 20 participants, while the remainder were merely spectators. Despite the seemingly small number of competitors, one should not underestimate their abilities. None of them were to be taken lightly. All possessed cultivation levels within the realm of Huanling, with the highest reaching the 7th tier of Huanling. Huanyu, on the other hand, was merely a novice at the 1st tier, having just recently broken through. Achieving such a level at his age required both exceptional talent and abundant resources. Huanyu was merely an anomaly in this regard. Had he followed a more conventional training path, given his aptitude and without any substantial support, he would likely still be languishing at the level of a great Huan master upon their arrival. The trio attracted considerable attention, particularly from those who had previously coveted the two sisters. Witnessing them in the company of a male figure inevitably stirred feelings of animosity among onlookers. Countless gazes bore down upon Huanyu. Yet he had no inclination to engage with these individuals. There were also those who simply envied the sisters. Although there were numerous female disciples within the sect, few possessed the beauty and grace of the two sisters. Perhaps it was their first encounter with such a crowd, as they appeared somewhat timid and anxious, subjected to the incessant scrutiny of others. Huanyu noticed their discomfort and turned to face them, his eyes glinting as he softly spoke. Yunxi and Yuntong were instantaneously amused, stifling their laughter behind their hands. After this brief jest, their spirits lifted considerably, and they endeavored to disregard the judgmental stares. Standing resolutely, suddenly, a bell tolled, and figures began to materialize upon the elevated platform, each cupping their fists in salute before taking their seats. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man stepped into the arena and began to speak. "My surname is Qin. You may address me as Elder Qin. Today's competition is intended to select participants for the 100 Clans tournament occurring in 6 months. I invite the contenders to take the stage." His words were succinct and precise. As his voice faded, several figures flickered and stood firmly in the arena. Go, brother you. Upon his arrival, the number of participants was exactly 20, each standing rigidly, avoiding eye contact. Elder Qin scanned the assembly and then announced, "Today, we shall select the top 3 among you. In addition to qualifying for the 100 Clans tournament, the victorious trio will receive rewards from the sect, with each granted an opportunity to enter the Huanji Pavilion. Furthermore, the first place will receive an extra reward of 10,000 mid-grade Huan stones, the second 5,000, and the third 3,000. Huanyu was puzzled. He had heard that only 2 participants could advance to the 100 Clans tournament. Perhaps the third was a substitute of some sort, but he was soon astonished by the magnitude of the rewards. The Huanji Pavilion was a place he had visited only once, trading his contribution points for a set of profound-level techniques and a tome of profound-level illusions, a transaction that had caused him considerable distress. He had never anticipated such generous rewards this time. Moreover, the Huan stones, given that the exchange rate from low-grade to mid-grade was based on a percentage, it meant, hiss, he inhaled sharply, realizing he had stumbled upon a genuine opportunity for wealth. Huanyu clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself, damn it, this time I must make it into the top 3, not for any other reason, but the allure of the Huan stone alone could make me fabulously wealthy overnight. The announcement of the competition rules followed. In the first and second rounds, opponents would be determined by drawing lots. The victors would advance while the defeated would be eliminated. The third round would involve a series of duels among the remaining 4 participants. Ranked by the number of victories. Do you all understand? Everyone slowly nodded. The rules were quite straightforward. Then let the drawing commence. With a wave of his hand, Elder Qin conjured 20 identical bamboo slips that hovered in the air. Huanyu casually picked one up. To his surprise, he found himself to be the first to compete, which was somewhat unexpected. After the drawing concluded, the others descended from the stage, leaving Huanyu and another young man behind, who was a level taller than Huanyu. Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks of rivalry. Although they were strangers, they had already become adversaries in that moment. This competition is a matter of life and death. It will only conclude when one side concedes. Do you comprehend? Elder Qin delivered his final reminder. Both participants shuddered slightly, but ultimately nodded resolutely. Despite the grimness of the situation, none would retreat at this juncture. Then I declare the match to begin. With Elder Qin's words, both individuals instantly unleashed their respective auras. Yun Shi and Yun Tong clasped their delicate hands tightly, their faces betraying a deep sense of tension. They let out a subtle sigh of relief, for the 2 combatants appeared evenly matched, and Huanyu did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Qi Dian, Yinfeng, Dan Dian, Huanyu, they spoke in unison. Huanyu's opponent looked somewhat puzzled. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be any disciples remaining in the Dandian. However, he had no time to ponder further, as Huanyu had already launched the first attack. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Yinfeng and delivered a powerful punch. Yinfeng sidestepped, countering with a palm strike aimed at Huanyu's chest, prompting Huanyu to immediately raise his fist in defense. Bang! Both retreated a step, clearly engaged in a tentative exchange where neither had gained the upper hand. Fixating on his opponent, Huanyu began to strategize for the next assault. The ensuing battle escalated to a fever pitch. With only a 1-tier difference in their cultivation, the gap was not insurmountable. Moreover, as Huanyu refrained from employing weapons, Yinfeng chose not to exploit this advantage either. Both utilized profound-level techniques. Although Yinfeng had a slight edge in strength, Huanyu was far from weak. Thus, they fought for nearly half an hour, causing the audience to grow increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, discussions erupted among the spectators on the high platform. I say, Old Han, has your Qi Dian truly become so feeble? Struggling against an opponent of a lower tier for such an extended period? Remarked an elder on the left side, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. The individual referred to as Old Han was none other than the current master of the Qi Dian. Possessing an 8th-tier cultivation of Huan Wang. He paid little heed to the words of his companion, instead focusing intently on the battle below, murmuring softly in a tone only he could hear. The information regarding this disciple indicates a connection to the Dan Hall. However, has the Dan Hall not always been left with only the 2 orphans of that individual? Where, then, does this person originate? Moreover, from his offensive maneuvers, I could faintly sense a hint of malevolence. Suddenly, as if having made a decision, his lips twitched. Yinfeng, engaged in combat, wore a solemn expression, for he had heard a command from above. In a flash of light, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and he spoke, "Draw your weapons." Huanyu's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the long sword in Yinfeng's hand. It was a mid-grade low-tier illusionary weapon. Clearly, he intended to get serious, truly worthy of someone from the weapon hall, to wield a mid-grade illusionary weapon right from the outset. Yinfeng waited patiently. Yet Huanyu did not draw a weapon, which filled him with a sense of humiliation. Did this individual truly believe he could contend with me unarmed? Such arrogance incited his anger. Huanyu felt equally constrained. He too wished to wield a weapon. Unfortunately, apart from the flames in his spatial ring, he possessed no other arms, and the flames were merely a low-tier top-grade weapon, utterly inadequate against a mid-grade one. It appeared he would have to rely on sheer strength, as he was unwilling to be eliminated in the first round. As the leaves fell silently, a whirlwind arose around Yinfeng, his long sword slicing through the air with rapid precision, creating a flurry of sword shadows that surged toward Huanyu without a sound. Flame shield. Huanyu reacted swiftly, invoking his signature illusionary technique, conjuring a fiery shield that stood before him as the countless sword shadows approached in an instant. The sound of clashing echoed. Ping, ping, ping. After delivering a strike, Yinfeng mysteriously appeared behind Huanyu and thrust his sword forward. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Had the sword found its mark, Huanyu would either meet his demise or be gravely injured. In a heartbeat, feeling the icy chill of the sword's tip, Huanyu's hair stood on end as he executed an astonishing maneuver. However, at that moment, his balance was precarious, and Yinfeng could not possibly let this opportunity slip. He relentlessly pursued, his sword thrusting forward repeatedly. Huanyu found himself in dire straits once more, sustaining several wounds that, although not critical, bled profusely. Seizing a brief respite, he leaped back, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. His appearance a pitiful sight. Yunxi and Yuntong both felt their eyes welling with tears. All of this was due to them, and should any misfortune befall Huanyu, they would never forgive themselves. Yield. I have no desire to kill you, Yinfeng declared, looking down upon Huanyu. At this moment, apart from some exhaustion, he bore no injuries. In the crowd, one individual was particularly anxious. Luo Ziyu. Desperately wished for Yinfeng to eliminate Huanyu immediately. To achieve his current objective, he had endured a severe reprimand from his grandfather, for he had procured that jade slip under his grandfather's name without permission, just as everything seemed within reach. Who could have anticipated that Yinfeng would halt? His frustration boiled over, and he cursed silently. It appeared that winning would not be an easy feat after all. Regaining composure, he began to gather the illusionary power within him. Preparing to take the matter seriously, Yinfeng's eyes turned cold. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As the leaves fell without a trace, Yinfeng seized the moment and unleashed a powerful strike. Denying Huanyu any opportunity to adjust. An invisible ripple spread outward, concealing within it countless sword energies. The onlookers nodded in acknowledgement. To reach such a level, a swordsman must wield their blade with astounding speed. Swift enough that even their shadow becomes imperceptible, ultimately merging with the surrounding air to achieve assimilation. It could be said that Yinfeng had honed this technique to an exceptionally high realm. In an instant, Huanyu expanded his soul awareness, perceiving the indistinct sword energies converging upon him from all directions. Without hesitation, he brandished his fists, with the utterance of Fuyan. A flurry of fist shadows erupted from his hands, densely saturating the surroundings. As he danced his fists, the air around him seemed to evaporate, causing the indistinct sword energies to dissipate into nothingness. The name of this set of punches, Yin Yang Fuming Fist, was uttered by an unknown voice. Indeed, this was the advanced illusion technique Huanyu had exchanged for at the Illusion Technique Pavilion, comprising two forms, one Yin and one Yang. Unexpectedly, Yinfeng realized he had underestimated Huanyu. Determined not to prolong the encounter, he thought, who knows what tricks this lad has up his sleeve. Employing his most potent strike, Yi Luo Wuing, he moved with blinding speed, his form flickering as shadows enveloped the area, rendering his true self invisible, akin to a clone. Countless sword-wielding figures lunged simultaneously at Huanyu. This attack could not be met head-on. Huanyu concluded immediately. In a low voice, he called out Fuyin. Executing the second form, his fists swinging rapidly, not aimed at the figures, but relentlessly striking the ground. In an instant, dust erupted around them, accompanied by a viscous sensation. Yet Yinfeng felt a different sensation, as if his sword pierced through soft cotton, and the blade grew increasingly heavy, obstructing his vision. Just as he prepared to retreat, a chilling voice pierced the air. Can you escape? With a resounding thud, a powerful force struck his chest. Suddenly elated, he felt he had genuinely landed a hit, but before he could revel in his triumph, he found himself frozen in place. A cold hand had gripped his throat. As the dust settled, the spectators discerned the scene. Yinfeng's sword was embedded in Huanyu's armpit, while Huanyu's hand clutched Yinfeng's neck. This unexpected turn of events elicited an uproar from the crowd, including the elders seated on the high platform, all displaying expressions of astonishment, none having anticipated such a conclusion. Ultimately, Yinfeng could only reluctantly concede defeat, while Huanyu joyfully claimed victory in the first round. With a sigh of relief, he was assisted by the tearful sisters, Yunxi and Yuntong, to receive treatment below. As time progressed, the atmosphere in the arena intensified, with a series of spectacular battles unfolding. The first round could only be described as brutal. Apart from a handful who emerged victorious with minor injuries, 2 among the 20 contestants had perished on the spot, while the rest were nearly all gravely wounded. Each individual showcased their utmost strength, and aside from Huanyu, Others also achieved victories against opponents of higher ranks. After granting the crowd an hour to mend their wounds, the second round swiftly commenced. Prior to the drawing of lots, two individuals, unable to bear their grievous injuries, reluctantly announced their withdrawal. Given their current condition, participating forcibly would yield almost no chance of victory and could even jeopardize their lives. Thus, only 8 remained. Huanyu was the first to take the stage in the initial round, a circumstance that proved somewhat advantageous for him, as it afforded him ample time for recovery. By now, his injuries had significantly healed, and his condition had reached an impressive 99%. Before long, the results of the second round's drawing were revealed, and Huanyu's opponent turned out to be a disciple of the 4th tier of illusion spirit. Initially believing he had drawn a fortunate lot, given that Huanyu was 3 tiers beneath him, he anticipated a straightforward victory. However, once the battle commenced, he quickly realized his error, due to his injuries. He could only muster less than half of his full strength from when he was unscathed, rendering him no match for Huanyu. Throughout the confrontation, he found himself relentlessly overpowered, ultimately paying the price with several mouthfuls of blood as Huanyu emerged victorious. Successfully advancing to the final round. As dusk approached, the 4 finalists stood quietly in the arena, now facing the most critical moment. Only one would need to be eliminated to determine the ultimate outcome. Huanyu cast a glance at the other 3, all of whom were disciples of the sect's elders, Su Zimu of the 7th tier, Ing Zhihong of the 6th tier, and Ouyangchen of the 5th tier. They were undoubtedly the 3 strongest among the original 20, and it came as no surprise that they had all progressed to the final round. As for Huanyu, a mere 1st-tier illusion spirit, many believed his advancement here was merely a stroke of luck, destined to falter at this point. The 3 remaining competitors maintained a remarkably intact condition, having sustained minimal injuries in the earlier rounds, merely experiencing some fatigue. After such a lengthy duration, they had nearly fully recovered. The outcome seemed predetermined. Even the middle-aged referee shared this sentiment, poised to speak when he was interrupted by one of the competitors. "I have a proposal, and I wonder if you all would agree." All eyes turned to Ouyangchen, who, after glancing at Huanyu, continued, "To avoid unnecessary complications, let this final round be a battle between myself and this disciple of the Dan Hall." "Huanyu, what do you think?" He then looked toward the other 2. The result was as anticipated. Both nodded in agreement. In their peak condition, easily challenging others of higher tiers would not be a simple task, especially considering that, as disciples of elders, they were well endowed with various illusion techniques and resources, such as illusion stones. The distinction between 1st and 2nd place held little significance for them. Su Zimu and Ing Zhihong both stepped down, leaving only Huanyu and Ouyangchen in the arena. From beginning to end, no one had sought Huanyu's opinion, and decisions had been made without his input. With a self-deprecating smile, he lifted his gaze toward his adversary. This individual was, by all accounts, an old acquaintance, one he had previously taken note of. He recalled their first encounter, during which this person had provocatively challenged him. A sense of conjecture arose within him. It seemed likely that the masked figures he had encountered in the Luyuan Great Forest and later in Tianyang City were orchestrated by this very individual. He distinctly remembered hearing others refer to Ouyangchen as the young lord of Tianyang City, and he understood all too well that unless he conceded defeat in this battle, there was little chance of departing unscathed. Additionally, he noted that Ouyangchen had entered their sect at the same time as he did, and his cultivation had even been inferior at that point. If memory served, he had been taken on as a disciple by an elder of the Luo clan. Contemplating this, the convoluted connections became glaringly apparent. Yet he was astonished at how much Ouyangchen's strength had surged in such a brief period. "Junior brother Huanyu, I suggest you concede. It is essential to recognize that some things are beyond your grasp. Do not harbor foolish delusions. Otherwise, should I lose control, then you." The veiled threat was unmistakable, laden with insinuation. On the spectator's platform, Luo Ziyu had unveiled a cruel smile, his earlier setbacks now rendered inconsequential by the outcome that lay within his acceptance. His gaze shifted toward the sisters Yunqi and Yutong, excitement coursing through his veins. However, at that moment, Huanyu merely chuckled, realizing they were all part of the Luo faction, birds of a feather. Indeed. He then turned to survey the crowd, his lips moving slightly. Upon discovering the name of the contender on stage, the hearts of Yunqi and Yutong twisted in anguish. They had done their homework and were well aware of his affiliations. With their immediate peril temporarily alleviated, they felt no need to continue their desperate struggle. They hoped Huanyu would concede outright, as his opponent was vastly superior. After all, to be precise, the two bore no deep-seated animosity. However, Ouyangchen, though seemingly genial, possessed a ruthless nature. Huanyu's refusal to engage with him had sown discontent within Ouyangchen, and following a bit of investigation, he learned that Huanyu lacked significant background, at least. That was the information he had received. Thus, the subsequent arrangements unfolded. For Ouyangchen, this was merely a trivial endeavor, especially given his current position under the Luo banner, with Luo Ziyu conveniently at odds with Huanyu. Everything fell naturally into place. As the referee's command echoed, both combatants unleashed their utmost might, charging toward one another, their forms blurred in a flurry of movement. Huanyu nearly transcended his own limits in this confrontation. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and he found himself at a disadvantage from the very outset. Determined not to remain under such oppression, Huanyu initiated his illusionary technique, leaping into the air, conjuring a colossal column of fiery light that descended with great force. Its potency was commendable, yet Ouyangchen merely shook his head, a protective barrier of illusionary energy manifesting around him. At that moment, Huanyu's assault struck the shield, emitting a sizzling sound, yet it failed to advance even a fraction. Seizing this opportunity, Huanyu shifted his form and appeared behind Ouyangchen. Fuyan, embodying the essence of Yin-Yang Fuming Fist, unleashed a myriad of shadowy punches from the hands of Huanyu. The quintessence of this technique lies in the ability to strike with such velocity that it vaporizes the surrounding air, thereby allowing the force of the punches to encounter no resistance, thus maximizing both speed and power. Upon sensing a threat to his back, Ouyangchen let out a furious roar, propelling himself off the ground with a forceful leap to evade the attack. The punch from Huanyu struck the ground with a resounding impact, sending dust swirling into the air and creating visible dents in the earth. I nearly forgot to mention, my expertise also lies in boxing Shinshan. Ouyangchen landed with precision and instantly surged forward like a cannonball, his fists crashing towards Huanyu's chest in a heartbeat. Huanyu's expression hardened. He barely managed to raise his hands in defense. In such a hasty moment, how could he withstand the full force of Ouyangchen's strike? He felt a tremendous force collide with his chest, causing a spray of blood to erupt as he was sent sprawling across the ground. Coughing, he found himself unable to suppress another bout of blood, the sensation akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. This move had inflicted significant injury upon Huanyu. You have arrived too late. The crowd around them emitted sighs of regret. Although this outcome had been anticipated, witnessing it unfold evoked a twinge of sympathy within their hearts. Some, however, regarded it as inevitable, believing Huanyu had merely been fortunate to reach this stage. As for Ouyangchen, he gazed at Huanyu, who lay on the ground, barely able to rise, with a cruel expression that soon morphed into a chilling intent to kill. Huanyu sensed this change in Ouyangchen almost instantly. Ever since the demonic seed had taken root within him, he had become acutely sensitive to such murderous intentions. Ouyangchen advanced step by step towards Huanyu, while many in the crowd covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed. Yunxi and Yuntong's eyes reflected despair, and Yuntong cried out impulsively, "Brother you must concede." Her voice was filled with urgency. The sudden shout in the quiet scene jolted the crowd into realization. Indeed, if he surrendered, his life could be spared. But would Huanyu concede? Certainly not, and Ouyangchen would not grant him that opportunity, as his entire being was now suffused with a concentrated force, vowing to eliminate Huanyu in one decisive blow. Yet, Huanyu appeared eerily calm. Was he truly destined to perish like this? His parents had not yet been found, nor had he avenged his master. Was this truly the end? As his consciousness slipped into a brief stupor, visions of his parents' radiant smiles, Dr. Mo's kind visage, and the desperate gazes of his sisters flashed before him, alongside images of Qianxue, Long Ao, and the fatty. Each scene flickering past. No, I cannot allow myself to perish so easily. An indomitable roar echoed within his heart, and then, a sudden spark ignited in his mind, birthing a frenzied idea. Roaring, Huanyu unleashed a thunderous bellow from the ground, startling Ouyangchen, who was poised to strike, causing him to stagger back several paces. Then, Huanyu witnessed a scene of unimaginable terror unfold before him. Before their eyes, Huanyu's body began to levitate gently, coming to a standstill in midair. His hair cascaded down to his waist, and an ominous, frigid aura enveloped him, while his face bore an unusual pallor. His eyes were tightly shut, and an involuntary shiver of fear coursed through his heart. Only the prowess of the Huan Wang could allow for such levitation. Not far off, Elder Qin, serving as the referee, wore a grave expression, sensing a hint of danger emanating from this youth. Despite his own formidable strength as a Huan Wang, it was astonishing to feel such peril from a mere first-level Huanling. "Who exactly are you?" Ouyangchen asked, feigning calmness, though he was unaware that his voice quivered with uncertainty. As he spoke, Huanyu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A collective shudder rippled through the crowd. What kind of eyes were those, with pupils revealing a bizarre blood-red hue, devoid of any emotion, utterly indifferent? The elders on the high platform promptly noticed the unfolding situation, though they experienced a moment of shock. Their thoughts quickly turned inward. One of them hesitantly spoke. Could this possibly be a form of bloodline power? The others exchanged glances, none daring to respond, for they were equally uncertain. Huanyu slightly clenched his fist. Feeling a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, his hands transformed into talon-like appendages, imbued with a sharpness that was palpable. In a voice that was raspy yet deep, he remarked, "This sensation is quite delightful." As for why Huanyu had transformed in such a manner, it was not some mythical bloodline power, but rather the result of his first active invocation of the demon seed, allowing the demonic energy to flow into his meridians. This was a reckless thought that flickered in his mind, though he was unaware of the potential consequences. It turned out he had bet correctly. Despite a slight pain in his meridians, his strength surged dramatically, his aura nearly matching that of the Huan Wang. While his appearance remained unchanged, his gaze slowly shifted toward Ouyangchen. Under Huanyu's intense stare, Ouyangchen felt a chill of dread wash over him, as if he were a mere prey. Given that Huanyu's aura now far surpassed his own, he hesitated no longer and was about to concede. But Huanyu clearly would not grant him that opportunity. In the very moment Ouyangchen spoke, Huanyu vanished from sight, reappearing behind him like a specter, his hand clawed and reaching directly for his neck. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, some even covering their eyes, for if that claw struck true, it would rend his neck to shreds, painting a gruesome tableau of blood. Ouyangchen, sensing the icy breath at his neck, reacted swiftly. He slightly turned, throwing a fist backward, adhering to the principle of attacking where one seeks refuge. Yet, Huanyu did not flinch or evade, absorbing the blow with a grunt. Ouyangchen was not so fortunate. The ensuing scene transformed into a one-sided affair. At this moment, Huanyu moved with astonishing swiftness, relentlessly launching attacks. Every time Ouyangchen attempted to speak, he was immediately interrupted. Ouyangchen found himself in a dire predicament, struggling to fend off a barrage of assaults. His body drenched in blood and marked with claw marks. After receiving yet another blow, he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Huanyu's movement showed no signs of abating. His figure vanished once more, and despair flooded Ouyangchen's eyes, his lips incessantly oozing blood, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. Just moments ago, it was his opponent who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Who could have anticipated such a swift turn of events? "Stop!" An urgent and furious shout rang out, igniting a flicker of hope in Ouyangchen's eyes, for he recognized the voice. With this person's intervention, he believed he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Yet, in the next instant, a foot forcefully pressed down on his chest, and he struggled to widen his eyes, gradually losing the last remnants of his breath. An elderly man suddenly appeared in the arena, his eyes ablaze. The very individual who had just spoken. Huanyu slowly turned to face him, and, devoid of any expression, remarked, "You have arrived too late." The elder was about to erupt in anger when Elder Qin, serving as the referee, intervened just in time, positioning himself in front of Huanyu and addressing the elder. "Elder Luo, do you intend to breach the rules?" The elder's breath caught in his throat. Given the current circumstances, even a forceful intervention would yield no advantage. He glanced at the now lifeless Ouyangchen, his eyes glinting with cold light. The identity of this young man was somewhat unique. If he were to perish here, it would undoubtedly bring him trouble. He then turned to Huanyu and coldly declared, "Youngster, do not presume that your bloodline's power grants you the liberty to act as you please. I hope you never fall into my hands." An uproar erupted from the audience. The elder's words had reached everyone's ears, revealing that Huanyu wielded bloodline power. Curiosity began to stir within the crowd regarding Huanyu. For those who possessed bloodline abilities were surely not of ordinary lineage. Huanyu exhibited a hint of astonishment, not expecting anyone to provide such an explanation for him, thus alleviating some trouble. As for the elder's threat, he paid it no mind. Subsequently, the referee, Elder Qin, announced the rankings in order. First, Su Zimu; second, Ing Zhihong; third, Huanyu, and informed the three that in 3 days' time, they would enter the illusionary technique pavilion. One must admit, Huanyu's conjecture proved remarkably accurate. Indeed, on the night of the following day, individuals stealthily infiltrated the pill hall. Long Ao was the first to sense the disturbance, injuring a few as a warning but refraining from taking lives. This opportunity had been hard won, and if it were to vanish without reason, how would Huanyu feel upon awakening, unexpectedly? Huanyu remained in a state of unconsciousness for an unusually extended period, nearly half a month. Had it not been for the faint presence of breath, The two women and a beast within the pill hall would have almost believed he had perished. Thankfully, he finally awakened after half a month. As he opened his eyes, he felt a momentary disorientation, staring blankly for quite some time. "Brother Yu, how are you?" Yintong gazed at Huanyu, who had opened his eyes yet remained unresponsive, her face etched with confusion. Could it be that his injuries were so severe that he had become a fool? Yunxi was somewhat perplexed. She stepped forward and waved her hand in front of Huanyu's eyes, yet the result remained unchanged. Just as she was about to turn and call for Long Ao, she felt someone grasp her hand firmly, accompanied by a voice whispering in her ear, "Could you please get me something to eat? I am rather famished." Instantly, Yunxi turned around to see Huanyu, who appeared slightly awkward, her eyes almost brimming with tears. She nodded vigorously and hastily exited the room. However, Yutong could hardly contain herself. She leaned against Huanyu's chest and began to weep. Heaven knows how the two women had endured these days, their hearts perpetually anxious, fearing that Huanyu might never awaken again. "All right, my dear, I am awake now." Huanyu gently brushed Yuntong's hair and spoke tenderly. "Woa, you scared me to death." Yudachi sobbed, tears streaming down her face, leaving Huanyu momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had regained consciousness, he still felt immense pain throughout his body, rendering him nearly powerless. "Please help me sit up," he implored, as he lacked the strength to do so himself, especially with someone pressing down on him. Upon hearing his plea, Yintong quickly rose, hastily wiping her tears, and cautiously assisted Huanyu in sitting up. When she noticed the damp spot on his chest, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, another dilemma arose. At that moment, Huanyu had no strength whatsoever to stand, let alone use chopsticks. Ultimately, it fell to Yunxi to feed him, while Yutong stood by to wipe his mouth, a rather indulgent experience. When Long Ao entered and beheld this scene, he paused in surprise, then swiftly turned away, muttering, "Ahem, I saw nothing. I shall return shortly." And with that, he vanished in a flash, leaving an awkward atmosphere lingering in the room. After finally consuming some food, Huanyu gradually regained a modicum of strength, prompting the two women to sensibly excuse themselves. Huanyu laboriously settled into a cross-legged position to begin his meditation. Upon introspecting his soul awareness, he realized the gravity of his condition. Most of the meridians within him bore cracks, and remnants of dark energy lingered as he grasped a few illusion stones in his palm. Slowly channeling his illusionary power into the meridians, only to be met with excruciating pain as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, he spent a full 3 hours in meditation, finally forcing the residual demonic energy back into the demon seed within his dantian. However, the complete restoration of his meridians would require considerable time. Fortunately, with the two sisters skilled in alchemy by his side, they concocted some medicinal pills to mend his meridians. He also recalled a certain tome on alchemy he had discovered in a cave, which he decided to gift to the sisters, as he held little interest in the art of alchemy himself. Approximately 7 days later, Huanyu had fully recovered to his peak state, and his cultivation had remarkably ascended by 2 levels. A delightful surprise that caused him to entertain a few mischievous thoughts. If such occurrences were to happen frequently, he might swiftly ascend to the rank of Illusion King. This thought filled Huanyu with trepidation. In truth, he only contemplated it casually, for he would not dare to recklessly utilize the demon seed unless his life were at stake. Now fully recovered from his injuries, it was time for him to pay a visit to the Hall of Illusions. When the two sisters informed him that the sect had approved his return, he was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a display of human warmth within the sect. After exchanging pleasantries with the sisters, Huanyu set off alone towards the Hall of Illusions. He had visited this place once before, so he would not lose his way. Before long, he arrived at the entrance. As soon as he presented his token, a cold, emotionless voice echoed. Huanyu quickly bowed and spoke, "Disciple Huanyu, I was unable to come earlier due to my injuries." Before he could finish, an elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared before him. This startled him. He had previously spread out his spiritual sense and detected no trace of anyone, indicating that this old man was indeed extraordinary. "You are Huanyu." The elder scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring. "Yes, that is correct," he replied. "I have heard that you possess the legendary bloodline power. Is it true?" the elder asked, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Huanyu. Unbeknownst to him, the news of Huanyu's bloodline power had spread throughout the entire sect since that fateful day. Noticing Huanyu's silence, the elder, somewhat displeased, remarked, "If you're unwilling to speak, so be it. What could an old man like me possibly covet from you? Enter now. According to the rules, you may select one technique and one illusionary art. When you emerge, simply come find me to register. You have 1 hour." With a wave of his hand, the grand doors of the Hall of Illusions slowly swung open, and perhaps feeling a bit irked, the elder vanished without a trace. Huanyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. After bowing in gratitude, he stepped inside. The lighting within the Hall of Illusions was somewhat dim. And this was Huanyu's first time entering. Previously, he had exchanged techniques in a nearby side hall. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed countless shelves filled with various books and jade slips. A cursory glance revealed they were predominantly of yellow and profound grades, of little use to him at this stage, prompting him to move on without lingering. However, as he passed a corner, an ancient-looking leather tome caught his eye. Gently brushing off the dust, he picked up this peculiar volume that appeared somewhat worn, exuding an aura of antiquity. Upon closer inspection, he felt a soft texture, suggesting it was crafted from the hide of some fantastical beast. Huanyu speculated, though the passage of time had erased any identifiable markings, leaving him in the dark regarding the nature of the creature. This piqued Huanyu's interest, and he cautiously opened the book. Focusing intently on its contents, after only a brief moment of reading, his breath grew heavy, overwhelmed by the shocking revelations contained within. I am the old man known as Xuanyangzi. This martial art was conceived through my arduous efforts over 3 centuries, followed by more than a decade of relentless refinement, ultimately reaching a level that rivals the celestial. Alas, my own cultivation is already established and is in conflict with this technique. To forcefully practice it has resulted in the reversal of my meridians, bringing me to the brink of annihilation. Should a fated individual in the future come upon this art, heed my warning. To cultivate this method, one must possess a pure body, and it cannot be practiced alongside any other techniques. Otherwise, regret will come too late. Remember this well. Upon reading this, Huanyu was utterly astonished. The celestial level, such a technique exists only in legends, yet it has now manifestly appeared before him. However, there were still aspects he did not comprehend. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something and began to search around him. How could there be none? It was puzzling. Huanyu was quite perplexed. There was only this tome of martial arts, yet no accompanying illusionary techniques were present. Logically, such a high-level art should have its unique illusionary techniques associated with it. Could it be that this Xuanyangzi never created any illusionary techniques? But that made little sense. Young one, the time has come. Came the voice of the elder from the doorway, snapping him from his thoughts. Instantly, he felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, if he were to inquire of this old man, all would become clear. Surely, he would know the reasons behind it all. With that in mind, he hurriedly stepped outside. Well then, have you made your choice? Each may select only one. Should you take more, you will not escape my notice, the elder said, fixing his gaze upon him. Huanyu presented the tome he held and eagerly spoke. This is the martial art I have chosen, but there are no accompanying illusionary techniques. Might the elder be aware of this? He gazed at the old man with anticipation. Upon examining the item Huanyu offered, the elder's brow furrowed, regarding Huanyu as though he were a curiosity. A hint of derision played upon his lips. Young one, are you certain you wish to choose this? Just because it bears the inscription of celestial grade, do you presume it to be a treasure? Huanyu keenly observed the elder's expression, feeling a sense of foreboding. Was there a secret concealed within this? Ignoring Huanyu's thoughts, the elder continued. Do you know why this item has remained here for hundreds, even thousands of years without anyone attempting to cultivate it? Huanyu shook his head. He had pondered this question, thinking perhaps its inconspicuous placement in the corner had gone unnoticed. Yet, hearing the elder mention the span of centuries made him reconsider. You must have perused the contents above, have you not? This martial art indeed possesses its intricacies. I, too, once delved into its study and practiced it for a time, during which I encountered some minor hardships. Moreover, the tome you hold is but a fragment. It is not complete. With that, the elder handed the tome back to Huanyu, who hastily flipped through its pages. Indeed, this manuscript was merely a remnant, consisting of only 2 pages, with no further content to be found. The elder continued his discourse. This method is known as the Xianyang Tianjing, created by the illustrious founder of the Xianyang ancient sect, Xuanyangzi. While all of this is indeed accurate, the requirements for cultivating this technique are exceedingly stringent. What is meant by a pure body? It refers to a physique that has never undergone the infusion of illusionary energy, and one must not harbor any other techniques within their body. Otherwise, the meridians would rebel, leading to a descent into madness. The first level necessitates cultivation in a place of extreme yang, while the second level requires a locale of extreme yin. This contradiction in logic explains why no one chooses to pursue it. So, do you still wish to select it? If you reconsider, I, as an old man, could make an exception and allow you to choose again. Upon hearing the elder's words, all of Huanyu's doubts were resolved. Conversely, this implied that anyone who has previously practiced any other technique wishing to cultivate this so-called Xin Yang Tian Jing would have to abandon their own cultivation and start anew. It is likely that no one would be willing to undertake such a sacrifice. Who would be foolish enough to discard decades of cultivation for a mere fragment of a scroll? Unless they were mad. As for the extreme yang and extreme yin, they posed no challenge for Huanyu. However, the notion of completely discarding his cultivation to start over left him in a state of indecision. Observing his steadfastness, the elder ceased his persuasion and, in a fit of indignation, remarked, "Are the young people of today truly so ambitious yet blind to their own limitations?" This left Huanyu feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. There was a certain charm to the old man, at least in his intentions. Subsequently, the pair, one human and one beast, closed the door to their room and began a thorough examination of the matter at hand. "How is it?" Huanyu inquired anxiously, watching Long Ao intently. They had been in the room for several hours, deeply engrossed in their research. Long Ao, furrowing his brow, slowly responded. "The individual who conceived this technique possesses considerable skill. The method itself indeed contains some profound mysteries. If one were to successfully cultivate it, even if they did not reach the heavenly level, they would be quite close." Huanyu felt a sigh of relief at this evaluation. It was fortunate that he had placed the right bet, lest he risk losing everything. However, Long Ao regarded Huanyu with a serious expression. "You do not genuinely intend to cultivate this, do you?" Huanyu spread his hands in resignation, replying, "I would like to, but as you can see, if I were to proceed, I would have to abandon my cultivation and start from scratch, given my current circumstances. I hardly have the luxury of time to waste. It feels akin to having a delectable morsel just within reach, yet fearing the choke of consumption." After a moment of contemplation, Long Ao's eyes gleamed with a sudden determination. He leaned closer and whispered something to Huanyu. As Huanyu listened, his eyes began to shine with excitement, and he gazed at Long Ao in astonishment. "Really? Do you have some measure of confidence?" Long Ao raised a paw, gesturing with assurance, which only widened the smile on Huanyu's face. Thus, after a full month of diligent effort, Huanyu and Long Ao finally prepared everything necessary, although only a handful of them remained in the Dan Hall. No one had come to cause trouble. Huanyu speculated that someone within the sect was secretly offering assistance, though this was merely his intuition. Otherwise, given the so-called bloodline power he had displayed that day, it would surely have drawn inquiries from others. The occurrence of nothingness is always a blessing, allowing him to finally set his mind at ease and embark on his audacious plan with conviction. "Are you truly certain this will work?" In the dimly lit chamber, Huanyu cast a skeptical glance at the immense alchemical furnace before him, surrounded by the so-called formations, and inquired of Long Ao with a hint of doubt. This contraption was the fruit of their labor over the past month. According to Long Ao, this formation was named confinement. Rest assured, with these preparations in place, the likelihood of success is at least 90%. Besides, if you were to perish, would I still be left to carry on? Long Ao reiterated his assurance, rolling his eyes in exasperation, as Huanyu had already posed this question numerous times, his weariness matched only by Long Ao's annoyance. "Very well then. Given the circumstances, all that can be done has been accomplished. The rest lies in the hands of fate." With that, Huanyu leapt into the furnace. Should an outsider witness this act, they would undoubtedly deem him mad. After all, who in history has ever entered an alchemical furnace? Was he to be transformed into a medicinal elixir? In truth, Huanyu had resolved to cultivate the Xin Yang heavenly scripture, the first stage of which required practice in an environment of extreme yang energy. In the absence of such a place, he devised this method, utilizing the furnace's searing heat as a substitute. A tactic likely to be employed but once. However, before proceeding, an essential step remained. He must disperse his own cultivation, releasing all the Huan power from within him, thereby obliterating the cycle formed by his practice techniques. Only then would Huanyu's body become a vessel of purity, permitting him to commence the cultivation of the Xin Yang heavenly scripture. Yet, would this not result in the complete dissolution of his cultivation? This was indeed his greatest concern. The purpose of this formation was to thoroughly confine the pure Huan power expelled by Huanyu until he completed the operational route of the Xin Yang heavenly scripture, at which point it could be rain-fused into his being. It is believed that such an approach had never crossed anyone's mind. Even if it had, they would scarcely know how to proceed. For this formation was the crucial linchpin. Huanyu, having prepared himself entirely, exchanged a glance with Long Ao, slowly closing his eyes as he prepared to initiate the first step, the dispersal of his power. It was only when the process began that Huanyu truly understood the essence of suffering, akin to having his flesh methodically excised. The cultivation painstakingly attained over a decade gradually peeled away from him. His aura plummeting rapidly, Huanling's second stage, first stage. The pinnacle of Grand Illusionist, 9, 8, 7. Increasingly swift, his body trembled violently, drenched in sweat. Concurrently, Long Ao began to chant. A surge of Huan power erupting from his mouth, activating the formation beneath him. Upon closer inspection, a transparent barrier gradually enveloped Huanyu, within which a tempestuous energy surged, crackling ominously. Witnessing this, Long Ao let out a slight sigh of relief. At least for now, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the final vestige of Huan power dissipated from Huanyu, he found himself bracing against the base of the furnace, gasping for breath, for he had now lost all high struggling to lift his head and survey his surroundings. He felt the intensity of the storm, and his heart eased slightly. At least the array set by Long Ao seemed to be functioning. Just when Huanyu thought everything was going smoothly, a sudden, forceful tearing sensation erupted in his mind, as if his entire head were on the verge of splitting open. This excruciating pain caused his eyeballs to bulge out significantly, and he clutched his head. Wailing in agony, his body thrashing about in the alchemical furnace. Oh no, how could I forget this? Long Ao immediately sensed the anomaly, a sinking feeling in his heart, as he overlooked a crucial detail. Once Huanyu completely lost his cultivation, his illusory soul would shatter alongside it. If it truly came to that, even a deity would find it difficult to save him. Long Ao understood that he could no longer hesitate, determination etched upon his face. A translucent spirit emerged from his crown, piercing through the array and plunging directly into Huanyu's head. Upon entering Huanyu's sea of consciousness, he beheld the black and white illusory souls, both riddled with cracks. With no time to ponder, two pure strands of spiritual energy emanated from him, steadily infusing the illusory souls, initiating a gradual restoration. At that moment, Huanyu also sensed a relief from the searing pain, accompanied by an urgent voice echoing in his mind. Commence your cultivation at once, otherwise we shall both perish entirely. Huanyu immediately recognized the voice, struggling to sit up and slowly entering a meditative state. Long Ao's true form ignited the alchemical furnace at once, flames roaring to life in an instant. As long as he followed the energy circulation route through his meridians, he could channel the illusory power and begin to restore his cultivation. However, his meridians were now utterly parched, akin to the first time he practiced as a child, advancing inch by inch. The process was excruciatingly slow. Observing that Huanyu had fully entered a cultivation state, Long Ao gradually relaxed, though he felt a significant loss this time. He still needed to assist Huanyu in stabilizing his illusory soul, his own spiritual energy continuously depleting, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to completely recover from this expenditure. Despite a fleeting pang of sorrow, his face was nonetheless filled with satisfaction. Huanyu's performance truly pleased him. To become a formidable warrior, a resilient and bold heart, willing to take risks, is paramount, followed closely by the ability to endure pains and hardships beyond the ken of ordinary individuals. Watching Huanyu grow throughout this journey, he had entirely acknowledged the young lad, despite his age. Even if he were not that person, I shall assist him in becoming a powerful figure across the realms. Long Ao silently resolved. Time always seemed to fly during cultivation, and by the third day, Huanyu finally completed his first cycle. At this moment, his entire body glowed a fiery red, emanating an exceptionally intense aura. Whether from the furnace or other reasons remained unclear. There was but one final step, after which everything would be considered complete. Consolidate, he uttered, and Long Ao focused his energy, enveloping the array in his illusory power. Then controlling the pure illusory essence within, gently infusing it into Huanyu's body. Huanyu trembled, as if savoring a long-awaited sweet dew, absorbing it completely. As his aura began to surge, he ascended through the ranks of the illusionist, second tier, third tier, fourth, fifth. Great illusion master. A sudden chime echoed within him as the shattered and vanished illusion crystal swiftly coalesced once more. This time, the crystal appeared distinctively unique, for it shimmered in a golden hue. Though at present, Huanyu remained oblivious to this fact. In no time, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of Great Illusion Master. With a resounding from within, he successfully broke through to the illusion spirit, subsequently stabilizing at the 1st tier and commencing his journey towards the 2nd tier. Ultimately, he settled at the 2nd tier, having regressed by 1 tier compared to before. Nonetheless, he found this outcome acceptable. In the deep of night, during the assassination, Huanyu had triumphantly undergone a transformation. Ever since successfully altering his cultivation method in the secret chamber, his training speed had markedly accelerated. Moreover, The newly formed golden illusion crystal within him had not shattered upon his breakthrough to the illusion spirit. Rather, it remained quietly nestled in his dantian, even growing stronger, subtly manifesting a counterbalance against the demonic seed. Within Huanyu's dantian, these two entities had surprisingly established a delicate equilibrium, which could be deemed a delightful surprise. Long Ao, on the other hand, faced a grim fate. Due to excessive consumption of energy, he had fainted and spent over 3 months in recovery, yet had made little progress. His original cultivation had already plummeted significantly, and his soul had suffered deep wounds. With this latest setback, it was uncertain how long it would take for him to regain his former glory. "Brother Yu, it's almost time to depart," with Yuntong's call. Huanyu gradually concluded his meditation and opened his eyes. At this moment, his upper body was devoid of clothing, revealing a physique of bronze-toned, well-defined muscles, a testament to the effects of cultivating the Yin-Yang heavenly canon. Since the first tier required training in extreme sunlight, Huanyu had relocated his practice to the stone platform atop the back mountain, specifically at noon when the sun's energy was at its zenith, thus sculpting his current form. No longer was he the frail boy of yore. An aura of strength now radiated from him. Clenching his fist with determination, a look of satisfaction crossed Huanyu's visage. Now he resembled a true man. Rising, he gestured towards Yuntong, who was holding a small umbrella not far away, and swiftly donned a long robe before striding forth. "Indeed, it seems your first tier is nearing completion. I can sense it as well. After this journey, I shall seek a place to commence my training for the second tier," Huanyu replied. Just then, a disciple entered the pill hall, bowing respectfully and clasping his fists. "Young Master Yu, the elder has tasked me with conveying a message. We shall depart in half an hour." Huanyu nodded gently. The disciple bowed once more and then turned to leave. 6 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. The grand competition among the myriad sects was imminent, and representatives from various sects would converge upon the imperial capital of the Xinyu dynasty. Huanyu, too, was required to attend, albeit as a substitute. A notion he accepted. Viewing it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. It was indeed time for him to leave, as there was no extreme energy within the sect for him to cultivate the second tier of his Yin-Yang heavenly canon. Even without this circumstance, he would have departed regardless. Moreover, the burgeoning affection between the two individuals has become apparent to anyone with even a modicum of perception. Yet, within the heart of Huanyu resides a singular person. It is not to say that the two sisters are lacking. Each possesses a beauty that, while perhaps not world-shattering, is certainly captivating enough to draw the attention of many admirers. However, Huanyu's mind is far from such trivialities. Even the person who occupies his thoughts will remain unapproachable until he has fulfilled his own obligations, despite the fact that Huanyu has never experienced romantic love in either his past or present life. There exists a universal principle: if one cannot provide a woman with absolute happiness, then one should refrain from entangling her in one's affairs. Furthermore, Huanyu bears the weight of blood debts. Until he possesses sufficient strength, those who associate with him will inevitably become collateral damage. The two women can grasp a semblance of Huanyu's predicament, their heads bowed in silence. With a deep sigh, Huanyu resolved within himself and spoke softly, "Very well, come with me. I cannot bear to leave you here." The two women immediately lifted their heads, their eyes glistening with emotion, their faces illuminated by expressions of surprise. When the group made their entrance, they attracted considerable attention, most of which was tinged with envy, for the two women now served as Huanyu's attendants. As for the role of attendants, well, everyone was acutely aware of the implications. "Is everyone present?" 3 elderly men suddenly appeared before them, prompting all to bow in respect. The foremost elder spoke. "I am Elder He. This is Elder Ruan and Elder Luo. We shall lead the expedition." Once he completed the introductions, everyone clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Huanyu cast a sardonic glance at Elder Luo, sensing that with his presence, the journey would likely not proceed smoothly. "Let us depart," Elder He declared. Gesturing grandly, one by one, all boarded the prepared carriages. This journey would cover considerable distance, at least half a month's travel, necessitating readiness for any unforeseen dangers. Thus, traveling by carriage was essential to maintain peak conditions. Perhaps it was their first time venturing far, for the two women frequently gazed outside, their laughter filling the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After several days of travel, fatigue began to show on everyone's faces. Due to time constraints, they mostly camped in the wild. As dusk descended, Elder He raised his hand, signaling for all carriages to halt. Huanyu swiftly dismounted, muttering curses under his breath. "This cursed carriage has nearly numbed my backside." Yushi and Yutong stifled their laughter nearby. Perhaps due to the absence of danger over the past few days, everyone had grown somewhat lax. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that danger quietly approached. Habitually, Huanyu released his spiritual awareness for inspection, finding nothing amiss. Just as he was about to rest, suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A sharp gleam of cold light surged toward him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, rolling to the side. But the strike was too deft, leaving a crimson mark upon his shoulder. "Who are you?" Huanyu fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure before him, demanding an answer in a cold tone. Not a single strike had landed, and the figure cloaked in black was momentarily taken aback. Yet, almost instantaneously, he lunged forward with his longsword, aiming directly at Huanyu. In that fleeting moment, Huanyu discerned that this adversary's cultivation far surpassed his own. Confronting him head-on would be folly. This was the foremost thought that crossed his mind. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce him, he swiftly struck the ground with one hand, propelling his entire body through the tent's apex, an action that naturally drew the attention of the onlookers. With a thunderous roar accompanied by a surge of wrath, a colossal manifestation of illusory energy surged forth. Charging directly at the cloaked figure, the black-clad man muttered a curse under his breath, quickly whistling a sharp note before making his hasty retreat. Simultaneously, numerous tents erupted with cries of anguish. Huanyu's expression darkened as he rushed towards the tents of Yun Shi and Yun Tong. By the time he arrived, Long Ao had already beaten him there, having thwarted an attempt by a black-clad assassin to ambush the two women. The skirmish soon reached its conclusion. It was evident to Huanyu that these individuals were highly skilled assassins. Their presence was well concealed, and upon failing to land a strike, they vanished without a trace, leaving not a single cloaked figure behind. Elder He, seething with fury, soared into the air, unleashing a series of soul-sensing sweeps, yet ultimately yielded no results, finding himself reluctantly at an impasse. The losses among the lower-tier disciples were grievous. In mere moments, over half had perished, and one, Ing Zhihong, had sustained severe injuries, having been pierced by a sword to the chest. Though it missed his vital organs, it rendered him utterly incapable of fighting. As they accounted for their numbers, it became apparent that one individual was missing. Elder Luo.it was not until a significant time had elapsed that he finally appeared before the group. He explained that he had pursued a black-clad figure, but, due to the darkness of the night, had been unable to catch up. The others accepted his explanation without question, yet Huanyu's gaze lingered on him. Flickering with suspicion, he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. However, lacking any tangible evidence, he could only suppress his misgivings for the time being. After this night, the vigilance of all heightened to its utmost. The three elder leaders took turns on watch to ensure absolute safety. Following a week of uneventful travel, the party from Xianyang ancient sect finally approached their destination, the imperial capital of the Huanyu dynasty, Tian-Kai City. Upon reaching the city gates, everyone disembarked from their carriages to walk, and the towering Hundredzhang city walls evoked a sense of awe among them all. For an ordinary person, scaling those walls would be a formidable task, and only someone with the cultivation of a Huan Wang could leap atop them in an instant. The throngs of people surged around them. Apart from the common folk, the remaining individuals were representatives from various sects. All arriving for the grand competition of the 100 sections, these individuals passed through a different, specially designated gate. Each leading figure presented their sect's token, after which they were uniformly escorted into the city. As the royal family had already arranged accommodations for the various sections after everyone arrived at their lodgings, Elder He offered some words of caution before swiftly departing with Ing Zhihong. Despite having undergone some treatment, Ing Zhihong's injuries had not improved significantly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed he would be unable to participate in the upcoming competition. In such a case, Huanyu would take his place. Initially merely a substitute, she now found herself thrust into the role of a principal participant, leaving her with no choice but to offer a wry smile. Having just arrived in a foreign land, the group was unfamiliar with their surroundings. To avoid any unforeseen complications, everyone largely remained in their respective rooms. Naturally, some sects that were already acquainted took the opportunity to visit each other, as such occasions were rare. Meanwhile, within the capital, various noble houses were rife with intrigue, particularly among the residences of several princes. Huanyu had initially intended to stay indoors, as her temperament did not favor noise. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have been a recluse. However, unable to resist the persistent coaxing of Yutong, she mustered the courage to seek permission from the elder. Although the elder expressed some displeasure, he ultimately acquiesced, and the group ventured out. Fortunately, with a modest fortune at her disposal and practicing the Xianyang Tianjing The consumption of Huanyu was not overly burdensome. Thus, she allowed the two young women to indulge in their shopping whims, trailing behind them with a gentle smile on her face as she observed their lively antics. To prevent unnecessary disturbances, Huanyu advised her sisters to don veils, thereby averting any potential incidents of harassment on the streets. As they were preparing for the competition, it was essential to make some advance arrangements. Thus, Huanyu procured a weapon from a store specializing in illusionary artifacts, acquiring a mid-grade silver longsword named Duan Lu for the price of several hundred mid-grade Huanyu. According to the shopkeeper, the sword was quite remarkable. After casually wielding it a few times, Huanyu found it to his satisfaction and subsequently stowed it away in his spatial ring. The group later found a lavish restaurant and secured a private room. Indulging in a delightful meal. During the banquet, Huanyu quietly extended his soul sense and discovered that the establishment housed a number of formidable experts, particularly in one of the other private rooms, which seemed particularly noteworthy. Out of curiosity, he observed a bit longer, only to find that one of the occupants had detected his probing. This individual, appearing only slightly older than Huanyu, immediately sensed his soul presence and unleashed their own soul sense in a vigorous pursuit, intent on unmasking the intruder. However, halfway through the chase, they found themselves unable to advance any further, as if they had encountered an impenetrable wall. Reluctantly, they allowed Huanyu's probing presence to gradually dissipate at a close call. Long Ao subtly lifted his head, casting a reproachful glance in Huanyu's direction. Huanyu could only respond with an awkward smile, acknowledging his own recklessness, had it not been for Long Ao's timely intervention. There might have been dire consequences. In another private room, the person who had chased Huanyu's soul since wore a grim expression. Observing this, a companion nearby inquired curiously, "What has happened?" "What?" the individual replied coldly. "Someone attempted to pry into my mind, but I drove them away." "What?" The other person was taken aback, continuing, "Could it be that someone has sensed something?" "It wouldn't be." They gestured discreetly, trailing off into contemplation. Unbeknownst to Huanyu, his seemingly inconsequential act had incited considerable commotion elsewhere. He had anticipated this development long ago and was not taken aback. He simply bowed and acquiesced in the days that followed. Huanyu did not venture outside, choosing instead to remain in his chamber, diligently cultivating his skills in preparation for the impending great battle. Deep within the royal palace, a middle-aged man clad in official robes knelt respectfully and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, representatives from the major sects have nearly all arrived, and I have made the necessary arrangements." This man, named Su Mu, served as the royal city as protector. After a prolonged moment of silence, a deep and resonant voice echoed, "You have performed admirably." The middle-aged man's face brightened with joy, as if this commendation were a monumental reward. Shouldn't there have been some significant movements among them? Upon hearing this inquiry, Su Mu's expression became somewhat strained, and he could only respond stiffly, "As far as I know, there have indeed been some activities. However, I have dispatched individuals to observe discreetly." After uttering this, he remained kneeling, not daring to move, and a closer inspection would reveal that his body trembled slightly. For the remaining matters, consult Ling Qindao. You may withdraw. The tone of the speaker bore hints of irony and melancholy. Upon receiving the command, Su Mu felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled softly, bowed again, and slowly retreated. Upon exiting the palace gates, Su Mu wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and then boarded a carriage, which rumbled away. Before long, he arrived at an imposing estate and slightly inclined his body as he spoke. "I, Su Mu, protector of the royal city, seek an audience with the national master." "Enter," came a somewhat aged voice. Su Mu proceeded cautiously into the chamber. Upon reaching the hall, he saw an elderly man in a Taoist robe, his hair streaked with gray, gazing intently at a blood-red stone that emitted a faint glow. Appearing rather peculiar, this venerable figure was Ling Qindao, the national master of the Huanyu dynasty. Do not be deceived by his appearance, for he is no mere senescent elder. That would be a grave misjudgment. This man is exceptionally formidable, possessing unparalleled divination skills that have never faltered, and his own cultivation has reached the realm of Huang, all while he is but a little over 100 years old. As for his appearance, it is rumored that his extensive probing into the secrets of heaven has led to a reduction in his lifespan, but the truth of the matter remains shrouded in mystery. After entering, Su Mu noticed Ling Qindao lost in thought and dared not disturb him, standing quietly in place. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Ling Qindao waved his hand, storing away the blood-red stone, and slowly turned to face Su Mu. Timely, Su Mu spoke up, "National Master," regarding His Majesty. Before he could finish, Ling Qindao raised a hand slightly, interrupting him. "Lord Su, one must not casually interpret His Majesty's sacred intentions. As for those individuals, they pertain to His Majesty's private affairs, and we shall focus solely on our responsibilities. Do you understand? Sumu knelt down, his voice trembling as he replied, National Master, your insight is unparalleled. Go now. All shall proceed as usual, Ling Chun Dao stated, gradually rising and signaling dismissal before stepping into the inner hall. Only after Ling Chun Dao's figure had completely vanished did Su Mu slowly rise. Letting out a quiet sigh before departing from the premises. In 3 days, the weather today is exceptionally clear, with not a cloud in the sky. As various sects arrive in succession, the grand competition among the 100 sects is about to commence. Depart. At the lodgings of the various sects within Tianke City, a similar sound resonates, as all the teams converge towards a singular direction. The inaugural venue for this grand competition is once again set at the Royal Hunting Ground. Located not far from the East City Gate, the expansive grounds have historically been the site of such competitions. Along the way, many faces exhibit a hint of excitement, while others bear a solemn demeanor, likely indicating the presence of ulterior motives for their participation. Huanyu quietly trails behind the 3 elders. Alongside him is Su Zimu. The two are to represent the Xianyang ancient sect in this contest. As for Yunxi and Yuntong, they remain at their lodgings, with Long Ao staying behind to protect them. Su Zimu, both in expression and sentiment, holds a degree of disdain for Huanyu. In his view, Huanyu's ascension was merely a stroke of luck. Even now, he possesses only the strength of the 4th tier, whereas he has advanced to the 8th tier, within a mere 6 months following the sect selection. His prowess has elevated further, marking him as a top-tier talent for his age. Among the younger generation of the sect, only Ing Zhihong can somewhat rival him, though he still falls short. Huanyu has long recognized this disparity and is indifferent to Su Zimu's attitude. Were it not for the unexpected incident on the way here, he would not be present in this arena. Currently, he is solely focused on swiftly participating in this so-called grand competition among the 100 sects, after which he intends to seek the elders' permission to depart in pursuit of a location to cultivate the 2nd layer of the Xianyang heavenly scripture. The Royal Hunting Ground is not far from Tianke City, and given that these individuals are no ordinary folk, it does not take long for everyone to arrive at the competition venue. A colossal arena rises majestically, with a high platform at the front, surrounded by over 100 tables designated as resting areas for the various sects, already delineated prior to their arrival, with a substantial number of soldiers stationed around. During the competition among the 100 sects, only the final battle allows the common populace to witness, ensuring that the champion receives ample honor and attention. Huanyu and his companions settle into their designated area, taking a moment to rest, after which elder he quietly imparts a few words of caution to the two. Upon closer observation, it is evident that the leaders of nearly all factions possess cultivation at the level of the Huanwang realm. Those familiar with one another gesture respectfully, while others exchange glances filled with keen insight, clearly indicating some underlying tensions. As for the competitors, the lowest tier is at the Huanling level, while the highest remains unknown until genuine combat unfolds. After the passage of roughly a stick of incense, several figures gradually emerge onto the high platform. Huanyu had initially anticipated the emperor of the Xinyu dynasty as the host to make an appearance, but it seems that was a mere illusion. The group, consisting of approximately 10 individuals, is led by an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, leaning on a cane. Huanyu perceives that this man is nearly at death's door. Yet, upon the elder's entrance, every one of the hundreds present rises to their feet, bowing in respect, leaving Huanyu in a state of astonishment. Cough, cough, esteemed guests, please do not stand on ceremony, have a seat, spoke the aged man clad in a Taoist robe, his voice gentle yet commanding. The assembly bowed in reverence before gradually returning to their respective places. Once all had settled, the elder surveyed the room and continued. It is once again the day of the grand tournament of the 100 sects. I see many unfamiliar faces among you, and I wonder if this old man will have the fortune to witness the next edition. At this moment, someone interjected, "Oh, master, how can you say that? Your health still seems robust." The elder waved his hand dismissively. As one grows old, it is inevitable to become somewhat loquacious. I hope you will not take offense. The assembly, in unison, expressed their understanding and respect. Upon realizing the identity of the elder, Huanyu was taken aback. Such a seemingly frail figure was, in fact, the national master. Now, to return to the matter at hand. He continued, I, Ling Qindao, am honored to preside over this tournament in my capacity as the national master of the Divine Feather Kingdom. First, allow me to present the rewards for this competition. At this juncture, the audience's anticipation heightened, for each tournament traditionally featured remarkable prizes bestowed by the royal family. Ling Qindao observed the expressions of those present, and without further ado, he announced, "The first place will receive this frosty Yin-Yang sword, forged from celestial meteorite." Before him, a long sword materialized, measuring 7 feet in length with a hilt of 7 inches, its surface dark and unassuming, resembling a mere firewood stick devoid of any aura. As the crowd pondered its significance, he infused it with a subtle stream of illusory energy, causing the sword to soar into the sky, radiating an intense warmth that made Huanyu's eyes sparkle with intrigue. Ling Qindao elaborated, "When this sword was forged, it was sealed with 3 enchantments. Currently, only the first seal has been unlocked, rendering it a low-grade upper-tier weapon. As for the remaining 2 seals, I am unable to unlock them. I hope the one who claims this sword may possess the fortune to unveil its full potential, allowing me to witness its utmost power." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Having unlocked merely 1 seal rendered it upper tier, and the implications of fully unlocking it were staggering. The subsequent rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places, while still commendable, clearly paled in comparison: a low-grade upper-tier saber and a mid-grade high-tier armor. Just when the audience thought the announcements had concluded, Ling Qindao revealed another significant surprise. In addition to the aforementioned rewards for the top 3 contestants, the first place shall be granted 10,000 upper-tier illusion stones. The second place 5,000 upper-tier illusion stones, and the third place 3,000 upper-tier illusion stones. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over many in attendance. 10,000 upper-tier illusion stones equated to a staggering million mid-tier illusion stones. And most importantly, upper-tier illusion stones were exceedingly rare across various sections. Although Huanyu felt a stir of excitement, he discerned a subtle nuance in the proclamation. The term bestow was typically reserved for rewards granted to subjects. These sects, however, operated largely outside the realm of imperial authority. In truth, the royal power held little sway in their eyes, and the relationship between the two had always been a delicate balance. Thus, the use of bestow in this context seemed somewhat inappropriate. Yet at that moment, all attention was fixated on the upper-tier illusion stones, and no one seemed inclined to dwell on the peculiarities of the phrasing. However, upon reconsideration, Huanyu felt somewhat like a worrywart. The depths of this water had no bearing on him whatsoever. Having concluded the announcement of rewards, the competition was about to commence in earnest. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a passage gradually materialized on the vast arena. After which he spoke. The competition was structured into 3 rounds, and this marked the first round. It was an isolated space where all participants would enter, each bearing a token. The final results would be determined by the number of tokens each contestant possessed, with the top 50 advancing to the next round. Those who lost their tokens would be automatically teleported out, signifying their elimination. The time limit for this round extended until dawn of the following day. The rules were straightforward. One must not lose their own token while simultaneously striving to seize others. Approximately 20 time periods were allocated for this endeavor. Many participants were already eager and ready for action. As Huanyu's feet gradually touched solid ground, he felt a slight discomfort. Ever since that incident, he had harbored a shadow of trepidation regarding such so-called isolated spaces. After taking a moment to compose himself, he knew it was not the time for distractions. The first round officially commenced, and all contestants had entered this realm, each clutching a token. Huanyu deftly revealed 2 tokens in his palm, one received upon entry, and the other left to him by his master. Upon careful examination, he noted a peculiar similarity between the 2 tokens. With a soft sigh, he placed both tokens into his spatial ring. For now, his focus needed to be on advancing, particularly as the Frost Yin-Yang sword was an object of immense desire for him. However, acquiring it would not be an ordinary challenge. Cautiously, he extended his spiritual sense, which had now reached a span of approximately 30 zhang. Prior to this venture, he had specifically learned a technique for concealing his presence from Long Ao, as ensuring his own safety was paramount. He was in no rush to seize tokens. There was ample time, and the first to act might not necessarily endure until the end, unless endowed with absolute confidence. For instance, the individual he first noticed was situated about 20 zhang away. Calmly seated on the ground, Huanyu's spiritual sense swept over him without detection, and he chose not to pursue, simply remaining composed in his position. Instead, Huanyu hastily retreated. That person's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of illusory spirit. Likely among the most powerful in this gathering, he dared not provoke such a formidable opponent, as it would be tantamount to courting death. After a swift retreat, Huanyu discovered an excellent hiding spot, where he stealthily concealed himself and suppressed his aura. For the moment, he faced no immediate danger. Elsewhere in this space, numerous battles had erupted, Some, boasting higher cultivation, aggressively seized tokens, while those of comparable strength opted to bypass confrontations. After all, as long as they possessed enough tokens, advancement was assured. There was no need for reckless engagements, particularly in this initial round. Of course, there were others like Huanyu, who chose to seek refuge in a secluded spot, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge and reap the benefits. If fortune smiles upon me, perhaps I could seize an opportunity to advance by eliminating another participant. Why must I exert myself in a relentless pursuit? Thus, apart from the initial eruption of fierce battles in certain areas, the entire expanse gradually descended into tranquility. As for those who had been eliminated earlier, they now faced their elders with palpable regret and shame. Alas, such opportunities are fleeting, and any remorse at this juncture is futile. After enduring a prolonged period of calm, Huanyu slowly opened his eyes, with only 3 or 4 hours remaining until dawn. He knew he must act, for his cultivation was among the lower echelons. If he tarried too long, he might end up with nothing to show for his efforts. Unbeknownst to him, most participants had already commenced their actions. And along his path, Huanyu encountered numerous individuals but struggled to find a suitable opportunity to strike. Fortunately, he had adeptly concealed his presence, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. To act recklessly, without absolute certainty, would only increase the likelihood of his own downfall. As Huanyu had been racing for an entire hour, growing increasingly anxious, a fitting target finally materialized. He quietly slowed his pace, trailing behind a person whose cultivation was on par with his own. Both standing at the 4th tier of Huanling, and he felt confident in his ability to prevail. In the realm of Jinlan Valley, Mo Xiao, I wonder which esteemed friend has been shadowing me for so long. Perhaps it is time to reveal oneself. Huanyu was taken aback, for this individual had seemingly detected his presence. Given this, there was no need for further concealment. Internally cursing under his breath, he was startled when a figure suddenly emerged before the person he was following. Speaking in an exceedingly arrogant tone, "Ha ha ha, with your meager skills, do you think this young master needs to stalk you? What a joke." Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, having clearly sensed someone trailing him. He was confounded by the sudden appearance of another individual ahead. A multitude of expletives raced through his mind. Moreover, this newcomer was of the 7th tier of Huanling, leaving him with no hope of escape. With a quick mental shift, he donned a smile. My dear brother, you jest. I merely spoke in passing. May I inquire which esteemed sect you hail from? The man regarded Mo Xiao with keen interest before responding leisurely. Hey Huang Hall, Chido Yinshan. It is you, brother Chiu. Your reputation precedes you. I have long heard tales of your prowess as the foremost among the younger generation of Hei Wang Hall. Mo Xiao instantly transformed into a sycophant, showering compliments without hesitation, leaving Huanyu nearby utterly dumbfounded. The young man, Chiu Yinshan, waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility. Huanyu nearly stumbled to the ground. These two truly were exceptional specimens. After engaging in trivial banter for some time, Mo Xiao finally returned to the matter at hand, his countenance adorned with a fawning smile. Well, brother Chiu, I have only managed to gather a few tokens. Might you consider sparing me? Upon hearing this, Chiu Yinshan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The expression on Mo Xiao's face instantly fell, and he discreetly gestured behind his back. Alas, in light of this circumstance, I entrust the token to you, my esteemed brother Chiu, with the hope that you will carry forth my dreams. Upon finishing his words, an expression of profound despair etched itself upon his visage. Chiu Yinshan hesitated momentarily, a flicker of reluctance stirring within him. However, he could not defy the edicts of the sect. Chiu Yinshan's reaction was swift. A wave of illusory power surged forth, scattering the powdery substance. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, transforming his earlier hesitation into a blaze of fury. Roar, perish at my hands. At that moment, he unleashed the full extent of his might, nearly closing the distance to Mo Xiao in an instant. Meanwhile, Huanyu, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity. With a flicker, he appeared behind Chiu Yinshan and delivered a powerful blow. Consumed by rage, Chiu Yinshan's mind was clouded, his entire focus fixated on Mo Xiao. Thus, Huanyu's punch struck solidly against his back. Pooh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood midair, crashing heavily to the ground. That single blow left him grievously injured. His eyes flared with fury as he spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. A manifestation of his indignation, what followed was straightforward. The two easily compelled him to surrender the token, after which he glared at them with a look of hatred before gradually vanishing from sight. Huanyu and Mo Xiao then exchanged a slow, contemplative gaze, the atmosphere thickening with tension. How did you discover my presence? Huanyu inquired first, adopting a defensive stance. He then turned away and waved his hand. Leaving Huanyu in a state of perplexity, with the token seized from Qiu Yinshan, Huanyu confidently advanced to the second round, and Mo Xiao also succeeded in his ascent, which piqued Huanyu's interest. As if this individual harbored many concealed secrets, Elder he lauded Huanyu profusely, while another individual standing nearby, Su Zimu, appeared somewhat flushed. He had originally gathered enough tokens to qualify, but unexpectedly encountered an opponent one tier above him, resulting in an effortless defeat and his subsequent elimination in the first round. The three elders refrained from overly chastising him, as they had hoped he would bring honor to the Xianyang ancient sect in this grand competition, only to be met with such an outcome. Of the three who had come, one had already fallen by the wayside, and now another had been eliminated, leaving Huanyu, who was originally a substitute, as the sole survivor, much to his own bemusement. Following the conclusion of the first round, the participants were granted 2 hours to recuperate, allowing the injured to tend to their wounds as the second round was about to commence. All 50 qualified individuals took to the stage. Lingshan Dao rose slowly and proclaimed loudly, "The rules of this second round are quite straightforward. A chaotic melee will ensue, and anyone who falls from the platform will be deemed eliminated. Ultimately, from the 50 of you, only 10 may advance to the final round. The sole restriction is that none of you may wield weapons. You all represent the elite of the younger generation from your respective sects or families. And I, as the elder, do not wish to witness anyone suffer defeat here." Upon hearing such rules, many on the platform felt a sense of helplessness, especially those whose companions had already been eliminated and who possessed lesser cultivation. Their hopes had dwindled significantly, including that of Huanyu. "I shall do my utmost," Huanyu silently reassured himself, feeling somewhat consoled by the fact that weapons were prohibited, as his strength lay in hand-to-hand combat. Some individuals would be significantly disadvantaged without weapons, thus he was not entirely devoid of opportunity. Then, let the contest commence. With Lingshan's command, the 50 participants on the platform instantly scattered, those from the same faction clustering together. Meanwhile, a few temporary alliances formed, indicating some underlying camaraderie among their respective forces. Huanyu had initially intended to retreat to the sidelines, only to hear a voice call out nearby, "Hey, do you want to join us?" Turning his head, he discovered Mo Xiao, who was smiling and beckoning to him, accompanied by another young man, likely a companion from his faction. Huanyu pondered briefly. Given his cultivation level, he would likely gain no advantage among this crowd. Thus forming a temporary alliance seemed the most prudent course of action. Nodding slightly, he swiftly moved to stand before Mo Xiao. "Before I inquire, may I know your name?" Mo Xiao appeared exceedingly warm. "I am from the Xianyang ancient sect, and you are?" Huanyu replied earnestly, cupping his fist in salute. "So you are a friend of the Xianyang ancient sect. You already know my name. This is my senior brother, Mo Fanyang, who possesses a cultivation level of the 9th tier of illusionary spirit," Mo Xiao declared, winking at Huanyu as he spoke. Understanding the implication, Huanyu promptly returned the gesture to the young man named Mo Fanyang, who merely nodded indifferently, not uttering a word. Huanyu paid little mind to this. It was reasonable to assume that Mo Fanyang had discerned his cultivation level. Thus, the treatment he received was within the bounds of expectation. In this manner, the 50 participants on the platform had largely established their divisions, forming approximately a dozen factions. Among them, 3 individuals particularly captured Huanyu's attention: a young man in white robes, who bore a slight familiarity, a robust man whose attire bore resemblance to that of Qian Mountain, and surprisingly, a woman, the only female among the participants. Although she was dressed in masculine garb, Huanyu recognized her immediately. These 3 stood as distinct factions, each positioned apart, yet none dared to underestimate them, for they were merely a step away from advancing to the rank of illusionary monarch, making them the 3 most formidable cultivators among the 50 present. It was unlikely anyone would provoke them. In essence, the remaining 47 would vie for the remaining 7 spots. The tranquil atmosphere did not linger for long, as 2 individuals not far from Huanyu suddenly launched an assault on another pair nearby. With a single strike, they unleashed their full power, leaving no room for retreat. Each individual sought out an opponent, channeling their entire essence of illusionary energy into their fists. Bang, bang, the 2 targeted individuals reacted without hesitation, immediately adopting defensive stances. However, their responses were too hasty, and in an instant, they were sent reeling, bloodied, and propelled off the stage, crashing down beneath it. This event ignited the atmosphere of the arena, and nearly everyone sprang into action simultaneously. The stage erupted with dozens of powerful auras, colliding fiercely as various illusionary techniques erupted in a cacophony of strikes. Huanyu and his companions found themselves targeted by another pair of opponents, one at the 8th tier and the other at the 7th. The 8th tier individual directly confronted Mo Fanyang, while the 7th tier individual encircled Huanyu and Mo Xiao. Their intentions were evident. Huanyu and Mo Xiao, both at the 4th tier, were deemed easy prey. If the 8th tier opponent could momentarily restrain Mo Fanyang, the remaining adversary could swiftly eliminate Huanyu and Mo Xiao, subsequently joining forces to overpower their primary target, thus greatly increasing their chances of victory. One must concede that the duo's strategy was commendable, yet they underestimated Huanyu and Mo Xiao. Although it was their first collaboration in battle, their synergy was commendable. They executed a coordinated front and back assault, utilizing ranged illusionary energy strikes while evading close combat. Their strategy was clear. If they could hold off the opponent, Mo Fanyang would face an adversary one tier lower, and with a bit of time, victory would be inevitable. The 7th tier opponent found himself caught off guard, and the tide of battle swiftly turned. Meanwhile, the 8th tier individual, distracted by the unfolding situation, became an easy target for Mo Fanyang, who seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch, further tipping the scales against him. The standoff did not last long, as the 8th tier opponent, filled with reluctance, was ultimately forced off the stage as Mo Fanyang advanced step by step. The 7th tier individual felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was utterly overwhelmed. Casting a defiant glance at both opponents, he hesitated not for a moment before swiftly leaping off the stage. Against 3. He had no hope of success. Huanyu and Mo Xiao exchanged triumphant smiles, having secured an effortless victory in their first bout. A brief observation revealed that a significant portion of the competitors had already been eliminated, leaving approximately 20 contenders remaining to AT that moment. Another trio set their sights on Huanyu and his companions, drawn to their seemingly weaker strength. After all, it is the soft fruits that are easiest to pick. This time, their adversaries consisted of 3, one at the 8th tier, one at the 6th, and another at the 5th. Upon meeting, each swiftly located their respective opponents. Mo Fanyang faced the 8th tier contender. Mo Xiao confronted the 6th, while Huanyu had the least daunting task, facing the 5th tier individual. As Huanyu engaged his opponent, he kept a watchful eye on his companions. Mo Fanyang had thoroughly suppressed his foe, with victory merely a matter of time. However, as Huanyu glanced over, he witnessed Mo Xiao being struck and forced to retreat. Bloodied. A sense of urgency gripped him. A swift resolution was imperative. Although defeating his current opponent was not particularly challenging, it would still require time, a resource they could ill afford. With a fierce determination, he conjured a colossal pillar of flame from his hands. This particular technique had been significantly enhanced through his training with the Xianyang heavenly scriptures, rendering it nearly tangible. Furthermore, at this moment, he had also tapped into a portion of his demonic seed's power, amplifying its potency even further. At this moment, atop the high platform, Ling Qindao seemed to sense something amiss. As if he had caught a whiff of an extraordinary aura, his eyes, sharp as lightning, swept across the arena. Yet, the immense stage was engulfed in the tumult of illusory energies, and even with his cultivation, he was unable to discern the precise source of the aura. Meanwhile, the offensive of Huanyu had fully commenced, as the beam of light in his hand surged forth towards his opponent. The man, with a grave expression, was taken aback, not expecting that this adversary, who was a level below him, could unleash such a formidable attack. Immediately, he gathered all his illusory power in preparation for defense. But could he withstand it? The answer, of course, was no. The moment the beam struck him, it erupted violently, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, and he was subsequently hurled from the platform. Losing consciousness upon impact, after delivering his strike, Huanyu did not linger to observe the outcome, but swiftly approached Mo Xiao, pushing him aside with a sudden grunt. "Are you all right?" he inquired, as he gradually assisted Mo Xiao to his feet. At that moment, Mo Xiao appeared somewhat disheveled, with traces of blood still staining the corners of his mouth. "Cough. This fellow is too strong." Mo Xiao's face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Huanyu patted his shoulder, retrieving a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and offering it to him. He then rose slowly, fixing his gaze upon Mo Xiao's adversary. "Young man, I hadn't realized you possessed some skill, but I am certainly not one of the likes of Yuan Xia," the man remarked coldly, referring to the opponent Huanyu had previously vanquished. Huanyu paid him no heed, directly channeling his illusory power and charging forward. Fu Yang, he invoked. executing the Yin-Yang Fu Ming fist. With countless fist shadows radiating a blazing aura as they surged towards the man.in truth. Overcoming this opponent was not overly challenging for Huanyu. After cultivating the Xianyang heavenly scripture, his illusory power naturally melded with a fervent energy, significantly enhancing its potency, while his meridians had also been fortified by this essence. Though the man initially underestimated him, he did not let his guard down. Huanyu's attack was swiftly intercepted, just as the man was about to unleash another round of taunts. Mo Fanyang's figure was already racing towards them, having noticed Mo Zhao's injury, and he quickly dispatched his opponent. Faced with this situation, the man had no choice but to begrudgingly leap down from the platform, fully aware that he stood no chance of victory. After enduring 2 rounds of combat, their team had garnered the respect of the others, who no longer dared to underestimate them. A decisive outcome had been reached at this location, while battles continued to rage at other sites. Upon seeing Mo Fanyang arrive, Mo Zhao expressed a measure of apology and then settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. Huanyu, having absorbed a prior attack and sustaining minor injuries, also closed his eyes to rest. Time passed slowly, and before long, the skirmishes across the arena approached their conclusion. Huanyu and Mo Zhao opened their eyes at an opportune moment. At that juncture, aside from the 3 of them, 8 others remained on the platform. While they were healing, 2 individuals attempted to approach them, but ultimately, they were repelled by Mo Fanyang's formidable prowess. Among the remaining opponents were 3 who had not engaged throughout the battle, the highest-ranked cultivators, while the remaining 5 belonged to 2 teams, their cultivation levels ranging between the 9th and 8th tiers. As the ethereal spectacle unfolded, the eyes of the other 8 were fixated upon their team. After all, the elimination of a single individual would bring this second round to a close, making them the obvious targets of scrutiny. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Mo Zhao rose to his feet and gracefully leaped down from the arena, grinning at Huanyu. In any case, I merely came to join the fray this time. Reaching the stage is already quite unexpected for me, so from here on, I shall refrain from further involvement. Huanyu opened his mouth to utter a response, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since their acquaintance began, this individual named Mo Zhao had consistently engaged in actions that defied his expectations, behaving in a most unpredictable manner. Mo Fanyang seemed to anticipate this turn of events, remaining silent throughout. Thus, the 10 who would advance to the next round were determined, while the sky gradually darkened. Ling Chundao cast a glance at the 10 individuals upon the high platform and spoke slowly. Firstly, congratulations on reaching the final round. The 10, including Huanyu, bowed in unison. This announcement elicited mild surprise among the onlookers, including the elders who had led them, who began to murmur amongst themselves. The location was not unexpected, as the final round traditionally took place at the main gate of the royal palace, attracting numerous spectators from across Tiancai City, marking a moment of great honor. However, the sovereign residing deep within the palace had never made an appearance. Thus, the news that this imperial ruler would attend was truly unforeseen. After Ling Chundao delivered his message, he paid no heed to the expressions of those below and gradually vanished from view along with the others on the platform. Elder He's face radiated joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, as he approached Huanyu, incessantly inquiring about his well-being and whether his injuries were severe, leaving Huanyu somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Su Zimu regarded him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, as if to suggest that Huanyu had merely benefited from good fortune in this round, to which Huanyu felt no inclination to respond. Another elder, Luo, appeared to smile on the surface. Yet Huanyu sensed an undercurrent of animosity. This old man harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. For reasons unknown, Huanyu couldn't shake the feeling that the earlier assassination attempt might somehow be linked to Elder Luo. Shaking his head slightly, he sought to reassure himself that perhaps he was overthinking matters. Various factions departed with their respective individuals, and as they left, Huanyu surreptitiously glanced at the robust figure he had surmised to belong to the force from Yin Mountain. He had a premonition that he would likely confront this individual directly the following day. Ultimately, he feigned injury as an excuse to retreat and successfully sent the 2 away, rubbing his forehead gently. He braced himself for what promised to be a perilous battle the next day. The allure of that sword was undeniably tempting. It would be difficult to find peace of mind without making an attempt to seize it. With a soft sigh, he gradually closed his eyes, seeking tranquility. After a night of recuperation, Huanyu's injuries had fully healed, and he sensed the faint signs of a forthcoming breakthrough. Alas, this was not the opportune moment. He could only suppress the yearning within him for the time being. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the sound of knocking echoed, prompting Huanyu to rise and open the door. Elder, he stood at the entrance, a smile gracing his features as he regarded him. Huanyu promptly bowed in respect. How are you? I trust your injuries have healed. Elder, he inquired with a hint of concern. There is no longer any cause for alarm. I thank you for your care, Elder, Huanyu replied. That is good to hear. Just do your best in today's competition, but do not overexert yourself, Elder, he advised. Huanyu quickly acquiesced and then recalled something. Continuing, I have a matter I hope the Elder will permit. Elder, he gestured for him to proceed. Huanyu spoke candidly, as it was part of his original plan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder, he nodded slowly. Many disciples from the sect were already venturing out to hone their skills, and Huanyu's request was not unreasonable, so he did not present any obstacles. Once everything was prepared, they set forth on their journey to the palace, the capital city of Tianke. It was perpetually bustling, but today it was even more so. Overnight, a grand platform had been erected before the palace, predominantly red in hue, imparting a festive atmosphere. The area was thronged with curious onlookers, while rows of soldiers stood guard, maintaining order. Among them were not only the palace guards, but also members of the Imperial Forest Army. As representatives from various factions arrived, their initial reaction was one of puzzlement. The great competition of the 100 sects was, after all, a solemn event. Such extravagant arrangements seemed rather out of place, though confusion lingered. No one dared to cause a disturbance, instead patiently awaiting developments. After nearly an hour of anticipation, the figure of Ling Chun Dao emerged into view, clad in his customary Taoist robes and leaning on a cane. No one dared to underestimate this elder. Setting aside his status as the national master, Huanyu sensed that this venerable figure was far from the frail old man he appeared to be. His cultivation level likely surpassed that of most present. Ahem, it seems you all have arrived much earlier than this old man, Ling Chun Dao remarked with a slight smile. Representatives from various factions hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, bowing slightly as he addressed Ling Chun Dao. I have a question that perplexes me. I would be grateful if the national master could enlighten me. Just as Ling Chun Dao was about to respond, a commanding voice interrupted him. His Majesty has arrived. At this proclamation, soldiers and civilians alike immediately knelt, with Ling Chun Dao following suit, trembling as he bowed low. However, the representatives from the sects and families merely inclined their bodies in a unified gesture of respect. Gradually, a figure emerged atop the palace wall, garbed in a dragon robe and crowned with gold. Appearing to be around 40, with striking brows and eyes full of authority, the man bore no extraneous expression. He was none other than the emperor of the Huanyu dynasty, Mu Qingtang. You may rise. His voice revealed no trace of emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone responded in unison with respect, slowly rising to stand. As for Ling Chun Dao, he was assisted to his feet by those beside him. At this moment, Huanyu cast his gaze upon the sovereign of the Empire of Huanyu Continent for the first time. Unlike the portrayal he had seen on television in his past life, this was a living, breathing emperor, exuding an undeniable aura of authority with every gesture and movement, with a subtle nod. It was evident that such a bearing was beyond that of an ordinary individual. His eyes swept across the crowd, absorbing the expressions of the onlookers, before Mu Qingtian proceeded to speak. That it seems you all harbor numerous uncertainties. Silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone patiently awaited his next words. The emperor then let out a soft sigh and continued, I have 4 sons but only 1 daughter, whom I have always regarded as a treasure. However, she has now reached the age for marriage, and I am deeply concerned. Upon hearing this, the elders were left perplexed, unsure of what the emperor truly meant to convey. During this grand competition of the 100 sects, where the finest talents from various sects have gathered, I wish to seize this opportunity to select a suitable husband for my daughter. Thus, the final round shall be held before the gates of the imperial palace. The crowd exchanged glances, and Huanyu was equally bewildered. Realizing that this grand contest had morphed into a martial competition for courtship, I hereby announce that the top 3 contestants in this tournament will each have the chance to confess their affections to the princess. As for who shall ultimately become my son-in-law, that decision rests solely with her. Before the crowd could fully react, Mu Qingtian's figure vanished from atop the city walls, casting a meaningful glance towards several directions as he departed. The assembly was soon engulfed in discussion, including the ordinary citizens, for the prospect of marrying the princess promised a life of untold wealth and honor. Moreover, this princess was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm. and many gazes revealed a palpable yearning. As for the directions Mu Qing Tian had observed, each held a young nobleman adorned in splendid attire, his 4 sons, the princes of Xinyu. Given the significance of the occasion, their presence was to be expected, and the reasons were not hard to discern, as the major sects had interacted with these 4 young men to varying extents in recent days, upon hearing their father's proclamation. The princes initially displayed surprise, followed by contemplative expressions, clearly grappling with the motivations behind their father's actions. While others may have been oblivious, they understood all too well the extent of their father's indulgence towards their younger sister. The suddenness of the announcement left many elders momentarily disoriented. To the competitors, the opportunity to wed the princess seemed, on the surface, a fortuitous prospect, especially considering her beauty. However, upon deeper reflection, it was apparent that this matter was far from straightforward. It resembled a strategic maneuver. Historically, various sects had operated independently of imperial authority, and should one sect succeed in forming a marital alliance with the royal family, the ensuing dynamics could be profoundly altered. Each elder, seasoned in the ways of the world, could easily comprehend the intricate implications hidden beneath the surface of this development. Ahem, now that everyone is aware, allow me to expound upon the rules for this final round. Hold on, National Master, interjected an elder from one of the factions as Ling Qindao was about to speak. Ling Qindao cast an irritable glance in his direction. The elder, mustering his courage, continued, I humbly beg your pardon, National Master, but our Sacred Sword sect wishes to withdraw from this final round. As for the Yin Mountain sect. And the Qingyao Valley. Gradually, a total of 5 sects stepped forward, all conveying the same sentiment. With their heads bowed, they were acutely aware that such a decision would undoubtedly offend the imperial family, yet they felt compelled to act. They had weighed their options in this brief span of time. Ling Qindao's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized these individuals, before softly responding, Since you have all made your intentions clear, I shall not impose any further. Upon hearing these words, the 5 individuals collectively exhaled in relief. Discreetly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, they clasped their fists in respect towards Ling Qindao before hastily departing with their disciples. The surrounding populace erupted in murmurs. With the departure of these 5 factions, the remaining individuals dared not utter a sound. This was their territory, and repeatedly challenging their dignity could surely incite their wrath. Let us commence, Ling Qindao stated coolly, his tone somewhat frosty. Originally 10 participants, only 5 remained, yet the method of selection remained unchanged. A draw would still determine one individual who would advance directly to the top 3. Perhaps it was divine favor, for the empty draw was fortuitously drawn by Huanyu, causing the other 4 to nearly spew blood in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the one with the lowest cultivation would effortlessly secure a place among the top 3? It was utterly outrageous. Huanyu was not foolish enough to believe this was merely his good fortune. His instincts told him that beneath this seemingly straightforward outcome, there lingered an unusual undertone. During the earlier draw, he had not stepped forward to participate. Since the other 4 had not drawn the empty slot, it had defaulted to him. After pondering for a while without any inkling of clarity, Huanyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed that fortune had consistently smiled upon him throughout this journey. Due to Huanyu drawing the empty slot, he directly entered the top 3 and would take a moment to rest while the remaining 2 spots would be contested by the other 4. These 4 included Mo Fanyang from Jinlan Valley facing off against Qiu Yifeng from Black Emperor Hall, and Nan Shuyao from Fenwu Gate battling Gu Hanshan from Qishao Palace. As the results of the draw emerged, Mo Xiao expressed her concerns to Mo Fanyang, while Qiu Yinshan similarly whispered to Qiu Yifeng. Huanyu also displayed a hint of worry. Although Mo Fanyang was not particularly loquacious, he was undeniably a man of integrity, and Huanyu had previously owed him a favor. Given the grievances from the first round involving Mo Xiao and Qiu Yinshan, Qiu Yifeng would undoubtedly show no mercy, especially considering Mo Fanyang's slightly inferior cultivation. The upcoming battles promised to be exceedingly perilous. Regarding the other team, the 2 individuals are evenly matched in their prowess. Nan Shuao is the very woman previously discovered by Huanyu, who was dressed in male attire. However, it seems that everyone present is acutely aware of her true gender, as no one exhibits the slightest surprise. This is the result of Huanyu's somewhat obsessive nature. There are indeed many female disciples across various sects, and there have been precedents for women participating in competitions. Some sects exclusively recruit female disciples, such as the Fengwu sect to which Nan Shuyao belongs. Moreover, the grand competition of the 100 sects does not prohibit female sects from participating. It is merely that this time the emperor has suddenly devised a scheme to recruit a son-in-law, yet this does not pose any conflict. for although women cannot marry princesses, they are still eligible for rewards. In the first battle, Mo Fanyang confronts Qiu Yifeng. Both leap simultaneously onto the high platform. Qiu Yifeng, robust in stature, causes the platform to tremble upon landing, and a glimmer of bloodthirsty ruthlessness flashes in his eyes. In contrast, Mo Fanyang remains composed, calmly observing his opponent. As the signal is given, both unleash their formidable auras, creating the sensation of two whirlwinds swirling upon the platform, without any superfluous dialogue. They charge towards each other. This match is devoid of restrictions, allowing Mo Fanyang to summon a glimmer of light as a dark, massive sword materializes in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, one notices that this sword lacks a blade tip. Harnessing the momentum of his charge, he executes a sweeping slash, as if cleaving the very air itself. Huanyu can't help but exclaim in admiration. This initial strike is both audacious and fiercely powerful. Qiu Yifeng, not daring to be negligent, promptly draws his weapon, a spiked mace reminiscent of a wolf's fang, and positions it defensively. With a resounding clang, their weapons collide. Both wield mid-grade illusory artifacts, rendering neither superior nor inferior. However, Qiu Yifeng, caught off guard, is inevitably pushed back several steps. Following this, the black sword in Mo Fanyang's hand dances with a flurry of intricate techniques, his demeanor tranquil, yet his offensive approach strikingly fierce. Although Qiu Yifeng possesses a slight edge in cultivation, his attacks are characterized by broad, sweeping motions. Despite continuously wielding his mace in defense, he finds himself in a state of disarray. The crowd roars with excitement. Reveling in the spectacle. As the saying goes, the uninitiated watch the spectacle, while the initiated discern the intricacies. The elders from various factions below nod in approval, seemingly satisfied with the current performance of both combatants. After being relentlessly pressured, Qiu Yifeng, now incensed, lets out a furious roar. His entire being surges with illusory energy, and with a powerful leap, he brings his mace crashing down from above. Mo Fanyang hastily raises his sword to block. Although he succeeds, a muffled grunt escapes him as his feet sink into the platform, creating two small craters. Seizing the advantage, Qiu Yifeng delivers a sweeping kick with his powerful legs, forcing Mo Fanyang to use his other hand to barely defend against the blow. With a thud, Mo Fanyang is sent reeling to the edge of the platform. Half kneeling on the ground, in the audience, Mo Xia displayed a look of urgency, while Huanyu's eyes glimmered with intensity. It seemed that Qiu Yifeng's brute strength was extraordinarily formidable. Engaging him directly in a frontal confrontation was best avoided. The most prudent tactic would be to employ agility in battle, as his speed was not particularly remarkable. Blood surged within Mo Fanyang, and after holding it back for quite some time, he could no longer suppress it, allowing a trickle of fresh blood to escape from the corner of his mouth, which he swiftly wiped away as he gradually stood up. Clearly, through the prolonged engagement, he had discerned his opponent's weaknesses. The upcoming moments would be pivotal in determining the outcome of the duel. As the shadows fell, Mo Fanyang leaped into the air, his black sword dancing in a flurry. Waves of dark sword energy emanated from the blade, slicing directly towards Qiu Yifeng. Marking the moment, he unleashed his illusionary techniques. The air crackled with tension as the concentrated sword energy surged forth, prompting Qiu Yifeng to roar, gripping his wolf-tooth club and spinning at an alarming speed, transforming himself into a whirling tempest, creating an impenetrable shield around him. The sound of clashing echoed, clang, 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 as the sword energy struck against Qiu Yifeng's protective barrier, yet they failed utterly to breach his defenses. Subsequently, Mo Fanyang unleashed several powerful illusionary techniques in rapid succession, all of which were deftly countered by Qiu Yifeng. The elders of Jinlan Valley exchanged glances, slowly shaking their heads. They had realized that Mo Fanyang's assaults were incapable of shattering Qiu Yifeng's defenses. Continuing the battle would prove futile to avert unnecessary injuries. They had resolved to declare their surrender. Mo Fanyang, panting heavily, had expended considerable energy after launching several illusionary techniques. Though reluctant, he recognized the inevitability of defeat. If the fight persisted, the exchange of blows would ultimately lead to his downfall. Just as he prepared to concede, a moment of lapse ensued, and Qiu Yifeng seized the opportunity with a sudden tremor. He appeared behind Mo Fanyang and struck down with a club. "Stop!" one of the elders from Jinlan Valley shouted in alarm, leaping into action. Yet, it was too late. Qiu Yifeng's club had already crashed into Mo Fanyang's back, sending blood splattering in all directions as he was violently. It is indeed a troubling matter. The elder of Jinlan Valley is acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and hastily carries Mo Fanyang outside. Huanyu turns and casts a cold glance at Qiu Yifeng, who appears to be rather simple-minded and physically strong, yet possesses a surprising cunning. From the final attack earlier, it was evident that his speed was far from slow. Everything was orchestrated for that fleeting moment when Mo Fanyang would let his guard down, allowing for a lethal strike that in that instant. While his exterior remained composed, turmoil raged within him like a cataclysmic upheaval. A few individuals swiftly located an inn nearby. Within the room, only Mo Xiao and Huanyu were present. While Mo Fanyang lay reclined on the bed, the two carefully tended to his wounds, and Huanyu retrieved medicine from his spatial ring, gently applying it. Throughout the entire process, not a single word was exchanged, save for Mo Xiao's quiet sobs. After a considerable duration, they had managed to stabilize his injuries, though complete recovery would likely require a significant amount of time. Upon seeing the two emerge, the elder of Jinlan Valley immediately approached, inquiring softly, "How is Yang? He is currently out of danger. He merely requires a period of rest to recuperate. It is all my fault. My senior brother has suffered this fate because of me." Mo Xiao lamented, utterly unable to contain his emotions, and he burst into tears nearby. Most disciples within the Jinlan Valley sect are orphans, and Mo Xiao and Mo Fanyang are no exceptions. They share the same master and grew up together, forming a bond deeper than that of brothers. Mo Xiao, while not lacking in talent, has a mischievous disposition and has been somewhat lax in his training, often falling prey to bullying by others in the sect. In contrast, Mo Fanyang, though taciturn and somewhat dull, approaches his cultivation with utmost seriousness, earning the high hopes of many elders, and has always protected Mo Xiao in a brotherly manner, showering him with affection. One can only imagine the depth of Mo Fanyang's anguish at this moment. Sighing, the elder of Jinlan Valley expressed his sympathy, while one of them softly consoled Mo Xiao. Huanyu remained silent, instead approaching and gently patting Mo Xiao's shoulder. He offered a slight bow to the elders before striding purposefully out of the inn, for his battle was far from over. Meanwhile, another fierce contest unfolded on the high platform between Nanshuyu and Guhanshan. Both possessed comparable cultivation levels, each merely a step away from ascending to the rank of illusionary king, resulting in an intensely contested match. At this stage, neither party would hold back. The outcome, however, exceeded expectations, as the two ultimately collided and fell simultaneously upon the platform. Observing this, Ling Chundao promptly declared them both tied for third place. Given that they had fought to a standstill and were no longer capable of combat, with recovery unlikely in the short term, neither side objected to this result. For the royal family, it merely meant an additional reward to present. Next came the highly anticipated championship battle, Huanyu of the Xianyang Ancient Sect versus Qiu Yifeng of the Black Emperor Hall. This match was heralded as the ultimate showdown with the most pronounced disparity in strength throughout the history of the 100-sect competition. One was a fourth-tier illusion spirit, while the other was a formidable quasi-illusion king. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Even Elder He had prepared to concede defeat, as securing the second place had significantly rewritten the history of the Xianyang Ancient Sect. Coupled with the caution inspired by Mo Fanyang's prior experience, he feared for Huanyu's safety. However, Huanyu promptly intervened, leaping onto the arena. This battle was one he must engage in, not merely to fight, but to fight with unyielding resolve, driven not by glory but by deep-seated affection, whether it was the sentiment from the first round with Mo Xiao or the second round with Mo Fanyang. Both rendered him incapable of retreating at this moment. Qiu Yifeng, observing Huanyu on stage, gracefully ascended as well, wearing an expression of relaxed confidence. He even licked his lips, convinced that the championship was already within his grasp, regarding the opponent before him as easily vanquishable. Yet, prior to stepping up, he had promised Qiu Yinshan to thoroughly torment Huanyu, or, if fortune smiled upon him, to inadvertently deliver a fatal blow. How splendid that would be. Long Ao and Yun Shuyuntong watched from a distance. Due to their soul bond, Long Ao could sense Huanyu's thoughts, and he sighed quietly. This young man possessed undeniable tenacity. Should any complications arise, he would intervene immediately. With his current strength, none present could withstand him. His gaze then drifted to an elder clad in a Taoist robe, Ling Chundao. For reasons unknown, Long Ao felt an unsettling aura emanating from this old man. Qiu Yifeng regarded Huanyu with palpable disdain, slowly beginning to taunt him. "Boy, you ought to allow me to enjoy this for a while longer. Don't be like the previous one, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow." Haha. Huanyu, clearly unfazed by his provocation, understood that true fury does not require outward expression. That he calmly met his gaze, and three light words floated from his lips. You will die. Before Qiu Yifeng could react, Huanyu quietly closed his eyes, and a multitude of illusion stones materialized around him. He inhaled deeply, allowing pure illusionary energy to flow into his being through his palms, and a whirlwind of illusionary force erupted from the high platform, cascading down upon him. The spectators gasped in astonishment, recognizing Huanyu's intent. He was about to break through. Qiu Yifeng momentarily paused, but then his derision intensified. The grand competition of the 100 sects had explicit regulations forbidding interference during an opponent's breakthrough. Yet, to Qiu Yifeng, this seemed merely a desperate struggle. Whether it was a 4th or 5th tier made little difference to him, as long as Huanyu did not ascend to the Illusion King stage. All efforts would be in vain. Would Huanyu engage in futile endeavors? Certainly not. He was well aware that even a breakthrough to the 5th tier would leave him with scant chance of victory. But if complemented by another element, the outcome could shift dramatically. The whirlwind of illusionary energy dissipated after merely a brief moment, and Huanyu officially reached the 5th tier due to the forced acceleration of his breakthrough. The illusionary energy within him surged chaotically, and his own momentum erupted uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Huanyu's completed breakthrough, Qiu Yifeng's hand glimmered as a wolf-toothed club appeared in his grasp. He could hardly contain his eagerness. As if he could already envision, Huanyu collapsed on the ground, struggling in terror. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on his face gradually faded, transforming into astonishment, due to the rising aura of the individual opposite him. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the 6th tier, followed swiftly by the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers, gradually aligning his presence with that of his own, both hovering just a breath away from breaking through to the aura of the Illusion King, which slowly emanated from Huanyu. At this moment, Huanyu suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze revealed a dark crimson glow, and his complexion appeared unnaturally pale, beneath the robes unseen by others. His body was adorned with sinister black markings. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the demonic seed since cultivating the Xianyang heavenly scriptures. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his consciousness utterly clear, while his meridians brimmed with dense demonic energy, albeit with a slight sensation of swelling. The originally searing aura swiftly turned chillingly cold. In that fleeting instant, Ling Chun felt the staff in his hand indent under his grip, his eyes sparkling with keen intelligence. On the other hand, a blood-red stone silently manifested, radiating an uncanny glow, though at that moment, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixated on the high platform, causing the onlookers to shiver involuntarily. The expressions of the various sect members varied. Elder Chen, observing Huanyu's appearance, felt a modicum of reassurance, having witnessed this scene before and recognizing it as Huanyu's so-called bloodline power. At present, his condition was not without the potential to rival Qiu Yifeng. Without further delay, Huanyu understood that he could not sustain this state for long and needed to resolve matters swiftly. He stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, appeared behind Qiu Yifeng, launching a punch. Unexpectedly, Huanyu did not evade. Instead, he encased his other hand in illusionary power and directly struck the incoming Wolf Fang club. The sound of the impact resonated simultaneously, bang, bang, as Huanyu was pushed back half a step, while Qiu Yifeng was forcefully hit by Huanyu's punch, sent careening backward. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Huanyu's figure vanished once more. Qiu Yifeng, just rising, was suddenly struck with alarm. That previous punch had caused even his defenses to surge with blood. He hastily activated his ultimate defense, gripping the Wolf Fang club and spinning it with great speed. Huanyu had anticipated this move, having previously witnessed it, and devised a countermeasure. Employing the second form of the yin-yang fleeing light fist, he unleashed a barrage of punches, and upon closer inspection, one could see Qiu Yifeng's rotation gradually slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Huanyu executed the first form once more, with a series of resounding impacts. Bang, 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 bang. The countless punch shadows, imbued with a scorching aura, rained down upon Qiu Yifeng's protective barrier. However, upon executing this technique, Huanyu's expression subsided before Qiu Yifeng could utter a single word. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he immediately retreated in a frenzy. Close combat had always been his forte. Yet he found himself under relentless assault at this moment, forced to create distance. However, it was evident that Huanyu would not grant him such an opportunity, relentlessly pursuing him with a flurry of punches. Qiu Yifeng was utterly dazed. continuously absorbing Huanyu's devastating blows, feeling as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, it was in the next instant that he truly descended into despair. The reason Huanyu had withdrawn at that moment was solely to prepare for this final strike. Soaring into the air, he conjured a colossal pillar of flame in his hand, faintly surrounded by an ominous black aura, and brought it crashing down upon Xiao Yifeng. Within that fiery column flickered a fleeting silver light. Boom! Xiao Yifeng, having barely risen, found himself utterly incapacitated, unable even to assume a defensive posture before being completely struck down. The high platform beneath him collapsed entirely, and Elder from the Black Emperor Hall swiftly rushed forward, sweeping his sleeve to send countless fragments flying, revealing Xiao Yifeng's form beneath it. That moment, Xiao Yifeng was shrouded in darkness. Blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, and most alarmingly, a silver longsword was embedded in his chest. The Elder's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to support Xiao Yifeng. Probing with his mystical energy, his heart sinking into despair, Xiao Yifeng clutched the Elder's hand tightly, his eyes bulging as he gradually lost his final breath. Princess Mu Binglan, witnessing the lifeless Xiao Yifeng in the Elder's embrace, felt her heart shatter. With a roar, she raised her gaze in fury, a powerful aura erupting from her, crashing into the high platform, causing Huanyu to stagger back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. "Cease this! Audacity!" Two voices rang out in unison. One belonged to Elder He, who was taken aback by the shocking turn of events. Huanyu not only triumphed, but had also taken a life. It was only when the Elder from the Black Emperor Hall made his move that he hastily reacted, appearing before Huanyu to dispel that overwhelming aura with a wave of his hand. The other voice belonged to Ling Qindao, who slowly rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at the Elder from the Black Emperor Hall, stating icily, "Do not forget where you are. Can your Black Emperor Hall truly not bear defeat?" This was an outright slap in the face, a remark previously uttered by this very Elder. Upon Ling Qindao's words, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from him, causing those present to feel an inexplicable weight in the air. The Elder from the Black Emperor Hall appeared as if struck by lightning, blood trickling from his lips as he struggled to utter two words, "Huan." Elder He, sensing the anomaly, quickly turned to inquire with concern, "Are you all right?" Huanyu forced a smile, shaking his head weakly, then closed his eyes, slowly toppling backward. Elder He, seeing this, rushed to catch him. Though the Elder from the Black Emperor Hall was consumed by rage, he found himself powerless. He was uncertain of overcoming even Elder He alone, let alone facing the formidable Huang, Ling Qindao, by his side. With a fierce glance cast upon the figure of Huanyu cradled in Elder He's embrace, he then lifted the lifeless body of Xiao Yifeng and turned to depart with the members of the Black Emperor Palace. When Huanyu regained consciousness, he found himself reclined upon an exquisitely luxurious and soft grand bed. Utterly alone in the opulent surroundings, struggling to rise, he soon discovered a debilitating weakness coursing through his body, devoid of any strength. Without dwelling on other thoughts, he gradually settled into a cross-legged position. Commencing his meditation, upon delving into his inner consciousness, he perceived that within his meridians, only a few threads of ethereal energy meandered languidly. The golden ethereal crystal and the seed of darkness remained silently suspended in his dantian, prompting a wry smile to flicker at the corners of his mouth. This time, the full activation of the seed of darkness, while not resulting in the rupturing of his meridians as before, had nonetheless induced a different transformation within him. The golden ethereal crystal appeared to have diminished slightly, while the seed of darkness had swelled in size, leaving him momentarily perplexed. He felt as though his body was an immense enigma. When Long Ao had urged him to refine the seed of darkness, he had mentioned the presence of dark power within him, yet he had been born a seemingly normal infant to ordinary parents. It appeared that unless it chose to reveal itself, he was utterly powerless to discern its nature, a fact he had previously inquired about with Long Ao, who had remained tight-lipped. With a flicker of thought, two ethereal souls, one black and one white, erupted from the crown of his head, presenting yet another mystery. He was no longer the naive youth unacquainted with the world. In the realm of Huanyu, any being that awakened their ethereal soul traditionally possessed one soul of a translucent hue. Yet here he was, endowed with two souls, and their colors were diametrically opposed. Sighing deeply, he watched as the two ethereal souls vanished back into his head, and he slowly began to absorb ethereal energy, delving into profound cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed until Huanyu gradually opened his eyes once more. This session of meditation had evidently consumed a considerable duration. As the majority of his meridians were now brimming with robust ethereal energy, and many of his prior injuries had largely healed, ever since he had practiced the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, he sensed a marked increase in his capacity to absorb ethereal energy. "Hey, you're awake." A melodious voice chimed in his ear, and he raised his head slightly to see a young maiden, dressed as a palace maid, gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes. "Oh, it's..." Huanyu momentarily faltered, flustered, particularly since he was clad in nothing but a thin undergarment. Hastily, he felt around and swiftly draped a blanket over himself, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. A soft giggle escaped the maiden's lips as she covered her mouth in amusement at his flustered state. Huanyu chided himself for his lack of composure. The girl seemed unbothered, yet he found himself blushing. "Ahem, where is this?" he asked, clearing his throat and attempting to regain his composure. "This is the royal palace, the maiden replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Could he truly be so dull-witted? Her face gradually paled as the implications dawned on her. "The royal palace? Have you seen anyone else from my sect?" Huanyu inquired hopefully, looking intently at the maiden, only for her to shake her head in a daze. "The national master has arrived." A commanding voice echoed, startling both of them back to reality. The figure of Ling Chun gradually materialized before Huanyu's eyes, followed by two other silhouettes that rushed towards her. Upon seeing them, a smile began to creep onto Huanyu's face. Suddenly, she was enveloped in the embrace of two soft, delicate bodies, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. The girl beside her was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly turned frosty, her eyes blazing with fury, as if the temperature in the air had dropped several degrees. "Ahem." Ling Chun cleared his throat gently, and the two girls blushed furiously, hastily extricating themselves from Huanyu's embrace. "You may leave first to attend to Her Highness," Ling Chun said softly, bowing slightly to the girl beside him after the two figures had completely vanished. "Why your Highness?" Huanyu exclaimed in shock. The girl, dressed as a maid, was indeed a princess. He hurriedly attempted to rise and pay his respects, but the next words from the girl caused a dark line to form on his forehead. "Humph, Ling old man, how dare you send such a debauched scion to mock me? The princess. I shall inform my father and have you all executed." With that, she dashed away, leaving no opportunity for dialogue. Ling Chun stood momentarily stunned, then turned to Huanyu, who shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. As the girl had already departed, Ling Chun decided not to linger on the matter and inquired, "Has your injury healed? Thank you for your concern. National Master. It is no longer serious." Huanyu replied, and Ling Chun nodded slowly, continuing, "Your sect members are arranged outside the palace, with only your two maidservants brought in by me." Upon hearing this, Huanyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been somewhat anxious, fearing that after killing Chiui Feng, those from the Black Emperor's hall would not let the matter rest. If it implicated others from his sect, he would feel guilty. "What do you think of the princess?" Ling Chun abruptly changed the subject. Huanyu was caught off guard. The princess, whose given name is Bing Lan, is 16 years of age and the sole daughter of the Emperor. As the champion of this grand tournament among the sects, His Majesty has decided to betroth her to you, with the wedding ceremony to take place in 3 days. Ling Chun expounded all at once. Huanyu stood frozen in place, utterly astounded. What a calamity! This news was not merely a bolt from the blue. It was entirely unexpected, having never crossed Huanyu's mind. Whether in this life or the last, he had never contemplated the concept of marriage, or, in this world, what should be referred to as betrothal, while he was still in a daze. Ling Chun had already stepped away, leaving behind a spatial ring. Huanyu remained in a stupor for a full hour before regaining his senses, shaking his head in bitter amusement. How did it feel like he had brought this upon himself? At that moment, he was solely focused on avenging Mo Fanyang, which led him to eliminate Chiui Feng, and now he found himself thrust into this predicament, having completely forgotten about such an arrangement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The girl in maid's attire was indeed the princess, and it seemed she did not harbor much fondness for him if that were the case. Humph. The smirk on his face revealed that he was not contemplating anything virtuous. After Mu Binglan rushed out from Huanyu, she made her way directly to the palace of Mu Qingtian, crying and wailing, which caused quite a headache for our imperial sovereign. Fortunately, Ling Chun arrived just in time, and the two elderly gentlemen coaxed and deceived her with explanations, eventually managing to soothe the distressed princess. After sending off this little ancestor, Ling Chun quietly knelt on the ground. "Are you certain? Indeed, Your Majesty. My blood illusion stone is infallible. I have confirmed it once more. I hope your words are not in vain, for Binglan is my only daughter. Should the outcome not align with your divination, I shall personally take your life. I would not dare deceive your majesty. Prepare to take your leave. This subject takes his leave. The brief exchange between the two was overheard by Huanyu, who was approaching the door. Confused by the disjointed conversation, he had initially come to express his desire not to marry. But now new thoughts began to form, leading him to quietly step away. As Huanyu pondered the earlier dialogue, he sensed a secret connected to the princess. At first glance, it seemed unrelated to him. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became, prompting him to shake his head and resolve to tackle the present dilemma first, striding with determination in a specific direction. After traversing for a considerable time, he finally arrived at his destination, muttering about the damned palace, which was simply too vast, filled with guards, and he wished to remain undetected. His destination was none other than Mu Binglan's chambers, for he believed that to completely extricate himself from this so-called marriage, he must approach the very person involved. After discerning his bearings, he concealed his presence and slipped inside, though he had only met Huanyu once. And the marriage had been arranged while they were still strangers. As a member of royalty, one had little say in such momentous matters, especially when it was decreed by her doting father. If a man could capture the emperor's favor, he must surely possess considerable merit. Furthermore, that individual appeared quite presentable. Recalling the earlier scene ignited a slow-burning fury within her. Throughout her life, no one had dared to touch her belongings. And now that insufferable man had secured a betrothal with her while audaciously embracing another woman. Utterly contemptible. Were Huanyu to learn of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be struck speechless. Before that, he had been blissfully unaware of their engagement, and besides, it seemed that the sisters Yunxi and Yuntong had fortuitously stumbled into Huanyu's embrace. Truly, she was a princess, embodying a level of dominance that was beyond the ordinary. On the other hand, after Huanyu slipped inside, he navigated left and right, cautiously exploring. Suddenly, two maidens approached from ahead, prompting him to hurriedly push open the nearest door and conceal himself within. Upon entering, he heard a woman's voice exclaim, "Come in, change." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, igniting his curiosity, and he cautiously stepped forward. What followed was an exceedingly provocative scene, as Huanyu inadvertently found himself in the bathing quarters of Mu Binglan. Typically, maidservants would be stationed at the door, but today, they had all been dismissed by the princess, resulting in this rather awkward tableau. Mu Binglan heard the sound of the door opening and assumed it was her maid arriving. So she rose to change her attire, her mind racing with plans on how to deal with that troublesome individual. However, when she turned around, to her astonishment, that very individual appeared right before her. In her current state, after a brief moment, Mu Binglan was the first to react, instinctively crouching into the bathing tub, her voice ready to unleash a scream to her surprise. Huanyu displayed remarkable agility, swiftly moving to cover her mouth with one hand, his speed unprecedented. Should she let out a sound, Huanyu could very well bid farewell to the head upon his neck. The gravity of peeping at a princess during her bath was a crime so severe that even 10 heads would not suffice as a penalty. With her body submerged in the tub, Mu Binglan found herself in an awkward position, while Huanyu leaned over, his hand pressed against her mouth, breathing heavily, her delicate face flushed a vivid red, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether from shyness or from the struggle to breathe. The posture of the two was utterly indescribable. The potent masculine aura that filled the air rendered Mu Binglan's body rigid. And Huanyu, too, was not in a better state. Feeling the soft touch of her cherry lips beneath his hand, his entire being momentarily devoid of magical energy, engulfed in an intense heat. "Princess, have you finished your bath?" A maid's voice at the door finally jolted them out of their stupor. Panic washed over both Mu Binglan and Huanyu simultaneously. What to do now? If they were discovered in such a compromising position, their fates would surely be dire. For Huanyu, there would be no salvation, and as for Mu Binglan, despite the emperor's fondness for her, such a scandal could very well lead to her execution. Huanyu quickly dismissed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The paramount concern was to remain undetected. The only viable plan was to leave this place, and the rest could be addressed later. With that resolution, he turned to Mu Binglan and swiftly gestured with his other hand. Upon seeing this, Mu Binglan regained her composure and nodded in understanding. Huanyu then gradually released his hold on her cherry lips and, in a flash, vanished through the window. "Come in," the maid replied respectfully, entering to assist her with changing attire. Throughout the entire process, Mu Binglan remained in a daze, her movements akin to a marionette, leaving the maid somewhat perplexed. The entire night, Huanyu found no solace. Unable to rest or enter a meditative state, not only was he troubled, but the haunting images replayed in his mind, a torturous duality that left his eyes swollen like those of a panda by dawn. Not far off, Mu Binglan approached with graceful strides, supported by a maid. Today, she had evidently undergone meticulous grooming, adorned in a flowing emerald green gown, her hair elegantly styled, and a faint smile gracing her lips, so unlike her usual demeanor that even her father and brother would likely exclaim in astonishment at this sudden transformation of the little enchantress. At first, she indeed harbored a myriad of thoughts about wishing to flay and dismember Huanyu. This fellow not only embraced another woman before her eyes, but also spied on her, whether intentionally or otherwise. Yet, after a night of tumultuous struggle, images of this man incessantly surfaced in her mind, gradually fostering a semblance of fondness, even justifying his voyeuristic tendencies with a plausible rationale. It must be said, a girl on the cusp of love is all the more elusive. Served by attendants and having refreshed herself, the two sat opposite each other in the chamber. The princess's cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush, her head slightly bowed, while Huanyu wore a vacant expression, utterly baffled by the situation. By all reasonable accounts, the person before him should be either fuming with rage or expressing some form of ire. Yet, the current atmosphere was perplexingly different. Why, you must be hungry. This is something I prepared myself. Would you care to try? The princess's voice trembled slightly, clearly betraying her nervousness. Oh, yes. Yes. He picked up a piece of snow-white cake, which he presumed to be osmanthus cake, and gently placed it in his mouth. Just as he was about to reveal a look of enjoyment, the next moment his face turned a deep shade of liver. Nearly unable to suppress the urge to spit it out. My goodness. What on earth is this? Is this truly osmanthus cake? It feels more akin to osmanthus foot. This peculiar flavor even carries hints of foot odor. It's nothing short of poison. His eyes immediately darted toward the princess, who still had her head bowed, a sense of wariness creeping in. Could this girl be seeking revenge? How is it? Is it delicious? If it doesn't suit your palate, I can have it taken away immediately, Mu Binglan said, her voice tinged with both anxiety and anticipation. Having never cooked before in her life, this was her first attempt. Executed entirely by her own hands. Even the palace maids praised her as a genius, though those individuals were unworthy of tasting her creation. Otherwise, they would surely slap themselves for the audacity. Delicious. It's absolutely delightful. Huanyu initially intended to retort with a more vulgar expression, intending to voice his disdain, but he quickly altered his words. After all, it was a heartfelt offering from another, and it would be ungracious to utter such hurtful remarks. Upon hearing his words, the princess's face brightened with joy, and she responded, "If you like it, I can make it for you every day." This. Huanyu felt an overwhelming urge to take a knife to his own throat. It seemed this girl truly harbored ill intentions. A thought immediately struck him. I must escape. At this rate, I shall inevitably meet a grim fate. The two sat in silence for a while, mostly caught in an awkward conversation. As for the abominable culinary creation on the table, Huanyu had completely lost the courage to touch it long last. After managing to usher this ancestral presence away, he hastily contacted Long Ao, who had been absent for quite some time, leaving him to frolic alone in the outside world. It was not until the deep of night that Long Ao's silhouette finally emerged. While Huanyu slumped dejectedly over the table, Long Ao, perplexed, wondered what had befallen him. Seeing his friend wear a countenance bereft of hope, suddenly, a mischievous thought struck him, and he broke into a sly grin as he spoke. Afterward, he promptly seized a piece of cake from the table and took a hearty bite. Ugh, pa. What on earth is this? Huanyu let out a chuckle, completely forgetting the earlier mockery directed at him, and hurriedly spoke up. Since you have arrived, we must leave this place at once. If we delay any further, I shall truly perish here. He lifted his foot to step outside, but to his surprise, Long Ao leapt in front of him, his eyes narrowing as an invisible ripple swept over him, revealing an expression of certain understanding. Just as Huanyu was about to speak, Long Ao interjected. First, sit down. What are you doing? If we don't hurry, it will be too late. Huanyu exclaimed, puzzled, for he could not bear to remain even a moment longer. This palace is not as simple as you imagine. There are several powerful auras within, and at this moment, I possess no assurance of your safe departure. Moreover, you bear the illusion soul mark, and the moment you leave, that person will immediately sense your absence. This explains why, upon my arrival, there were no guards surrounding you. It was entirely unnecessary. Long Ao spoke in one breath, leaving Huanyu in thoughtful silence. It was undoubtedly true that this palace was complex. As a dominant force on the continent, its foundation must be profoundly deep. The likes of Ling Qindao, a master of the illusion monarch, willingly subservient to the royal family, and displaying such humility and respect, was no easy feat to achieve. The illusion monarch was the foremost representative of strength in the illusion feather continent, with many sects' highest powers resting in the hands of the illusion monarch. What is the illusion soul mark? Huanyu inquired. Having noticed this new term, is there no way for you to dispel it? There is a method, but the disturbance it would cause, if one wishes to remain undetected. Long Ao shook his head without hesitation. What then shall we do? We cannot simply linger here. Moreover, I have a premonition that this so-called marriage proposal undoubtedly harbors many secrets unknown to us. It may even be an elaborate scheme, and I have unwittingly become a pawn in this game. Huanyu was no fool. Upon careful reflection, he could discern many illogical aspects of the situation. You may have a point. The swiftest way to resolve all this is for you to leave this place. As long as we distance ourselves, whatever plans they have will unravel without our interference. Yet, we must devise a meticulous plan. Long Ao slowly analyzed, then leaned closer to Huanyu, whispering softly in his ear. Huanyu nodded as he listened, yet within his heart, he mused, who would have thought that my first wedding in this lifetime would involve a hasty escape? The royal family's only princess's wedding was indeed a momentous occasion, and the palaces within the royal court had been meticulously adorned. For the past 2 days, the entire Tianke city had been enveloped in a festive atmosphere. With heightened security on the streets to prevent any disturbances. Mu Binglan's mood was equally bright. She treated her palace maid, Mama, with much more kindness than before. Everyone secretly admired how the princess had matured. No longer the willful and domineering figure she once was. They also expressed gratitude towards the prince consort, unaware that he had already made comprehensive preparations for escape, set to astonish the entire Xinyu dynasty on the morrow. Under the moonlit night, Huanyu and Mu Binglan walked side by side in the imperial garden. Glancing at the person beside him, Huanyu felt a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He had come to realize that this young lady had developed a profound affection for him. Strangely, he had managed to capture the heart of a princess with seemingly little effort, almost as if he had done nothing at all to deserve such an honor. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss his actions, as he had, in a manner of speaking, spied on her, him. This circumstance, which would incite envy and resentment among all men, was not necessarily a blessing for him. Sighing inwardly, he paused in his steps, prompting Mu Binglan to look at him with a knowing gaze. Her heart, too, was filled with complex sentiments. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for a mere 2 days. Yet it felt as though time had stretched infinitely, and her impression of him had undergone a complete transformation. She had, without reservation, devoted her heart to the man who was to become her husband. Love, after all, is a phenomenon both wondrous and perplexing. For some, a single glance can lead to a lifetime, while for others, countless glances yield naught but futility. The exquisite and the cruel often exist within a fleeting moment. Plucking a flower from nearby, Huanyu gently placed it in Mu Binglan's hair, a faint, reluctant smile gracing his lips. This innocent and vivacious princess stirred a ripple of emotion within his heart. Am I beautiful? You? Mu Binglan asked dreamily, her face aglow with sweetness, her cherry lips parting shyly. Huanyu nodded gently, enveloping her in his embrace as he internally murmured countless apologies. The enchanting moonlight bathed the two in its soft glow, creating a picturesque tableau upon the ground. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, noon arrived. The hour when the grand wedding ceremony was set to commence. Mu Qingtian sat regally upon the dragon throne, his queen by his side, both wearing gentle smiles. The emperor's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, revealing a hint of turbulence within his heart. Ling Chen stood quietly nearby, accompanied by 4 young men, the 4 princes of the realm, who were also Mu Binglan's brothers. Surrounding ministers engaged in hushed conversations, while members from the Xianyang ancient sect appeared somewhat apprehensive, being first-time visitors to the palace, though smiles adorned their faces. Each was enveloped in their own thoughts. The bride arrives. With a commanding shout, all present immediately straightened their postures. That a figure clad in vibrant red palace attire, crowned with a phoenix headdress and veiled in red silk, gracefully approached. The train of her gown extended an impressive tenjong, adorned with a myriad of gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the sun. Witnessing her entrance, Mu Qingtian swiftly descended from the throne. Greetings, Father Emperor. came a soft voice from behind the veil as the lady inclined her head slightly. Excellent. Rise quickly. Please welcome the groom. Traditionally, the groom would make his entrance first, yet in this instance, Huanyu found himself in the rather awkward position of being the last to arrive. Akin to a son-in-law making his way into the family, his expression held a trace of embarrassment, for he had been meticulously prepared for this day, his hair neatly cascading over his shoulders, his top not adorned with a translucent jade hairpin, all while donning a striking red wedding robe. Upon his arrival, a ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd. His appearance and demeanor were quite commendable. However, his gait was rather peculiar, reminiscent of a crab, eliciting a mix of suppressed laughter from the palace maids and ministers. The emperor, seated above, remained silent, and naturally, those below dared not utter a word as Huanyu approached the princess. A maid presented the ceremonial red cord, thus marking the official commencement of the grand ceremony. In the first bow to heaven and earth, both individuals exhibited palpable tension as they turned and bowed deeply. For the second bow to the high hall, Huanyu's ancestral figures were absent, prompting them to once again turn and bow before the emperor and empress above. During the couple's mutual bow, they were assisted by the maids and faced each other in reverence. With the rites completed, a cacophony of drums and horns erupted in unison at this juncture. The momentum had been set. Mu Qingtian and Ling Qindao both experienced a momentary relaxation of expression. In that fleeting instant, a small wolf appeared before Huanyu, unleashing a surge of illusionary force directed at him. With a crack, it felt as though something within Huanyu shattered, sending forth an invisible ripple that nearly toppled several unprepared ministers and maids around him. Huanyu quickly apologized to those nearby, and with a flash of light from his hand, a small boat materialized. He and the beast leapt aboard, and the vessel shot forth, poised to vanish from sight in an instant. In disbelief, Mu Qingtian's gaze flickered, betraying no signs of alarm or surprise, while the members of the Xianyang ancient sect exhibited grave concern. Disaster loomed. That old fellow was in pursuit. Long Ao immediately spotted the vanishing figure of Ling Qindao. Their original plan had been to exploit the ensuing chaos at the climax of the ceremony to eliminate the illusionary soul mark and distance themselves, having even procured this flying illusionary vessel in advance. Yet, they had still been a step too slow. Where do you think you're going? No surprise, Huang's strength allowed him to catch up to the small boat in the blink of an eye. With a casual wave, a colossal wave of illusionary force swept forth. Huanyu and Long Ao's expressions shifted simultaneously. This old man was formidable. The pair hastily abandoned the vessel, plummeting downward. With a resounding crash, the small boat disintegrated into dust just as they leapt off, causing Huanyu to break into a cold sweat. As they hit the ground, they stumbled, landing in an open space within the palace gates, where countless imperial guards swiftly surrounded them, drawing their gleaming swords and enclosing them tightly. Ling Qindao approached slowly, looking down upon Huanyu with an air of superiority. Huanyu had taken a hard fall, his clothes dusted with dirt. He coughed, and then spoke. Cough. Old man, you might as well abandon your fantasies. Since I dared to do this, I naturally anticipated your pursuit. Do you perhaps harbor some hidden trump card? Is it this peak fourth-tier illusionary beast? Upon finishing his words, Ling Qindao waved his hand, sending Long Ao hurtling aside, where he crashed to the ground, spitting blood. With just a casual strike, he had been grievously injured. Huanyu's expression twisted in fury as he slammed his hands against the ground and charged at Ling Qindao. Ant-like strength, Ling Qindao slowly shook his head. With another wave of his hand, Huanyu met the same fate as Long Ao. Just as he was about to take further action, stop. A piercing voice rang out as a crimson figure darted in front of Huanyu. Gently lifting him, still bleeding profusely, Ling Qin relinquished his hold, for the one who had arrived was none other than today's other main character, Princess Mu Binglan. Her phoenix crown and veil had long since vanished, her attire and hair disheveled, starkly contrasting her earlier appearance. Yet, she tenderly wiped the blood from Huanyu's lips, her face radiating warmth, devoid of any reproach. You. Huanyu found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the person before him, that moment, his heart ached profoundly. He realized his selfishness. He had never considered her feelings, solely focused on himself. No amount of apologies could mend the wounds he had inflicted. Mu Binglan's delicate hand pressed against his lips, her own parting slightly. I understand you must have your reasons for acting this way. I do not blame you. All I seek is an answer. Her voice trembled, revealing her own inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she continued, in this lifetime, can I? Mu Binglan, truly become your wife, Huanyu. No matter how long it takes, I shall wait until the day you come to find me. In that moment, the 16-year-old princess's eyes sparkled with both anticipation and anxiety. Tears cascaded down Huanyu's cheeks as he struggled to rise, embracing the woman tightly before resolutely departing with Long Ao towards the palace gates. Mu Binglan's own tears surged forth uncontrollably as she fixated on his retreating silhouette. Upon hearing her words, Ling Chen's eyes flickered, as if struck by a sudden realization, standing silently in place, after a long absence. They encountered the portly figure of Long Ao. Huanyu and Long Ao, burdened by their injuries, sought out Yunxi and Yun Tong, who had already been brought out by Long Ao. The group hastily procured a carriage and departed from Tianke City. Without even a glimpse of the Xianyang ancient sect members, Huanyu believed that the royal family would not pursue them. In the following days, Huanyu fell into a stupor, uttering not a single word. Naturally, Yunxi and Yun Tong grew increasingly anxious, questioning Long Ao, who remained equally reticent. Both man and beast gradually recovered, their injuries healing to a considerable extent over the days, just as the two women were as restless as ants on a hot stove. They arrived at a small town. That night, Huanyu consumed copious amounts of alcohol alone. It marked his first experience with drinking, as he continued to pour down the liquor until he lost consciousness. After nearly a month of traveling through hardships, the trio and their beast finally reached a city known as Tianyong. The reason for their arrival was the presence of an old acquaintance, a person of absolute reliability. "Brother Yu, where shall we go next?" Yun Tong inquired, linking her arm with Huanyu's as they entered the city. Having abandoned the carriage, the man they approached, though momentarily halted, did not display impatience. Instead, he courteously directed Huanyu. Demonstrating his own social acumen, Huanyu flipped a coin, offering a low-grade illusion stone, which delighted the man immensely. A portly gentleman was exerting himself to run ahead, while a strikingly beautiful woman, with a fierce countenance, pursued him furiously, brandishing a feather duster. The surrounding attendants and servants could hardly contain their amusement, stifling laughter behind their hands. "Young master, someone is looking for you," a flustered servant rushed in to announce. Who seeks the young master?" The rotund man grasped the servant firmly, panting heavily. "Yes, he said his name is Huanyu." The servant stammered, feeling the pressure of the grip. "What? Repeat that. Are you certain it is Huanyu?" The rotund man's eyes widened in disbelief, while the servant hesitated but eventually nodded. Upon seeing the servant's affirmation, the portly man paused for a fleeting moment. "Well then, just watch as I deal with you today." At that moment, the woman caught up, but unexpectedly, the man scooped her up and planted a fervent kiss on her, causing her feather duster to freeze midair. The surrounding attendants quickly averted their eyes, while the woman's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. Paying no mind to the commotion, the man hurriedly set her down and dashed toward the entrance, his thunderous laughter trailing behind him. Outside, Huanyu had been waiting for quite some time, gradually becoming perplexed. Could it be that the rotund man was not home? Just then, he felt a tremor beneath him, followed by an exuberant shout, which brought a smile to his face. "Xiaoyu, is that you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive round figure appeared at the doorway, nearly filling a third of the frame. Upon recognizing the person outside, he lunged forward. Huanyu staggered, nearly knocked off his feet, as the round figure enveloped him in a tight embrace, causing him to wipe a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, over the years, he had grown considerably stronger. Otherwise, he might have sustained serious injury. "Whoa, it truly is you. You have no idea how I have searched for you these past years. I was almost beside myself with worry," the portly man exclaimed. Tears streaming down his face, the warmth spread through Huanyu's heart, and his eyes glistened with emotion as he reciprocated the embrace, choked up as he replied, "It has been too long." "My friend," in the grand hall. The group settled into their seats, though the portly man's chair could hardly be called such. It resembled a small bed instead, as he had gained quite a bit of weight over the years. Beside him sat the very woman who had chased him earlier. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Wang Yan. This is my childhood friend, Huanyu," he said, gesturing toward both individuals. The woman inclined her head slightly, while Huanyu smiled and nodded in return, subsequently introducing Yun Shi and Yun Tong as for the other guest. He needed no introduction, as he had already spoken up. The portly man, feeling somewhat awkward, ruffled his hair and chuckled nervously. "Well, Dragon Boss, I have my own peculiar tastes. You see, since you are at my home, do let my little brother know what you desire to eat." Long Ao's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he nodded in acknowledgement. Impressed by the man's hospitality, Huanyu observed the two gluttons with a bemused expression and shook his head before addressing them with a serious tone. The plump fellow, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, indicated that he had some matters to discuss. Noticing his expression, he understood instantly and glanced at his wife, who was no fool either. She rose and beckoned to Yuntong and Yunshi, and together they exited. Speak. What is it? With only the two of them remaining, along with Long Ao, the plump fellow got straight to the point. Huanyu, not one to beat around the bush, inquired directly, how much do you know about the Bai family? I have been gathering information about the Bai family for these past years. Currently, the most powerful member should be Bai Wuming, who is Bai Wuxin's father, at approximately the 5th level of Illusory King. As for Bai Wuxin, she just broke through to Illusory King last month, while most of the other elders are still at the Illusory Spirit level. Regarding the events of that year, shall you? Huanyu raised his hand to halt the plump fellow from continuing that he had not been present during those events, and even if he had been, it would have made little difference, having gained a rough understanding of the other party's strength. It was prudent to make preparations in advance. Furthermore, there was another matter he wished to inquire about. What became of Qian Shui? The plump fellow hesitated momentarily, causing Huanyu's heart to tighten. Was something amiss? What happened afterwards? Speak at once. You are making me anxious. Huanyu's breath quickened. The plump fellow sighed and continued. Subsequently, the Bai family sought to arrange a marriage with the Qian family, with Qian Shui as the chosen candidate. While the Bai family's selection was Bai Wuqing, the brother of the one you killed, Bai Waya. With a crack, Huanyu's hand crushed the corner of the table into dust. Yet, just on the eve of their engagement ceremony, Qian Shui inexplicably vanished, and her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The plump fellow concluded, patting his chest while secretly observing Huanyu's expression. How could this be? Huanyu murmured, somewhat dazed by the revelation, which had taken him by surprise. After addressing serious matters, the plump fellow and Huanyu engaged in light conversation about family matters and events from recent years. The hall echoed with sighs and laughter, and even the sound of a table being smashed startled the servants. Fortunately, this commotion did not last long, as the plump fellow called upon the servants to escort Huanyu for a bath and a change of attire, promising a feast later on. Having traveled with the two ladies, they had not bathed in quite some time and were somewhat in need of refreshment. Under the amused gaze of the plump fellow, they swiftly followed the servants away. Once everyone had tidied themselves and reappeared, the plump fellow had already arranged a banquet, setting 2 tables that it was clear that one table would not suffice, as even he and Long Ao together would hardly fill a single table. Thus, Huanyu and the 3 ladies sat at one table, while the other table accommodated 1 person and 1 beast, a sight almost too painful to behold. In no time, the table was in disarray, and they nearly came to blows over a dish of meat, eliciting hearty laughter from the neighboring table, which brought a rare smile to Huanyu's face. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Huanyu invited the sisters Yutong and Yunshi to the garden pavilion. The 3 of them sat in silence for a while, each hesitating to speak first, until finally, it was Yunshi who broke the stalemate. Rain, do you have something to share with us? The 2 women simultaneously turned their heads to look at Huanyu. Huanyu gently nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly articulated his thoughts. I am about to undertake a task of utmost importance, fraught with peril, and thus, I hope both of you will remain here. Fatty is my dearest brother. I will entrust him to look after you well. Naturally, I would also like to hear your opinions. Yuntong said nothing, abruptly stood up, covered her mouth, and fled outside, as if a few crystalline drops had fallen from the sky, causing Huanyu some discomfort. Yunshi, being the elder and somewhat more understanding of Huanyu's predicament, lightly approached him and nestled into his embrace, quietly resting there, greedily inhaling the scent that lingered on this man. From the following day onward, Huanyu, Long Ao, and Fatty became thoroughly engrossed in their endeavors. The task ahead was no trifling matter. To eliminate another's patriarch on their own territory was an act of sheer madness. Yet, would Huanyu waver? He had awaited this day for far too long. Were it not for his current limitations, he would have charged forth immediately, desiring nothing less than to rend that person limb from limb. Perhaps you might suggest that a direct duel would suffice, rendering the situation simple and fair. If you think so, you would likely drown in your own spittle, in the face of absolute strength. Fairness becomes a mere joke. Moreover, at this juncture, Huanyu was, strictly speaking, a solitary figure without any backing. Who would grant fairness to such a person? This state of affairs persisted for over a month, until they finally acquired a comprehensive understanding of the opponent's information. Now, it was time to devise a meticulously detailed plan. Huanyu's side comprised only himself and Long Ao. The strongest adversary could likely be detained by Long Ao. But should Huanyu face the remaining foes alone, his chances of survival were grim. Essentially a tenfold death sentence. Two fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, especially when those 2 fists were significantly weaker. Fatty had initially insisted on accompanying Huanyu, for he had not been able to fight alongside him in the past. This time, he was determined not to be absent. Huanyu understood his brother's sentiment all too well. However, Fatty had a family to consider. Should they fail this time, Huanyu could perish without regret. But what of Fatty's family? He could not be so selfish, nor did he wish for his best brother to suffer because of him. Ultimately, Fatty, unable to resist, had no choice but to acquiesce. What Huanyu needed to focus on now was enhancing his strength. Currently, he stood at the 5th level of Huanling even if he activated the Demon Seed and faced the Huan King. His odds of survival would be slim, merely one major realm apart, a chasm indeed. Huanyu requested Fatty to prepare a secret chamber for him. This endeavor would likely not be brief, as he had only recently achieved a new rank. To possess the strength to contend with the opposing faction, he conservatively estimated he needed to reach at least the 1st rank of advancement. As for resources, he was not lacking. The spatial ring left by Ling Chun contained the ultimate reward from the 100 Clans competition, no less than 10,000 high-grade Huan stones. Not to mention, there was also that Frost Yin Yang sword, a considerable treasure indeed. Initially, Huanyu contemplated reviving Long Ao's strength, believing that the energy from the high-grade illusion stones would suffice to sustain its consumption. However, according to Long Ao's own estimations, even if it absorbed all these high-grade illusion stones, it would still fall short of reaching the 5th-tier beast level. Reluctantly, Huanyu realized he had to rely on himself. After providing some explanations to everyone, he dove headfirst into the secret chamber. Countless illusion stones surged forth from the ring in his hand, and Huanyu settled himself in a meditative position at the center. The moment he closed his eyes, the chamber was instantly filled with a rich aura of illusionary power. "Sister, how much longer do you think, brother, you will take?" Yuntong inquired, propping her chin on her delicate hand and swinging her little feet as she gazed at Yunqi beside her. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, capturing the attention of the 2 girls. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the joy reflected in the other's eyes, for the source of the sound was the very place they had longed for. They hastily set down their teacups and dashed off. Upon their arrival, they found that Long Ao and the chubby boy had already taken their positions. Following their line of sight, the 2 girls gasped in astonishment. The secret chamber where Huanyu had been in seclusion had completely vanished, leaving only a carpet of rubble. In the center of the ruins stood a figure, a man with his upper body exposed, showcasing his robust muscles, wielding a peculiar sword with one hand, its blade dancing through the air, unleashing waves of lethal sword energy that reverberated around them. Self-created illusion technique. Huanyu found himself in a remarkable state. In fact, just a few days prior, he had successfully broken through to the 6th tier. He had subsequently drawn forth the Frost Yin Yang sword, which, upon grasping it, felt extraordinarily comfortable, as if it were tailor-made for him. As he swung it a few times, a sudden flash of inspiration transformed it into its current form. For days on end, he had tirelessly wielded this sword, his initially clumsy techniques becoming increasingly refined, and his eyes growing ever brighter. "Ha ha ha, try this." Huanyu suddenly turned towards the group, laughter spilling from his lips. "All right." The chubby boy was about to spring into action when Long Ao abruptly halted him. "Let me take this one," Long Ao asserted, his expression unexpectedly serious, causing the chubby boy to jump in surprise. He then gestured for the newly arrived girls to step back a bit. That moment, Long Ao leaped into the air, a torrent of immense illusionary power surging forth from his small frame. "Come at me," Huanyu roared with exhilaration upon seeing the approaching figure, his sword erupting with a blazing aura. With both hands gripping the sword, he delivered a downward slash, sending a crimson blade of energy soaring towards Long Ao, slowly coalescing into a dragon-shaped apparition in midair. Yu Huang shield. Long Ao wasted no time. A transparent shield materializing around his body. Boom. Just as he completed the shield, the dragon-shaped blade struck it, producing a deafening sound. The shield appeared to waver precariously, yet it ultimately withstood the blow, though the residual shockwave surged outward, prompting the chubby boy to quickly conjure an illusionary shield to protect the 2 girls behind him. Again, this time, Long Ao was stirred by excitement, laughing heartily as he spoke. "Indeed, this technique is yet to be perfected." After Huanyu spoke, he slowly summoned the illusionary power within him, once again raising the sword in his hand. This maneuver stood in stark contrast to the previous one, for as he unleashed the strike, everyone felt as though the temperature in the air had dropped several degrees. The sword's brilliance took on a dim hue, soon transforming into a granular sensation, but it then collided with Long Ao's protective barrier. Yet astonishingly, it did not stir even the slightest ripple. Just as the onlookers began to speculate that this sword's radiance bore little potency, a series of crackling sounds emanated from Long Ao's shield, which gradually became marred with fissures. Although it ultimately did not shatter completely, it was sufficient to leave the crowd in astonishment. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of many within the estate. Huanyu offered an apologetic smile to the rotund figure nearby, promptly making his exit, for his current appearance was rather unseemly. Having secluded himself for several months, Huanyu felt quite fatigued. After a refreshing bath, he indulged in a deep slumber, only re-emerging before everyone the following day that a few individuals had gathered in the hall, and Huanyu first inquired about events during his absence. Upon learning that nothing of significance had transpired, he discreetly exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Long Ao circled around him, expressing curiosity by the aura. You have firmly established yourself at the 6th tier. However, what are the names of those 2 illusionary techniques you performed? And from where did you acquire them? You should not have possessed them previously. At this mention, Huanyu felt a swell of exhilaration. Those 2 techniques were perfected from this sword after my breakthrough. With a flick of his wrist, the Hanzhuang Yinyang sword materialized before them. Long Ao had previously caught a distant glimpse of this sword, but upon closer inspection, he discerned its unique characteristics. Gently tapping it with his claw produced a deep, resonant hum, prompting him to nod in approval. Though he was not particularly knowledgeable about weapons, it did not imply a lack of discernment. The sword's might had already been demonstrated by Huanyu. Most notably, it bore 2 seals, and should they be fully unsealed, it would undoubtedly emerge as an extraordinary weapon. The women exhibited little interest in the blades, while the rotund figure eagerly took the sword from Huanyu's grasp. Swinging it lightly and unable to suppress his admiration, that he then turned to Huanyu. Is it possible that this sword possesses illusionary techniques as well? After a moment of contemplation, Huanyu responded, that characterization is not entirely accurate. This sword does not possess illusionary techniques. Rather, when I held it, I entered a peculiar state, from which I perfected those 2 techniques. The rotund figure gasped in awe. If that is the case, does it not imply that these techniques were created by you? Huanyu, the concept of self-created illusionary techniques is something I have only heard of, never witnessed, and it typically requires one to reach a certain level of mastery and opportunity. Brother Yu, what are the names of your 2 techniques? Yuntong inquired from the side. This question had lingered in Huanyu's mind for quite some time, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. I shall call the first technique Flying Dragon Riding the Clouds, and the second shall be named Raindrop Without Equal. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, recalling the earlier display of the techniques, finding the names to be quite harmonious with one another. That in contemporary times, the prowess of Huanyu has ascended to the 6th tier. Coupled with these 2 formidable illusionary techniques that even Long Ao must approach with caution, one could assert that everything is in place. After a thorough deliberation, Huanyu resolutely decided to embark on his journey without delay. This day had been long awaited. The stout figure stood with arms crossed, his tone tinged with melancholy as he addressed the 2 silhouettes beside him, none other than Yun Shi and Yun Tong. Huanyu believed himself to be stealthy in his departure, oblivious to the fact that these individuals were already aware of his intentions, merely choosing not to confront him about it. This time, your brothers will not allow you to fight alone, he declared, as the unseen power surged subtly from his clasped hands. Standing at the city gate, Huanyu felt a tumult of emotions. After so many years, he had finally arrived at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. The debtors have arrived. Upon entering the city, Huanyu first sought out the informants that the stout man had previously arranged, obtaining maps of the Bai and Qian families, while also reaffirming some fundamental information that as for the Liu family, another clan within the city, he had not focused his attention on them. However, he was taken aback when, shortly after securing accommodations, an individual from the Liu family sought him out. It was the midnight hour when a figure clad in black abruptly appeared in Huanyu's chamber. The 2 sat facing one another. An observer might have presumed they were acquainted. Huanyu felt a swell of confusion. The Bai family should have been unaware of his presence here, and the black-clad figure had exhibited no hostility since entering, which only deepened his perplexity. Who are you? After a prolonged silence, Huanyu could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Ha. I thought you were mute. The figure in black chuckled lightly. Huanyu nearly lost his composure, suppressing the urge to strike. You are the mute. Your entire family must be as well. You intrude without warning, remain silent, and adopt a mysterious demeanor, yet somehow, it seems I am in the wrong. Absurd. The figure in black disregarded Huanyu's indignation, tapping his fingers on the table before continuing. I know who you are, and the purpose of your visit. As for my identity, that is not for you to know at present. There is no need for such tension. I am not your enemy. In fact, we may find ourselves allies, for we share a common foe. The black-clad individual fixed his gaze intensely upon Huanyu. The notion of a shared adversary was readily comprehensible, leading Huanyu to form a tentative hypothesis about this person's origins and intentions. Oh, then enlighten me, Huanyu replied, feigning surprise while maintaining an outwardly composed facade, revealing an expression of unexpected intrigue. The figure in black appeared quite pleased with his reaction and continued to expound that in recent days, there has been a continuous influx of inquiries regarding the Bai family. Given the modest size of Tianyu City, it is inevitable that such matters would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Consequently, we discreetly apprehended an individual, and after interrogation, we did not glean substantial information. Thus, our only recourse is to delve into the affairs of the Bai family. I must not conceal from you that we have our informants within the Bai clan. Following extensive investigation, we have uncovered some intriguing details. Moreover, with further contemplation, I can ascertain that since your arrival in the city, our operatives have been monitoring you covertly. Now, I am fully convinced of this, which is why I have sought you out to discuss a potential collaboration. I wonder if you would be interested. Listening intently, Huanyu quietly reproached himself for his earlier naivety, uncertain whether the Bai family had already learned of his arrival. If they had, his current predicament would indeed be quite precarious. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Huanyu inquired in a low voice. The cloaked figure rose, pacing a few steps before responding slowly. What you desire is the life of Bai Wuxin, while what I seek is the entirety of the Bai family. We cannot act overtly, as the consequences would be too great for us to bear. Therefore, it is quite simple. I can dispatch individuals to intercept the elders of the Bai family as for Bai Wuxin and Bai Wuming. That responsibility falls upon you as long as you can eliminate these two. The rest shall pose no trouble for you. After hearing this individual speak, Huanyu noted the subtle shifts in his diction, one referring to himself as I, the other as we. This further confirmed his suspicions, and he realized that the man's objective was straightforward. Bai Wuxin, the fate of the Bai family bore no significance to him, and a resolution began to form in Huanyu's mind. Once their agreement was established, the cloaked figure left behind a token before vanishing into the night. Huanyu picked up the token and stored it in his spatial ring, knowing there was a matter he must verify personally. Upon exiting the inn, he briefly oriented himself before his figure flickered and disappeared. Qian Yuan, the current head of the Qian family and father of Qian Shui, possessed an 8th-level illusion spirit cultivation. At that moment, this patriarch was in his study, his brow furrowed in deep concern. To understand the situation, one must go back 2 years, when the Bai family, one of the 3 major families in Tianyu City, proposed a marriage alliance with the Qian family. Under considerable pressure, Qian Yuan reluctantly acquiesced. However, following the inexplicable disappearance of Qian Shui, the Bai family began to impose difficulties, ultimately leading the Qian family to offer some compensation to temporarily suppress the issue. Recently, with Bai Wuxin's ascension to the Illusion King realm, the Bai family revived this matter, indicating that they had more than one daughter. The Bai family's relentless pursuit of an alliance with the Qian family raised suspicions of hidden agendas in Qian Yuan's mind, which he could not dismiss. However, he felt utterly powerless given the current circumstances. The Qian family also possessed an Illusion King, albeit at the 4th level, while the Bai family now boasted 2 formidable figures at the 1st and 6th levels. Unreservedly, those 2 could easily sweep through the entire Qian family, leaving Qian Yuan feeling as if he were suffocating under an insurmountable weight. With a long, weary sigh, Qian Yuan slumped helplessly into his chair. As if he had aged decades in an instant. It appears that the master of the Qian family is somewhat troubled. The sudden voice startled Qian Yuan, prompting him to spring up immediately, his entire being enveloped in a swirling mist of illusionary energy as he warily inquired, who, suddenly, an even more formidable aura bore down upon him, compelling him to stagger back several paces. The Illusion Emperor. Qian Yuan stammered, trembling, as this overwhelming presence far surpassed the realm of the Illusion King. Despair filled his heart entirely. He thought, my life is forfeit. At that moment, a young man accompanied by a small wolf gradually came into his view, casually taking a seat on a nearby chair. Qian Yuan's astonishment only intensified. He had not anticipated that the source of such an illusion emperor's aura would be so youthful. Could this be a prodigious talent emerging from a powerful faction? Upon further contemplation, he realized he had never encountered any force of this caliber before. It was hardly surprising that Qian Yuan reacted this way. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely attribute the aura to Huanyu. Given their pairing, who would presume a small wolf possessed the strength of an illusion emperor? Yet, the truth was indeed as it seemed. The earlier pressure had emanated from Long Ao. Huanyu's cultivation, it should be noted, was even inferior to Qian Yuan's, at least on the surface. His intention was straightforward: to instill fear before discussing subsequent matters, a result he wished to achieve. May I inquire what brings you, young sir, to seek the old man? Qian Yuan composed himself slightly, the illusionary energy gradually receding, but he presumed that if an illusion emperor sought to kill him, he would scarcely have the chance to resist. And thus he spoke with a tone of respect, clasping his fists. Huanyu found this amusing, thinking that the tactic of leveraging the might of another was rather effective. However, he maintained an expression of calm and replied in a measured tone. There is no need for such formality, Master Qian, that I have come solely for one matter. Qian Shui. Upon hearing Huanyu's words, Qian Yuan, although puzzled as to how this individual knew of Qian Shui, ultimately sighed, his face marked with melancholy. You may not be aware, young sir, but my daughter, Qian Shui, mysteriously vanished 2 years ago, and since then, there has been no word of her. Huanyu, though outwardly composed, was flooded with thoughts upon hearing Qian Yuan's admission. Could it be that Qian Shui had truly disappeared, or had she chosen to leave home of her own volition? That foolish girl, where could she possibly go alone? Qian Yuan, unaware of Huanyu's musings, hesitated briefly before continuing. Though Qian Shui is not my biological daughter, I have regarded her as my own for many years. Were it not for the pressure from the Bai family, I would not have made that fateful decision. It is I who have brought harm to her, my daughter. At this point, tears streamed down Qian Yuan's face, evoking a twinge of sorrow within Huanyu. Initially, he had felt a surge of anger regarding Qian Shui's betrothal to the Bai family. But now that indignation had dissipated. As the patriarch of a prominent family, Qian Yuan must have endured many frustrations. Later, did she truly run away from home on her own? This was the matter that concerned Huanyu the most. No, that is not the case, Qian Yuan hastily replied, wiping away his tears. Initially, I thought the same, but later I discovered something in Shui Er's room. As he spoke, he presented an object before Huanyu. Upon picking it up, Huanyu furrowed his brows. It was a fragment of a black skirt, appearing as though it had been forcibly torn away. The material was quite unique, and it was clear it did not belong to Qian Shui, who had always favored pink gauzy dresses. Furthermore, there was a familiar aura lingering on it. Could it be? He suddenly glanced at Long Ao, who also sensed the residual essence and wore a look of confusion. That object had clearly vanished completely at the time. Could it be? This matter became increasingly enigmatic. Huanyu could only suppress his thoughts for the moment, rising to face the patriarch of the Qian family. He declared, no matter where Qian Shui has gone, I shall surely find her. As for the affairs of the Bai family, I will personally address them in a couple of days. You need only await good news. With that, he left Qian Yuan, who stood there in a daze, as Huanyu's figure gradually faded from sight. Oh, you still remember me? Do you think it is it? Huanyu inquired anxiously. The image of that consciousness siphoning Qian Shui's blood was still vivid in his mind. If it truly was that entity, he dared not contemplate further. It cannot be it. Not to mention that its strength at that time was insufficient to leave my body directly. The most crucial item of its essence resides within you. Long Ao stated with utmost certainty as he regarded Huanyu. Hearing this, Huanyu suddenly realized. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Its true form had been completely refined by him, and now resided quietly within his dantian. It should be certain that it was not that entity, otherwise he would have sensed something amiss. Yet, what secret lay behind Qian Shui's disappearance? Both man and beast fell into deep contemplation. Could there be other places harboring similar evils? If so, it would spell yet another calamity for the continent. The following day, Huanyu remained indoors, striving to bring himself to peak condition for the imminent crucial battle. He only ventured out once to deliver the token left by the man in black to the proprietor of an inn, as had been previously agreed upon. After another day of waiting, while Huanyu was meditating, A sound echoed from the window as he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light emanating from his hand as he grasped the Han Shuang Yinyang sword. Gently caressing the blade, he murmured softly. With that, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks, and his gaze turned resolute as he vanished from the room. The moonlight that night was particularly dim, as if it foretold that the evening would not be tranquil. When Huanyu reappeared, he was accompanied by 20 individuals clad in black, their auras profound, all possessing the cultivation of Huanling. With the strongest among them reaching the 7th tier, this was the result of Huanyu's collaboration with the previous man. The group concealed themselves, soon arriving before a grand estate, with a wave of his hand. The black-clad figures clasped their fists and vanished in a flicker, while Huanyu himself proceeded leisurely towards the entrance of the Bai residence. Bai Wuxin has recently been in high spirits. After years of relentless effort, he has finally ascended to the realm of the illusory king. Now, the Bai family boasts a dual kingship, establishing a dominant presence in Tianyu City.as for the other 2 families. They shall be gradually consumed, ultimately serving as stepping stones for the Bai family to reach the pinnacle of power. Master, there's trouble. A somewhat disgruntled voice echoed from the study. Bai Wuxin, soon to be the foremost authority in Tianyu City, felt discontent at the servant's lack of decorum that a hurried servant rushed into the study, kneeling before Bai Wuxin, and spoke rapidly, reporting to the master, a multitude of men in black have launched a surprise attack on the estate. The elders have already gone to confront them. But what? Bai Wuxin arched an eyebrow, incredulous that anyone would dare to wreak havoc on his territory at such a time. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. These individuals are not weak. Several elders have already. The servant faltered, remaining prostrate in fear. With a resounding crash, Bai Wuxin smashed the table before him, a wave of illusory king's aura emanating from his being. The servant was sent sprawling across the floor, losing consciousness. Just as Bai Wuxin was about to step forward, a mocking voice drifted in. Master Bai, not only has your strength increased, but your temper has also grown considerably. This may not bode well for your health in old age. As the words faded, a young man leisurely stepped into the room, flashing a grin at Bai Wuxin. Master Bai, do you still remember me? This young man was none other than Huanyu. With most of the Bai family's forces occupied, he could freely enter without fear. Bai Wuxin's gaze sharpened as he recognized the unexpected visitor. Memories of past events flooded his mind, particularly one vivid moment that still sent a shiver down his spine. However, he soon calmed himself, for he was no longer the same Bai Wuxin of yore. With his recent breakthrough to the illusory king, his confidence surged. He reined in his aura and mockingly replied, "Ah, it is you, the stray dog of your former master. I thought you had long since joined him in the afterlife." Bai Wuxin anticipated Huanyu's anger, but his calculation proved futile. While there was indeed a flicker of indignation within Huanyu, he maintained an air of nonchalance. He took a couple of steps forward, rapped his knuckles on the table, and said softly, "Master Bai, there's no need for such petty tricks. If you have the leisure to engage in this charade, you might as well concern yourself with your family. Their current predicament is rather amusing." As Huanyu implied, the Bai family was in complete disarray. During their conversation, the sounds of battle erupted outside, as Huanyu's black-clad warriors, skilled fighters, clashed with the Bai family's guards. The initial surprise attack had yielded some results, but now the Bai family members had the anguished wails echoing from outside, the cries of women and children. Struck heavily against Bai Wuxin's heart. He could no longer afford to delay. If he could only eliminate the young adversary before him, he would join forces with his father, and who could possibly stand against the 2 of them? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another piercing howl shattered Bai Wuxin's last flicker of hope, for it was the voice of his father, the mightiest of the Bai clan, resonating with fury and resentment. Prior to the arrival of the Phantom Rain, Long Ao had already infiltrated the Bai residence with a clear intent to stall the elder of the Bai family. However, contrary to his expectations, the elder had no intention of fighting fiercely, having discerned Long Ao's motives and even considering alternative schemes, such as subduing this powerful phantom beast to elevate the Bai family's status further. Yet, upon witnessing the devastation inflicted upon the Bai clan, he descended into madness. This was the culmination of years of toil for the Bai family. Although his son currently steered the ship, it was he who had fought tooth and nail to establish their legacy. How could he endure seeing it so wantonly destroyed? He unleashed his full fury. Long Ao, too, was compelled to reveal his true strength. His cultivation level already surpassed that of the elder. Unexpectedly, the elder managed to inflict a wound upon him. albeit a minor one yet. How could Long Ao tolerate such an affront? He erupted with all his might, vowing to vanquish this oblivious elder. The disparity in their cultivation levels was not easily bridged, especially against Long Ao. In a short span, the elder of the Bai family found himself battered and bruised, on the brink of collapse, and could only emit a desperate howl, hoping his son could regain control of the situation and come to his aid. Bai Wuxin inhaled deeply. At this point, further words would be futile. Such enmity could only be cleansed with blood. His aura surged forth, and with a fierce shout, he declared, "Come forth, it is our turn." The sheer force of his presence momentarily pushed Huanyu back a couple of steps. Regardless of their differences in pure cultivation, it mattered little. He had awaited this day for an eternity. Ha ha ha. Come. The boisterous laughter erupted from Huanyu as he retreated, darting out of the room, with Bai Wuxin hot on his heels. The two emerged outside, exchanging no further pleasantries. Huanyu swiftly drew his sword with one hand, turning to deliver a strike, while a formidable dragon ring blade materialized in Bai Wuxin's grasp, blocking the attack. The clash of their weapons sent an invisible shockwave rippling outward. The blade in Bai Wuxin's hands was a mid-tier high-grade phantom artifact, with which he had fought for many years. Its sudden appearance in battle indicated the seriousness with which he regarded Huanyu. Meanwhile, Huanyu's frost yin-yang sword was of an even higher grade, so their initial engagement yielded no disadvantage for him. At that moment, Bai Wuxin concentrated his phantom energy into his other hand and unleashed a palm strike. A technique Huanyu had witnessed before. It had once severely injured Dr. Mo, prompting him to hastily withdraw. The flame shield, a manifestation of fiery illusion, took shape in an instant, the imprints of a palm arriving as swiftly as lightning. Originally, Huanyu believed he could withstand this assault, yet things did not unfold as he had hoped. The shield was shattered with a resounding crash, sparks flying in all directions. He swiftly sidestepped, the palm imprint crashing into the ground beside him, creating a deep crater. Huanyu's eyes widened in realization. He had underestimated the prowess of a phantom king. Without further contemplation, he ascended into the air with great haste. The flame descend, augmented by the frost yin-yang sword, manifested a colossal pillar of fire, its might more formidable than anticipated, a delightful surprise indeed. With a downward sweep, it surged directly towards Bai Wuxin. Bai Wuxin, somewhat dismissive, initially approached with caution. However, it became evident that he had overestimated Huanyu. The latter's displayed cultivation was merely at the phantom spirit realm, a level that appeared insignificant to a phantom king, akin to that of ants. The heaven-subverting strike. Without flinching or evading, he wielded his great blade, its massive blade aura gradually taking form as he slashed upwards. The two attacks collided, yet the anticipated resounding explosion was absent. The fiery pillar was cleaved in twain by the blade aura, which then hurtled directly towards Huanyu. Caught off guard by the rapidity of the assault, Huanyu could only muster all his phantom energy, desperately slashing forth a phantom force to briefly counter the attack. It was evident that such a hasty defense would not suffice. He was struck by the residual force and hurled into a nearby building. In that moment, Huanyu appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray and his body covered in dust, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the injury he had just sustained. With a glint of cold fury in his eyes, he rasped, "Your opponent is me. Since you are so eager, I shall promptly send you on your way." Bai Wuxin, growing impatient, gripped his great blade and charged forth. Huanyu, undaunted, met his advance with a swing of his sword, and in an instant, the two were entwined in battle, their figures weaving through the air as the sounds of clashing weapons echoed around them. Huanyu, on the offensive and neglecting defense, fought with vigor, seizing an opportunity. He pierced Bai Wuxin's shoulder, drawing forth a line chant. "Huh? Look at me. It is your father." In a swift motion, a figure rushed to his son's side, embracing him tightly, channeling his mystical energy into Bai Wuxin's body. Yet it proved utterly futile. The person in his arms merely widened his eyes in a desperate stare before gradually succumbing to the stillness of death. This heart-wrenching scene was witnessed by the arriving Huanyu, who felt a tremor of emotion within him for the very first time. Seeing his lifeless son in his embrace, Bai Wuxin's heart shattered completely, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a mournful wail to the heavens. Although his name was Bai Wuxin, how could a person truly be devoid of feelings? Moreover, this was his own flesh and blood. When Bai Wuyo perished, he had nearly lost his sanity, only to console himself with the thought that he still had one son left. But now, he found himself utterly bereft, watching as the last of his lineage drew its final breath in his arms, leading him to the brink of collapse. Since Bai Wuxin's emergence, the two factions had momentarily retreated, The black-clad figures, originally numbering 20, now dwindled to 13, all retreating behind Huanyu. In contrast, the Bai clan members encircled by Wuxin, each face etched with sorrow. The surroundings were saturated with blood and corpses, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Huanyu's emotions were in turmoil. He yearned for vengeance, yet the current circumstances were not what he had envisioned. He was not a man of great malice. As the saying goes, grievances have their roots and debts their masters. His true enemy was solely Bai Wuxin. Now he found himself contemplating retreat, not out of fear, but to prevent further innocent lives from being lost. You shall all perish. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished without a trace. Be careful, Huanyu bellowed, swiftly dodging to the side, yet the black-clad men began engrossed in a frenzied slaughter. The ruthless Bai Wuxin found himself drawn by the sound of his own howling. A fleeting glimmer flickered in his blood-red gaze, only to vanish in an instant. In his current state, it was inconceivable that even a mere quasi-illusion monarch like Huanyu could pose any threat. Should a full illusion emperor confront him, he would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation. The notion of fear had entirely evaporated from his mind, leaving only a singular desire to kill, relentlessly pursuing until every last enemy lay defeated. Huanyu, having fully completed his ascension, soared through the air, sword in hand, charging directly at Bai Wuxin. With only 5 allies remaining, all of whom were gravely injured and fleeing desperately from Bai Wuxin's relentless pursuit, Huanyu had little concern for their fates. After all, their relationship was merely one of convenience. Yet, should they all perish, he would find himself contending not just with Bai Wuxin, but also with the remaining elders of the Bai clan. A prospect that would undoubtedly overwhelm him. As Huanyu prepared to launch his attack, the surviving elders of the Bai family swiftly stepped forward to impede his progress. However, could they truly halt him? These individuals were merely at the 6th tier of the illusion spirit realm, some even bearing wounds. They stood no chance against Huanyu in his current state. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Huanyu sent the advancing figures sprawling backward. Had he truly wished to kill, they would have been grievously injured by his strike. The blade of flame, a hasty manifestation, was utterly inadequate to withstand Huanyu's full-force assault. In an instant, it shattered, and a column of fire erupted where Bai Wuxin had once stood. The ground trembled beneath the onlookers' feet as a colossal crater was blasted into existence, causing nearby structures to collapse under the force. The Bai elders who had attempted to engage Huanyu could not help but retreat 2 steps, while the remaining 5 cloaked figures hastily withdrew to safety. Bai Wuxin, licking his lips as he surveyed the devastation, finally began to regard the youthful adversary, who was scarcely more than half his age, with a newfound seriousness. In this brief moment of stalemate, another squad of cloaked figures surged onto the scene. Leading them was the very individual who had previously conversed with Huanyu at the inn. After a swift assessment of the unfolding situation, a glint of surprise crossed his eyes as he grasped the gravity of the encounter. Initially, he had anticipated deploying more contingencies, but now, witnessing Huanyu's remarkable progress, he approached the youth and whispered, "Feel free to unleash your full potential. The others will not trouble you." Huanyu's eyes flickered, though he refrained from responding. Meanwhile, Bai Wuxin, having taken a moment to pause, found the malevolence in his gaze somewhat diminished. Casting a glance at the newly arrived cloaked figures, he discerned that their presence was no mere coincidence. They had clearly been plotting this endeavor for some time. Should he falter today, the Bai clan would likely face utter ruin. Turning to his remaining allies, he nodded resolutely before ascending into the air. His long blade pointed in a determined direction. Drawing a deep breath, Huanyu's body gradually elevated to the midair, for any cultivator who had attained the illusion monarch realm could achieve brief flight. Although Huanyu was still on the brink of that threshold, accomplishing this feat was not beyond his reach. With no further words exchanged, the 2 combatants clashed directly, their disparity in cultivation momentarily bridged. Making it no simple task to determine a victor, the black-clad figures witnessed the 2 engage. A glimmer of ferocity appeared in their eyes. With a swift gesture, the leader signaled to his comrades, officially igniting a new wave of battle. With a resolute voice, an elder from the Bai family commanded, "Stop them at all costs." The others comprehended his intent and swiftly armed themselves, charging forward, amidst the chaos of battle. The leading figure clad in black vanished from the scene, for his objective today was none other than the entire Bai family, which also encompassed a faction of the Bai clan. Shortly thereafter, his silhouette materialized at another estate belonging to the Bai family, where no conflict raged. Thus everything remained untouched. He stepped forward with measured grace, a shadow suddenly knelt before him. Upon closer inspection, this individual was garbed in the attire of a elder, having forsaken the fight, and instead appearing here, a tranquil voice emanated from the black-clad figure. The kneeling man respectfully clasped his fists together, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Moments later, the anguished cries of countless women and children echoed through the air. The figure in black stood there silently, betraying no hint of emotion. The battleground of the two combatants lay in the sky, and almost everyone in Tianyu City could sense the intermittent thunderous roars from above. Qian Yuan stood atop his own roof, gazing towards the Bai family's direction, exhaling a gentle sigh of relief. The young man had indeed spoken the truth. The immense burden pressing upon the Qian family was evidently about to be lifted. Unbeknownst to him, two other middle-aged men of similar age also stood atop their respective homes. Observing the Bai family's domain, one was Lu Qiuqi, the current head of the Lu family, and the other was Wan Jitian, the lord of Tianyu City. Both men bore calm expressions, as if everything lay within their grasp. Once the members of the Bai family below had been utterly eradicated, at a signal from the leading figure in black, the Illusion King soared into the sky to join the fray. Before long, Bai Wuxin was slain on the spot by the combined efforts of Huanyu and the other combatant. Huanyu, panting heavily, knelt on the ground. He had unleashed the flying dragon riding the clouds thrice, yet had gained little advantage against Bai Wuxin. Had it not been for the intervention of the other fighter, his chances of victory would have dwindled further. Though he had not desired assistance, there was no point in lamenting the situation now. As he watched Bai Wuxin begrudgingly draw his last breath, Huanyu felt no elation at the fulfillment of vengeance. Instead, a heaviness settled upon his heart at that moment. Long Ao finally made his appearance, bearing some injuries, signifying the complete downfall of the Bai family from this day forth. Together, man and beast cast long shadows as they quietly departed, as if they had never existed. Initially believing the matter of the Bai family to be conclusively resolved, the man and beast did not linger. They hired a carriage and departed from the confines of Tianyu City. Huanyu remained unusually silent, lost in thought, neglecting even his own injuries. Observing this, Long Ao refrained from disturbing him, and thus they journeyed for 3 full days. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. An elderly servant, accompanied by a pale-faced child, was desperately fleeing, pursued by a dozen men wielding long knives who shouted menacing threats. As the distance closed, despair flickered in the eyes of the elder. At that moment, fate cruelly intervened, causing him to stumble and fall, taking the child down with him. Seizing this opportunity, the pursuers encircled the two, trapping them completely. With a sharp slap, one of the assailants struck the elderly man, eliciting cruel laughter from the others. "Esteemed gentlemen, I implore you. The child is but a mere boy. I beseech you to spare him," the old man cried, cradling the child protectively in his arms. "That if you must assign blame, let it be for your lineage as members of the Bai family. Do not let this grievous mistake carry into your next life." After a prolonged silence of 15 minutes, the elder noticed an unusual calmness in the atmosphere, and the anticipated blade had yet to descend upon them. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to behold a staggering sight. The assailants who had pursued them lay motionless on the ground, and before him stood a young man with a pallid complexion. "What is your name?" The young man was none other than Huanyu, who had arrived just in time upon hearing the mention of the Bai family. As for the assailants, they had merely been rendered unconscious by his hand. "We are members of the Bai family from Tianyu City. 3 nights ago, a band of strangers stormed our residence, slaughtering anyone in their path. Now, only the old and the child remain alive within the Bai family. Those demons spared neither the frail nor the innocent. They have all perished." At this point, the old man broke down into tears. He was but a servant of the Bai family, an ordinary individual. That fateful night, he had been taking the child to relieve himself when the sounds of chaos erupted outside. The two had hidden in a latrine for 2 long days and nights, too terrified to move, until they finally dared to sneak out, only to be relentlessly pursued. Upon hearing the mention of the weak and the innocent, Huanyu trembled, his silence heavy with emotion. He slowly turned, dragging his weary feet toward the carriage. Yet, after just a few steps, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Muttering incoherently, a sigh escaped Long Ao as he appeared before the fallen Huanyu, glancing at the elderly man and the child in the distance. With a wave of his hand, he lifted Huanyu's unconscious form and placed him gently into the carriage. Although the old man was perplexed, he dared not inquire further. He bowed deeply toward the carriage and hurriedly took the child away from the scene. Given Huanyu's state of unconsciousness and his injuries, Long Ao resolved to take him to Fatty's residence for further assistance. After a long journey, They finally arrived at Fatty's home in Tianyong City. Yet Huanyu showed no signs of awakening. That as Fatty and Yunshi grew increasingly anxious, Long Ao was compelled to investigate. His findings revealed that while Huanyu's injuries were grave and his internal condition chaotic, the root cause lay in his troubled heart, unwilling to awaken. Faced with such a predicament, they felt utterly helpless. Forcibly rousing him might lead to unpredictable consequences. Thus, Yunshi and Yuntong took turns vigilantly guarding Huanyu's bedside. However, 3 days later, Yunshi awoke to discover that Huanyu had vanished. Immediately, the individuals within the mansion commenced a fervent search in every direction, with even the corpulent man dispatching his household servants to scour the entirety of Tianyong City. Yet no trace of information was uncovered. Yunshi was engulfed in self-reproach, convinced that the fault lay with her. At that moment, Long Ao made his appearance, revealing to the gathered crowd that he possessed knowledge of Huanyu's whereabouts. Without delay, the corpulent man retrieved a flying artifact from his residence, and the group set off in a frenzied haste. This pursuit endured for a fortnight, ultimately leading them to a dilapidated village, overrun with crumbling remnants and rampant weeds. Huanyu's homeland. He was situated not far from the village, atop a hill, precisely before the tomb of Dr. Imo. Huanyu had knelt there for several days, ensnared in a nightmarish stupor, his eyes devoid of life. Upon their arrival, Yunshi and Yuntong hastened to approach, only to be halted by the corpulent Mandas, Huanyu's closest confidant since childhood. And having been briefed by Long Ao on the unfolding events, he was acutely aware of Huanyu's current torment. As dusk descended, the silvery moonlight bathed Huanyu in its glow. He slowly lifted his gaze towards Dr. Mo's gravestone. His lips chapped and cracked, a parched and hoarse voice escaping him. "Master, I have avenged you, yet so many innocents have perished because of it. Was what I did right or wrong? Master, please tell me." Upon uttering these words, Huanyu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. The sight of the young boy shattered the last vestiges of his inner defenses. How profoundly innocent he was, having lost his home and family at such a tender age. Mirroring his own past, albeit he was even younger, now he was to live on, burdened with an overwhelming hatred, and he himself was the architect of this devastation. Unbeknownst to him, the corpulent man had quietly arrived, first offering a deep bow before Dr. Mo's gravestone, then settling down on the ground. He had absorbed every word of Huanyu's lamentations, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. As a disciple, it is only natural to seek vengeance for one's master. As for the remaining tribulations, even in your absence, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Such is the nature of this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, a timeless truth. Your significance in this grand scheme is trivial. Punishing yourself for a fault not of your making is utterly misguided. As he concluded, the corpulent man's tone bore a hint of exasperation, akin to a mentor's disappointment. After shaking his head, he vanished as silently as he had come. Just as he articulated, even without Huanyu's intervention, the Bai clan could not escape their fate. Had Huanyu erred, a master is akin to a father for life. To leave such a profound grievance unavenged is to invite unrest. As for the rest, how could it be within his control? In life, one must simply act with a clear conscience. This sequence of events cannot merely be deemed coincidence. Huanyu's emergence was merely an opportunity. 065 The mysterious temple. On the morning of the second day, the portly man departed alone, harboring a belief that Huanyu would eventually come to understand. If he truly failed to comprehend, then he was unworthy of being his brother. Meanwhile, Yunshi and Yuntong chose to remain behind, temporarily residing in Huanyu's original home. With the assistance of Long Ao, they tidied up the dilapidated courtyard. Upon learning from Long Ao that this was Huanyu's hometown, they were deeply moved. It was astonishing that such a rundown place could be his origin. Undoubtedly, many untold stories had unfolded here. One could only imagine the burdens this man, only slightly older than themselves, had carried and how much sorrow lay within his heart. It must be said that the portly man had always been the one who understood Huanyu best. After 3 days had passed, Huanyu reappeared in the village, his hair disheveled and his face ashen, lips chapped. His gaze, once vacant and devoid of life, had regained a flicker of vitality, just as he was nearing his home. Wisps of smoke wafted into the air, causing his eyes to sparkle with brightness. Could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. Yunshi had just finished washing clothes and was about to hang them out to dry. Upon stepping outside, the basin slipped from her hands and crashed to the ground, as she dove into the embrace of a man standing at the entrance. In that instant, all semblance of decorum was cast aside, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Elder sister, Yin Tong, hearing the commotion at the door, assumed something had occurred. She called out while rushing outside, only to find herself leaping into the same warm embrace. Much like a fledgling swallow's returning to its nest, Long Ao watched this touching scene from the rooftop, a smile gracing his lips. Father, mother, you misses you so dearly. Two streams of tears, laden with profound longing, cascaded down her face as she collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. At present, his strength remained at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of illusionary spirit, just a step away from breaking through to illusionary king. This seemed a cause for celebration. However, his meridians had begun to corrode under the influence of demonic energy, and this deterioration was accelerating. This was a consequence of cultivating the Xianyang scripture, which had once fortified his meridians. According to Long Ao's conjecture, once his meridians were entirely eroded, his life would reach its end. In other words, he was living on borrowed time. There was also the possibility of transforming into a mindless beast, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Initially, the sensation was not overwhelming, but as time wore on, Huanyu endured torment daily, with excruciating pain radiating from what. I inquired, if we were to visit that temple, would those monks perhaps put me to death? Huanyu felt a twinge of fear. Historically, Buddhism and demonic forces have been in opposition, and he genuinely worried that he might be walking into a den of tigers. Given your current state, you could last at most a month. Would you prefer to be tormented to death or simply slain? The choice is yours, Long Ao remarked nonchalantly. Alas, this cursed predicament, Huanyu muttered under his breath. With no options left, he steeled himself, and the silhouettes of the man and beast gradually faded into the depths of the mountains. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a temple perched atop the mountain. Marking Huanyu's first visit to such a place since entering this world. In his previous life, he had never subscribed to notions of Buddhas or demons, and now he felt a peculiar embarrassment, as he was on the brink of becoming a demon himself. Yet seeking salvation from the so-called Buddha. It was undeniably ironic. As they approached the grand entrance, a young monk emerged to greet them. Palms pressed together in reverence, bowing slightly. Amitabha, it appears the two benefactors have arrived. Please follow this humble monk, he said, gesturing for them to proceed. Both Huanyu and Long Ao exchanged astonished glances, for it seemed the young monk had anticipated their arrival, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. This unexpected revelation hinted at some underlying mystery within this place. Since we are here, we might as well embrace it, they thought, trailing silently behind the young monk as they stepped into the enigmatic Mingqing temple. They wound through a series of turns for quite a while, and Huanyu witnessed numerous monks in magnificent halls. Some were practicing their skills, while others meditated, each engrossed in their own tasks, none casting a glance in their direction. The guiding monk did not lead them into any of the grand halls, instead circumventing them entirely. Suppressing his curiosity, Huanyu followed the young monk for nearly half an hour until they found themselves in an area devoid of people and halls. The only structure before them was a towering spire. The young monk gestured for them to enter, then turned to depart. The man and beast exchanged bewildered looks, contemplating the peculiar situation. Huanyu mused that, indeed, as depicted in the television shows of his previous life, these bald monks seemed fond of theatrics. Taking a deep breath, he stepped resolutely into the tower, determined to uncover the secrets they were concealing. Upon entering the tower, Huanyu and Long Ao found themselves in a peculiar space, shrouded in dimness. The sole source of illumination emanated from what appeared to be a door ahead, adorned with intricate, shifting patterns. You have arrived, a whispering voice echoed, reminiscent of addressing an old acquaintance. Huanyu immediately expanded his soul sense, only to be taken aback, as it was unable to extend beyond him in this realm. Thus failing to ascertain the source of the voice, he turned to Long Ao, who also shook his head, indicating a similar predicament. Who are you, and what is your purpose in bringing me here? Huanyu demanded, his tone grave. Though he sensed no hostility, a primal instinct urged him to remain vigilant. As the voice resonated once more, an ancient figure gradually materialized before the man and his beast. It was a monk, his eyes firmly closed, with eyebrows and beard both silvered with age. He sat cross-legged on a mat, hands in a gesture of prayer, suddenly appearing and startling the young woman. Huanyu, Amitabha, he softly intoned, and slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon them. Although he appeared venerable, his eyes shone with clarity, devoid of any cloudiness, exuding an aura of tranquility. May I inquire your esteemed title? Master? Huanyu clasped her hands together in reverence, inclining her body slightly in respect towards the elder, Such was the least she could offer in terms of courtesy. I am Master Ming Xian. The elder replied, since I was aware of your impending arrival and arranged this meeting, I wonder what profound matters you wish to discuss. Huanyu, not one to dilly-dally, decided to be forthright. You have misunderstood, for it is by divine will that I knew of your arrival and that I am here to meet with you. The old monk spoke in a tone that evoked a rising frustration within Huanyu. The notion of divine will felt exasperating. Conversing with a monk was indeed a cumbersome affair, so, you are indeed aware of my purpose for coming here. She fixed her gaze intently upon the monk, discreetly signaling to Long Ao, her companion, bracing herself for any eventuality. In such a place, engaging in conflict would yield little benefit, akin to being ensnared within a cage. Sensing her unease, the old monk continued with a benevolent demeanor. There is no need for such wariness. I harbor no intentions of harm towards you. To be candid, all of this was foretold by my senior brother, Ming Kong. Given your current predicament, even without my intervention, your time is regrettably limited. Huanyu narrowed her eyes, perplexed by the mention of a senior brother, leaving her utterly bewildered. Wait, are you implying that he is aware of my situation? Could it be? She hastily interjected, her mind racing. Might I inquire where this Master Ming Kong resides? I beseech you to facilitate a meeting. With a sorrowful shake of his head, the old monk delivered a thunderous revelation. Alas, he has passed away. Huanyu staggered back in disbelief, her mind grappling with the implications. If this Master Ming Kong had foreseen her arrival and was aware of her circumstances, he would not have placed her here if he intended harm. If he had indeed perished, then surely there must be a means to extricate herself from her current plight. Yet, the revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. However, before he departed, he left behind a method that could liberate you. The monk added. Huanyu nearly leapt to her feet, her frustration boiling over. Could you not convey this in a clearer manner? Your radiant bald head seems to invite a slap. What is this method? I implore you to speak plainly. She quickly composed herself, bowing once more. With a gentle gesture, Ming Xian raised Huanyu to her feet, his eyes gleaming as they swept over her, and he began to speak. Strange, the demonic energy within the subject is remarkably pure, as if it were innate, yet you are of the human race, not of the demon kin. Moreover, this demonic essence has seamlessly integrated with your corporeal form. Upon hearing the sensitive term demon kin, Huanyu pondered, could it be that this realm of Huanyu has a race of demons? Ming Xian, noticing Huanyu's bewilderment, continued to elucidate. This continent does not harbor the demon kin. They dwell in another realm, known as the demon world. In essence, the demon kin are not fundamentally different from humans. Their outward appearance bears little distinction. The sole variance lies in the fact that the atmosphere of the demon world is saturated with demonic energy. Within the bodies of the demon kin, there are no meridians. All their power is stored within a core of demonic essence, which serves as their lifeblood. Consequently, the demon kin cannot cultivate human techniques. Nor can humans practice the techniques of the demon kin. However, it has been several millennia since a demon kin has set foot in this world, resulting in the ignorance of their existence among the majority of humanity. The old monk had merely come across references to them in ancient texts by chance. After listening to Ming Xian's narration, Huanyu grasped much of the situation. No wonder, during their time at the Xianyang ancient sect, when she unleashed demonic energy, it was mistaken for a manifestation of bloodline power. Everything began to make sense. Yet, she found herself perplexed again, for this old monk had clearly identified the energy within her as demonic essence. How could this be explained? The old monk, sensing her confusion, clarified that he could discern the demonic essence within her at a glance because it was following the direction indicated by Ming Xian. They beheld a luminous area resembling a grand portal. The old monk then gathered a wisp of illusory power in his hand and flicked it, resulting in a small aperture appearing, through which strands of dark demonic energy seeped forth. Indeed, this essence was unmistakably familiar to Huanyu. It was undeniably demonic energy. With a sigh, Ming Xian remarked, "This is a seal that I only recently learned that the demon world is, in fact, connected to this continent. And this serves as a passage to the demon world. There are more such locations across the continent. The true mission of the Mingqing Temple is to safeguard this seal across generations, preventing incursions from the demon world. These revelations were imparted to me by my senior brother before his demise, for only the head of the temple in each generation is granted access here." "Ah, now it makes sense," Huanyu expressed, her realization dawning upon her. "But how does this relate to the method of rescuing him?" It was Long Ao who spoke this time. Ming Xian, upon hearing his words, appeared unfazed that the little wolf could articulate human speech, and then turned his gaze back to Huanyu. The demonic energy within the subject has infiltrated the meridians because it lacks a vessel. In other words, if the subject could, like the demon kin, coalesce a core of demonic essence within, the crisis would resolve itself. However, it is impossible to form such a core on this continent. Thus, the method left by my senior brother for rescue is to allow the subject to enter the demon world. As for the technique of coalescing a demonic core, that knowledge can only be acquired there. Therefore, it follows that by coalescing another vessel to integrate the demonic energy, the current predicament could be resolved. She lifted her gaze slightly towards the radiant portal, feeling an undeniable sense of anticipation towards the demon world. 067 Entering the demon realm. This is an extraordinary world. The sky is not graced by the familiar blazing sun, but rather adorned with a pitch-black crescent moon. Perhaps it is a case of extremes meeting. The silhouette of this dark moon emits a faint white glow, illuminating the land in a rather peculiar manner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazes up at the heavens. Huanyu continues to forge ahead, having spent a full 3 days in this so-called demon realm. Thus far, he has yet to encounter a single soul. To be precise, it would be more accurate to say that he has not seen even a single beast. His heart is heavy with frustration, continually pondering whether he has been played by Ming Xian. That old monk. 3 days prior, Ming Xian tore open a rift in the seal, allowing Huanyu to arrive here. This time, he is utterly alone. Long Ao did not accompany him, as per Ming Xian's directive. Before his departure, Ming Xian sealed away all of Huanyu's illusory powers, for no one could ascertain the demon's disposition towards humans in this world. This precaution was meant to avert potential troubles. Thus, his body is now entirely suffused with demonic energy, and without a demonic core, he is unable to harness that energy, rendering him a mere mortal. Fortunately, this realm is indeed as Ming Xian described, devoid of any illusory power. Saturated solely with demonic force, Huanyu finds himself somewhat at ease here, at least spared from hunger, as the demonic energy continuously integrates into his being. However, the absence of a systematic method for cultivation means he can only absorb a meager portion, barely sustaining his needs. Yet, this is not a long-term solution. Though the consumption is being addressed, the assimilation of this demonic energy merely nourishes the demonic force within him, undoubtedly shortening the scant time he has left. Gradually, a sense of urgency begins to gnaw at his heart. Just then, a glimmer of hope emerges. As a line of indistinct figures gradually materializes in the distance, he hastens his pace towards them. Yet as he nears, a large hand adorned with dark markings appears behind him. In the next moment, he collapses to the ground, unconscious. Alas, what a day it is! Huanyu curses under his breath as he labors to wash clothes. When he awakens, he tragically discovers that he has been captured and taken into a castle. His new name is Shiwanbo, a moniker that leaves him utterly bewildered for quite some time. As for his status, he is designated as a lowly demon servant, and his tasks, as one might expect, involve menial chores such as washing and cooking. Not far from him, a young man of similar age, named Shipingxia, is laboring diligently to chop firewood. Bare-chested and earnest, an orphan like Huanyu, he too serves as a lowly demon servant in this castle, and is Huanyu's first friend in this strange world. They share the same quarters. As for ordinary demons who have yet to form a demonic core, like Huanyu and Shipingxia, their surnames must begin with Shi. Unless one possesses formidable backing, they are destined to become mere servants. Even those with connections must still bear the Shi prefix in their names. This is the immutable rule. Upon successfully condensing the magic core, congratulations are in order. Your surname may commence with Bai. The master of this castle is known as Bai Sui Shan. When Huanyu learned of this, he found himself utterly stunned, frozen in place, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Following the successful condensation of the magic core, a magical tattoo will manifest upon your arm, akin to the realm of a human illusionist. As your power continues to ascend, a second tattoo will emerge, corresponding to that of a grand illusionist. And this pattern will persist onward. In essence, the hierarchy of the demon race is intrinsically linked to the tattoos upon one's arm. The surnames beginning with Bai are associated with 1 to 3 magical tattoos. Upon surpassing the 4th, one may adopt the surname Qian, and upon achieving 7 tattoos, one. As for the supreme sovereign of the demon race, they possess no name. Their sole designation is the demon god. This encapsulates the general state of affairs within the demon race, while those bearing the surname Bai are also referred to as demon lords, signifying minor dominions that govern territories akin to castles. The Qian surname denotes demon generals, governing entire cities, while those with the Huan surname are known as demon kings, belonging to the apex of existence, each commanding numerous demon generals. Naturally, such matters are still far beyond Huanyu's current concerns. His sole focus lies in condensing the magic core to preserve his life in this realm. The methods for achieving this feat are not shrouded in secrecy. Huanyu discovered the means quite effortlessly. Every 6 months, a crescent moon graces the sky, heralding a full moon that descends at midnight, emanating a unique magical energy upon the earth. Any demon yet to condense their magic core may absorb this energy, thereby seizing the opportunity to form a core, an act referred to as the gift of the demon god, and the sole method to achieve such a feat. Thus, after several days of arduous labor amidst continuous curses, the day of the full moon quietly approached. Huanyu lay in bed, unable to find slumber, consumed by uncertainty about his potential success. His roommate, with vacant eyes fixed upon the ceiling, also struggled to sleep. The common currency among the demon race is known as magic stones, broadly categorized into ordinary and exceptional qualities, both of which are exceedingly scarce. Consequently, demon servants have emerged as a secondary medium of exchange. Regardless of being a demon lord, demon general, or demon king, their subordinates possess numerous demon servants, akin to their wealth. Shipingxia, an orphan since childhood, has resided in 3 castles. Thus FAR.AS, a demon servant. His fate has never rested in his own hands. The sole means of altering his destiny lies in condensing a magic core. Though it may not yield immediate elevation, it at least opens a gateway to success. Over the years, he has endeavored countless times, but has yet to achieve success. There are countless others in the demon realm who share his plight, leaving his heart numb to despair. Huanyu subtly turned his head to regard his roommate, who appeared to be of similar age, and a twinge of sympathy arose within him. From the moment he laid eyes on Shipingxia, he sensed an absence of vitality in his gaze. Although their conversations have been few, it is evident that the void in his eyes speaks volumes of his harrowing experiences. With a silent sigh, Huanyu contemplated the relentless law of survival that prevails in any world. The weak are devoured by the strong. As time swiftly passes, the momentous day for the demon clan arrives once again, occurring biannually. Upon the lands of the demon race, countless ordinary demons are eagerly preparing to undergo a profound transformation on this day. Even those who have faced countless failures still harbor a flicker of hope deep within. As night descends, the castle tonight is far from its usual silence. Thousands of demon servants have been gathered together under the watchful eyes of the guards in a vast plaza, including Huanyu and Shipingxia, who find themselves mingling among the crowd. Standing at the highest chamber of the castle with his hands clasped behind his back, Bai Suishan gazes down at the throng below. A closer inspection reveals 3 distinct demonic runes etched upon his arms, with the beginnings of a 4th rune gradually appearing. This master of the castle is evidently on the verge of breaking through to the rank of demon general, a level of power akin to that of the human race's illusory king. Among the countless demon lords, such strength is certainly regarded as moderately formidable. His eyes flicker with anticipation, a glimmer of hope gracing his countenance. As a lord of this territory, he once commanded an army of 3,000 demon soldiers, alongside 2,000 demon servants. Yet now, his forces have dwindled to under 2,000. This depletion stems from a recent conflict with another region's demon lord over a small demonic stone mine. A battle he ultimately won, albeit at a significant cost to his ranks. The need for reinforcements has become urgent within the demon realm, despite the fact that, strictly speaking, all demons belong to the same lineage. Conflicts are inevitable. Interests are the perennial catalyst for strife, and demon soldiers serve as their greatest asset. Much like a general, one cannot defend their wealth and territory without soldiers, let alone seize resources from others, ultimately dooming themselves to be devoured. Whether a demon lord or a demon general, their demon servants are the lifeblood for augmenting their forces, which is why they are held in such high regard. Although the numbers are modest each time, replenishing them every 6 months accumulates to a considerable advantage over time, explaining why demon servants are treated as currency. In the plaza, the thousands of demon servants are each assigned a spot to sit cross-legged. Their reactions vary. Some appear dazed, clearly those who have faced numerous failures, their hearts devoid of expectation, while others exhibit resolve, their hopes still intact. As for Huanyu, he is predominantly filled with curiosity, amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd. The deep night quietly approaches, and the crescent moon in the sky visibly begins to transform, akin to the word growth that Huanyu conjures in his mind. The concave part of the crescent extends forward, and in less than a moment, it morphs entirely into a full circle. At the instant of its complete formation, an invisible ripple seems to emanate from this circle, instantly permeating the world around. Sensing this surge of power, all present in the plaza, save for Huanyu, simultaneously close their eyes and form intricate hand seals, beginning to absorb the energy. This step was previously unknown to Huanyu. Yet fortunately, he had refrained from hurrying and instead paused to observe. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused some chaos. Now, witnessing the actions of others, he decides to follow suit and begins to emulate their movements. As the marks began to form on his hands, he felt an immense surge of magical energy rushing into his body from the very fabric of the universe. This influx was exponentially faster than his previous unconscious absorption. Instantly, his soul consciousness turned inward, directing all the magical energy to coalesce in his dantian. This was the pivotal step. Only by first condensing the magic core within could he then merge the magical essence circulating through his meridians, thereby achieving complete success. Time passed inexorably, and within him, an ocean of magical energy was already amassed. However, despite being concentrated in his dantian, the energy flitted about chaotically like headless flies, utterly incapable of coalescing. His anxiety grew increasingly palpable. Determined, he steeled himself to forcibly gather the errant energies. But this proved futile, almost resulting in self-harm. A jolt coursed through him, eliciting a muffled groan. Frustration mounted. What was required to master this wretched force? At this critical juncture, a sigh resonated within him, as if an unseen hand had drawn forth a unique power from the air and infused it into his dantian. With the arrival of this force, the surrounding magical energy rallied as if it had found its guiding anchor, exuberantly encircling this newfound essence, and a spherical crystal began to take shape. At that moment, the full moon in the sky gradually blurred, as if heralding an impending conclusion. 3 days swiftly elapsed, leaving a mere 12 magic servants. Nay, they should now be referred to as magic soldiers, remaining in the square. Since that fateful night, these 12, including the youth, had remained in a meditative state, eliciting envy from many passing magic servants. Upon successfully condensing their magic cores, the next crucial step for the demon kin was to inscribe the magic patterns. This phase, while significant, proved considerably easier than the previous one, albeit requiring a measure of time. After several more days, the remaining 11 individuals succeeded in inscribing their magic patterns one after another, leaving only the youth, whose magic core had indeed formed successfully. That he now prepared to merge the magical essence from his meridians into the core, a task that was proving to be far more arduous than anticipated. A full month passed, yet he remained unfulfilled in his endeavor. The inhabitants of the castle had nearly grown accustomed to the sight of him seated in the square, with many beginning to question whether he had truly succeeded in condensing his magic core, suspecting instead that he was merely feigning. No one had ever taken so long to inscribe their magic patterns after successfully forming a core. After a day of cultivation, Baishui Mountain slowly rose and gazed toward the square. His mind clouded with uncertainty. He was certain the youth had condensed his magic core. His discerning eye could attest to that. But the reason behind the protracted delay in inscribing his magic pattern remained a mystery. Unbeknownst to him, the youth was enduring excruciating pain, as the magical essence felt as though it had become intertwined with his meridians. Each bit he expelled brought heart-wrenching agony, rendering his days a torturous ordeal. According to the words of Tian Nu, during this particular full moon that occurs biannually, the unique power radiating from the heavens resembles a force akin to a pact. The means by which this power selects its recipients remains a mystery, even to itself, and thus, Huanyu is disinclined to delve deeper into such matters. As the second month approached, the demonic energy coursing through Huanyu's meridians was finally compelled into the demonic core. An overwhelming aura brewing within his being. In the dantian, a jet-black crystal, dark as ink, coalesced entirely, beginning to spin with great velocity. Unlike the previous demonic seed, this core was self-conjured by Huanyu, akin to the dim golden illusionary crystal nearby. It truly belonged to him and was intimately linked to his lifeblood, due to the fact that his illusionary power remained sealed. Although the demonic energy had vacated his meridians, they were left utterly barren. Huanyu exhaled softly, finally achieving the purpose of his journey to the demon realm. At least, the crisis concerning his own safety was thoroughly resolved, just when he believed everything had come to a close. The rotation of the core showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it intensified, while the myriad of demonic energies surrounding his body erupted, forming a whirlwind that surged toward him. Such a significant commotion immediately captured the attention of those within the castle. The venerable Bai Sui Shan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, was the first to react, his figure swiftly appearing at the edge of the plaza, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him. The surrounding demonic soldiers, upon witnessing his presence, all knelt in reverence. He paid them no heed, his entire focus directed towards Huanyu. In that moment of concentration, the first demonic rune manifested upon his arm, swiftly followed by a second. The momentum did not cease. Although the formation of the third rune was somewhat slower, it nonetheless materialized. It is said that when a member of the demon race reaches a certain realm but remains unable to break through to the next, they may choose to undergo a process of recultivation, entering a state of slumber for their demonic core, even allowing their body to regress to that of an infant. Those who undergo recultivation do not need to reconstitute their demonic core. Their path of cultivation resembles a process of activation. Regardless of whether one is human or demon, the limits of the body will inevitably be reached, commonly referred to as a bottleneck. Some individuals may remain ensnared at a particular barrier for hundreds or even thousands of years, unable to advance. However, after recultivation, such circumstances can be alleviated. For instance, one might begin fortifying their body from a young age. The demon race, with their lifeblood entirely dependent on the demonic core, may employ the method of recultivation. Naturally, such a method is fraught with countless dangers and can only be undertaken once in a lifetime, that a moment's carelessness could result in utter annihilation. Nonetheless, it offers a second chance. Moreover, the speed of cultivation post-recultivation is significantly swifter than in the previous life. Should one manage to cultivate safely to the realm of their past existence, they are likely to successfully break through to the next level and may even venture further. As for those formidable beings who undertake recultivation, they typically choose secluded and obscure locations where they are unknown. Everyone, to some extent, harbors enemies or foes. Should one's adversaries discover them during the vulnerable period of recultivation, would they show mercy? The answer is self-evident. It cannot be entirely blamed on Bai Sui Shan for harboring such thoughts. Rather, it is the astonishing performance of Huanyu that has captivated him. Even at this moment, there are no signs of cessation in Huanyu's prowess. Resolutely, he has decided to ingratiate himself with this individual, for establishing a favorable relationship now could yield manifold benefits in the future. Moreover, the subsequent events have transcended his understanding, as Huanyu's aura has already surpassed him during this fleeting moment of reverie, and it shows no signs of abating. The fourth magical rune on Huanyu's arm fully manifested. Countless members of the demon clan seemed to sense something, simultaneously lifting their gazes skyward. The sky, which had remained unchanged for eons in the demon realm, began to exhibit peculiarities that first transformed into a blood-red hue, followed by orange, and then continued to shift through yellow, green. A total of 9 colors graced the expanse above. Concurrently, the minds of all demon clansmen resonated with the sound of an infant's wail, heralding yet another change in the heavens. An indiscernible, imposing phantom loomed before the crescent moon, and beside it, a fiery red orb gradually took form. At the same time, the human realm experienced anomalies as well. The previously blazing sun dimmed momentarily, giving rise to a crescent moon that began to take shape nearby. This transformation did not linger long, as the skies of both realms reverted to their original state. As if nothing had transpired in the human realm, aside from a few who noticed the irregularity, the majority remained oblivious, exhibiting an air of calm. In stark contrast, the demon realm was set ablaze with tremendous upheaval. Unbeknownst to Huanyu, he felt remarkably invigorated, for magical runes adorned his arm, and the demonic core within him had expanded thrice its original size. The aura he emanated had unmistakably reached the realm of the Demon King. And unexpectedly, this turn of events seemed to bear the semblance of serendipity. Gradually opening his eyes and clenching his fist, he directed his gaze towards Bai Sui Shan, who, in the depths of night, bellowed heartily, "Ha ha! Come, brother Yu, let us raise a toast." Bai Sui Shan's robust and boisterous voice resonated from the highest room of the castle, as Huanyu, adorned with a smile, raised his glass beside him. The two appeared as longtime friends, incessantly toasting and drinking. Huanyu had adopted the name Qianyu, a temporary alteration of his own, making by rights. With only 4 magical runes, he should bear the surname Bai. Yet Bai Sui Shan showed no surprise at his chosen name. Leaving Huanyu somewhat perplexed. As Huanyu was unfamiliar with the demon clan's techniques, he was compelled to rely solely on his raw demonic energy for combat. Bai Shan welcomed this, considering Huanyu as a powerful recultivator of the demon clan. Although his cultivation was not what it once was, he mused that if a more potent skill were to be unleashed, it could very well spell his doom. Thus, the two embarked on a fierce melee, engaging in a battle that was as visceral as it was exhilarating. As the revelations unfolded, Bai Shan's growing astonishment reinforced his convictions. He discerned that Huanyu possessed an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, far beyond what one might expect from a mere novice who had just coalesced a magic core. The fact that Huanyu had achieved firm magical patterns at such an early stage was unprecedented. Furthermore, when Huanyu introduced himself, all lingering doubts dissipated, leaving Bai Shan utterly convinced that the individual before him was indeed a reincarnated practitioner. Just as Bai Shan grappled with these thoughts, Tianyu interjected with some insights, essentially enlightening him about the nuances surrounding the magic clan's reincarnated practitioners. Upon hearing this, Huanyu experienced a moment of clarity. It appeared that Tianyu regarded him as a highly coveted entity, which elicited a bemused reaction from him. He hadn't anticipated being shrouded in such an enigmatic veil so inadvertently. His curiosity about Tianyu intensified, pondering the origins of the golden sword shadow that resided within him, seemingly involved in a myriad of affairs. Yet, whenever Huanyu inquired about its nature, Tianyu remained reticent, simply asserting that Huanyu was not yet worthy of such knowledge, which left him feeling quite vexed. That he mused to himself that despite Tianyu's impressive stature, he was still confined to residing within Huanyu's body. In this realm devoid of the existence of illusionary power, and with his own internal illusionary energy sealed by the venerable monk Mingxian, Huanyu found himself unable to cultivate as he once did. Given that Bai Shan regarded him as a reincarnated practitioner, Huanyu decided to adopt a more elevated stance and put forth several requests. To his surprise, the lord of the castle exhibited no signs of disdain. Instead, he regarded Huanyu's demands as entirely reasonable, adhering to each of his requests without hesitation. One of Huanyu's requests pertained to magic stones. As he had observed a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed since the manifestation of his magic core, such an opportunity was too precious to squander, and he was confident that with an ample supply of magic stones, a breakthrough was imminent. However, Bai Shan's reserves of magic stones were limited, barely sufficient for his daily needs. After reflecting on Huanyu's proposal, he resolutely made a decision to escort Huanyu to a magic stone mine he had painstakingly acquired. The magical energy in that location was substantially more potent than in the outside world, perfectly catering to Huanyu's desire for rapid cultivation. A considerable investment indeed, but one he hoped would yield fruitful results. This marked Huanyu's first visit to such a mine, and he felt a surge of curiosity. However, he was careful to maintain an air of composure in Bai Shan's presence, following closely behind him with a tranquil demeanor. As they walked, he observed that this so-called magic stone mine resembled the mines on Earth, shrouded in darkness. Along the way, they encountered numerous magic servants diligently chiseling away at the surrounding walls. Extracting chunks of dark crystals, the two continued onward without pause, delving deeper into the mine. "Here we are," Bai Shan announced after approximately half an hour of descent, halting before Huanyu. In truth, without his prompting, Huanyu had already sensed that the magical energy here was at least several times denser than that of the outside world. He felt a stir within, for to Bai Shan, this mine must undoubtedly be his most treasured possession, if not the most precious, then certainly among them. To think that he had brought himself here. Setting aside his intentions, this individual was indeed a worthy companion, for he was a person of remarkable resolve. "Thank you." Huanyu's tone was profoundly sincere, a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Bai Shan, too, perceived Huanyu's earnestness and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then clapped Huanyu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Brother Yu, there's no need for such formality. We are all brothers here." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Bai Shan, with a sense of understanding, took his leave, kindly reminding Huanyu that while this place could accelerate the cultivation speed, one should not overstay, no more than 3 days at a time. That he did not elaborate on the reasons. And after expressing his gratitude once more, Huanyu silently committed this advice to memory. In the ensuing month, Huanyu predominantly remained within the confines of the mine, diligently cultivating. Of course, he would occasionally venture outside for fresh air, as prolonged exposure to such a dim environment was bound to induce discomfort. His cultivation was steadily progressing, previously adorned with 4 demonic runes on his arm. Signs of a 5th were now beginning to manifest. Should it fully coalesce, it would signify his ascension to the realm of Huang. Such a pace, if placed within the context of Huanyu Continent, would be nothing short of extraordinary. In less than 3 months since his arrival in the demon realm, he was on the verge of elevating an entire realm, an achievement that typically took many individuals centuries to attain, yet he was achieving it in less than 1% of that time. As for why he had been able to harness the magical energy from the demon seed before, it was because the demon seed had been refined. Strictly speaking, it was merely a vessel. Moreover, each time he had drawn upon its power, he had emerged battered and nearly lost his life. However, there was no need for excessive pessimism. Huanyu had informed him that he had now completely resolved the long-standing issues within him, as all magical energy had been absorbed into the demon core, fully under Huanyu's control, relieving him of the burden of suppression. This was something Huanyu had long suspected, the reason for his body's fluctuating temperatures during childhood. The cold was undoubtedly the magical energy, while the warmth emanated from the power released by Huanyu. What precisely this power was remained a mystery to him. It was certainly not Huanyu, and he had no desire to inquire further, for Huanyu was notoriously tight-lipped. Additionally, if he could discover a method to fuse the two energies, it was highly likely that a brand new form of energy would emerge, one significantly more potent than either of the two. This thought served as a solitary consolation. Though even Huanyu was unaware of such a method, perhaps it existed, perhaps it did not. Who could say? Huanyu shook his head, temporarily casting aside these thoughts. Just as he was preparing to commence his cultivation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The entire mind began to tremble violently. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside. His mind racing with the thought, could this place be collapsing? 071 The anomaly of the Orvane. As the ethereal rain manifested outside the Orvane, it became apparent that the surroundings were teeming with the infernal minions who had previously toiled within. Each visage bore a countenance of uncertainty, and many were hastily attempting to flee. The tremors showed no signs of abating, rather, they intensified. Could it be that misfortune had truly struck, and a cave-in was imminent? Such thoughts plagued his mind, filling him with dismay. He was on the cusp of transcending to the next level, and if this place were to collapse now, the prolongation of his breakthrough would be unfathomable. With a soft sigh, he realized that further contemplation was futile. In an instant, he re-entered the mine, for his spiritual awareness had detected that several minions remained trapped inside. Given the intensity of the tremors, it was likely they would not escape in time. They were but unfortunate souls. How could Huanyu remain indifferent? He deftly maneuvered through the cavern, soon rescuing all remaining minions. Many gazes turned towards him, brimming with astonishment, though gratitude overshadowed their bewilderment. Although they were unaware of Huanyu's true identity, the respectful demeanor previously exhibited by Huanyu Mountain hinted that he was no ordinary individual. It was rare for someone of stature to regard their lives with such concern. Yet this man had taken action to save them, deepening their appreciation for him. The gravity of the situation had already prompted the guards to notify Huanyu Mountain, and just as Huanyu escorted the last individual to safety, the latter hurriedly arrived. With a swift glance, he discerned the state of the Orvane and gravely inquired of those nearby. The guards, faces etched with panic, were about to respond when Huanyu interjected. Stepping forward, Brother Suishan, are you unharmed? Huanyu Mountain inquired with concern. Huanyu shook his head to indicate he was unscathed and briefly relayed the circumstances. As he listened, Suishan's brow furrowed deeper. This was a predicament he had never encountered before. Since acquiring the Orvane, no such calamity had ever befallen it. Just as both men grappled with their confusion, the Orvane erupted with an even more violent tremor, one that dwarfed the previous shocks. Even their formidable cultivations nearly faltered, while the others succumbed to the ground, unable to maintain their footing. The entire Orvane nearly collapsed 2/3 of its structure in an instant, sending clouds of dust billowing forth. And the entrance was entirely engulfed by debris. What on earth is happening? Huanyu Mountain's expression darkened considerably as he hastily summoned all his magical energy to stabilize himself, a motion mirrored by Huanyu. Time passed, second by second, and fortunately, after the initial violent upheaval, the situation began to ease, signs of a return to tranquility emerging. After waiting for nearly an hour, the Orvane gradually settled into silence. The surrounding individuals, still trembling from the ordeal, helped one another to rise. Both Huanyu Mountain and Huanyu exhaled in relief, their magical energies slowly retracting. At long last, it had passed. Bai Suishan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, promptly composed himself, and called out to Huanyu before arranging for his subordinates to begin the cleanup. Although some collapses had occurred and the situation was rather grave, with a bit of tidying, it could be restored to its former state. After all, this was a hard-won treasure. On the third day after returning to the castle, a visitor finally sought out Huanyu. Observing the figure before him, he felt no surprise. The only astonishment was that this person had taken so long to find him. This individual was none other than his former roommate, Shipingxia. Huanyu sat regally, gazing down at the kneeling figure before him. His residence had now shifted to the uppermost level of the castle, adjacent to Bai Suishan's quarters. In the short span of a few months, both his status and position had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shipingxia's emotions were equally complex. The individual who had recently arrived at the castle and had previously shared a room with him, a fellow magic servant of similar standing, had ascended to heights that now felt nearly unattainable. It was an astonishing reality unfolding before his very eyes, rekindling a flame of ambition within him. His discontent propelled him to this place, for no one wishes to remain in a subservient role forever. Moreover, he sensed that this person could alter the course of his fate and offer him newfound hope. "Please, my lord, help me," he implored, his voice tinged with bitterness, resentment, and longing. A tapestry of intricate emotions escaped Huanyu's lips. If circumstances permitted, he would have wished to assist the man before him. Yet, he was constrained by his own limitations and could not help Shipingxia form a magic core as he had once done for Tiannu. Although it was a potential method, Huanyu knew that he was incapable of such a feat. This was beyond question. Otherwise, he would not have faced such arduous challenges previously, nearly failing in his endeavors. In his mind, he consulted Tiannu, who revealed that the assistance rendered to Huanyu had already drained much of its strength, compounded by the severe injuries it had previously sustained. Its current reserves were insufficient to replicate past feats. Understanding this, Huanyu felt a pang of sympathy, reluctant to extinguish the flickering hope that Shipingxia had just begun to nurture. "Please rise. I will do my utmost," he finally spoke in an instant. Shipingxia's eyes sparkled with renewed light, and he fervently expressed his gratitude. Though Huanyu's response was not entirely definitive, it was enough to instill in him a profound belief, prompting an important decision in his heart. Witnessing this transformation, Huanyu felt a lift in his own spirits. After exchanging a few casual words, Shipingxia departed, elated. Once he had left, Huanyu rubbed his forehead in slight vexation. Fortunately, there were still nearly 2 months until the next full moon. He hoped to devise a plan by then. Thus, after a few tranquil days at the castle, the cleanup at the mine was finally completed. However, when Bai Suishan approached him, he mentioned that some peculiar issues had arisen at the mine. Without elaborating further, Huanyu followed Bai Suishan, curiosity piqued, as they made their way back to the mine. Following the familiar path, he arrived at the place where he had previously trained, and a sudden gasp escaped his lips. How could this be? This location, which was once infused with magical energy several times denser than the outside world, now felt almost devoid of power, akin to a well on the verge of running dry. Observing his expression, Bai Suishan sighed helplessly, stating, "As you can see, it is not just here. The quality of the magical stones produced throughout the entire vein has plummeted by a significant tier, rendering them inferior goods." That he then produced a magical stone and handed it to Huanyu. Upon inspection, Huanyu noted the stark reduction in size, about 1/3 smaller than before, which was indeed unexpected. Just as both men lamented their plight, the entire mine suddenly began to tremble. Startled, they both thought, "Surely not again. If this continues, the mine will be rendered completely useless." Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to flee. When a fist-sized white crystal gradually floated from the ground, hovering silently in midair, radiating a blinding light, they quickly raised their hands to shield their eyes, while Huanyu's mind echoed with a startled exclamation. This unexpected scene caused both men to pause instinctively. It is well known that magical stones, regardless of their quality, are always pitch black. Moreover, even high-grade magical stones could never attain such a size. Thus, the appearance of this white crystal utterly surpassed Bai Suishan's understanding. He had never encountered nor heard of such a thing, and white objects were exceedingly rare in the demon realm. Huanyu, however, was different. Although he too did not recognize the object, he recalled that when the crystal first appeared, Tiannu had exclaimed a name in his mind. Turning to observe Bai Suishan's expression, which was filled with confusion, he chose not to reveal what he knew. Furthermore, after Tiannu had uttered the name, it fell silent, leaving him unaware of its specific function. The only certainty was that anything capable of astonishing such a being must be a treasure of some sort. Huanyu's eyes gradually sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at the white crystal. "Brother Yu, might you be familiar with this object?" Bai Shan, perceiving Huanyu as a seasoned practitioner, sought his insight. Upon hearing the inquiry, Huanyu turned to him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke the name of the object. "I only know that this item is called the Heart of the Magical Stone. As for its precise function, I am not entirely certain." After Huanyu spoke, Bai Shan murmured the name several times under his breath, ultimately shaking his head, as he had never heard of such a thing. However, from the name, it seemed to imply that this object was of a higher grade than ordinary magical stones. To quench his curiosity, Bai Shan slowly picked up the crystal, attempting to absorb its magical energy, while Huanyu, equally intrigued, quietly observed from the side. Within less than 2 breaths, Bai Shan's face suddenly changed dramatically, his breath quickening. This he then directly handed the crystal to the nearby Huanyu, gesturing for him to give it a try. Huanyu, filled with curiosity, accepted the crystal and, mimicking the earlier actions of Bai Shan, began to absorb its energy. In the next moment, his expression intensified even further, his eyes bulging in astonishment, a clear indication of the magnitude of his shock. At this juncture, the two finally began to comprehend certain truths. The collapse of the mind was not merely possibly related to this object, but undoubtedly so. For in just a fleeting moment of absorption, their internal magical powers surged noticeably, equating to the substantial progress made over several days of rigorous training. This notion equated to an acceleration by countless folds. Moreover, during regular cultivation, the ambient magical energy is invariably mixed with various unknown substances, which necessitates isolation and expulsion upon absorption. This is akin to the impurities expelled at the end of each training session, a process that applies to magical stones as well. However, this crystal was exceptional. Its internal magical power was utterly pure, devoid of any impurities, not only refined but also dense. It was indeed a treasure. Huanyu could hardly contain his drool that he could hardly fathom the potential of absorbing this crystal. It could not only enable the condensation of the 5th magical pattern, but might even bring him perilously close to the 6th. After all, this was essentially the quintessence of an entire mind, a colossal reservoir of energy. Following the earlier excitement, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Bai Shan felt a tumult of emotions. The benefits of this object were self-evident to him, yet he feared that this might fracture the hard-won rapport he had established with Huanyu, rendering his previous efforts futile. Before long, Bai Shan let out a startled exclamation, his breathing heavy, which caught Huanyu's attention. "How much time is left?" The shadow gestured before vanishing from sight, leaving Bai Shan deep in thought, his brows furrowed. But what had transpired? Did Brother Yu require this heart of the magical stone? Did such a question even need to be asked? Huanyu, not one to be overly coy, immediately spoke up. "Indeed, this object holds great significance for me, but I cannot accept a reward without merit. I have already received too many favors from my elder brother. As for this, please keep it for yourself." Upon hearing this, a rare flicker of emotion crossed Bai Shan's eyes, as he thought to himself that his efforts had not been in vain. He then continued, "Brother Yu, do not mention it. It is my honor to assist you. As for this heart of the magical stone, since it is of great use to you, I shall bestow it upon you." Has elder brother encountered some troubles? Huanyu was no fool. One does not simply give away such a valuable item without a motive. Bai Shan hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply. "To be honest, Brother Yu, I have just received some news. As you know, as a magic lord like myself, I am bound by the constraints of the magic generals, and my castle is subordinate to Huanyu City." Huanyu nodded, and Bai Shan rose, continuing to speak as he walked. The lord of Huanyu City is known as Qianli, a figure whose strength is estimated to be around the 6-path demonic patterns. 3 days prior, Qianli ventured into the ancient demon forbidden land, and it has since been confirmed that he has perished therein. Consequently, the position of city lord now stands vacant, according to established customs. Any faction affiliated with Huanyu City may dispatch representatives to vie for this position. However, for someone like me, the advantages of becoming a city lord are self-evident. Just the monthly collection of resources is enough to incite envy. With an abundance of resources, one can naturally elevate their strength at an accelerated pace. Yet, given that Baishu Mountain currently possesses a cultivation level of less than 4 demonic patterns, aspiring to seize this coveted opportunity seems nothing short of a pipe dream. Huanyu began to ponder deeply, setting aside the matter of the ancient demon-forbidden land. It was evident that Baishu Mountain was exceedingly eager to obtain the city lord position. His candid expression towards me undoubtedly implied a hope for my assistance. Thus, I spoke directly. Baishu, do not hesitate to speak your mind. There is no need for pretense between us. Upon hearing this, Baishu also omitted any circumlocution. He expressed his anticipation, for although Huanyu's cultivation was only marginally superior, he had once been a formidable figure, and it was reasonable to assume he possessed some hidden cards to play, certainly more than his own meager prospects. Now that the opportunity lay before him, how could he resign himself to inaction? Huanyu did not deliberate for long. With a swift gesture, he stowed away the heart of the demonic stone and turned to leave, for the answer required no further articulation. After agreeing to assist Baishu Mountain, Huanyu entered a period of rigorous cultivation. While the days leading to Guiyuan City approached quietly on a clear morning, a grand carriage had been prepared at the castle's entrance. Unlike the human realm, which employs horses for such tasks, the demon realm utilizes a beast known as the demon lion for carriage pulling. Demonic beasts are classified into 9 tiers, and unlike the fantastical beasts, demonic beasts possess a significantly limited intelligence. Only those above level 7 exhibit a modicum of awareness. The demon lion, residing around level 2, bears some resemblance to a lion, but is considerably larger, boasting remarkable endurance and a relatively gentle temperament, making it easier to tame. Huanyu and Baishu Mountain boarded the grand carriage in sequence, officially commencing their journey. The demonic servant in charge of the carriage was personally appointed by Huanyu. His name was Shijiaxia. Having already pledged assistance, and with the next full moon approaching, Huanyu considered it prudent to bring him along. This expedition to Guiyuan City aimed to seize the position of city lord. A pact between Huanyu and Baishu Mountain, but Huanyu harbored another motive as well. The white heart of the demonic stone remained quietly nestled within his spatial ring. Initially, after reaching an agreement with Baishu Mountain, Huanyu intended to absorb it immediately to enhance his strength. It was estimated that this crystal could elevate him to nearly the 6-path demonic pattern level. However, just as he was about to act, Tiannu intervened. Tiannu's counsel was clear. While direct absorption would indeed yield rapid strength enhancement, the true potential of this item could be further maximized. For optimal utilization, it was wiser to retain it for the time being. Although Huanyu felt a tinge of doubt, he ultimately chose to place his trust in it. After all, it had never been unfounded. However, a new dilemma arose. Despite his significant cultivation advancements thus far, he was entirely unfamiliar with the techniques of the demon realm. While he could manage in ordinary competitions, this was not merely a sparring session, it was a matter of life and death. Leaving him with little confidence, just as this thought crossed his mind, Tiannu doused him with a torrent of cold water. Regardless of whether it was illusory power or demon power, both could be classified as forms of energy. The techniques of humankind operated through meridians, and thus could not be executed with demon power. However, illusory techniques were a different matter. Whether they were illusory techniques or demon techniques, they merely represented a method of energy release. In other words, illusory techniques could indeed be unleashed using demon power. Initially, he anticipated difficulties, but the process turned out to be remarkably smooth. Take the flame shield, for instance. When formed with illusory power, it manifested as a fiery shield, whereas when condensed with demon power, it transformed into a pitch-black shield, wreathed in tendrils of dark energy reminiscent of demonic flames. After expending some time, he finally managed to convert all his illusory techniques, significantly bolstering his confidence. Moreover, he engaged in several exchanges with Bai Sui Shan, who nearly sustained serious injuries under Huanyu's flame fall, though he thankfully withdrew just in time. Observing Huanyu effortlessly wield such a formidable skill, Bai Sui Shan felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed he had indeed placed the right bet this time. Throughout their journey, Bai Sui Shan shared a wealth of information regarding their competitors. Although he only possessed a limited understanding as for how much Huanyu absorbed, that remained uncertain. It must be said that the speed of the demon lion was exceedingly swift. Huanyu pulled back the carriage curtain to gaze outside. The demon realm resembled a world shrouded in darkness, with objects zipping past at a rapid pace. Quickly diminishing his interest, he settled into a tranquil state, closing his eyes to rest, prompting Bai Sui Shan to likewise fall silent and shut his eyes. After approximately 10 days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. The city of the demon realm bore a striking resemblance to those of humankind, the only notable difference being the blackened walls. Huanyu, and Bai Sui Shan disembarked from the carriage, both appearing unfazed, while Qi Pingxia, who had driven them, wore an expression of exhaustion, just as they were about to step into the city. Another carriage suddenly approached, arriving before the city gates in the blink of an eye. Two individuals alighted from this vehicle, their features bearing a striking resemblance, likely brothers. Huanyu surmised. As Huanyu observed them, the two men directed their gaze towards him. After a brief glance, they did not exhibit any unusual reactions. However, upon noticing Bai Sui Shan behind Huanyu, their eyes glinted with a cold light, eliciting a disdainful sneer from Bai Sui Shan. "Let us go," Huanyu said lightly, not overly concerned, and prepared to take another step forward. Is that not our esteemed Lord of the 100 Years Mountain? Why is he trailing behind a mere child? Could it be that he has sought refuge with some powerful young master? Ha ha ha. The voice was not only loud but also grating, causing Huanyu to lower his foot that had just been raised. It appears that trouble is determined to find him. Despite his desire to avoid it is worth noting that the identity of Bai Sui Shan now belongs to him, while Huanyu himself is the true lord. Those vying for the position of city lord must possess the identity of a demon lord. Thus, Bai Sui Shan relinquished his position to Huanyu. In truth, given Huanyu's current prowess, assuming the title of demon lord would be a trivial matter. Although he has yet to absorb the heart of the demon stone, he has already condensed his fifth magic pattern. Turning his gaze, Huanyu found that the one who spoke was the younger of the two brothers. His face adorned with a mocking sneer, the elder brother stood with arms crossed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Behind Huanyu, Bai Sui Shan maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had not heard the taunts. However, this did not quell the youth's provocations. He was about to speak again when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. In an instant, his body traced a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, his expression one of excruciating pain, came Huanyu's cold and emotionless voice as his gaze bore down on the other brother. The elder brother's countenance grew grave as he felt Huanyu's penetrating stare. He had no intention of retaliating, still reeling from the speed at which Huanyu had harmed his sibling. Huanyu had initially wished to ignore the provocations, but it seemed these individuals were intent on courting trouble. Now, having rendered the youth obedient, he turned and began to stroll toward the city, with Bai Sui Shan and Shi Pingxia silently following. Bai Sui Shan, unfazed by Huanyu's actions, had anticipated such a response. At times, a fist speaks louder than words. The demon race, after all, is not one that can establish its presence through mere rhetoric. Meanwhile, Shi Pingxia was filled with indignation, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at Huanyu's retreating figure. In recent days, Guiyuan City has become unusually bustling, with many minor demon lords, previously under its jurisdiction, gradually converging here. After Huanyu and his companions entered the city, they were promptly assigned accommodations and informed that the methods and rules for the contest of the city lord's position would be officially determined 3 days hence. With a set timeline in place, and having traveled such a distance, Huanyu decided it would be prudent to rest a while, even if he did not feel particularly fatigued. He called out to Bai Sui Shan before retreating alone to his room, while Shi Pingxia stood guard at the door. Observing this, Bai Sui Shan chose not to voice any objections. Instead, he seized the opportunity to gather intelligence and reconnect with old friends. In this bustling city, there exists but a single sanctuary of tranquility, the residence of the former lord, Qianli. Following the demise of Qianli, the current steward of the lord's manor is Yuan, who acts as the acting lord. He is a trusted confidant of Qianli and possesses the highest prowess among the populace, ranking at the level of 5 magical runes. According to the established regulations, he is indeed qualified to vie for the position of lord. However, at this moment, this acting lord does not occupy the seat of authority. Instead, he stands quietly below. Seated in the prominent position is an elderly man with graying hair, adorned with 6 neatly aligned magical runes upon his arm. His identity is that of the Demon King's envoy. A sense of perplexity stirs within Yuan, for the deadline for resource submission has yet to arrive, yet this envoy has arrived prematurely, a rarity in prior occurrences. At least within his recollection, perhaps only once or twice is he here to contend for the Lord's position. A shadow of concern looms over Yuan's heart. Yuan, there is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat, the elder remarked with a faint smile, exhibiting no airs of superiority. Yuan offered a slight bow and gradually seated himself on the chair below. Although unaware of the envoy's name, he had become somewhat familiar with the figure over the years, as this person had consistently come to collect submissions. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. I have come for a matter of great importance. One that has been decreed by the demon king himself. Given his cultivation, if he were to proceed as before, his chances of victory would be substantial. The various demon lords under the dominion of Huanyu City were all documented, with the highest among them being on par with him, fostering considerable confidence. Yet, the presence of this envoy suggested potential upheaval. Dare I inquire, esteemed envoy, what command has the demon king issued? Huanyu Song inquired, his tone tinged with rigidity as he gazed up at the elder. The elder, perhaps sensing the shift in his demeanor, sighed softly and continued. This news has caused Huanyu Song's brow to furrow tightly, plunging him into deep contemplation that he had not anticipated such a decree from the demon king. The ancient demon Forbidden Land is one of the most enigmatic locales within the demon realm. Shrouded in countless secrets, the most well-known tale recounts a demon of 3 magical runes who, upon reaching a cultivation impasse and facing the end of his lifespan, entered the Forbidden Land with a mindset of mere experimentation. His family, believing he would never return, was astonished when, after 3 years, he emerged unscathed, still at the level of 3 magical runes. Yet, within a mere decade, his cultivation surged to the level of 7 magical runes, and he has since ascended to the status of one of the demon lords. This event sent ripples throughout the demon realm, prompting many to seek this lord's insights regarding the Forbidden Land. Yet he has remained steadfastly silent on the matter. After such an event transpired, a flicker of hope ignited among many individuals within the demon realm who had reached their limits in cultivation. Unable to advance any further, they eagerly ventured into this mysterious land, only for fate to play a cruel jest upon them. None of those who entered thereafter emerged alive. Gradually, the masses lost interest in this place, save for a few who clung to a sliver of hope, such as Qianli. Observing Huanyu Song enter a trance, the elder remained silent, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Originally, it had been agreed that the rules would be established on the 3rd day. Yet unexpectedly, news of this reached the demon lords competing for the title of city lord on the very next day. Many who learned of it found themselves engulfed in hesitation, for they were well aware of the perils that awaited them. Bai Suishan and Huanyu had also received the news. At this moment, Bai Suishan's visage was clouded with worry, while Huanyu's thoughts diverged in his mind. This so-called ancient demon forbidden ground was merely akin to his secret realm, and the so-called demon king was likely seeking to use them as cannon fodder. If this demon king truly desired something, it would be most prudent for him to act personally rather than entrust it to others. It was highly probable that he would make a personal appearance. Brother Suishan, did the news specify what kind of object we are to seek? Perhaps it mentioned some distinguishing characteristics. We cannot simply wander about aimlessly. Huanyu inquired, his confusion palpable. Upon hearing this question, Bai Suishan suddenly realized, smacking his forehead in realization that what exactly are we supposed to find? It seems that detail was indeed omitted. What could this possibly mean? I shall inquire further. With that, he abruptly dashed out. Huanyu was left utterly bewildered. How could they search for something when they had no clear understanding of what it was? If that object were to appear before him, he wouldn't even know it, and that would be a tremendous loss. Brother Yu, perhaps we should reconsider and abandon this endeavor. Bai Suishan sighed after a long period of contemplation. He genuinely did not wish for Huanyu to take unnecessary risks. After all, the position of city lord was not worth more than one's life. Huanyu could sense the sincerity in his words, yet having already accepted the reward, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty. Do not worry, I have a plan, he replied with unwavering resolve. 3 days later, the Demon King's envoy and Huanyu Song stood quietly before the city lord's mansion, awaiting the outcome. The rules had been announced to the crowd, and now they were in a state of anticipation. Participation was not mandatory, allowing anyone the option to withdraw. Hence they were uncertain how many would choose to proceed. As for Huanyu Song, there was no doubt he would not recoil from the challenge. After approximately a quarter of an hour had elapsed, figures finally began to emerge. The newcomers spoke little. They merely clasped their fists in greeting towards the 2 individuals before stepping aside to stand at attention. With the arrival of the first person, the number of attendees increased at a gradually quickening pace. Due to the modification of rules, Huanyu Song had anticipated a sudden decline in the number of participants. Indeed, after a full 2 hours had passed, only a little over 30 individuals had gathered. According to the information at his disposal, the number of demon lords visiting Huanyu City should have been close to 100. Stealing a furtive glance at the Demon King's envoy beside him, he observed the envoy's serene demeanor and refrained from speaking further. After waiting a while longer and seeing that no one else was arriving, the Demon King's envoy surveyed the crowd. The number of attendees exceeded his expectations, prompting him to nod in satisfaction before speaking. Since all have arrived, we shall set forth immediately. Wait! A sudden shout erupted from the crowd below. The Demon King's envoy, his expression darkening, turned to regard the speaker. The man steadied himself, approached, bowed, and then, summoning his courage, continued. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, what precisely we are to seek in the ancient demon-forbidden land? Without any hints or descriptions, how are we to commence our search? This query echoed the sentiments of nearly everyone present, and Huanyu Song turned to the elder, equally uncertain of the answer. Observing the commotion below, the Demon King's envoy raised his hand to silence the crowd, which promptly fell into silence, all eyes fixed upon him. The elder sighed and spoke. It is not that I wish to withhold information. In truth, I am equally unaware of what we are to seek. This revelation sparked an uproar among the assembly. Was this some sort of jest? Was the Demon King merely toying with them? Without guidance, description, or even a name, how were they to proceed? The elder recognized that without providing some clarity, the crowd would remain restless. Thus, with a flourish of his sleeve, a ripple emanated forth, slowly coalescing into a towering, translucent figure in the sky ahead. Though the apparition was somewhat indistinct, it emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure, compelling the crowd to kneel, including the elder and Huanyu Song. Despite his reluctance, Huanyu, too, was forced to kneel on one knee. Once the figure appeared, it did not speak, yet simultaneously, a voice resonated within the minds of all present. In this ancient demon-forbidden land, a singular object has materialized. Whoever among you is able to obtain it shall succeed the Lord of Guiyuan City. Subsequently, the crowd boarded a pitch-black flying vessel. Such ships were commonplace in nearly every city, and aside from Huanyu's curiosity, the others displayed no unusual reactions. This vessel was akin to the flying artifacts of the human race, albeit considerably larger, requiring high-grade magic stones to maintain its propulsion. The journey is perpetually tedious and devoid of excitement. Most of the passengers aboard the vessel have chosen to sit cross-legged in meditation, while a small group of acquaintances huddle together for conversation. In a secluded corner, Huanyu also settles into a cross-legged position. A gaze falls upon him from a short distance away. Without needing to look, he knows precisely who it belongs to. The elder brother of the pair he had reprimanded upon entering the city. The very same individual he had noted earlier at the gate of the city lord's residence. The presence of this person is entirely within his expectations from his inquiries at the 100 Years Mountain. He has learned that these brothers were indeed the ones who had once contended for the mining rights there. They had possessed a significant chance of claiming ownership of the mine. Yet their forces were outnumbered by those of the 100 Years Mountain. Consequently, despite their comparable cultivation levels, they ultimately returned empty-handed. This failure forged an irrevocable enmity between the two parties, culminating in the uproar at the city gate. Choosing to disregard this individual, Huanyu begins to communicate with Tiannu, hoping to extract some valuable information. However, he is met with disappointment, for Tiannu is equally ignorant of this place, let alone its intricacies. Faced with such circumstances, Huanyu finds himself at an impasse. It seems that only by venturing there can he hope to gain a comprehensive understanding. Nevertheless, whatever has roused the interest of a being of the Demon King's caliber is undoubtedly not of ordinary nature. And perhaps this endeavor might yield unexpected rewards, he muses. Time passes unmeasured, and the temperature in the air begins to drop gradually. Sensing the change, the others awaken and rise one by one, Huanyu included. He stands and strides to the bow of the ship to gaze outwards. The surrounding land is engulfed in total darkness, devoid of any structures, an expanse utterly barren, not even a solitary tree in sight. In the distance, a vast shroud of black mist looms, obscuring all visibility. As he observes, a small black that emerges from beyond the mist, initially no larger than the tip of a finger, but swiftly growing larger. When it fully materializes, he discerns that it is, in fact, another flying vessel, one that appears significantly larger than their own and is moving at a swifter pace. It seems this encounter will be quite lively. Huanyu murmurs softly to himself. Just then, the ship plunges unhesitatingly into the black mist, and as it is about to vanish entirely from sight, Huanyu's eyes widen in astonishment. He believes he has glimpsed a familiar silhouette standing upon the vessel. As Huanyu continues to ponder the identity of that fleeting figure, his own ship approaches the black mist without pause, plunging directly into its depths. Upon entering, a collective shiver runs through the passengers. For the temperature here is even lower than outside. Huanyu estimates it to be several degrees below freezing. The surroundings are shrouded in obscurity, rendering everything invisible, with only an expanse of impenetrable darkness in sight. Before long, the ship gradually comes to a halt. Under the guidance of the Demon King's envoy, everyone disembarks onto the ground as Huanyu had anticipated. The scene is indeed bustling with activity, from multiple directions. Similar flying ships have appeared. A casual glance reveals that each vessel carries approximately a dozen or 20 individuals, while the massive ship that had entered earlier is nowhere to be seen. Before the gathered crowd lay a primordial forest, where countless towering trees, cloaked in an inky darkness, intertwined in a chaotic embrace. The ground retained its monotonous hue, and as a gentle breeze swept through, an ancient and decaying aura enveloped the air, casting an eerie chill. This place was one of the most enigmatic realms of the demon world, known as the Forbidden Land of the Ancient Demons. The emissary of the Demon King stood silently, motionless, while others remained rooted in place, awaiting further developments. The cursory glance by Huanyu revealed the presence of approximately 8 teams, each huddled together in similar fashion, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness, devoid of conversation. As nearly an hour slipped by, impatience began to etch itself upon the faces of many. It was then, without warning, that 5 figures materialized in the sky, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Yet, the features of these individuals were shrouded in an indistinct haze, obscuring their true appearances. The unexpected quintet comprised 4 men and 1 woman. Among the men, 3 were clad in dark garments, their physiques notably robust, towering over the average person. The final man appeared more akin to an ordinary individual, dressed in a flowing purple robe. The woman, in stark contrast, donned an eye-catching, form-fitting crimson gown, her perfectly proportioned figure drawing the gaze of many, prompting audible sounds of swallowed breaths from the crowd. Surprisingly, the number of arrivals was quite substantial. The woman in the sky paid no heed to the lingering stares, instead directing a light laugh towards the other 4. The sound resonated in the ears of the onlookers, sending a shiver down their spines. "Ha ha, Huajia, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems this gathering won't be too solitary after all," remarked one of the men in black, his voice laced with excitement. This revelation left Huanyu somewhat astonished. Could this woman possess some significant background? The mere fact that these 5 could hover in the air suggested they were all of at least the Demon King's caliber, confirming his earlier conjecture, though he anticipated the presence of 5 at once. "If you wish to reminisce, I shall take my leave first," spoke the man in the purple robe, his voice eliciting a sense of discomfort in Huanyu. Although he was clearly male, his tone carried an effeminate quality, leading Huanyu to suspect he might be an otherworldly being, causing an involuntary shiver to course through him. "Let us commence," responded another man in black, his voice deep and rugged. With a swift gesture, an ethereal silhouette materialized in the sky, resembling a heart. Yes, a heart-esque phantom, undulating slowly before morphing into a colossal humanoid specter. Notably, this figure sported 2 horns atop its head, and instead of hands, it bore claws, with its feet similarly equipped. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively furrowed their brows. The ethereal figure before them resembled some form of monstrous beast. Despite their fervent attempts to dredge up memories, they ultimately found themselves at a loss to ascertain the true nature of this entity. Yet amidst them, there was one individual who recognized it. He was Huanyu, who stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. The visage of this spectral form was not only familiar to him, but was eerily reminiscent of his own appearance post-transformation into a demonic entity, a fact that rendered him speechless in disbelief. Having completed his pronouncement, the man clad in black addressed the assembly below. "Though I remain unaware of your affiliations, it is clear that your mission aligns uniformly to seek out this entity. Whosoever succeeds in locating it, regardless of whom it is delivered to among the 5 of us, shall receive a most satisfactory reward." Following his declaration, the other 4 individuals echoed his sentiments. With 8 teams present, it would be expected that 8 demon lords would manifest. However, the presence of only 5 suggested that the remaining 3 were likely preoccupied with matters of greater import or perhaps had already infiltrated the fray. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the assembly gleamed with newfound determination. Now armed with a clear objective, their task seemed significantly more manageable. Many hastily plunged into the forest, eager to seize the opportunity before it could be snatched away by others. Once the majority had vanished into the depths of the woods, the 5 figures in the sky exchanged glances and simultaneously disappeared from sight. They are demons, true demons, the voice of Tian reverberated in Huanyu's mind. Imbued with an undertone of anger and gravity, true demons, Huanyu echoed softly. Indeed, they were true demons. To be precise, they were neither beasts nor phantoms, nor were they human. Their classification remained elusive, but one undeniable trait was their utter lack of emotion and intellect, rendering them as mere machines of slaughter, bred solely for destruction. As he pondered this, Tian abruptly fell silent, as if a certain taboo had silenced him. What purpose do their hearts serve? Huanyu refrained from pressing Tian further, instead focusing on discerning the intentions of the 5 figures. In truth, they possess no hearts, Tian clarified. Yet just moments ago, Huanyu's confusion deepened, for the apparition in the sky had unmistakably resembled a heart. That was not a heart. If my conjecture is correct, it was a manifestation of the soul. The fact that it appeared here is quite extraordinary. Could it be the soul? Huanyu mused, yet another concept beyond his comprehension. Tian continued his explanation. The conditions for the birth of this entity are exceedingly harsh, Tio put it plainly. In order to bring this being into existence, one must first slay a considerable number of demons, and then gather their corpses in a single location. Only after countless ages might there be a possibility of formation, just a possibility, not a certainty. Do you comprehend? Huanyu inhaled sharply, contemplating the sheer power required to annihilate such a multitude of demons. At the time, he was merely a grand illusionist, yet upon transformation, he could contend with the formidable Bai Wuxin, a near-illusion king. What, then, could the true demons be like in their terrifying essence? Could it be that someone is truly engaged in such a reckless act in this place? He raised his gaze towards this enigmatic locale, pondering the multitude of secrets it harbored. What purpose could this entity serve that even demon lords would covet it so fervently? After posing his inquiry, Tian Nu divulged an answer that left Huanyu utterly ravenous with desire. With exhilaration coursing through him, Huanyu hastened through this mysterious realm, for Tian Nu's revelation was far too tantalizing for him to resist. His singular focus was now on acquiring this entity for himself, with little regard for the rewards promised by the demon lords. After a considerable sprint, he halted, still uncertain of the vastness of this place. Despite his lengthy journey, he had yet to encounter a single living creature, nor had he seen those who had entered before him. The ground beneath him was no longer an absolute black, but rather speckled with patches of a slightly dark brown hue. Huanyu crouched to touch the surface, then brought his fingers to his nose to inhale deeply. These spots exuded a metallic scent, intermingled with decay, suggesting they were remnants of blood left long ago. Without lingering excessively, he pressed onward, gradually coming upon numerous bones, both human and beast. One particularly large skeleton was beyond his ability to name. These remains were not the typical white one would expect, but rather a muted gray. When Huanyu picked up a human bone and gently squeezed it, a sharp crack resonated, revealing a hollow interior. Remarkably clean, a knowing expression crossed his face, confirming his suspicions. Under normal circumstances, bones would be white, but such discoloration could only indicate one possibility. The marrow had been completely drained during the individual's lifetime. Leaving no upon witnessing this, Huanyu casually stood with his hands behind his back, simultaneously extending his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings, as if to provide protection for this individual. After all, he was the first person Huanyu had encountered during his prolonged stay here, and he hoped to glean some information from him. An hour passed quietly, and the man beneath the tree had nearly completed his healing. His vitality had visibly strengthened. He rose and approached Huanyu, clasping his fists in greeting. "Thank you." Huanyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence, and then inquired, "From your appearance, it seems you were not harmed by another." The reason Huanyu made this observation was due to the unbandaged wounds on the man's body, most of which resembled claw marks. If inflicted by another, such injuries would not appear in this manner. Upon hearing his words, the man exhibited a hint of sorrow, letting out a heavy sigh. "To be candid, I entered with 2 friends. Initially, we encountered no dangers. But when we arrived at a certain location, a level 5 beast suddenly sprang forth. With our combined strength, we should not have feared it. However, this creature was peculiar. Despite being merely level 5, its ferocity was astonishing, seemingly impervious to pain. Consequently, rather than gaining the upper hand at this point, he could no longer bear to continue, and Huanyu could surmise the implication that the other 2 companions had likely departed from this world entirely. Moreover, Huanyu noted the phrase "not fearing pain," which sparked some conjectures in his mind. What are your plans moving forward? Huanyu asked, tilting his head to regard the man. Observing his expression, Huanyu chose to refrain from further dialogue. His figure flickering as he pressed onward. A level 5 beast was insufficient to deter him. The principle of seeking fortune amidst danger was self-evident, especially considering that this could potentially lead to great wealth. Until Huanyu's silhouette vanished completely, the man cast a lingering glance deep into the forest before striding away without a backward look. As he ventured further in, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Huanyu encountered more individuals, and with them, greater peril. First, various beasts of uneven ranks began to emerge, filling the air with cries of battle, roars, and screams. Bang! Huanyu delivered a powerful punch, shattering the skull of a level 3 beast. Dark blood splattering across the ground and onto his own body. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he lost count of how many he had dispatched, as though he had stumbled into a den of beasts. They surged forth relentlessly. Although their levels were not particularly high, their numbers were overwhelming. He finally grasped the meaning of not fearing pain. These beasts shared a common trait. Their eyes were blood red, and they charged forth with reckless abandon. Huanyu had fully unleashed the formidable aura of his 5 magical runes, astonishingly daring even level 1 beasts to attack him. This was akin to courting death. Yet, these creatures remained undeterred, impervious to the might of his presence. Such behavior would be considered utterly abnormal outside this realm, and Huanyu had begun to comprehend the underlying reasons for it. Caution, just as he was about to take a moment's respite. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed in his mind, compelling him to retreat without a second thought. Despite his utmost efforts to react swiftly, a sharp pain surged in his chest. Upon steadying himself, he glanced down to find his garments torn, blood seeping through the fabric, and before he could tend to his wounds, a chilling glimmer rushed towards him once more. With a low growl, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy that coalesced into a protective shield. A piercing sound erupted, and seizing the opportunity, he hastily continued his retreat. It was only then that Huanyu truly discerned the nature of his assailant, a creature with horns, massive claws, and an ethereal form. He gasped in astonishment. Before him stood a demon, its body rendered nearly transparent, devoid of a solid form. Judging by the earlier attack, it was evident that with his current prowess, Huanyu would struggle to gain the upper hand. The transparent specter hesitated momentarily, surprised that its prey had evaded its strike, before vanishing in a flicker. Huanyu, witnessing its disappearance, did not entertain the notion that this entity would graciously spare him. Instinctively on high alert, he felt a surge of magical energy coursing through him when suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared above him. With a casual wave, a blast of magic shot forth, followed by a blood-curdling scream. In the air nearby, the previously transparent specter reemerged, albeit now appearing somewhat weakened, its ethereal form even more translucent and exuding a hint of fear. It was at this moment that Huanyu looked up, spotting a voluptuous and strikingly beautiful figure suspended in midair. It was her. Huanyu was momentarily taken aback. This figure, the one he had encountered earlier, was none other than one of the 5 demon lords. Huaji. The reason for her sudden appearance here remained a mystery. Huaji's expression was devoid of her usual mirth, replaced by a hint of disappointment. She had merely been passing by when she sensed a faint presence, prompting her to hasten to the source, expecting to confront her target. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the transparent specter she had expelled bore only a superficial resemblance to her intended quarry, being merely a pure spirit devoid of substance. With a soft sigh, she vanished from sight. Dismissing her fleeting thoughts, Huanyu confirmed that the demon had indeed vanished, and hastily attended to his wounds. Although he had narrowly escaped with only superficial injuries, he needed to staunch the bleeding, as his chest was already stained crimson. Just as he began to remove his torn clothing to tend to his injuries, Huaji reappeared before him, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. The atmosphere grew tense. He stood there bare-chested, revealing his well-defined physique, utterly unprepared for the sudden presence of a woman. Ultimately, he was the first to regain composure. Hastily donning his clothes, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment, with a sudden cackle, a chill ran down the spine of Huanyu. Although the woman before him appeared youthful, possessing an exquisite beauty and figure, he could not forget that she was a being of demonic lord caliber. At the very least, she must be several centuries old. Being scrutinized by such a seemingly ancient enchantress sent shivers through him. And he recalled a saying, one may not be a normal person, but at the very least, one ought to be a respectable individual. The two stood facing each other, each harboring their own thoughts, neither daring to break the silence. As for why Huaji had returned, it was due to a conjecture stirring in her mind that she wished to validate. However, What other thoughts occupied her heart at this moment remained a mystery. Throughout the demon realm, Huaji's name resonated with renown, though her notoriety stemmed not from her prowess but from her scandalous personal life. Rumors circulated that she possessed over 100 male consorts, each one a formidable force in their own right. The truth of these claims was shrouded in uncertainty, yet her flirtatious demeanor led many to accept them as fact. Even so, due to her power as a demon lord, others dared not voice their speculations. Once, an audacious demon general broached the subject in private, only to be discovered lifeless in his own bed a few days later, the cause of death attributed to rather unsavory circumstances. From that point onward, the populace grew increasingly cautious in their words, well aware that misfortune often stemmed from careless speech, unbeknownst to Huanyu. These tales circulated around him as he wrestled with his own turmoil. The sudden appearance and disappearance of this woman left him utterly bewildered, and her reemergence raised questions about her intentions. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, shattered by the arrival of an unwelcome beast. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature, reminiscent of a toad, materialized before them. Its massive form was adorned with numerous dark, bulbous protrusions, and its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a rhinoceros, an odd combination. Indeed, despite its peculiar appearance, the beast exuded an imposing aura that could not be underestimated. From the moment it appeared, Huanyu felt a surge of anger and gravity. In his estimation, the creature was at least a level 6, and he was utterly incapable of contending with it. Escape was his only option. As he pondered his next move, the other figure beside him had already sprung into action. Huaji, now seething with rage, had been lost in thoughts of delightful reverie, only to be abruptly interrupted by this infernal beast. In an instant, she activated her berserker mode and charged forward. The ensuing spectacle caused Huanyu's eyelids to flutter uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. He finally grasped the meaning of the term mother tiger. Huaji wielded no weapon. None was necessary. With her strength, she could effortlessly subdue even a level 7 beast, let alone this level 6 foe. With no flourish or fanfare, her magic swirled around her as she raised her fist and delivered a devastating blow to the creature's crown. With a resounding thud, a single punch sent the colossal beast soaring, causing the very ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Witnessing this, Huanyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned his gaze towards the cruel smile adorning Huaji's face, a deep gulp escaping his throat. This woman was akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of strength behind that blow. The beast, which must have weighed at least several hundred tons, was utterly terrifying. Was she truly human? At that moment, intense doubts flooded Huanyu's mind. The beast, enraged by the blow it had just received, executed an astonishingly agile maneuver, its massive hind legs pounding the ground with ferocity. It lunged forward, its gaping maw wide open, intent on swallowing this audacious little creature to vent its fury. As the monstrous jaws approached, Huaji emitted a cold snort, her hands forming intricate gestures. Slowly, 10 black flowers began to coalesce before her, each one towering at 3 zhong in size. Go, she commanded, and with that utterance, the 10 black blossoms flew forth in unison, crashing into the beast's cavernous mouth. Boom, boom, boom. 10 thunderous explosions resounded from within the beast's maw, sending it hurtling through the air once more. This time, it did not rise immediately but writhed on the ground, emitting pitiful cries. Huanyu focused intently, observing the creature's mouth and nostrils gushing forth blood in torrents, a dark, viscous liquid spilling out uncontrollably until the ground was awash with it. Hiss! Witnessing the beast's tragic state, Huanyu covered his mouth with one hand, instinctively aware of the pain it must be enduring. Yet Huaji showed no signs of mercy. With a flash of her figure, she charged forward again. Huanyu turned away, the sounds of crackling and the beast's lamentations echoing behind him. A full quarter of an hour passed, and silence enveloped the area. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into Huanyu's nostrils as he slowly turned around, only to be greeted by the sight of a smiling face. However, something about that smile sent a chill down his spine. As for the beast, he had no desire to cast it another glance. That night, Huanyu sat beside the fire, a look of distress etched across his features. Not far from him, a bewitching figure lounged lazily against a tree, occasionally lifting her calf, her every frown and smile exhibiting an enchanting allure. It was Huaji, stealing a glance. Huanyu noted that this woman seemed to possess an innate ability to bewitch. Even her slightest movements left one parched and longing. He muttered to himself, what a fairy. Since that fateful day when they returned and vanquished the 6th level beast, Huaji had steadfastly followed Huanyu under the pretense of protection. leaving him utterly perplexed. They were strangers, their identities disparate, and this so-called protection seemed utterly bewildering. Huanyu would never be swayed by so-called beauty. This woman must have ulterior motives for following him. Several possibilities crossed his mind, such as her being enamored with him or perhaps drawn to his physique. He raised a hand to caress his own face and muscles, then promptly shook his head to dispel such narcissistic thoughts. It was undoubtedly impossible. A woman of her age had encountered all manner of men. Although he did possess a certain degree of handsomeness, he couldn't help but inwardly commend himself, his audacity unmatched. Returning to the matter at hand, aside from that reason, the only remaining possibility was, indeed, that particular thing. Yes, only that could elucidate why this woman behaved as she did, gently snapping a twig and tossing it into the fire. Huanyu let out a soft sigh, then settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. Overthinking would yield no results. If this woman insisted on accompanying him, what could he do but acquiesce to the natural course of events? As he fully closed his eyes and sank into tranquility, beneath the tree, Huaji slowly turned her head, scrutinizing him closely. This youth was likely no more than in his early 20s, a deduction she was capable of making. Yet, his cultivation had already reached the realm of 5 demonic runes, a talent that could be deemed extraordinary even within the entirety of the demon realm. Most significantly, despite their prolonged journey as solitary man and woman, their exchanges had been scarce. Nevertheless, she had never perceived any hint of desire in Huanyu's gaze. No matter how she flirted, he remained as if inherently oblivious, utterly unmoved. She even began to question whether this young man had some issue in that regard. Raising her delicate hand to touch her own face, she wondered if her allure had diminished so drastically that in the past, any man who laid eyes on her would be instantly captivated, lost in her charm, a sensation she relished. This time, however, it caught her off guard, leaving her somewhat vexed. Fixating intently on his somewhat refined features, her eyes gleamed with ambition, though she accompanied him for such purposes, to prove her own allure. She secretly resolved to ensure this young man would ultimately succumb to her wiles. With that thought, a faint smile graced her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. This heralded a future fraught with turmoil for Huanyu, as this woman increasingly acted as if she were completely infatuated with him. Her demeanor grew bolder and more provocative. Her casual expressions and sounds were utterly tantalizing. Even more audaciously, she would unexpectedly stumble and fall to the ground. Just as Huanyu moved to assist her, a fortunate tear in her garment revealed a glimpse of pristine white, causing him to inwardly curse, nearly spitting blood in exasperation. If this continued, trouble would surely ensue. It was unmistakably a temptation to lead him astray. Several times, he found himself on the brink of losing control, contemplating taking drastic measures against this brazen temptress. Damn it, it was utterly intolerable. Yet, in the end, reason triumphed over desire, and he came to understand that this woman's actions were entirely deliberate. One would hardly believe that a formidable being, a veritable demon lord, could stumble while walking. Upon grasping this notion, it became evident that despite the various provocative tactics employed by Huanyu remained utterly composed, seemingly unmoved. Perhaps disheartened by the lack of progress after prolonged confrontation, Huanyu gradually lost interest. Furthermore, as they neared the very heart of the ancient demon forbidden zone, the peril escalated manifold. Not only did the level of the emerging beast rise significantly, but a far more troublesome entity also manifested. Huanyu found himself engaged in fierce combat with this new adversary. Observing from a distance, Huanyu's brow furrowed slightly. This creature bore a resemblance to a puppet, maintaining a humanoid form with limbs intact, yet it was pallid and devoid of life, enveloped in a thick, oppressive aura of demonic energy. Its head, nearly obscured by this malevolent miasma, revealed only 2 piercing red glimmers, rendering its features indiscernible. After delivering a powerful punch, Huanyu retreated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Since the creature's appearance, he had battled it for nearly half an hour, yet the struggle grew increasingly frustrating. The creature's nature was elusive. It seemed devoid of sensation, absorbing his most intricate strikes without flinching or evading. Despite sustaining numerous hits, it displayed no signs of injury. Rather, its demonic energy seemed to intensify, as if it were siphoning the very essence of Huanyu's attacks. Meanwhile, Huanyu's own stamina dwindled significantly, for he not only had to launch offensive maneuvers, but also endure relentless assaults from this entity. In this relentless exchange, he was destined to be gradually worn down. Seizing a moment of respite, Huanyu approached him. Having observed the entire battle, she had gleaned a fair understanding of the situation and spoke softly to Huanyu. "You should take a moment to rest. Her tone was devoid of previous teasing. Her expression markedly indifferent. Although Huanyu was taken aback, he felt a sense of relief. This demeanor was more befitting of a demon lord, suggesting that the woman had finally returned to her senses. Without further ado, he nodded gently, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate, while extending his spiritual awareness. As Huanyu withdrew, the newly manifested creature took note of Huajia, emitting a hoarse, unsettling growl as it charged towards her, its fists gathering a dense, swirling demonic energy. Huajia, perceiving this, exhibited a hint of disdain. Such an attack seemed akin to a child's skirmish in her eyes. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she unleashed a far more potent surge of demonic energy, which collided with the puppet in a resounding crash. The puppet was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the pitch-black ground, leaving behind a substantial crater. Huanyu, who was in the midst of recuperation, felt a jolt of alarm. Though he was aware of the woman's formidable prowess, having witnessed her capabilities earlier, he realized he had underestimated her. The entity that had thwarted him for so long was effortlessly reduced to such a state by her mere flick of the wrist. Just then, the puppet, undeterred by the blow, trembled and sprang back up from the pit, displaying little sign of the impact it had endured. However, what was somewhat unexpected this time was that it stood motionless, and those two crimson glimmers, resembling eyes, flickered slightly as if engaged in contemplation. Indeed, contemplation. Both the standing Huaji and the cross-legged Huanyu found it rather astonishing. Could it be that this entity possessed some form of consciousness? They had previously sensed nothing amiss, before either could react. The puppet seemed to receive some form of command, swiftly moving its hands to unleash a torrent of magical energy that surged toward them. Humph! In an instant, her body lunged forward, intent on detaining the puppet. But in the next moment, she was compelled to halt, for the creature had once more coalesced a strand of magical energy, targeting the seated Huanyu. Damn it! With a quiet expletive, Huaji immediately redirected her form to stand before Huanyu, effortlessly neutralizing the impending strike. Yet, due to this brief delay, the puppet's figure had already vanished from sight. Huaji's eyes glinted with cold light as she stood there, her expression somber. Half an hour passed silently, and Huanyu's previous exhaustion had completely recovered. Slowly, he opened his eyes and rose to stretch. Huaji remained in front of him, seemingly lost in thought. Huanyu gazed at her fiery red silhouette, an unusual stirring of emotion blossoming within him. He felt a twinge of gratitude for the moment she intervened to shield him from harm. This woman, despite her occasional frivolity, was not inherently ill-natured. Huanyu stared at the spot where she had vanished, momentarily dazed, then reconsidered. Perhaps her displeasure stemmed from the fact that he had inadvertently allowed the puppet to escape, leading her to view him as a burden. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, took a moment to ascertain his direction, and set forth. After the earlier events, Huanyu had grown increasingly cautious. With no allies beside him, he could only rely on himself. Should he encounter foes akin to the puppet, he feared he would be at a disadvantage. His soul perception radiated outward, placing him in a heightened state of alertness, ready to respond to any slight disturbance. For 3 full days, the surroundings suddenly felt transformed. Not a single puppet was in sight, nor even a solitary magical beast. Huanyu found himself perplexed, beginning to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn. Yet, he had clearly pressed forward without deviation, and the oppressive atmosphere around him had only intensified, indicating he had indeed ventured deeper. Just as he pondered this conundrum, his soul perception finally detected living beings, not merely one, but a multitude. It would be more fitting to describe it as a throng. After retracting his soul perception and pausing to contemplate, he discerned that a large assembly of magical beings had gathered not far from him. Although their faces were unfamiliar, he could ascertain that they were all individuals who had previously entered this place together, now congregated in a single locale, which struck him as rather peculiar. Without further hesitation, he concealed his form and gradually advanced, resolved to investigate the matter further. Before long, Huanyu arrived not far from the throng of people. Discreetly concealing his form in the shadows, the cursory glance revealed approximately 50 to 60 individuals, nearly all bearing wounds, likely the result of their arduous journey through battle. However, the gazes of these individuals were collectively fixed upon a singular point. Following their line of sight, Huanyu soon discerned that in the distant sky, demonic energy surged chaotically, obscuring both sun and sky, intermittently erupting with thunderous blasts. The overwhelming force suggested that a fierce conflict was underway, with even the stray shockwaves crashing down to create large craters in the ground. Due to the tumultuous energy, the identities of those engaged in combat remained shrouded in mystery. Consequently, Huanyu activated his soul perception in a bid to uncover the truth, but he quickly found himself regretting this decision. As his perception drew near, his physical form emitted a muffled groan. The sheer ferocity of the energy inflicted significant damage upon his soul perception. Nevertheless, true to his nature, such obstacles would not deter him. He immediately exerted his full strength and staggered forward to investigate further. After a prolonged effort, his soul perception finally penetrated the tumultuous energy. By this time, blood had begun to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and his remaining soul perception had dwindled to a mere thread. Fortunately, he achieved his objective and beheld the combatants engaged in battle. The conflict was divided into two factions, one comprised of two men clad in black and a man in purple, accompanied by a shadow of vivid red. Without a doubt, Huanyu recognized these individuals. They were the formidable demon lords he had encountered previously, including the alluring Huaji. All four exhibited signs of disarray, their expressions tense and grave, as they unleashed powerful attacks without cease. As for the opposing faction, Huanyu was taken aback, his breath quickening, and a gasp escaping his lips. This faction consisted solely of two entities, one being another black-clad demon lord, while the other was a creature that left Huanyu in a state of shock. With horns protruding from its head, enormous claws, and a body adorned with jet-black markings, its visage remained obscured, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. That moment, Huanyu immediately identified this creature as the true demon. His certainty stemmed from the fact that this entity was single-handedly contending against Huaji and the two black-clad men, effectively withstanding the combined might of three demon lords. It was inconceivable that a mere puppet could achieve such a feat. After all, the prior puppet had fled in abject terror at the hands of Huaji after a mere encounter. At this juncture, Huanyu also noted an anomaly. Why was the black-clad demon lord aiding this demon? Had they perhaps struck some form of unholy bargain? Upon further scrutiny, Huanyu finally discerned the crux of the matter. The black-clad demon lord allied with the demon exhibited distressing signs, appearing beleaguered under the onslaught of the purple-clad man, his face marred by expressions of struggle and his eyes bloodshot, reminiscent of someone under coercion. With this realization, Huanyu refrained from overthinking the situation. It seemed the outcome of this battle would not be resolved in the near term. Thus, he resolved to observe the unfolding events quietly, awaiting an opportune moment to act. Alas, just moments ago, his breath was momentarily exposed, and as a result, the creature's gaze instantly shifted towards him. He had no choice but to flee at once. Whether losing his life was a possibility remained to be seen. But the most dreadful outcome would surely be to become a puppet, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. The instant he began to take flight, the creature forcefully hurled three demon lords aside and immediately pursued him, its crimson eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement, as if it had encountered something it desperately craved. This sudden movement did not go unnoticed by the other three demon lords, who swiftly followed in pursuit, leaving only the man in purple robes engaged in combat with another controlled demon lord. As for the onlookers, a chorus of gasps erupted. To them, it appeared that the monster was terrified by the three demon lords and was attempting to flee. It must be said, ignorance is indeed a formidable force. Upon seeing the monster close in, Huanyu exerted himself even more fervently, nearly surpassing his own limits. Yet, he could still feel a menacing aura relentlessly fixated upon him. He hurriedly called out for Tiannu in his heart. If anyone could assist him now, it would surely be this entity. The creature's crimson gaze fixated on the figure desperately fleeing ahead, radiating an unusual exhilaration. The earlier aura indeed bore some resemblance to its own, igniting a flicker of hope towards an objective that had long resided in its heart. Its crimson eyes flickered rapidly as it accelerated once more. Huanyu was the first to sense this shift, and he could not help but lament his predicament. Just as Huajia and the two men in black found themselves engulfed in confusion, unsure of why the creature suddenly howled, a multitude of shadowy figures materialized in an instant, appearing before the trio and forcing them to halt mid-air, their expressions shifting dramatically. This sudden emergence of over 20 figures, all exuding a uniform aura of dark magic, bore pallid, vacant faces and blood-red eyes. These were undoubtedly the puppets Huanyu had encountered earlier, now standing directly in their path, summoned by the true demon moments prior. After executing this maneuver, the creature emitted a low grunt, disregarding the three behind it as it continued its relentless pursuit. Huanyu witnessed this scene unfold, and his heart sank into despair, contemplating his impending doom. He had initially thought that if the three demon lords caught up, perhaps he might seize an opportunity to escape, or at the very least, preserve his life. He even contemplated whether to retreat to the demon lords. But now, that faint glimmer of hope had been utterly shattered before it could take form. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the creature had already closed the distance, its superior cultivation level rendering Huanyu helpless, forcing him to remain stationary while preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Man and monster locked eyes, neither daring to utter a word. Huanyu had thoroughly discerned the true visage of this demonic entity, which bore an exact resemblance to the spectral form he had previously encountered. Moreover, he was quite familiar with this appearance, for it mirrored his own form after being corrupted by the seed of darkness. At that time, despite the chaos clouding his consciousness, some vague impressions had lingered, though he retained a semblance of human appearance. This creature exuded an aura devoid of facial features, possessing only a pair of blood-red eyes. As Huanyu observed, the demon was likewise scrutinizing him. Upon fully grasping Huanyu's presence, the creature's excitement surged, emanating an overwhelming sense of longing. Huanyu felt a chill run down his spine at its display, pondering, could it be that this creature is female? Oh my goodness, it seems that being too handsome can also be a perilous trait. At that moment, he found himself entertaining such thoughts, a testament to his audacity. The demon, of course, was oblivious to Huanyu's musings. It was solely focused on hastily validating its suspicions. Thus, it spoke directly, employing a peculiar language. Cha and I wu hong ma deji. After uttering these words, its crimson gaze fixated intently on Huanyu, confirming its final assessment. Just as Huanyu's brow furrowed in confusion, a voice resonated in his mind. Tiannu was inquiring, "Who are you?" Upon hearing Tiannu's voice, Huanyu quietly exhaled in relief. At last, she had made her appearance. However, a sudden thought struck him. Why was this demon asking for his identity? Could it be? No need to overthink it. He simply responded, "Cha ja kue la." Just as he prepared to seek guidance from Tiannu, she promptly spoke in his mind. Huanyu, compelled by her words, hesitantly articulated the phrase, his delivery somewhat awkward yet resolute in his belief that this creature would not harm him. Strangely enough, upon hearing Huanyu's utterance, the demon appeared even more elated and restless, poised to continue the exchange. However, their dialogue was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of another figure. As Huanyu beheld the emergence of the black flowers, he immediately recognized the newcomer. While somewhat taken aback, he felt a warmth blossom within him. Previously, this individual had been thwarted by numerous puppets, and for her to arrive here in such a short span was no small feat. Yet, she had managed to appear. A violent explosion erupted in the distance where the black flowers had struck, but Huanyu's gaze remained fixed on the person beside him. The faint fragrance emanating from her stirred his heart. For the unexpected arrival was none other than Huaji, though her face bore a grave expression that, in Huanyu's eyes, exuded an alluring charm. In that fleeting moment of distraction, two other figures clad in black also arrived at the scene. Although the puppets had initially outnumbered them, the trio's collaboration required minimal effort, merely leaving them slightly fatigued. Their breaths quickened. The two first cast a glance toward the site of the explosion before turning their attention to Huanyu, who was holding hands with Huaji, their eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Previously, they had been unable to subdue the demon despite their combined strength, and it was evident that Huaji's attacks alone would not suffice to harm it. Consequently, their focus shifted predominantly to Huanyu, as they possessed a far deeper understanding of Huaji than the rumors circulating outside suggested. The magical technique cultivated by Huaji is known as Desire Demon Charm. In essence, it is a form of enchantment, and thus her every expression and smile exudes a natural allure. As for the widely circulated tales of her having over 100 male lovers, there is indeed some truth to this. However, these individuals are merely her subordinates rather than paramours. In reality, she remains unsullied. Although Huaji experiences rapid progress in the early stages of practicing this technique, a significant factor in her rise to power as a demon lord, there exists a critical flaw: she can never truly love a man. Should she become emotionally attached, she would suffer a backlash, with potentially dire consequences. Not only could she lose all her cultivated power, but she might also face immediate death. This is the price of her glamorous facade. Yet, for any fortunate man who captures her genuine affection, he would gain immense benefits, receiving half of Huaji's entire power. Thus, over the years, many have willingly aligned themselves with her, harboring their own ulterior motives, which explains why they are so certain of her remaining chaste. After all, her cultivation has shown no signs of decline. In fact, among the 5 of them, she possesses the highest level of power. Over the years, none have had the privilege of holding Huaji's delicate hand, at least to the knowledge of the two dark-clad demon lords. Yet, to their surprise, they now witnessed such a sight. Their hearts harbor not only jealousy but also a profound curiosity about the man standing beside Huanyu. His age and cultivation are readily apparent, marking him as an exceptionally gifted individual. In terms of appearance, he surpasses most of his demonic kin in handsomeness. However, such attributes alone should be insufficient to stir Huanyu's heart. After all, even the most powerful demon lords are unable to capture her attention. Suggesting that this man must possess some extraordinary qualities, the two of them exchanged a deep glance at Huanyu before turning away, for the demon had emerged from Huanyu's onslaught. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, the demon bore no injuries, a fact that aligned perfectly with their expectations. Upon emerging, it cast a glance at Huanyu before shifting its focus to the three of them. Their incessant harassment had thoroughly provoked its ire, and its overwhelming aura erupted forth, sending a torrent of demonic energy soaring into the sky. The surrounding air seemed saturated with an invisible pressure. Both Huanyu and the two dark-clad demon lords felt a simultaneous shock. This formidable presence was even more immense than before. They quickly unleashed their own auras in response, for in combat, momentum is a crucial determinant of victory. As the saying goes, a single setback can lead to a series of defeats. Once suppressed, one risks being overwhelmed, falling into a passive state with little hope of triumph. Without further ado, the three prepared for battle and initiated the first strike. In an instant, a silver whip materialized in Huanyu's hand. As the whip appeared, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Leaving Huanyu momentarily dazed, he hastily covered his mouth and nose, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere weapon could wield such terrifying effects. Unbeknownst to many, this long whip bears a beautiful name, Desire-S Sin. Indeed, it is perhaps more fittingly referred to as Desire-S Intoxication. Its rank can be deemed as that of an extraordinary magical artifact, and it is also one of the rare natural demonic weapons within the demon realm. What constitutes a natural demonic weapon, you may ask? It is a creation that has not undergone any forging, but rather formed organically. As for how Huanyu came to possess it, it was not due to her formidable strength, but rather the fact that this artifact chooses its master upon its emergence. In truth, prior to acquiring this magical weapon, although Huanyu was a formidable entity within the realm of demon kings, she was merely of middling caliber. However, upon obtaining this artifact, her prowess surged, catapulting her to the upper echelons of demon kings, thus illustrating the terrifying nature of this weapon. Beyond its intoxicating aura that can induce dizziness, this whip is remarkably resilient. Even weapons of the same grade sustain no damage upon collision with it. More importantly, the location of its origin is a sight of dread in the demon realm. Second only to this place, known as the Abyss of Fallen Demons. Strictly speaking, that realm is even more enigmatic and perilous than this one. The weapons wielded by the two cloaked demon kings appear unremarkable at first glance. A long sword adorned with black patterns and a massive broad axe. Yet their sharpness speaks to their extraordinary nature. After all, how many ordinary items could be utilized by demon kings? The three individuals charged forward with their magical weapons simultaneously. If their previous encounters were mere skirmishes, this time, with their weapons drawn, they had reached a tacit agreement to leave no trace of this artifact behind, and they would show no mercy. A slight smile graced Huanyu's face as the long whip in her hand traced a beautiful arc, its shadow expanding threefold against the wind, before striking down with great force. The other two were not idle either. The swordsman, with the dark patterns of his sword flickering ominously, leapt high into the air, unleashing a colossal blade of darkness aimed directly downwards. The axe wielder, on the other hand, gripped his axe tightly, spinning like a top as he descended with lethal intent. Upon witnessing such assaults, Huanyu couldn't help but be awed. Truly, they were demon kings of great strength, capable of manifesting such might with mere seriousness. Moreover, these three attacks effectively sealed off all avenues of escape for their opponent, leaving no option but to confront them head-on. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the figure at the center of the tempest, and he was taken aback. Unable to discern the demon's face, he could not ascertain its expression. Yet Huanyu found it absurdly apparent that the demon seemed utterly unfazed by the impending trio of strikes. Overall, it appeared, how shall we say, remarkably composed. Yes, that was the term that came to mind for Huanyu. As if to validate his thoughts, the demon, upon witnessing the imminent onslaught of three formidable attacks, executed a few casual gestures that rendered their efforts inconsequential. First, its two obsidian claws were raised high, then they expanded to an enormous size, grasping the shadows of the whip and the blade of darkness. Astonishingly, these two energy-based attacks were seized in its grasp, and with a fierce squeeze, a crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the air.as. Huanyu beheld this scene. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he drew in a sharp breath. This fellow was truly formidable, having crushed two streams of energy. The combined onslaught of the three had been entirely neutralized, and the demon's two blood-red eyes seemed to glimmer with a hint of mockery. Not granting the trio a moment's respite, it took the initiative to launch its own assault, its robust form soaring into the air, its powerful claws aimed directly at Huanyu, for it had determined that among the three, this woman posed the greatest threat. Thus, it intended to eliminate Huanyu first before turning its attention to the other two. The two black-clad demon lords, however, were not blind to its intentions. They immediately pursued, striving to intercept it. Should Huanyu be injured first, the ensuing situation would become far more precarious, and so both summoned their full strength, swiftly closing the gap.at. This moment, Huanyu felt a tightening in his chest. Regardless of the circumstances, this woman had saved him time and again, and should she truly be in danger, he would not hesitate to intervene. Even if his assistance proved minimal, he would at least contribute in some way. As the claws drew near, Huanyu calmly wielded the long whip in her hand, watching as it extended to an impressive length, continuously coiling until it formed a massive shield resembling an iron barrel, completely enveloping her without a single gap remaining. Just as Huanyu completed this maneuver, the demon's colossal claws struck. Huanyu was fully prepared, his magical energy coalescing. Should anything go awry with Huanyu, he would immediately spring into action. Although the long whip in her grasp appeared somewhat otherworldly, his previous observations led him to doubt that it could withstand the demon's claws. However, in the next instant, astonishment washed over him as the claws collided with the shield formed by the whip, igniting a shower of sparks and producing a resounding clang, as if they had encountered an exceedingly hard iron wall, only to send both the shield and Huanyu hurtling backward. Remarkably, it withstood the blow. Huanyu gasped, barely able to comprehend the reality before him. He had experienced the claw's sharpness firsthand. If they were to tear into flesh, it would be akin to a nightmare. Moreover, this strike was delivered with immense force, the demon showing no restraint whatsoever. To his surprise, the outcome was utterly different. Gradually, he began to retract his magical energy, his anxious heart easing, for it now appeared that the whip's power exceeded his initial estimation. The demon, too, seemed momentarily taken aback. As the direct participant, it had felt the impact more acutely. The shield's resilience, capable of withstanding its claws without so much as a crack, was something it had not encountered in a long time. Intrigued, it pondered the peculiar properties of the whip. Yet, clearly, this was not the time for contemplation, as the attacks from the two approaching black-clad demon lords were already upon it. The two individuals were initially somewhat apprehensive about Huanyu, yet fortunately, the situation turned out to be less perilous than anticipated. With the discovery that this creature exhibited a brief moment of distraction, they seized the opportunity to unleash their full might in a decisive strike. Should they succeed in injuring this entity, it would significantly tilt the ensuing circumstances in their favor. That a flicker of exhilaration danced upon their faces, and the chill of their long sword and massive axe glimmered with an icy brilliance. Alas, the chasm between ambition and reality remains ever present. Just as their strikes were poised to connect with the demon, it swiftly responded, executing an astonishing aerial maneuver. Its claws slashed horizontally, colliding with their weapons and sending both the demon and its assailants reeling backward. This seemingly fatal blow was, once again, dissipated into nothingness. The battle raged on, with Huanyu relegated to the role of an observer, vigilantly monitoring the situation above. As time slipped away, the previously stalemated confrontation began to fracture. Huanyu and the two cloaked demon lords were unceremoniously hurled to the ground, and amidst their disarray, Huanyu noted the dark crimson blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, indicating that all three had sustained injuries. The condition of the demon, however, remained obscured. With the trio's wounds, the tides of battle began to shift unfavorably. The ever-watchful Huanyu was engulfed by an uncanny sensation that had lingered within him for some time, gradually solidifying into a clearer understanding. This feeling suggested that the demon's energy level appeared to surpass that of the three demon lords, accompanied by a strangely familiar essence. Strictly speaking, beings from the demon realm cultivate magical power, all existing within the same energy tier, devoid of distinction. Yet, this particular demon, despite utilizing similar magical forces, exuded a palpable difference. It was an instinctual recognition. The demon's magic seemed remarkably purer, its potency far superior. The reason for this eluded him. However, through prolonged observation, he discerned that the demon's realm was on par with the three lords, yet it was the disparity in energy levels that rendered their combined efforts futile, bringing them to the brink of defeat. At this juncture, a sudden realization struck him. Recalling an earlier moment he had nearly forgotten, he began to summon Huanyu, engaging in mental communion. Why had this demon inquired about my identity? What could its intentions be? After a considerable pause, Huanyu's voice resonated softly in response. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it perceives you as akin to itself. Huanyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of being regarded as a kindred spirit. A peculiar notion began to take shape in his mind. You are not mistaken in your thoughts. Why do you comprehend its language? Could it be that you are also? Huanyu fell silent, leaving Huanyu in a state of frustration, repeatedly cursing the stubbornness of his own mind. After being vexed for quite some time, Huanyu gradually calmed down, realizing that eventually, the truth would come to light. For now, it was prudent to focus on the present. In the brief interval that followed, the aerial battle began to draw to a close. As Huanyu cast her gaze upward, three figures descended from the sky like streaks of light, crashing to the ground simultaneously. Ultimately, these three had succumbed to the grasp of the demon. However, even in defeat, the demon appeared somewhat unsteady in the air, clearly having not triumphed effortlessly. Huanyu swiftly moved to Flower Princess's side, cautiously helping her to her feet, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as she spoke. Are you all right? At that moment, the woman bore none of her former charm. Her crimson robe was tattered with numerous tears, her hair disheveled, her complexion as pale as a sheet, and blood continued to seep from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her eyes still sparkled with defiance, devoid of any signs of weakness, and her slightly trembling hand remained firmly grasping the long whip. As for the other two dark-clad demon lords, their condition was even more dire. Their hair was in disarray, barely covering their bodies, and their skin was marred with claw marks, drenched in blood. They struggled valiantly to rise,